Chapter 1. The Fall from Grace. Time: 8 in the morning. Location: a luxurious hotel in City A. The opulence of the hotel left Qian-E momentarily stunned as she gazed at the stark contrast of crimson staining the pristine white sheets, unable to comprehend how this had come to pass. "Who are you?" Lost in thought, the bathroom door clicked open, revealing a man whose broad physique was barely concealed by a large bath towel. Water dripped from his still damp hair, and his sun-kissed skin glistened under the light, exuding an aura of vitality. As she looked up, she met his piercing obsidian eyes set beneath sharp brows, the bridge of his nose commanding attention, and his lips, pale as they were, betrayed no hint of color. Just the intensity of his gaze seemed to freeze the air around her. "Were you so eager last night that you've forgotten already?" His voice was a deep, gravelly timbre, laced with a teasing undertone that rendered Qian-E momentarily speechless. Fragments of memories began to coalesce in her mind, piecing together the events of the previous night. At the largest bar in City A, known for its breathtaking allure, the deafening music reverberated through the venue, the pulsating lights illuminating couples lost in their own worlds on the dance floor, reveling in the moment, while in a dimly lit corner. Luo, why did he betray me? Dressed in a loose t-shirt and baggy overalls, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, Luo's delicate features were framed by her striking phoenix eyes and fair complexion, which evoked envy in others as she smiled ruefully. Her deep dimples added a touch of charm that was intoxicating. Her presence felt out of place in this environment, her cheeks flushed and her beautiful eyes brimming with sorrow as she downed one cocktail after another. That scoundrel is not worth your tears." Luo's expression was one of exasperation, her anger evident as she chastised her friend despite her numerous warnings about the unworthy man. Lost in the haze of love, remained deaf to reason. At that moment, her phone lit up, the ringtone drowned out by the DJ's booming voice. Upon seeing Adeo flashing on the screen, a surge of rage welled up within her. Grabbing the phone, she shouted, "Chu phone, get lost. I never want to see you again in this lifetime." With that, she hung up, her face pale and streaked with tears, the sorrow in her phoenix eyes expanding until she finally broke down in a fit of sobs. "Cry it out, let it all out." A gentle hand patted her back, soothing the turmoil within Qian-E. She felt as if 3 years of love could not withstand a mere half-month of betrayal. And the more she thought about it, the more she downed the fiery cocktail handed to her by the bartender. The bartender, with his golden hair partially obscuring his face, smirked ominously as she drained her glass. Declining Luo's offer to accompany her home, she insisted on walking alone through the streets. The cold wind wrapped around her, and she tightened her clothing, feeling an unsettling sensation beginning to stir within her. Under the dual influence of alcohol and emotion, Qian-E felt as if she might explode if not rescued just then. An Aston Martin glided out of the darkness. The driver hurriedly exited to open the door, his demeanor respectful, his polished shoes gleaming. Before he could step out, a sudden force pulled him back. Siku frowned, casting a sidelong glance at the woman who clung to his arm like a sloth, her flushed face betraying her inebriation. "Get out!" His icy voice cut through the air like a blade, chilling the very atmosphere inside the car. "Fine, let's go home," Qian-E responded with a disgruntled hum. Nuzzling closer to him, this frigid presence felt like an antidote to her woes. As a rosy hue crept across her cheeks, her slightly pouting lips and dazed eyes were bewitching, igniting an impulsive urge within him to kiss her. Before he could react, she bit his jaw, causing a jolt of pain to shoot through him, his eyes narrowing dangerously as if he had spotted his prey. "Woman, you brought this upon yourself." As the words left his lips, he seized the back of her neck and pressed his lips against hers. His cold mouth felt like flames igniting her senses, leaving Qian-E breathless and yearning for more. The memories came to an abrupt halt as she buried her face in her hands, shame washing over her, peeking through her fingers. She saw him chuckling softly and snapped, "What are you laughing at? That was assault. You should have firmly rejected me and tossed me aside." Feeling as if she were falling apart, every muscle aching as if she had pulled an all-nighter, Qian-E's big, round eyes darted around in a flurry of thoughts. What a beauty desires! How can one refuse? Seeing her expression, He knew she was concocting another scheme. A sly smile crept across his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of indulgence. Handsome, while yesterday was my doing, you surely don't feel shortchanged, right? After all, this is a matter of business. Perhaps you could offer me a discount? Her expression shifted in an instant, from fierce to pitiful, as Mo Siku's smile vanished, his face paling. Did this woman truly view him as a mere gigolo? 10 million. Qian Yi's ingratiating smile froze, her eyes narrowing in accusation as she protested. That's unfair. I merely hired a companion. Don't think I'm unaware of the going rates. Her indignant demeanor resembled a child who had just had their favorite toy snatched away, prompting Mo Siku to chuckle, a flicker of amusement igniting within him. If you cannot pay, then repay it with your life. The moment the words left his mouth, even he was taken aback by the gravity of his statement. How had he come to utter such a thing? Goodness, 10 million? That's a debt I could never repay in a lifetime. If I had known, I would have let Luo bring someone random home. Why did I seek out a companion? Staring blankly at the ceiling, tears streamed down her face. Not from sorrow, but from the realization that she would be in debt for the rest of her life. And it stung. Mo Siku's eyes darkened momentarily with irritation. What do you mean by someone random? He stepped forward, yanking her over his lap. What are you doing? Qian Yi's voice trembled as her mind flooded with images of people who had met grim fates for failing to pay for their indiscretions. Getting you. His striking features appeared even more chiseled, yet the words that escaped his lips were shockingly vulgar. Before she could respond, a sharp slap echoed in the air, igniting a searing pain in her. It dawned on her that at 20 years of age, she had been struck by her own one-night stand. You bastard! If you keep squirming, I can't guarantee what might happen. Woman, you belong to me. Once she was released, his mischievous gaze narrowed into slits, his dangerous eyes fixed on her as he pressed his thin lips together. Such domineering words ignited a fury within Qian Yi, who retorted vehemently, I am my own person. I have no interest in sharing my life with a gigolo. With that declaration, she hastily donned her clothes and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. A hurried figure clutching an A4 sheet brushed past Qian Yi, heading toward the room she had just vacated. Master Mo, we have news. Chapter 2. Humiliation. Mo Siku gazed pensively out the window, his left hand tapping rhythmically on the armchair, while the fingers of his right hand whitened as they clenched the A4 sheet. His eyes, as unfathomable as the depths of a well, revealed no hint of emotion. Indeed, ensure her protection. The man, Li Haoyu, appeared taken aback, having served Mo Siku for 10 years, with 5 of those years dedicated to locating this woman. He had witnessed the disappointment in Mo Siku's eyes when leads turned cold, and the joy when news finally arose. Why now? With her so close, did he seem disinterested? Find out everything about a woman named Qian Yi. Mo Siku's sharp gaze bore into him, exuding an undeniable authority that made Li Haoyu involuntarily shudder, his heart racing as he hurriedly complied. Once the expansive house was left in silence, Mo Siku toyed with the silver ID card, the image of the girl with her hair up to her ears, her youthful smile evoking a sense of nostalgia. Ah, it must be you. After murmuring softly, a fleeting pang of sorrow washed over him before vanishing. Throughout her journey, Qian Yi pondered whether there could be anything worse than discovering her fiancé in bed with her sister. The answer was a resounding yes. Today, she had lost her virtue and had been struck by her one-night stand. Furthermore, on her way home, she had tripped and fallen, causing her knee to bleed, the pain contorting her delicate features as she limped towards her nightmarish home. Chu Feng, seeing how well you treat Ishue, I am truly grateful. The cheerful laughter from within the house left Qian Yi momentarily paralyzed outside the door, a haze of despair clouding her vision. How dare he? Annie, you flatter me. My heart has always belonged to Ishue. She is the love of my life. Was it despair? Was it sorrow? Her heart, riddled with wounds, felt as though it had been slashed open. Bleeding profusely, the man she had loved for 3 years was now casually professing his love for her sister right before her eyes. Bang! The door flew open with a force that stunned everyone inside. Qian Yi hobbled in, her face a mask of fury. Sister, you're finally back. Do you have any idea how worried I was? What happened to your leg? How did you get hurt? As she entered, she was met by her beloved sister, clad in the latest Chanel yellow dress, feigning concern as she reached out to assist her. "Get away!" With a sharp reprimand. The moment her hand stretched out, she fell to the ground as if on cue. Her position quite convincingly staged. Chieni let out a cold sneer, her arms crossed, gazing down at her with an air of superiority, thoroughly entertained. "Ishue! Ishue!" A concerned voice rang out simultaneously, filled with Chu Feng's tension, his stepmother's malicious delight, and the triumphant glint in the eyes of the woman who had collapsed. "Chieni, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Why must you resort to such treachery against her? You heartless, venomous woman." The genuine pain in his eyes mirrored a look he had once cast upon her, a reminder of the agony she now felt, each of his accusing words striking her like heavy blows. "Yes, I am indeed a venomous woman, but do not forget that it is thanks to me, this very venomous woman, that you, Chu Feng, are alive today." Her words caused his expression to shift dramatically, discomfort washing over him as unwelcome memories surged forth once more. "Sister, it is my fault. I seduced Chu Feng. Please do not blame him. I beg you, I will return Chu Feng to you." Qian Ishu sensed the embrace around her tighten suddenly, and panic set in. He was the man she had fought so hard to possess. In his eyes, there could be no trace of that wretched woman. "Ishue, what are you saying? You would push me towards another? You are the one I love most in this life. I desire no one but you." As he held the woman tightly in his arms, Chu Feng's heart ached profoundly, yet he felt a sense of relief. Loved a kind-hearted woman, not this venomous creature before him. The scene of their deep affection was indeed moving, yet she resembled a wicked sorceress intent on tearing them apart. "Tut it, what a scene of romantic devotion, life and death intertwined, but there is no need for you to perform for me. I have no interest in sharing a bed with someone else. It is simply too sordid." As her words fell, both their faces shifted, pale with accusation. "Enough! Why did you not return last night? Look at you now. Which noble family's daughter resembles you in this state? What a disgrace!" Qian Goen, who had remained silent until now, furrowed his brow and admonished her. Qian Yi winced in pain, the agony in her heart evolving into a dull throb. This was her father, who in her moment of betrayal thought not to comfort or empathize with her, but instead to cast blame. "Ha! Does Mayor Qian even see me as his daughter anymore? Perhaps he has long been bewitched by this vixen before him. No, I cannot call her a vixen. She is more of a base mistress." Slap! A hand, propelled by fierce momentum, struck her face, the force causing her to turn her head aside. A fiery pain radiated from her cheek, blood pooling at the corner of her mouth, and a moment of dizziness washed over her. Look at you. Even if E has erred in some way, the child is already so grown. How can you still strike her?" His wife's words obliterated the last remnants of his guilt. Ever since his first wife had passed away, this daughter had been in constant opposition to him, leading to his growing dissatisfaction. "Ha, splendid, truly splendid." His cold gaze swept over everyone, and they felt as though they had been stared down by a venomous snake, shivering in fear before they could react. She began to walk away, her steps unsteady. "Leave! If you dare step out that door today, you shall never return." Behind her, her father's voice rang out in fury, accompanied by her stepmother's insidious encouragement. Yet none of this mattered to her anymore. The only thought occupying her mind was to escape this devouring den. As the rain fell outside, its harsh patter against the window felt jarring. The thought of her leaving alone sent a flicker of reluctance through Chu Feng's eyes. Chu Feng, him in pain. The emotions of the woman in his arms were laid bare before him, and his unease gradually expanded as she nestled closer to him, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Come, let me take you to see something from now on. Do not be such a pushover." Her words disrupted his previous reluctance, and all the tenderness in his eyes was now directed solely at this woman. Walking alone in the heavy rain, pedestrians began to dash towards the nearest shelter, while she wandered aimlessly, drenched from head to toe, strands of hair clinging to her face, her graceful figure fully exposed. Loneliness enveloped her as the bustling world faded into a tranquil silence, all the clamor seeming irrelevant to her. Memories of the sweet days over the past 3 years replayed in her mind, culminating in images of them entwined in bed. Her phone, now rendered unreliable by the rain, refused to respond. Qian, unsure whom to call, did not wish for pity but yearned to voice all her grievances. After hesitating, she dialed a stranger's number. Mo Saiku, clad in a dark gray suit, sat coldly in his swivel chair, his dangerous eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the contract before him. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto his lips. It appeared some were growing impatient. His personal phone buzzed to life, the name flashing on the screen, easing the tension in his furrowed brow. Regretting it? His deep voice bore an edge, and Qian paused, anger flaring in her eyes. When did you ever call me? Her hollow tone hinted at her irritation, while the commotion around him signaled her distress. Where are you? He grabbed the red Ferrari keys from his desk, his long legs striding out, his voice taut without his own awareness. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Qian felt an overwhelming sense of injustice pouting. She spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. I don't even know where I am. Stay right there, don't move, wait for me. With that commanding statement, he hung up, pushing open the door to another office and instructing his bewildered assistant, find out where the owner of this number is. Huddled in a corner, barely shielding her from the rain, she wrapped her arms around her legs. Feeling inexplicably certain he would come, how could someone who was merely a fleeting romantic encounter evoke such a familiar sensation? Woman, is it that every time I encounter you, it is during your most unfortunate moments? A black umbrella shielded her from the rain, and Qian weakly lifted her head to see the thin anger on his face. She forced a smile, eager to explain, but her vision faded to darkness. Chapter 3. An unexplained heartbeat, I exclaimed. Mo Dashao, it's merely a fever. Is it really necessary for you to pull me back? I am someone who is supposed to be on vacation. A man clad in a white coat regarded the woman lying on the hospital bed, his mind beginning to speculate about their relationship, that if his memory served him correctly, there was truly no one capable of making Mo Dashao so anxious. However, his long-awaited holiday had been utterly disrupted by a woman suffering from a fever. So, you desire to join the rescue team in Africa? A glimmer of amusement flickered in his deep-set eyes, his gaze fixated on the pale-faced woman. Just a single sentence from him had already left the others in a cold sweat. Well, you jest. When Mo Dashao calls me, I am at his beck and call. Do not think that a mere honeymoon would deter me. Even on my wedding night, I would still come, at this moment. He had no inkling that his words would later become a bitter reminder, causing him immense sorrow whenever he recalled this scene. Lin Jinshuan, the eldest son of the Lin family, and this hospital was a family enterprise. He inherited the legacy of a medical dynasty and diligently studied medicine. It was said that patients seeking his treatment could form a queue extending all the way to France. When will she awaken? Regarding his friend's fervent assurances, he could not deny them. Observing the girl's pained frown, his heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and he coldly inquired. Lin Jinshuan rolled his eyes at the thought. Did he truly believe himself to be a divine healer? This girl was already prone to low blood sugar, and now compounded by the rain and fever. It would certainly take her some time to recover. However, he dared not voice these thoughts, especially in front of this fearsome individual. 2 hours. Perhaps that I wonder when you will wise up, but for the time being, it would be wise to practice abstinence, as this delicate girl cannot withstand your torment. But he had observed the bruises on her body during his recent examination, marks left behind after moments of ecstasy. You may leave now. Mo Saiku's face darkened as he tossed a few words aside. Before Lin Jinshuan could react, he was unceremoniously thrown out by Mo Saiku's assistant. Mo Saiku, you heartless scoundrel, Lin Jinshuan lamented. Why should I be upset with him? It is not the first time that the illustrious Mo Dashao, has actually developed a romantic inclination. This piece of news will surely please Grandma Mo. Upon finishing, he smirked cunningly. Mo Saiku, just you wait. The hospital room fell back into tranquility. The woman on the bed seemed to be undergoing a nightmare, her brows furrowed in distress. She extended her slender hand, yearning for someone to smooth her troubled brow. But before she could reach, warm hands enveloped hers. Due to excessive force, her right hand, which was receiving in 4, bore signs of blood returning, yet she remained unconscious. A pang of pain surged within her. What had happened to instill such fear even in her dreams? Don't go. Her weak voice, laced with pleading, stirred something in him, prompting him to gently pat her, gradually calming her agitated emotions, allowing him to finally breathe easy. Mo Shao. This is the information you requested, including the events that just transpired. He quietly handed over a stack of papers before discreetly retreating. Closing the door behind him, as he continued to peruse the documents, the fury on his handsome face intensified. The bright depths of his eyes conveyed a sense of having reached the limit of his restraint. The icy aura emanating from him rendering the already thin air noticeably chillier. The death of her mother, the indifference of her father, bullying from her sister, disdain from her stepmother, and abandonment by her fiancé. Any one of these calamities would be a devastating blow to an innocent girl. Yet she had somehow emerged from it all. Are you truly incapable of retaliating? Have you sunk to such a level of foolishness that you do not even know how to resist when bullied? Qianyi had experienced an exceedingly long dream, one so lengthy that she felt as though her entire life had simply passed by. Her heart gradually sank to the depths, her heavy eyelids refusing to lift, longing only for a deep slumber. Yet, a pair of hands were there to soothe her, a pair of eyes gazing at her with concern, water. The dryness of her lips made her feel like a fish on the verge of perishing. Her voice was as faint as a kitten's mew, yet it filled the man beside her with elation that he hurriedly rose to fetch a glass of water, propping her up against him. After a considerable time, Qianyi finally regained her full consciousness as she surveyed her surroundings. All she saw was a pristine white. This reminded her of the day her mother passed away. From that moment on, she had developed an aversion to the color white, as it symbolized death. That I want to go home. You are still unwell. You must wait until you recover before returning. Mo Saiku, having read her information, understood her innermost thoughts as she spoke that he cooed tenderly. I want to go home. Yet she seemed to ignore him entirely, mechanically repeating her words, her eyes rimmed with red, as if she would burst into tears at any moment. Very well, you shall come home with me. With that, he freed a hand to make a phone call, presumably arranging for a car. Qianyi gazed at his profile, a flawless visage, lips that moved with precision. Every detail was a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens. The tenderness emanating from such a man at this moment caused her heart to race uncontrollably. That am I beautiful? After hanging up the phone, Mo Saiku noticed her entranced gaze upon him, chuckling lightly, his tone casual. Caught in the act, Qianyi's face flushed crimson, and she closed her eyes, lapsing into silence. The gentle laughter above her only served to heighten her shyness. The car glided smoothly along the road. But after a while, Qianyi sensed something amiss. This direction was not at all towards her home. Panic surged within her as she called out, "Stop! Where are you taking me? Did I not just tell you? We are going home. Why should I go home with you? I want to go home." Home? Do you even have a home? Mo Saiku raised an eyebrow, his words shattering her composure. Indeed, where could she call home? Her father was a man of his word. He would never allow her to step through the door of their house again. That I can go find my friends. Her instincts warned her that the man before her was dangerous. It was best to avoid any entanglements. You are ill. Come home with me. His firm demeanor left Qianyi feeling discontented, her heart heavy with sorrow. Luo was currently living with her family, which was rather inconvenient. Very well, she would stay for the time being. Meanwhile, the driver up front was grappling with a tumultuous storm of emotions. Was this truly the Mo Deshao he knew, the one who was often stern and ruthless? It was well known that women who wished to return with him were often of a caliber capable of accommodating an entire nation. Yet this woman dared to express dissatisfaction. When the car came to a halt outside a villa, Qianyi's feelings were beyond mere surprise. The exquisite marble flooring and the bronze door radiating an alluring crimson glow were breathtaking. Upon stepping inside, her jaw dropped as if she could fit an egg in her mouth. The crystal chandelier hung gracefully from above. Being a designer herself, she could instantly discern its immense value. The purple tassel curtains draped carelessly, imbuing the entire house with a dreamlike quality. Even a single collectible from the grand hall could create a sensation in the market. Come, let me show you to your room. Following his lead upstairs, if the lower level was a dream, then this room was fit for a princess. The pink walls, pink cabinets, pink bed linens, and even the pink desk made her feel as though she were living in a fairy tale castle. Tell me, are you one of those high-class male escorts from your bar? Or perhaps a kept man of some wealthy woman? Good heavens, are male escorts really this affluent now? Mo Saiku behind her was utterly exasperated, wishing he could crack open her skull to see what was inside. Qianyi, remember my name, Mo Saiku. This name shall become intimately intertwined with your future. Straightening his posture, his gaze locked onto hers. Qianyi felt as though she had plunged into an abyss, unable to extricate herself, her heart racing like a startled deer. What, you are Mo Saiku? Once she processed his words, Qianyi struggled to escape his grasp. Disbelief etched across her features that if Wang Xikong is considered the nation's husband, then Mo Saiku is the object of desire for women across the globe. Rumors abound regarding his wealth and good looks. A golden bachelor wielding significant power. Tio put it plainly, in this world, there is nothing he cannot achieve, only things he chooses not to do. Chapter 4. My woman, it was simply too incredible. Although she was not an avid follower of celebrities, she had been influenced by Luo's incessant chatter and was well aware of this man's formidable reputation. Most importantly, her one-night stand happened to be the man her best friend wished to marry. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if she ever found out. Still wearing a frown, Mo Saiku regarded the terrified woman with mild discontent, but he beckoned her closer, treating her as if she were a pet. Qianyi pouted in displeasure, but, recalling his status, slowly approached. Are you truly Mo Saiku? I acknowledge my mistake. I was utterly wrong to have mistaken you for a mere cowherd. Please, in your graciousness, overlook my folly. With a voice as soft as silk, I looked at him with pleading eyes, my hands clasped before my chest. Just this simple act made him acutely aware of a tightening sensation in his lower abdomen. This woman, does she not realize how alluring she appears at this very moment? I am rather petty, never one to easily forgive, and the most straightforward method is to leave my words hanging. Indeed, witnessing her anxious demeanor filled me with delight, and the joy within me burst forth. Become my woman. Qianyi's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice ringing like a bell. WME. She felt unworthy of Lady Mo's esteemed position. Considering their relationship to be nothing more than a fleeting night of pleasure, their acquaintance still quite tenuous. Yet, why was it her he chose? I shall assist you in reclaiming what is rightfully yours. And in return, I require a Lady Mo. Those individuals had already taken action, and he had grown weary of his grandmother's incessant nagging. Thus, he sought a wife, while Qianyi needed a pillar of support. So, this was merely a transaction. The flicker of hope in her heart was abruptly extinguished. Qianyi, what are you expecting? How could he possibly have feelings for you? He stands at the pinnacle of success. Everything between you is merely a business arrangement. Well, you may view it that way. As soon as the words left my lips, I noticed her pallid expression crumple, her pain and disappointment vividly apparent. A ripple of emotion stirred within me. I opened my mouth to speak, yet the words remained unspoken. At this moment, Qianyi was wrestling with her turmoil. Although her father was the mayor, the enterprises he commanded were crucial to maintaining his power, and these enterprises were established by her mother. After her passing, the will explicitly bequeathed all shares to her. Yet he consistently thwarted her attempts, for that was her mother's painstakingly built business empire, which could not fall into the hands of that pair. I promise you, with a sudden surge of determination, she raised her gaze, her eyes filled with resolve. Marrying Mo would not be a loss for her. Moreover, possessing the identity of Lady Mo would make her endeavors exceedingly convenient. Mo nodded, having anticipated her response, his brow arching slightly as he regarded her and calmly stated, Very well, you may rest now. There is nothing more to discuss. We shall register tomorrow. What, tomorrow? Isn't that a bit too soon? Qianyi's voice rose several octaves, her mind swirling in confusion. Was it truly necessary to rush? I can hardly wait. Tomorrow I shall take you home to gather your belongings. With that, he took a bold step forward, causing Qianyi to retreat a couple of paces. His hand, suspended awkwardly in the air, ultimately found its way to her hair, gently tousling her long locks before he turned to leave. Qianyi felt overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all. She had just agreed to a lifelong commitment with a man she had known for less than a day, and they were to obtain a marriage certificate tomorrow. Surely, this had to be a dream, an illusion. Perhaps a good night's rest would restore normalcy, and upon awakening, everything would remain unchanged. Young master, are you certain you wish to? Li Haoyu could hardly believe what he had just heard. The young master intended to marry this woman? His eyes narrowed dangerously as he fixed his gaze upon him, inducing a chill that felt akin to winter's grasp. He swallowed hard, shaking his head in a flurry of panic. His decisions were to be obeyed without question, and he could not afford to falter. How had he allowed himself to become so reckless? Reflecting on this, he felt a shiver run down his spine, grateful that he was still alive, lying on the soft, expansive bed. All sorrow dissipated, and for the first time, Qian-Yi felt a profound sense of peace that allowed her to sleep soundly. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, she stretched and suddenly recalled his words from the previous day. Rushing down without pausing to slip on her shoes, as she approached the staircase, she saw the man already seated downstairs, enjoying breakfast. The golden sunlight cascaded through the window, bathing him in a surreal, gilded glow. Seemingly aware of her gaze, he looked up and furrowed his brow. "Why did you come down barefoot? You're not fully recovered yet. Are you so eager to see me?" As he approached, a pair of slippers in hand, Qian-Yi stood frozen, astonished as he knelt to help her put them on, sending a jolt through her heart. "Come, breakfast awaits." His action seemed entirely natural, as if this had transpired countless times before. With a gentlemanly grace, he led her to the table crafted from precious wood, pulling out her chair for her. Though only the two of them were present, the breakfast spread was abundant, occupying half the table with sandwiches, coffee, and her favorite crab roe buns alongside silky tofu pudding, the aroma wafting enticingly towards her. Qian-Yi's appetite surged, causing her to forget her earlier questions as she dove into the feast. Engrossed in her meal, she failed to notice the adoring gaze the man cast upon her. "I am so full." After devouring a bowl of tofu pudding and a steamer of crab roe buns, she patted her round belly, letting out a satisfied sigh. Yet, upon catching his playful look, the blush that had faded from her cheeks returned with a vengeance. "About yesterday, you said, once you've had your fill, we shall retrieve your household registration." It dawned on her that yesterday's events were indeed not a figment of her imagination. They were truly set to marry. Seated in the red Ferrari, Qian-Yi hesitated, questioning, "Are you certain that your intended bride is me? Who else would it be?" Qian-Yi fell silent, choosing not to speak further. As they drove, the lush trees blurred into a verdant backdrop, reflecting the urgency of the driver, while her mind swirled with myriad thoughts that "I'll go in myself." Upon reaching her home, she halted his advance, an inexplicable desire to keep her circumstances concealed from him. Mock did not press further, waiting in the car as she walked away with a resolute demeanor, resembling someone bracing to face a tempest. "Miss Qian, you're back. You haven't had breakfast yet. Allow me to serve you." Upon entering, she noticed Wu Ma's expression ease a fraction, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. After her mother's passing, Wu Ma was the only one she felt close to in this home. "What are you doing? Wu Ma, have you grown too old to work? Did you not hear me yesterday? The moment you step out that door, you are never to return. What? Are you struggling outside and wishing to come back?" As Qian Gowen's reprimand echoed in her ears, Wu Ma retreated, her heart plummeting into despair. "Hand over the household registration." There was no point in attempting to explain. She extended her hand with unwavering resolve. "Sister, do you not realize how worried we were about you yesterday? Now that you're back, quickly apologize to father, and everything will be well again." The fleeting malice that flashed across Qian-Yi's face was overshadowed by her smug satisfaction. No one understood Qian-Yi better than she. To demand an apology from her was a fool's errand. "Qian-Yi, are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? Your mother stole my father, leading to my mother's demise. And now you have taken my boyfriend. Oh no, a scoundrel. Are you reveling in the thought that everything in this household will eventually belong to you?" Chapter 5. The art of slapping faces. A cold smile curled upon her lips, and the icy glint in her eyes made Qian-Yi involuntarily shrink back. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at her, feigning innocence. "Sister, how can you say such things? Chu Feng and I are truly in love. I hope you can support us. Support you. How could I not? Let us wish you both a match made in heaven. Truly a perfect pairing." She had not overlooked the earlier taunting glance exchanged between them. Qian-Yi's haughty demeanor, suggesting she was a true victor. You returned simply to provoke me. Get out." Qian Gowen's face darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if ready to incinerate everything in sight. Had it been the old Qian-Yi, she might have cowered in fear, but as the saying goes, with backing, one can act boldly. Why not take advantage of her newfound courage? "Oh, I have returned solely to reclaim my household registration. Provoking you is not my intention. You are merely overthinking it. Furthermore, Regarding the shares my mother left behind, I will reclaim them one by one. I will not allow the fruits of her labor to fall into the hands of those with treacherous hearts. Zheng Xiu's heart sank as she realized the implications of Qian Yi's gaze. Fearing she might be privy to some hidden truth it was imperative that her husband remained in the dark. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. But of course, your mother's possessions rightfully belong to you. However, you are still quite young and lack the proper expertise, so we shall manage them for the time being. Internally seething with resentment, her eyes flickered with malice. To prevent any potential exposure, she resolved to eliminate the threat swiftly. Qian Yi rolled her eyes, ignoring her, and reiterated, "Hand over the household registration." This defiance incited Qian Gowen's ire, as he had anticipated her return would be for an apology, only to find her even more obstinate. "Get out. Everything in this household has no bearing on you." A surge of anger coursed through me. A culmination of years of grievances, all ignored, exploding in this moment. Yes, this family holds no ties to me. Should I remind you that the name on the property deed still belongs to my mother? As her sole heir, I ponder whether I can file charges against you for trespassing, demanding you vacate the premises. Qian Gowen, seething with rage, pressed his left hand against his chest, while raising his right hand in my direction. Instinctively, I shut my eyes, filled with despair, and after a long moment, the anticipated pain failed to arrive. Upon opening my eyes, I found that hand hovering perilously close, almost striking my face. Turning my head, I spotted Mo Saiku with a stern expression, firmly grasping that arm. Qian Gowen, restrained, felt a sudden jolt of panic. The pain in his arm was overshadowed by the bewilderment of Mo Saiku's unexpected presence. "Why is he here?" with a flick of his wrist. Qian Gowen emitted a muffled groan, sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall. "You don't even know how to resist. Just waiting here to be struck." Seeing the pitiful look on my face, Mo Saiku couldn't help but imagine what would have transpired had he not sensed something was amiss and rushed over. Qian clicked her tongue, retorting, "Weren't you supposed to wait outside? How did you get in?" Stunned, I pondered the absurdity of this woman. This really the moment to question my entrance? My woman cannot be harmed by others. The moment those words fell, the astonishment was palpable among the others. Surely they hadn't misheard. His woman? Qian Yi? When did you and Mo Saiku become an item? Why haven't you told Dad? With a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, Qian Gowen now resembled a doting father, beckoning for a heartwarming father-daughter reunion. Qian Yixue, however, clutched her clothes tightly, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Why was fate so unjust? Without Xu Feng, how could she effortlessly find a wealthy figure like Mo Saiku? It didn't matter. If she could entice one Xu Feng, she could surely ensnare Mo Saiku as well. "Hello, Mr. Mo. I'm her sister, Yixue. Why didn't you inform us of your arrival beforehand, so we could prepare?" She gazed at me with unabashed admiration, her infatuation evident. My heart sank. Having faced betrayal from scoundrels, would I soon lose him to her as well? Clutching his sleeve instinctively, I felt his tenderness as Mo Saiku affectionately ruffled my hair. Whispering, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I have no interest in sharing my manhood with other men. It's simply filthy." His chilling words struck Qian Yixue, rendering her momentarily speechless, tears of frustration threatening to spill. "Wow, you're so handsome. Absolutely stunning. Is there any need for such perfect chemistry?" Meanwhile, I gazed at him, my eyes sparkling with adoration, oblivious to the scowls of those around us, nearly worshipping him. Our rapport was undeniable. Coughed up Mr. Mo. "My apologies for the slip of the tongue. I hope you can forgive me. May I ask what brings you here today?" The atmosphere grew tense. Qian Gowen cleared his throat, cautiously inquiring, "Marriage, I've taken her away. Even if you withhold the household registration, I will obtain it. I advise you, Mayor Qian, to act wisely. If memory served, the mayoral elections were approaching, and the voting rights in his possession could decisively sway the outcome." Mr. Mo, it seems he was unclear. I merely feared she might act rashly. "Please, whatever you wish, we shall comply immediately." Despite his dissatisfaction, he understood that Mo Saiku's voting power was his only safeguard. It must be nice to be Mr. Mo. Unlike me, even as a daughter, I hold no weight. Observing my father's sycophantic demeanor, I couldn't help but sigh. Mo Saiku chuckled, and that smile dimmed the world around us, a gentle breeze sweeping over my heart. How enchanting! My cheeks flushed slightly as I swallowed hard, never anticipating that one day I would be so captivated by a man's beauty. Madam, you do me an injustice. My looks are a gift from my parents. Not something I sought at that moment. I was utterly convinced that he was a cunning old fox, not to mention exceedingly vain. Chin Ishua watched our interaction, feeling invisible beside us. The happiness radiating from that little vixen was blinding. Reigniting her fury, Mr. Mo, how do you know EE? Her life has been quite difficult, just separated from her boyfriend, and then she went out to drown her sorrows, returning home late that we worry about her. You know. But now, with you, she has found happiness. The veiled flattery made me inwardly curse her stupidity. It was as clear as day that she was insinuating I had been dumped and that my late return likely implied I had lost my virtue. While that was indeed the case, would they faint if they knew the identity of the man involved? Thank you for the reminder, Mrs. Chien. You are correct. With me, she will be the happiest person. The sensation of being cherished overwhelmed me. It had been far too long since anyone had stood by my side unconditionally. Just as I prepared to speak, Chien Goen hurried back with the household registration, silencing everyone. The two of us, now possessing the household registration, had no intention of lingering. We ignored Chien Goen's pleas and drove away. Once we departed, Zheng Xiaocai voiced his curiosity. How does he know Mr. Mo? Chien Goen, already irked, retorted, You ask me. Who should I ask? Go away. I'm busy. He hoped it was not too late for repair. Otherwise, with M.O. Saika's capabilities, toppling him from his position would be child's play. As I sat in the car, gazing at the two crimson documents in my hand, emblazoned with the steel seal and the words marriage certificate, a wave of dizziness washed over me. Had I truly just gotten married? Chapter 6. Hello. Mrs. Dudamo, hello. Mrs. M.O. His magnetic voice, accompanied by a light chuckle, echoed in my ear that I looked up to find his eyes sparkling with mischief, as if he sensed my doubts, placing extra emphasis on the title Mrs. M.O. Get off me. My cheeks, still flushed, reddened anew as I attempted to push away the half of his body leaning against me, but he remained unyielding to Let us go home. Seeing my face flush, M.O. Saika's mood lifted. And as he sat up, his broad hand enveloped mine, gripping it tightly as if refusing to let go. The concept of home felt utterly extravagant for me. Ever since my mother passed, that feeling had vanished. Each return was met with deception, my stepmother's hypocrisy, and my sister's taunts. Now, hearing the word home sent waves of anticipation surging within me. Upon entering the villa, my emotions were mixed. Just yesterday, I had been a guest here. And now, I was to become the mistress of this residence. From now on, you shall be the lady of this house, surrounded by the intoxicating aura of masculinity, with his arms wrapped around my waist. His chin resting on my shoulder, we bore no resemblance to mere acquaintances. We felt like a couple deeply in love for years. Denemo Saiku. Am I not reaching too far? As I spoke, a sense of desolation seeped through. Had I truly aimed too high? What woman could not be won by M.O. Saiku, while I was merely an ordinary person? This stark contrast only widened the chasm in my heart. There is no turning back now. It is already done. Even if I regretted it, it was too late. The M.O. family had a long-standing rule. Only widows, never divorcees. This custom had persisted for centuries, although many M.O. couples appeared distant. None dared to challenge this rule. Countless individuals had been tormented by this unwritten decree, trapped in a mere nominal marriage, yet no one dared to propose divorce, for those who did face severe repercussions. Quashing any lingering thoughts, I wanted to say more, but felt it would be overly sentimental that as he mentioned, we already had the marriage certificate. Could I still have regrets? M.O. Saiku, tell me your story. You may not know, but my best friend admires you greatly, always insisting on wanting to bear your children. The deal you think if she knew I married you, she might just die of envy. Ha! The image of Nai Luluo's flustered face flashed through my mind, sending a thrill through me. M.O. Saiku's expression darkened momentarily, tightening his grip around me in a playful warning. Different species. How could we have children? Perhaps we should just have a baby ourselves. His teasing words only intensified the already flirtatious atmosphere, leaving me breathless, unable to move. Why are you so tense? Afraid I might devour you. The warm air sprayed near her ear surged into her eardrum, causing Chieni to gasp, her anxiety mounting. Moziko, our marriage is merely a transaction. Isn't it? So, there's no need for physical sacrifices, right? When those hands behind her released their grip, a subtle sense of loss crept into her heart. Staring into those obsidian-like eyes, she was momentarily stunned. Yes, just a transaction. You should rest at home for now. With that, she turned on her heel and walked out, leaving Qianyi in a state of bewilderment. Had she said something wrong? After questioning herself twice, it seemed that nothing was amiss. Who knew what had driven this man into such a frenzy? Sighing, she dismissed the thought. The room he left behind felt vacant, the silence almost terrifying to AT that moment. Moziko sat in his office, his expression darkened by her earlier words about their marriage being a transaction, which indeed irked him. Yet upon reflection, it was he who had proposed the transaction, so there seemed to be no reason for his displeasure. Young master, that person wishes to see you. Li Haoyu relayed, his own discomfort evident as he observed Moziko's grim countenance. The ENT intended to be burdened at such a moment, but that woman had left him no choice. Tell her I'm busy, Moziko snapped coldly, his gaze fixed on the window, lost in thought. But young master, she said if you do not go, she will take her own life. Let her die then. I sought her out of gratitude, not to be threatened. Li Haoyu nodded in compliance and retreated, his heart pounding as he made his way to a certain direction, thinking to himself that he must bring up the topic of a raise next time. Dealing with such a neurotic woman could drive anyone mad, even if they were perfectly sane. Will you be back for dinner? Moziko felt his phone vibrate on the desk, an incoming message. Frowning, he opened it, and his brow unfurled, a hint of amusement breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. The CEO, who often deemed texting a waste of time, found himself responding with unexpected patience. What would you like to eat? Qianyi felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Although she was unsure of what had provoked his ire, she understood that under the roof of another, one must bow their head. Thus, when her phone chimed, she sprang to her feet, excitement bubbling within her, unbeknownst to her. The two began to delight in exchanging messages, a playful interaction favored by the young, and for the first time. Moziko found this connection rather pleasant. Qianyi thought that since they were now married, as a dutiful and gracious wife, she ought to prepare a meal for him. Although she had never cooked before, everyone has to start somewhere, and so she set off to the supermarket with determination. Upon returning home, however, she found no trace of him. Handing her clothes to the servant, she inquired, "Where is he?" "Young master. Young madam said she wanted to cook today, so she asked us to stay at home while she went to buy groceries," the servant replied, shivering slightly, speaking with utmost respect. "All right, you may go." Moziko felt a soft pang in his heart. Usually, he returned to a cold and empty house, but today felt entirely different, that a sudden desire to see her surged within him, prompting him to head back to the garage and drive to the supermarket. This man, who had never condescended to visit a supermarket, had just parked his flashy red Ferrari when a chorus of gasps erupted around him. "How noisy," he muttered, frowning as he opened the car door. His tall figure emerged, exuding an effortless charm that left many women swooning, their excited shrieks only deepening his annoyance that a cold glance silenced the once chattering crowd. Striding into the supermarket, his eyes began to search for her silhouette. "Wow, that man is so handsome. If only I could marry him. He's mine. I want to sleep with him." The voices from outside reached his ears, causing Moziko's lips to twitch. Were women truly this desperate nowadays? "Chu Feng, I have no ties with you anymore, so please do not burden me with baseless accusations. And you too, leave my sight." Qianyi seethed, irked to encounter this pair of scoundrels while merely shopping for groceries. Qianyi, like a rabid dog, refused to let go, intentionally collapsing in front of her and feigning innocence to elicit sympathy from passersby. "Qianyi, mind your words. I was truly blind to have thought you were a gracious woman. If you have grievances, direct them at me, but why must you repeatedly harm Yeshua?" Chu Feng glared at her, his eyes red with rage, wishing he could consume her whole, causing Qianyi's heart to ache. Who would have thought that once close lovers could become bitter enemies? Gracious. Let me show you what true grace is. With that, she stepped forward and, before anyone could react, delivered a resounding slap to Qianyi's face, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints on her previously flawless skin. The Mrs. M.O. Well done. Chapter 7. Cheers and support startled. She turned to see someone weaving through the crowd, a look of indulgent affection on his face as he approached her. Resembling a deity descended from the heavens, stunning her momentarily. "Does your hand hurt?" He gently grasped her hand, noticing that the force behind that slap had indeed taken a toll. Her palm was slightly trembling, flushed crimson, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. "What are you doing here?" Her mind momentarily blanked. How did he always show up just in time? If I hadn't come, would you have been bullied again? His bright eyes turned icy as he looked at the two individuals, chillingly saying, "It is you who bullies my wife." Chu Feng was taken aback, the sobs of the girl beside him fading into the background as he replayed the earlier affectionate exchange in his mind. His heart aching with turmoil. "Dynamo Xiao, it is my fault. I should not have provoked my sister. Please do not blame her. I'm not hurt at all, really." She feigned a couple of tears to garner the man's sympathy. But the next moment, she was spectacularly slapped in the face by reality. "Why would I blame my wife? Moreover, whether you are in pain or not has nothing to do with me." A chuckle rippled through the crowd, followed by laughter, causing Qian Yishue's face to shift through shades of green and white as she glared viciously at the woman standing behind Moziko. "Qian Yi, who is this man? Is that why you were so eager to leave me? Because you already have a wild man outside?" Chu Feng's words struck like thunder, leaving the onlookers in shock, halting them in their tracks as they witnessed this melodramatic scene unfold. "Yes, this is my wild man. Are you satisfied now?" She clung to his arm, her words piercing her heart with each syllable, making her feel weak, half her weight leaning against him. Moziko sensed the tremor in her hands and the sorrow in her eyes, his furrowed brow darkening with anger. "How could you fall for someone like this? Were you blind before?" His calm voice resonated clearly, causing everyone present to hear, making Qian Yi look up to meet his gaze, which was straining to contain his emotions, causing her to instinctively shrink back. "Sister, let us just drop this matter. We were wrong. Chu Feng, let us go," aware that continuing would only provoke Moziko further, which could lead to the destruction of both the Chu and Qian families in the blink of an eye. She wished to avoid further conflict. What truly constitutes a green tea bitch? Or a white lotus? Qian Yi witnessed it all today. She had merely ventured out to buy groceries when she encountered these two exceptional individuals. Now they donned an utterly pitiful facade. It was utterly nauseating. The crowd grew increasingly larger, each person chattering animatedly. In the midst of it all, Moziko stood apart, his commanding presence starkly contrasting with the chaos, allowing those around to spot him instantly. Qian Yishue whispered something in Chu Feng's ear, causing his expression to grow uncomfortable, his gaze towards them becoming ambiguous. Weighing the pros and cons, he took her hand and led her away. "Are you angry?" Sitting in the car, she glanced at the silent Moziko, whose face was a mask of coldness, his thin lips pressed tightly together, making her feel inexplicably tense. Moziko did not respond, merely raising an eyebrow at him, conveying his displeasure and anger. "I swear, I really just intended to buy something. It was merely a coincidence that I ran into them, that I'll make sure to avoid them in the future." Believing that Moziko was upset about her public altercation with them, she quickly admitted her fault. Moziko was left speechless. He clearly saw 3 dark lines form on his forehead, accompanied by a flock of crows flying past. How foolish could this woman be? "Could you not have called me? And why did you not resist?" Her repeated questions left Qian Yi feeling apprehensive. After a moment of silence, she finally replied, "Moziko, it's not that I didn't try." After the passing of her mother, Qian Yishu entered the home, where she faced relentless difficulties from Mock. She had previously cried and caused a scene, even resorting to physical confrontations, yet each time, the outcome was merely a violent reprimand from her father. Over time, she began to retract her claws, devising an escape plan in her mind, attributing it all to a strategy of patience and endurance. However, at its core, wasn't it simply due to her cowardice? A mournful atmosphere enveloped the car, and both parties fell into silence, leaning against the windows as memories of the past years flickered through their minds, ultimately dissolving into heavy sighs that by the time they returned home, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Qian Yi felt utterly exhausted, devoid of the spirit to wash her hands and prepare a meal. She sullenly remarked, "Just make something to eat. I'm going upstairs to sleep." "Stop, watch some television, and wait," came the domineering reply as he firmly pushed her onto the sofa, then retrieved the groceries he had bought from the supermarket and headed to the kitchen. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, awakening her appetite as she found herself drawn to the kitchen. Who would have imagined that the lofty Mock, usually so high and mighty, was now tying on an apron and cooking? Just a moment. It will be ready shortly, he assured her. Qian Yi leaned against the door, acknowledging with a grunt as she began to serve the finished dishes. Due to time constraints, the meal was quite simple. Braised beef, stir-fried greens, scallion tossed tofu, and a bowl of Westlake beef soup. Ate tea that moment. Her stomach audibly protested, and Qian Yi mused that the allure of the dishes had made her feel hungry. Yes, it must be that, she concluded. Wow. Mock. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe you could cook. How could a young master born with a silver spoon do such a thing? After tasting the braised beef, its melt-in-your-mouth tenderness left a lingering flavor on her palate, and her taste buds began to dance as she exclaimed, "When I was studying in America, the descendants of the Mo family would be exiled abroad upon reaching adulthood. Without any family support, the vegetable salads abroad were so unappetizing that I gradually learned to cook that I remember the last time I cooked was 10 years ago for that woman. This is absolutely delicious. I say, if you ever go bankrupt, you should seriously consider becoming a chef. I could help you with the cash register, ha ha ha. But that seems rather impractical, doesn't it?" Before she could finish, she found herself laughing, while Mock couldn't help but chuckle as well, questioning whether she truly was a child raised in the Qian household. After all, what kind of wife hopes for her husband's bankruptcy? However, upon hearing that her future plans seemed to include her, a subtle joy mingled with the recent pangs of pain vanished entirely. After finishing the meal, Qian Yi found herself in a state of blissful regret. She had overeaten. Her stomach ached slightly, causing her complexion to pale, and beads of sweat began to form as she leaned on the sofa, hoping to recover soon. When Mock emerged from the shower, he found her pale and slumped on the sofa. Causing a sense of alarm to rise within him, he rushed forward, lifting her drenched in sweat, and spoke with a quiver in his voice. "Qian Yi, wake up." Weakly, she opened her eyes, and the anxious face before her loomed large, while the cramping pain in her abdomen made her feel as if she had died once already. Mock, "I feel unwell," she managed to say before the world began to spin. Suddenly, she found herself lifted into his arms. As he swiftly ascended the stairs, Lin Jinchuan felt as though he must owe something to Mock from a past life. Just the previous day, he had been called back from vacation. And now, in a mere 24 hours, just as he was about to flirt with the girl, his phone rang again. He vividly recalled the girl as tear-filled eyes brimming with unfulfilled desires and her angry expression as he departed. "It's nothing serious. Just overeating, did I say? You don't need me, a miraculous doctor, for such trivial ailments, do you?" Just as he was about to enjoy the girl as company, it had all slipped away. He had heard that the Lin family and the Chu family were family friends. The casual inquiry caused Lin Jinchuan to tense up, and he nodded slowly. Chapter 8. His indulgence, a sly smile crept across Mock's lips, his cold gaze sending chills down Lin Jinchuan's spine. "You know, I am solely focused on my medical practice and have never meddled in family affairs." Seeing that smile, Lin Jinchuan understood that someone was about to bear the brunt of misfortune. He wondered which unfortunate soul from the Chu family had offended this formidable figure. "Why are you so anxious? I'm not asking for your help. Now, you may leave." Damn. Even Lin Jinchuan, with his impeccable manners, couldn't he help but curse. This was no way to play with someone's life. He was so frightened he could barely breathe. "Your family has already begun to take action. You need to be cautious. This time, it may not be as simple as before." With a serious expression, Lin Jinchuan spoke, his tone heavy with concern. Mock merely replied with a nonchalant hum, his gaze fixed intently on the familiar figure before him. She lay sleeping, resembling a fairy that had wandered into the dark night, bathed in tranquil moonlight. Her delicate skin and gradually reddening complexion captivated him momentarily. "I'm married. She is my wife." "What? Are you joking?" Lin Jinchuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. Was he truly not hearing things? He was married. The woman before him was his wife. The sleeping figure seemed to stir, pouting her lips and turning over. Mock shot her a discontented glance. After descending the stairs, Lin Jinchuan lowered his voice, somewhat irate. "Mock, I thought we were friends. How could you not tell me such a significant event? Were you threatened?" "No. Who could possibly threaten the esteemed Mock?" His mind raced with possibilities as to why Mock would marry. But now, All those thoughts were dismissed as he stood, gazing out with a profound expression. Jinshuan, it's been 10 years, hasn't he it? The weight of sorrow in his voice caused Lin Jinshuan to falter, and he nodded slowly, bitterness rising in his throat. That is not a reason to forsake happiness. She wouldn't want that either. How do you know I want to be happy? The rhetorical question left Lin Jinshuan speechless. Indeed, what was he worried about? Mock had never needed a reason for his actions. How could there be a woman who did not love him? If you ever need anything, just call me that I'll take my leave now. As he turned to leave, his posture appeared somewhat hunched. As if all his strength had been drained, then Mock shook his head in resignation. Had Lin Jinshuan still not moved on after all these years? If he were to learn of her existence, would he not go mad again? Lin Jinshuan did not return home, but instead drove back to the nightlife scene. With just a single sentence, the deliberately buried past resurfaced painfully, and he found himself unwilling to face the emptiness of his home. Dreading to revisit those memories, Qin Yi felt the bed dip on the other side, but her fatigue kept her eyes shut. She instinctively reached out, her hand brushing against a firm chest. Mistaking it for the doll she often cuddled while sleeping. And she comfortably drifted back into slumber. Upon waking, Qin Yi felt a bit uncomfortable and groped around, only to find nothing but a solid chest. Confused, she continued to explore. That if you keep touching, I can't guarantee what will happen. The sultry, raspy voice startled her, causing Qin Yi to shiver. She looked up to find dark, obsidian-like eyes gazing back at her, deep and unfathomable. What are you doing here? A faint blush crept onto her face, and she realized her words were stumbling. To Mrs. Mo, I don't intend to consider separation, just why et'd. Mock regarded her leisurely, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes as he replied with a smile. What time is it? I need to get to work. Yesterday, I had Nail help me take a leave of absence if I don't show up again, that old witch will surely fly into a rage. At the dining table, Qin Yi was far less composed than him. She devoured her food with fervor, calculating in her mind that if she hurried, she could make it to the company without being late. I am full. I'm leaving first. You take your time. With her mouth stuffed, she managed to mumble a few words before bolting toward the door. That I'll give you a ride, its on the way. The proud Mock added the last part to seem more casual. Point one heading south, the other north. What kind of on the way was that? However, Qin Yi was unaware. Having someone to drive her was infinitely better than taking the bus. Just drop me off at that intersection up ahead. I can walk from there. Pointing to a crossroads not far from the company, she stated her request. How much did this woman desire to distance herself from him? Was she so afraid of being seen together? Hey, don't overthink it. It wouldn't be good if my colleagues saw us. Not bothering to explain further only made Mock's expression darken. He coldly uttered whatever and turned away from her. Just as Qin Yi exited the car, she hadn't even asked about his plans for the night when he pressed the accelerator to the floor, kicking up dust as he sped away. What a temper! After a few discontented mutterings, she hurried towards the company. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted Nai Luoluo anxiously glancing around. What are you looking for? You finally arrived, goodness. Do you have any idea that the old witch unleashed all her wrath on me in your absence? Be cautious when you go in. I heard the last design was sent back for a complete overhaul. Nai Luoluo, upon seeing her, quickly expressed her purpose for waiting there, which touched Qian deeply. As the two entered, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. There stood the old witch Lin Lei, clad in OL professional attire, a knee-length skirt, and a face caked in layers of makeup that screamed tempestuousness. Qian, do you have any idea how critical this moment is? You took a leave of absence with just a phone call yesterday. What do you think company policy is for? Furthermore, yesterday's design has been sent back. The president has stated that a new design draft must be presented within a day. Upon noticing Qin Yi attempting to discreetly blend into the crowd, Lin Lei's voice rose several octaves. Showing no mercy, with a cold smile, Qin Yi, undeterred, retorted Director Lin, I thought it was you who was responsible for this design draft. If it has been sent back, shouldn't it be you pulling an all-nighter? Did she truly think of her as a soft persimmon? Lin Lei had pilfered her design drafts countless times in the past. Qin Yi was well aware, but had refrained from speaking out to maintain a semblance of collegiality. What was she now? Anyway, Lin Lei, taken aback by the retort, wore an expression of discomfort as she glared with her beady eyes that we are a team. When something goes awry, we bear the responsibility together. What, don't you want to be part of this team? Qian rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage further. Under the watchful gaze of others, she returned to her desk and began sketching a new design draft. Though she couldn't fathom why the previous one had been rejected, the president's office. A man sat in his executive chair, his features chiseled as if sculpted by a master artisan. Even in profile, he incited fervor among countless women. Beneath his sword-like brows lay a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes that could ensnare anyone who dared gaze too long at that moment. He was intrigued by the return design draft. How interesting. I didn't expect to find such unique craftsmanship domestically. Did I wonder if it will improve after being sent back? His voice carried a rich undertone of interest and anticipation. Chapter 9. A struggle for dominance. What was originally a planned overtime session dissipated after Lei had her own matters to attend to. Yet as she departed, she still commanded everyone to produce the design drafts promptly, inciting a chorus of complaints to come shopping with me. Just as she prepared to leave, Nai Luoluo approached, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Exuding a vibe that suggested she would cry if her request was denied. Leaving Qian speechless that in the past, she would have readily agreed. But today, with the design draft returned and no new ideas in sight, she felt overwhelmed. I'm sorry, Luoluo. Let us go out and have fun once we submit the design drafts, okay? Though Nai Luoluo's eyes dimmed with disappointment, she understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. Seeing Qian Yi's furrowed brow, she offered reassurance. It's all right. Don't be too distressed, that a new design draft will surely emerge. After bidding her farewell, Qian Yi prepared to take the bus home. Just then, a sleek black Aston Martin pulled up beside her. The window rolled down to reveal a familiar face, respectfully addressing her, "Madam, we are here to pick you up." The attention of several colleagues was drawn by the luxurious car. Covering her face with her bag, she gritted her teeth. "I'll take the bus home, that I don't need you to drive me." "Madam, there are no buses to the villa, and no taxis dare venture nearby." The driver replied with an air of confidence, pride evident in his demeanor. Reluctantly, she slipped into the car, her heart racing with relief that no one had recognized her. It's so embarrassing to be seen by others." A light, teasing voice startled Qian Yi, causing her to bump her head against the roof of the car. "Ouch! Do you have any idea that scaring someone can be deadly?" She glared at the speaker, rubbing her head in discomfort. Yet he merely regarded her with disdainful eyes, his thin lips parting to deliver a chilling retort. "You're the one being foolish." "Damn it." Qian Yi couldn't help but curse, secretly relishing the scowl on his face. "Why are you here to pick me up? I can manage on my own, that I don't want rumors circulating that I'm being kept by some wealthy benefactor." The fear of public opinion loomed large, especially with the old hag always seeking a reason to create trouble. If something were to go awry at this crucial juncture, all her hard work would be in vain. "Who would be foolish enough to keep you?" he said, scrutinizing her with a piercing gaze. "With your looks, it's hard to believe anyone would be that blind. So you admit that you're blind too? Why are you being so honest? With your level of blindness, I'd wager you're beyond saving in your next life." The driver couldn't suppress a chuckle at the exchange. Mock. His patience wearing thin, chose to ignore her antics and close his eyes to rest. Qian Yi suddenly recalled the design draft in her hand. Lacking inspiration, she wondered if he would be willing to assist her. "Darling, could you do me a favor?" The sweetness in her voice made her cringe internally, sending chills down her spine. However, those two words seemed to please him, as the corners of his mouth turned upward, though his tone remained cold. "Speak. My design draft was sent back for revisions, and I feel like there is something amiss with the new one. So change jobs." "What?" Qian Yi was taken aback, misconstruing his meaning. "I didn't mean I wanted to change jobs. I just wanted you to take a look. That I said, change jobs. Are you short on cash?" He raised an eyebrow, his obsidian eyes radiating undeniable firmness. It dawned on her that he was serious, not changing. She huffed, sulking to the side, her previously charming smile evaporating as she stared blankly out the window, bitterness flooding her senses. All she desired was to prove herself through hard work, to gain the approval of her mother's company board, and not let the business she had toiled at for a lifetime fall into another's hands. That he observed her sorrow, reaching out as if to comfort her. But his hand hovered in the air before falling back down. Upon arriving home, she silently attempted to head upstairs, only to be halted by him. "Time to eat. That I'm not hungry. Who do you think you were to dictate my meals? Go eat yourself." Frustrated, she tried to shake off his grip, but he held her firmly, her face flushing as tears brimmed in her eyes. legal spouses that don't forget. This is merely a transaction. Let me go. She hadn't forgotten her identity. The title of Madame Mo was nothing but a fade. Enough of this. Let us eat. With a sigh, he took her hand and led her to the dining table, which was set with a sumptuous dinner. Pressing her down into a chair before seating himself opposite her, she stabbed at a piece of meat with her chopsticks in frustration, reminding herself, this is M.O.C.K. This is M.O.C.K. But she caught the glimmer of mischief in his eyes, and with a sly smile, she placed the shredded meat into his bowl, feigning innocence. Look how good I am to you. M.O.C.K.'s lips twitched as he gazed at the mangled meat, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. He disdainfully regarded her mischievous antics, setting down his utensils and striding upstairs. Fine, Chinny followed closely behind, throwing herself onto him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. M.O.C.K. stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Once steady, he rasped in annoyance, "Get down. Not until you promise me," clinging to him. Her lips inadvertently brushed against his ear, warm breaths mingling with the aroma of her perfume, causing his heart to race. With a swift motion, he adjusted his grip to support her, carrying her toward the couch. Just as she thought he had relented, the world spun around her as they sank into the couch, their noses nearly touching. His eyes held a hint of crimson, a sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. The air between them grew thick with tension, an undeniable intimacy enveloping them. Little vixen. Eventually, Chinny was utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to bathe, but he scooped her limp form and deposited her into the bathtub. After a brief wash, he lifted her once more, ensuring she settled down for a proper night's sleep. As the dawn light dimly broke, her body curled around him like an octopus, murmuring something incoherent. M.O.C.K. leaned closer, listening intently, and upon catching her words, he chuckled. Chapter 10. Self-inflicted humiliation in her dreams. His figure lingered as she called out, M.O.C.K. Bad man. The sound of the alarm clock stirred Chien-Yi from her slumber. Her lips pursed in dissatisfaction. After silencing the alarm on her behalf, she resumed her deep sleep, cradling her in his embrace. That it was the incessant ringing of her phone that ultimately roused Chien-Yi from her dreams. Each chime akin to a death knell, compelling her to answer with a weary, "Hello? Chien-Yi? Where's the design draft I requested? Have you died or something? I've called so many times, and no one answered. You can forget about coming to work. Just get lost." As soon as she picked up, the shrill voice of an old hag bombarded her, jolting her awake. That a glance at the clock revealed it was already past 1 in the afternoon. "I'll be there shortly," she replied hastily before hanging up. Just as she attempted to rise, a pair of arms pinned her back to the bed. M.O.C.K. You're awake. The design draft is due today. If you don't hurry, you'll really be out of a job. The thought of yesterday's heated encounter made Chien-Yi flush with embarrassment as she pushed against the weight on her. But he merely chuckled, refusing to budge. "Show me the design draft." His gaze caught her anxious expression, and ultimately, she got up, hastily pulling the blanket up to cover her nakedness. "Didn't we finish this yesterday?" Still shy, his teasing voice, laced with amusement, deepened her blush. "That I'm afraid of being judged. I fear the blind spots." Her muffled voice emerged from beneath the covers, and soon after, she heard the rustling sound, confirming he had dressed. The clothes from yesterday lay in tatters, leaving Chien-Yi with no choice but to rummage through his wardrobe. Inside, she found nothing but a collection of suits, and with a sigh of resignation, she selected a white shirt to wear. "The clothes are ruined, so I borrowed yours." He gazed intently at her. Chien-Yi awkwardly explained, only to hear him utter a nonchalant taking out the design draft. Chien-Yi began to articulate her ideas and thoughts regarding the design. The beauty of earnestness enveloped her, and M.O.C.K. was momentarily entranced, never having anticipated that beneath her petite frame lay a passionate heart. Once she finished her enthusiastic explanation, she looked at M.O.C.K. with eager anticipation, hoping he would discern any flaws. That M.O.C.K. did not disappoint. He pointed to the neck of the model and remarked, "Don't you think something is missing here?" His words struck her like a bolt of lightning, and her eyes lit up with realization. With that addition to her design, it would be nothing short of perfection. Excitedly, she embraced him and planted a kiss on his cheek, cheerfully exclaiming, "Thank you. I'm off to work now, moi." With that, she dashed to another room upstairs to change. Meanwhile, Mo Siko touched the spot where she had kissed him. A smile gracing his lips, the front desk of Huanyu building. Qian Yishui stood with an air of arrogance, disdain written across her face as she addressed the receptionist. Let me tell you, Mo Siko is my brother-in-law. So be wise and let me in quickly. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The receptionist regarded her with scorn, having encountered countless such women attempting to climb the social ladder. In a tone devoid of warmth, she replied, Miss, without an appointment, no one is allowed inside. Hey, are you deaf? I'm his sister-in-law. Just call him, and you'll know the truth, dressed in a pink strapless dress that accentuated her curves. Qian Yishui drew the gaze of many men in the office. Her thickly drawn eyebrows and bright red lipstick made her appear rather unappealing, especially with her haughty demeanor. Ever since she learned of Qian Yi's association with Mo Siko, she had harbored resentment, particularly towards Xiao Feng, especially today when he dared to defy her. Seeking to teach him a lesson, she had noticed Huanyu's recruitment advertisement while bored at home and saw it as an opportunity to gain an advantage. Believing that soon enough, Mo Siko would be within her grasp, as Mo Siko entered the company, he was about to step into the exclusive elevator for the president when a woman blocked his path. The overpowering scent of her perfume caused him to furrow his brows, his handsome face radiating coldness. What's the matter? Without glancing at her, his sharp gaze pierced through the receptionist, his voice icy, as though he had just emerged from a freezing abyss. President, this woman has been causing a scene all morning, the receptionist stated, her demeanor unyielding. Given the lucrative benefits of her position at Huanyu, she was content to remain there. That I told you I'm your sister. They don't believe me and are trying to kick me out. Qian Yishui's voice dripped with an annoying sweetness, drawing the attention of several employees who paused their work to watch the spectacle. Miss, who are you? Mo Siko's frigid tone rendered her momentarily speechless. Turning to face the mocking gazes of onlookers, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her as she clenched her fists. Brother-in-law, how could you forget me? I'm Shui. I've been meaning to visit my sister, but I've been too busy. Mentioning that little vixen's name sparked a flicker of disgust in her eyes. As she plotted to trample over her once she ascended to power, that Mo Siko's icy gaze fell upon her, and he coldly uttered, Get lost. Feeling wronged, Qian Yishui's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at him. Brother-in-law, my sister are the security guards dead. Mo Siko abruptly turned, his voice rising several octaves. The security guards shivered in unison, hastily approaching to drag the still struggling woman outside. The brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Qian Yishui continued to shout, her voice hoarse, until she finally turned away, her arms flailing in frustration. Get lost. I'll leave on my own. With that, she stomped away in her sky-high red heels, seething with thoughts of revenge. Mo Siko. Just wait. You will eventually fall beneath my pomegranate skirt. At that moment, her phone rang. Seeing the name on the screen, she answered with annoyance, her tone sharp. What do you want? Yishui. Where are you? Can I come pick you up? Chu Feng's gentle voice drifted from the phone, and had it been any other time, she would have welcomed it. However, after encountering that stunningly handsome figure and the immense power he wielded, her feelings for Chu Feng had soured. I don't have time. I have things to do. Her icy words left Chu Feng momentarily stunned. Over the past few days, she had been avoiding him, and the warmth in her voice had vanished. What could have possibly happened? Yishui, what's wrong? I have things to attend to. You can go have fun on your own. That I'll contact you when I'm free. Goodbye. Without waiting for a response, she hung up, her mind racing with plans on how to win over Mo Siko. Her attitude left Chu Feng feeling dissatisfied. After all, he was a favored son of heaven. Unaccustomed to such disrespect, as he looked up, he spotted Qian Yi passing by and rushed to catch up with her. Hey, please forgive me. Qian Yi regarded the suddenly appearing Chu Feng with distaste, his ingratiating smile making her skin crawl. That I'm already married. Please show some respect. Chu Feng, however, dismissed her words, believing them to be mere excuses. Adopting a sincere expression, he implored, I was blinded by my own foolishness. I've always loved you. Please give me another chance. His heartfelt demeanor drew the attention of onlookers, some even pulling out their phones to record the scene. Unbeknownst to Qian Yi, this would lead to dire consequences in the future. Chapter 11. The Weibo Incident. Chu Feng, I've seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. Did your mother fill your brain with amniotic fluid when you were born? Your so-called love for me is nothing more than sleeping with my sister? You only come crawling back when everyone else has abandoned me, just to kick me while I'm down. Chinny's face turned a deep shade of anger, her heart aching as memories she thought she had buried resurfaced. Still as painful as ever, D. It's not like that. You have to believe me. I love you. My life was given to me by you. How could I not love you? Chu Feng appeared increasingly anxious, regretting his actions over the past few days as Qian Yishui's coldness began to weigh on him. In the past, he had been the one cherished in her hands, but now everything had changed. No, 3 years of love could not vanish overnight. She surely still loved him. Chu Feng, are you sick? Get lost. I've told you, I am married now. Furthermore, regarding the shoes I've worn, I can gift them to Qian Yishui. And rest assured, I will never ask for them back. Seeing the crowd grow in number, many pulling out their phones to capture the moment, Qian Yi felt humiliated. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily stunned, she quickly left. Chu Feng watched her retreating figure, his eyes filled with determination. I will win you back. Upon returning to the office, Qian Yi was met with a barrage of teasing from her supervisor. Already frazzled by the scoundrel's antics, her mood soured further, and she refrained from retorting. After wearily submitting her design draft to her supervisor, she rested her head on the desk, her thoughts not on the scoundrel, but on that cool, distant figure. Just thinking of him lightened some of her burdens. Qian, are you deliberately opposing me? You had me submit your design draft, only to get me scolded by the president? Lost in thought, she was abruptly interrupted by Lin Lei, tears staining her cheeks as she flung the design draft at her face, her eyes blazing with fury. Lin Lei, are you out of your mind? What does your scolding have to do with me? Qian was furious. Did they really think she was a soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze? The argument between the two had caused quite a commotion, even attracting the attention of people from other departments. Yet none stepped forward to help. They merely stood by, watching the spectacle unfold. Manager, this design project belongs to our entire team, that if you choose not to pursue it. E has completed it, you intend to take her design draft to claim credit, only to find it backfires. Where was your anger when you were hired? Nai Luoluo observed the red marks on her face. Standing protectively in front of her, bringing warmth to Qian Yi's heart. If you wish to survive here, you must abide by the rules. Qian Yi, the design draft has been rejected again. The president is furious. Handle it as you see fit. With that, Lin Lei pushed through the crowd and headed towards the office. Don't act rashly. Something must be amiss. Revise it once more. It will surely be fine. No, I want to see what kind of design draft he desires, she retorted, disregarding Nai Luoluo's attempts to stop her, clutching the design draft as she strode towards the president's office. The elevator halted at the 25th floor. As soon as she stepped out, she was met with the secretary's obstruction. You have no appointment. You cannot enter. Without even a glance at her, she pushed open the glass door. The figure in the chair had their back turned, obscuring their features. President, I would like to know your thoughts on this design draft, or perhaps, do you have an issue with me? This draft was painstakingly created by me, even if it is rejected. I deserve a reason. Qian Yi spoke rapidly, her chest heaving, a clear indication of her agitation. When the person turned around, she gasped that if Moziko embodied masculine beauty, then the man before her was undeniably delicate. His bright black eyes exuding an air of authority, concealing an enigmatic allure beneath his seemingly calm demeanor. With a high nose and sharply defined lips, he possessed an enchanting charm that was both ethereal and captivating. Are you Qian Yi? The voice was unexpectedly deep, contrasting sharply with his striking features. Even having encountered numerous handsome men, Qian Yi found herself momentarily stunned, instinctively nodding in response to his inquiry. There is nothing unsatisfactory. I merely wish to see if you can do better. The next moment, his words ignited her fury. I ask it simply to satisfy your twisted amusement that you toy with me repeatedly. Is that amusing? Or do wealthy individuals like you revel in such vulgar games? Do you realize your one sentence drives me to work tirelessly for an entire month? Observing the irate woman, Gu Yaoshuan's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes glinting with amusement as he replied, if you wish to ascend, you must inevitably endure these trials. Excuse me? Qian Yi felt her mind short-circuit. What did he mean by ascend? As long as you can design something that satisfies me again. I will promote you to design director. Do you think this condition, in exchange for your 2 instances of humiliation, is worthwhile? Suddenly standing up, he leaned forward, closing the distance between them, prompting Qianyi to take 2 steps back. Hearing his words, her eyes sparkled with surprise as she incredulously asked, "Really?" His retreat displeased him, and he sat back down, nodding slightly. "President, rest assured, I will produce a design draft that exceeds your expectations." That was just my impatience speaking. "Forget what I said. I shall return to work now. Goodbye." As Qianyi exited, her spirit soared, her mind swirling with thoughts of transforming into a successful heiress, reclaiming her mother-esque company, and ascending the pinnacle of life. Meanwhile, the man in the office wore a somewhat enigmatic smile, leaving others baffled. As Qianyi descended, the crowd that had previously gathered to discuss scattered like startled birds, each person departing hastily. She felt a flicker of confusion. Yet those around her wore expressions of ignorance, leaving her with unasked questions. Is this you?" At that moment, Nai Luoluo held a tablet, playing a short video that unmistakably featured her argument with Chu Feng from earlier that day. Oh no, did he see it? Did he misunderstand anything? Panic flooded her as her face paled. "Where did you get this? It was uploaded to Weibo, that it's trending now, with hundreds of thousands of views, that you're about to become famous." Ignoring her teasing, Qianyi was consumed with thoughts of whether he had seen it, and if there were any misunderstandings. "Wow, these comments are disgusting." Nai Luoluo expressed her anger upon reading the comments, which seemed to laud the man's apology as sincere, insisting she should forgive him and not be unreasonable. Frustrated, she thought of all the tales she had heard about the horrors of online bullying. Today she was witnessing it firsthand. These people have no understanding of the situation, yet they criticize you. No, I must tell them the truth. Nai Luoluo could not tolerate such slander against her friend. Just as she was about to type a comment, Qianyi stopped her. "Don't you find this boring? Stop reading and focus on your work." Seeing Qianyi's indifference, Nai Luoluo relented. These trending topics would soon fade like a passing wind. "What's the matter?" After dialing, his voice was so cold it sent shivers down her spine. Qianyi was now certain he was indeed angry. "I can explain. There's nothing to explain, that I'm busy." He hung up before she could clarify, leaving her utterly bereft of tears. Realizing it was almost time to finish work, she hurried to complete her tasks, planning to confront him at the office for an explanation. Finally enduring until quitting time, she dashed out, oblivious to the calls behind her. Upon reaching the ground floor of Huanyu Building, just as she was about to enter, she heard a somewhat familiar voice behind her. "Qianyi, what are you doing here?" Lin Zhichuan's face bore no trace of his usual joviality. She wondered if it was her imagination, but he seemed to harbor animosity. "ITSU. Oh, I'm looking for Moziko." Their interactions had been minimal, with the only connection being his assistance during a few medical visits that he is not here. His cold words felt as though they placed her miles away from him. Qianyi racked her brain, trying to recall if she had wronged him in any way. "How do you know he isn't here? Do you know where he went? Sometimes, don't you feel like you're merely a substitute?" His sudden question left Qianyi bewildered, particularly under his unfriendly gaze, making her feel as though she were a confused monk. What substitute? What are you talking about? Though their marriage was a mere transaction, she could distinctly sense the growing intimacy between them. His tone dripped with sarcasm, unsettling her, as if there was some secret she was unaware of. Lin Zhichuan sneered, perceiving her innocence as a fade. With contempt in his eyes, he said, "I merely wish for you to remember that what you possess now is an illusion. Do not mistake yourself for a person of significance." With that, he disregarded her comprehension, turning away to enter a silver Mercedes, driving off. Crazy. She felt as if she had recently stumbled into a streak of misfortune, encountering one eccentric character after another. Sighing, she decided to return home. Surely Moziko would return to sleep later that night. At that moment, Moziko wore a sullen expression, his lips pressed tightly, the coldness in his gaze rendering those behind him silent and trembling, fearful of incurring his wrath. "Please don't be like this." "I am scared," of a soft, trembling voice, laced with fear, gazed at him with pleading eyes. The woman appeared pale, her wavy hair cascading behind her, clad in a hospital gown. "This is your last chance. If there's a next time, you will remain in New York, never to return." Moziko looked down at her, his tone more commanding than ever, causing her to shrink back, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. "I knew it. You must have someone else. I knew it. If that is the case, why did you bring me back? Just let me die out there." Her voice pierced the air, sharp and accusatory, making Moziko frown. The attendants behind him dared not breathe, secretly admiring the woman's audacity to throw a tantrum at such a moment. That I can bring you back, but I can also send you away. So be wise. He was already troubled by the Weibo incident. Despite hearing Qian Yi's refusal and the slanderous comments, he was still irked that his woman was entangled with someone else. Before he resolved that matter, he received a call informing him that she had jumped from a building. Fortunately, it was only from the second floor, resulting in a sprained ankle, with no serious harm done. Moziko, how could you treat me this way? You promised to protect me for a lifetime. The woman's voice suddenly rose several octaves, her face contorting into a ghastly expression, her features pressed together as she glared at the cold figure. I will continue to protect you, as long as you do not cross my boundaries. Within Moziko's heart, a tumult of emotions swirled regarding this woman. All he desired was for her to maintain her composure and refrain from causing any further disturbances. After hearing his words, the woman's discontent vanished in an instant, replaced by a beaming smile as she timidly inquired, "Will you stay with me tonight? Ever since you returned, you haven't come to see me. And I miss you dearly," Moziko responded with a nonchalant Yet the woman reacted as if she had received an extraordinary gift, bubbling with excitement. Her demeanor hardly suggested any ailment. Qian sat alone at the dining table, laden with delectable dishes. Yet she felt no appetite. That it was already past 11. Darkness had enveloped the outside world, and she had sent the servants away to rest. Sitting on the sofa, she watched the dull programming on television. Awaiting his return, Moziko arrived home at midnight, sneaking back after she had fallen into a deep slumber. His heart remained tethered with concern. As he entered the hall, a soap opera flickered on the screen. But the figure on the sofa was curled up, lost in sleep. That a glimmer of moisture lingered at her lips. Moziko shook his head in resignation, bending down to gently lift her, carefully making his way upstairs to lay her on the bed. She must have been utterly exhausted, for she remained undisturbed throughout the entire process. Upon waking, Qian discovered herself in bed, the lingering warmth beside her indicating that he had returned. Eagerly, she hurried downstairs, only to be informed by the servant that the young master had already left for work, leaving her disheartened. With her head hung low, she donned a piece of clothing and proceeded to her own workplace. As Qian stepped out of the car at the company entrance, she was greeted by a throng of people rushing towards her, bright lights flashing incessantly. The swarm buzzed around her like flies, inducing a headache. In an unexpected shove, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. "Miss Qian, was the video released intentionally by your team? Could you share your story with us? I am a reporter from a certain newspaper, and we would like to feature you." The journalist jostled forward, yet no one extended a hand to assist her. Struggling to rise, Qian regarded them coldly, stating, "You are interrupting my work. Please leave. We merely seek the truth." "Could you enlighten us? The truth? What truth? Among the countless impoverished souls in this world, you show no concern for them, yet you fixate on a quarrel captured on video. Is this your journalistic integrity? Disrupting others' work under the guise of duty? Is this your cultivation?" Her dismissive gaze swept over the crowd, and her tone dripped with sarcasm, causing their expressions to shift. "Qian, you shameless wretch! How dare you seduce my fiancé?" Qian venomous accusations erupted as she stormed towards her, pointing angrily. With a swift motion, Qian pressed down the accusing hand, retorting, "I do not appreciate being pointed at." The reporters, resembling frenzied hounds, began bombarding Qian with questions, eager to unearth more scandalous details. "Sister, is this the classic case of the villain crying foul? It seems you were the one who stole my boyfriend first, and now that I wish you both ill, you come to slander me? That scoundrel is hardly worth my time. Even if he were offered to me on a silver platter, I would refuse." Qian's demeanor remained composed, her tone laced with displeasure. Qian was left speechless by her words. Upon seeing the Weibo post earlier, she had known an opportunity had arisen, an opportunity to bring Qian down to so. Who was it that was publicly entangled with my fiancé? Who seduced him? She spared no effort in her revelations, hoping to render Qian defenseless, yet she underestimated her resolve. "Now you know how it feels. As for your discarded shoe, I have no interest whatsoever. Please inform your boyfriend to cease his harassment. Otherwise, next time, it will not be so simple. Qian, you are the one who clings to him. Chu Feng loves me. You, a woman of loose morals, even married. You still pursue my boyfriend. Do you derive joy from having all men revolve around you? Qian Yishua's accusations shifted the onlookers' gazes, their expressions turning nuanced. Faced with their scrutinizing stares, Qian Yi felt a wave of dizziness. She was at a loss for words, her frustration boiling over. Qian Yishu, do not mistake my tolerance for your shamelessness. Take your fiancé and vanish from my sight forever. What? I wasn't aware that our company was so bustling. Do people have nothing better to do? At that moment, a sharp voice cut through the air, prompting the crowd to turn their attention. Chapter 13. Gu Yaoshuan's Confession. Gu Yaoxian, clad in a sleek black suit, approached with taut, delicate features and a pallor of displeasure. The crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage. Are you all right? He stepped before Qian Yi, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. His eyes, previously filled with warmth, now radiated a protective tenderness. Shaking her head, Qian Yi managed a weary smile, but as he turned, that gentleness vanished, replaced by an icy glare directed at the crowd. What are you doing in front of my company? The reporters, now hesitant, exchanged bewildered glances. They were accustomed to Gu Yaoshuan's affable nature, yet now he was fiercely defending this woman. As they began to retreat, Qian Yishua's malicious gaze remained fixed on Qian Yi, the chill in her stare palpable. Sister, who is this? How about introducing us? By the way, does your husband know about this person? Her feigned sweetness failed to garner any goodwill. The Jiu Yaoxian raised an eyebrow. Puzzled. Husband? The reporters, like a swarm of flies, surged forward once again, their cameras flashing relentlessly to Mr. Gu. What is your relationship with her? Did your presence contribute to their breakup? Mr. Gu, has this woman concealed any truths from you? Are you aware of her boyfriend? Madam, are you cheating? One casual remark had the reporters spinning wild narratives, bombarding Qian Yi with a barrage of inquiries that left her flustered. The Jiu Yaoxian shielded her from the onslaught, his handsome features darkening with anger. This is an employee of my company, and I have a duty to protect her. That if you continue your baseless harassment, I will have my lawyers contact you. His stern expression and furrowed brows made the journalists falter. They recognized the resolve in his demeanor. Seasoned in the news industry, they knew better than to provoke a powerful figure over a trivial matter. The news would dissipate like a gust of wind, but opportunities to collaborate with him were plentiful. Weighing the pros and cons, they quickly retreated, exchanging a few polite words before offering their business cards and departing, leaving behind an eerily quiet scene. Mr. Gu, thank you so much. Qian Yi exhaled in relief. Without his timely intervention, she was uncertain how she would have navigated the chaos. Their talent for distorting reality was astonishing, rendering her speechless. Not at all. Return to work. Whether it was her imagination or not, a flicker of displeasure passed through Gu Yaoshuan's deep-set eyes, and his tone grew stern, leaving her bewildered. How had things shifted so abruptly? Sister, father misses you and wants you to come home. Also, aren't you going to introduce me to this brother? In mere minutes, Qian Yishua's demeanor shifted from venomous to pitiful, her eyes glistening with a pleading innocence directed at the pair. This rapid transformation left Qian Yi astounded. Had she been nominated for an Oscar, she would undoubtedly win for Best Actress. The way she uttered brother sent shivers down one's spine, her overly delicate strides reminiscent of a twisted vine, embodying the essence of seduction. Before she could speak, an icy demeanor enveloped Gu Yaoxian, his handsome face darkening, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Qian Yishua, have you heard a song? Keep it simple. Speak in simpler terms. Witnessing her floundering, Qian Yi felt a rush of satisfaction, singing a couple of lines in a melodious voice, which instantly turned Qian Yishua's face as dark as a soot-covered pot. Gu Yaoxian could not suppress a chuckle, the corners of his mouth lifting in a half-smile. Seeing him laugh rendered Qian Yishua speechless, her embarrassment leaving her at a loss for words. Sister, I truly did not mean it. I can return him to you. Please do not be angry, all right? The sight of her, on the verge of tears, would lead anyone unaware of the truth to believe she had endured great injustices. Her pitiful tone might easily mislead one into thinking the roles of the two had been reversed. Qian Yishua, are you deaf? Allow me to reiterate. I wish you both a lasting bond. Never to part, and implore you not to bring misfortune upon others again. Qian Yin's expression turned serious, her tone considerably more earnest. Having gained no advantage, Qian Yishu put on another display of vulnerability. while the two watched her with the amusement one might reserve for a performing monkey. Ultimately, her self-deprecating antics left her feeling foolish, prompting a hasty retreat that Mr. Gu, "I sincerely apologize for the spectacle," Qian Yin said. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glanced apologetically at Gu Yaoxian, retracting her earlier sharpness and softening her voice. This respectful tone irked Gu Yaoxian slightly, causing him to rub his forehead in exasperation. He merely responded with a curt before striding purposefully ahead. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of relief. Standing before him often enveloped her in an invisible pressure. "Shall we have lunch together? We can also discuss the design draft," Gu Yaoxian remarked before departing without a backward glance. Qian Yin found herself bewildered. Was this the demeanor of all bosses? Their tempers were inscrutable, leaving her uncertain of what to expect next. The crystal chandelier emitted a soft white glow that was not at all harsh to the eyes, but rather quite pleasant. The golden silk Nama dining table elevated the ambience of the Western restaurant, while the marble floor resembled a perfect masterpiece, making it difficult to tread upon. The restaurant's architectural design dazzled Qian Yin. Although the tables appeared closely arranged, a closer inspection revealed their distinct placements. The opulence of the establishment left her in awe, and she recognized it as one of the city's high-end dining venues, which sparked a tinge of anxiety regarding whether her purse could suffice for a meal here. "I would like a medium-rare black pepper steak and a bottle of 1982 Lafite, please," she ordered to Jiyu Yaoxian, unfazed by the menu, effortlessly relayed his own requests before handing it back to her with a nod. Medium-rare steak. Did that not still contain blood? The thought of its sanguine appearance sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to request it cooked to medium instead. Once the waiter departed, an awkward silence hung between them. Qian Yin fixated on her glass of water, at a loss for words. "That I have reviewed your design drafts each time. They are quite creative. The reason for this round of revisions is not due to dissatisfaction. Rather, I seek to see if there are better alternatives that deal you have confidence in this." Gu Yaoxian observed her, who resembled a startled ostrich, her body tense and stiff. He took the initiative to break the silence. Startled, Qian Yin sat up straight, her expression transforming to one of unprecedented seriousness as she met his gaze. She nodded earnestly, assuring him, "I will not disappoint your expectations. Are you feeling nervous?" His tone did not come across as accusatory, but rather confirmatory, leaving Qian Yin slightly flustered. "That I am accustomed to it. After all, he is my superior. I can't afford to relax," she replied, a fleeting hint of embarrassment flickering across her features. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Gu Yaoxian did not realize she was married, assuming she merely had a boyfriend, as it seemed the norm for young people these days to transition from boyfriend to husband. "I do not have a boyfriend. I also do not have a girlfriend." The Jiyu Yaoxuan's deep voice interrupted her unfinished sentence, and upon hearing her declaration of being single, a surge of joy filled his heart, causing his tone to brighten considerably. "Excuse me?" Qian Yin looked at him in confusion, noticing the smile in his peach blossom eyes and the upward curve of his lips. It dawned on her that he had just confessed his feelings. "Psycho, this place is beautiful. You must bring me here often, all right?" A sweet, teasing voice reached her ears. "Psycho? Psycho." She instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, only to turn pale as if struck by lightning. Chapter 14. Declaring possession. Before her stood a woman clad in the latest Chanel fashion from the magazine, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, exuding an aura of a socialite that in stark contrast. The man beside her wore a pure white shirt, his demeanor indifferent. Upon noticing the woman linking her arm with his eyes momentarily flickered with disdain. For reasons unknown, a pang of hurt pierced Qian Yin's heart. "Yin, what is wrong?" Gu Yaoxuan's inquiry, prompted by her silence, led him to glance outside, where he beheld a couple entwined with one another, the man handsome and the woman beautiful. The man's keen senses detected the name, and in the instant their gazes met, he noticed the sadness reflected in the small woman's eyes. Seeing Gu Yaoxian not responding, Fu Shiji followed his line of sight and caught sight of a familiar figure sitting there like a deity. Her heart skipped a beat, filled with unease that Osaka's long legs moved towards that direction, intensifying her anxiety. She felt a sense of foreboding. Was he about to discover something? "What are you doing here?" Osaka's voice, cool and detached, looked down upon the pouting little woman Qian Yin. His tone sounded accusatory, causing her to pout in silence, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She had yet to inquire why he had not returned home last night. The peculiar tension between them caused Gu Yaoxian's obsidian-like gaze to flash with a hint of malice. Rising, he ignored his female companion and extended his hand, saying, "What a coincidence, Mr. Mo. It is good to see you." His hand lingered suspended in the air for quite some time, while Mo Saiko kept his hands in his pockets, not bothering to glance at him, but he fixed his gaze on the defiant little woman, his tone dropping several degrees as he asked again, "Have you lost your voice?" Gu Yaoxian remained unperturbed, casually placing his hands in his pockets, though no one noticed the tightly clenched fists within. Qian Yin lifted her head, her previous sorrow dissipated. She met his gaze defiantly and sarcastically replied, "What, is this restaurant your family's establishment? Are you the only one allowed here?" "Indeed, it is my property." Mo Saiku's eyes sparkled with cunning, akin to a wily fox. His nonchalant tone left her momentarily speechless. "You didn't know?" The deliberate retort prompted Qian Yin to roll her eyes dramatically, 1,000 curses rushing through her mind. How could she have forgotten? His enterprises spanned numerous fields, encompassing many aspects she was unaware of. This was undeniably awkward. "You woman, I am asking you a question. Did you not hear?" "Saiku, what did you say to her?" Fu Shiji haughtily lifted her chin, somewhat anxious. She had never seen him take the initiative to converse with a woman, especially with the scrutinizing gaze of the woman beside him, making her feel as if she were sitting on needles, eager to escape this wretched place. Qian Yin detected the disdain in the woman's tone, especially with the way she arrogantly clung to his arm, igniting a strange resentment within her. Pouting dismissively, Mo Saika's gaze remained fixed on her face, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Who are you? Why should I answer his questions? What I choose to say is none of your business. Are you more anxious than the emperor?" Her face, already flushed, deepened in color, but she would never admit it was due to anger. She struggled to calm the agitated heart within her and coldly replied, "I will not respond to your inquiries." Her reaction took Mo Saiku by surprise. Her eyes, like a frigid pool, were inscrutable, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. The four of them stood locked in a silent gaze, during which Fu Shiji's expression faltered, and a sense of crisis washed over her as jealousy stirred within her heart. For no one had ever dared to insult her in Mo Saiku's presence, though he did not harbor affection for her. He certainly would not tolerate anyone's disrespect in that moment. He stood like a statue, unyielding, his silver teeth gritting audibly. With a cold smirk, Qian Yin cast a sidelong glance at her before retracting her haughty gaze. "Another white lotus. Mr. Mo, this is my girlfriend. Do you two know each other?" Gu Yaoxian's words struck like thunder, leaving both women momentarily stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "Ditto. I wonder when you two became a couple?" Mo Saiku's smile failed to reach his eyes, sending a shiver down Qian Yin's spine. All she could think of was escape, that we just got together, that if I've committed any wrong in the past. I hope Mo will be magnanimous. With that, he provocatively pulled Qian Yin, who had been attempting to step away, closer to him, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Qian Yin tried to break free, but his grip was too strong. Holding her firmly in place, "Mr. Gu, please don't joke around," she thought, her mind racing with panic. She could distinctly sense the man's insincere smile, his gaze far too menacing. "Saiku, I'm hungry," Fu Shiji remarked, feeling discontented as she observed the two men subtly competing for the attention of a woman as insignificant as a sprout. She looked at him with a mixture of grievance and annoyance. A surge of unexplainable anger welled up within Qian Yin, and before she knew it, she had summoned an unexpected strength, swiftly evading his grasp and stepping boldly in front of the two men. Before Fu Shiji could react, Qian Yin forcefully pried her hand away from his arm, slapping it down with fury, and then shouted, "What are you crazy woman doing?" Her actions left both a man and a woman in a state of bewilderment. While only Mazuka smiled, that smile dimmed the very heavens, enchanting countless women in its wake. "Miss," she remarked, "I would appreciate it if, in future encounters, you could ascertain matters more clearly and refrain from clinging to just anyone, lest you be labeled a mistress." Her hands clung tightly to his arm, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes as she addressed the flustered individual. Jiu Yaoxuan's gaze swept over the two before he understood. Feeling as though he were being toyed with, a thin veil of anger marring his handsome features. "Who are you?" "This is my boyfriend." "Where is yours?" "You crazy woman, get away!" In her haste, Fu Shiji's complexion turned pale. her high-pitched voice grating on the nerves. "Excuse me, miss. Did this gentleman not inform you that he is already married? Moreover, I am the one he is wed to." Fu Shiji stared at the two in disbelief, her hands trembling as jealousy and fury surged within her. This was his wife, Saiku, this. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her frail demeanor prompting Qianyi to wonder if she might collapse at any moment. "Gu, I was unaware that my wife had become your girlfriend." Mazuka's gaze was piercing, imbued with a coldness that could chill to the bone. The Jiyu Yaoxian pretended not to hear the veiled mockery in the other's words, his eyes flickering as he offered them an ambiguous smile, then feigned surprise. "Oh, so she is President Mo's wife. But I fail to understand, if she is indeed your wife, why were you not by her side when she was besieged?" The undercurrents between them caused Qian Yi's eyes to twitch. What a scene this was, a veritable tableau of infidelity. That my wife is naturally under my protection, so there is no need for your concern. However, I would advise you to discern who is capable of action and who is not. Mazuka's eyes were unmistakably frigid, his warning delivered with a nonchalance that belied its seriousness. "Saiku, tell me this isn't true." Fu Shiji's tears cascaded down her cheeks, her right hand, adorned with bright red nails, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Darling, why don't you comfort this delicate beauty? She appears quite heartbroken." The affected tone of voice sent shivers down Qianyi's spine, leaving her incredulous that such a sound could emanate from her own lips. "That I in my eyes, you are the most beautiful." His deep voice, laced with a hint of laughter, caressed her heart like a gentle breeze, causing it to race uncontrollably. "I am feeling shy," she declared, feigning modesty as she buried herself in his chest. Heaven knows she was merely at a loss for how to confront the awkward situation. Yet, to others, this gesture appeared as overt provocation. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoxian stood with crossed arms, keen to witness how this farce would unfold. Chapter 15. Shocking news. No longer exuding her earlier bravado, Fu Shiji shook her head, covering her ears and muttering, I won't listen. It was a scene straight out of a Qiangyao drama. Although Qianyi was curious to see her current expression, she chose to bury her head in the sand. Given the circumstances, President Mo is quite fortunate, having both old flames and new loves gathered together. How enviable! Gu Yaoxuan's sardonic tone elicited a slight arch of Mazuka's brow, and before he could respond, the woman in his arms lifted her head. "President Gu, I believe you are mistaken. I was merely attempting to inform you that I have no boyfriend, but I am married." I was interrupted before I could finish. "Besides, he can only have new loves, and that would be me. As for old flames, there is a saying, who hasn't loved a few scoundrels?" Her subtle jabs finally drove Fu Shiji to the brink of collapse, her eyes narrowing with venomous intent. That a warm current surged through Mazuka's heart. How long had it been since someone had defended him? Go to hell. Fu Shiji's gaze was vacant, resembling that of a soulless patient, as she brandished a fruit knife, charging toward Qianyi. Instinctively clutching his clothing, Qianyi forgot to evade, watching helplessly as the knife approached. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, a strong hand grasped the blade, blood flowing freely. Qianyi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. How could he shield himself with his own flesh against a cold weapon? The sudden turn of events sent other patrons fleeing the restaurant. At that moment, a group of bodyguards clad in black suits rushed in, led by someone Qianyi recognized as Mazuka's aide, who restrained the nearly frantic Fu Shiji and ushered her outside. "Mazuka, please don't scare me." At that moment, Qianyi had forgotten everything else. Her heart clenched tightly with an overwhelming fear of loss, especially as the sight of bright red blood reminded her of a crimson sea, triggering her every nerve. "Woman, what is there to fear from such a minor wound?" "Do not cry." Mazuka's brow remained unfurrowed, and he gently wiped her tears away as he spoke softly. Jiyu Yaoxian had somehow retreated outside, his lips moving as he conveyed something to Mazuka. Mazuka's grip tightened suddenly, his gaze sharp and bloodthirsty, resembling a deity of death. "Be gentle. You will feel pain." Qianyi furrowed her brows, watching the rough-handed doctor with concern. Lu Zhenxuan's face darkened further at these words, his anger boiling over as he slammed the medical kit shut, pointing an accusatory finger at Mazuka. "I asked it that you plan to keep me in the dark unless you are injured." Mazuka did not even lift his head, coolly responding, "Lu Zhenxuan, what is it that you wish to know?" Qian Yi's expression darkened as she picked up the medical kit, softly tending to his wound. The cut was at least 5 centimeters deep and long, a testament to the woman's strength. Lu Zhenxuan's demeanor wilted, a bitter smile forming as sorrow washed over him. What is it that I wish to know? What should I know? What could he possibly learn now? Even if he found out she had returned, what would it matter? The harsh words exchanged during their parting still echoed in his ears, waking him from dreams of midnight, that he sought out stimulation, surrounding himself with different people to fill the long nights. Yet behind that lonely heart lay bloodied scars. How had they gone from such closeness to a place where even news of her return remained unspoken? Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhenxuan calmed himself, observing the person tending to him, his eyes filled with complexity as he picked up another cotton swab. Let me do it, no need. You may leave. Mazuka's demeanor was forbidding, heightening Lu Zhenxuan's pain as he silently set down his supplies, stumbling away, his silhouette marked by a sense of weariness and solitude that he was merely worried about you. Though her heart was fraught with confusion, yearning for clarity about it all, she refrained from questioning him, simply feeling empathy for that lonesome figure. So, are you certain you wish for me to leave like this? Mazuka replied with a nonchalant acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on her bandaged hand, which resembled a rice dumpling, complete with a large bow for aesthetic appeal, rendering the situation oddly humorous. That ha ha ha. Qian Yi burst into laughter, tears of mirth streaming down her face as she doubled over. If you laugh again, I shall confine you to bed for 3 days. The threat in Mazuka's voice, though tinged with anger, failed to intimidate her, seeing a faint blush creep across his handsome features. Qian Yi leaned closer, pinching his cheek playfully. Mazuka, show me a smile. Her antics resembled those of a mischievous rogue. Had anyone told the former Mazuka that he would one day be teased by his own wife, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. As he gazed at her lips, Mazuka rolled over, the atmosphere suddenly heating up several degrees. What are you doing? Hurry up. My hand still hurts. Qian Yi felt a flush of warmth on her face, as though one could fry an egg on it. You. Mazuka leaned in closer, his warm breath cascading over her, and upon hearing his flirtation, Qian Yi felt a surge of alarm, her eyes pleading as she implored. Please don't act recklessly. There are people outside. Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was silenced, and as she felt herself weakening, that tall figure remained steadfast. With longing in her gaze, Qian Yi opened her eyes. Slightly bewildered, the autumn glimmer in her eyes made him yearn to devour her whole. Be good. I will make it up to you later. Right now, I have matters to attend to. His sly grin and teasing tone made Qian Yi wish she could sink into the ground. Mazuka, the sultry voice, tinged with the vexation of being seen through, hurled a cushion at him. Yet he deftly sidestepped it with ease. That you'd best refrain from going to work for the time being. I shall step out to resolve certain matters, and will return to keep you company shortly. With that, Moziko strode out with purpose, leaving Qian Yi utterly bewildered by the implications of his words. And she did not heed his advice. Upon stepping through the door, she felt the chilling malice of the world surrounding her. After descending the stairs, Moziko encountered the long-awaited figure upon the sofa and shook his head slightly before continuing down. Am I not rather ridiculous at this moment? Upon hearing footsteps, Lu Zhenxuan spoke, his voice laced with desolation. He never imagined that one day he would be tormented so painfully by a woman. Moziko's profound and icy gaze revealed a sense of helplessness as he pressed his aching forehead and said, Lu Zhenxuan, cease your incessant whining and pursue what you desire. Pursue? Pray tell, with what means shall I do so? All her attention is fixed upon you. Do I even stand a chance? Even though we grew up together, how could I possibly compete with the allure of the esteemed Moziko? Alas, I shall remain here to await your return. Merely to apologize for my earlier actions, but, seeing as you appear to be in high spirits now, I shall not intrude further. With that, he hastily rose and fled. All words dissolved in a deep sighs. The pangs of love are indeed injurious. The following day, Qian Yi arrived at work feeling refreshed, having wholly forgotten the embarrassment from the previous day at Gu Yaoshuan's place. Yes, she stepped into the office. She sensed the gazes of her colleagues upon her, whispering and pointing, their words indecipherable. Furrowing her brow, she thought it was merely the residue of yesterday's incidents and proceeded with indifference. Yet the palpable unease only grew stronger. Chapter 16. Severing Ties. I wondered why you appeared so haughty lately. It seems you've climbed the social ladder. However, I have heard that gaining entry into those affluent circles is not as simple as one might think. Lin Lei, donned in towering heels, her golden waves cascading down her back, concealed her facial imperfections beneath layers of makeup. Her tone carried an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. Qian Yi's left hand hovered over her mouse. Pausing before a shocking news article, rubbing her eyes in disbelief that a tycoon from a city, Moziko, marries the mayor's daughter. Is this a strategic alliance or merely a social climb? Discover the stark realities of this unequal marriage. The news of Moziko's marriage undoubtedly sent ripples through society, as reports flooded in, featuring a photograph of the couple embracing at a restaurant from the previous day. That moment, Qian Yi grasped the true meaning behind his words from yesterday. Qian Yi, do take care of yourself. Lin Lei, now consumed with envy, seethed at the thought of this little vixen enjoying such fortune. Yet, recalling the rumors, a sense of schadenfreude washed over her. Throughout history, many have aspired to marry into wealth, only to emerge with scars. The comments this time were markedly different, filled with vitriol directed at him. Suddenly, she found herself the center of attention, her social media followers skyrocketing, inundated with private messages from distraught fans accusing her of stealing their idol. And her past indiscretions were laid bare. Even her elementary school grades were dragged into the fray, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Why didn't you tell me you got married? Nai Luo lamented. Feeling despondent at being the last to know about her best friend's nuptials. Luo, you really don't want to know the sordid details of this affair. It wasn't that she was withholding. Rather, until now, everything felt like a dream, so surreal that she feared waking up to find it all gone. Nyla's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her gossip instincts ignited as she bombarded her with questions. You married my idol. Tell me, is he as handsome in reality? And is it true, as the rumors suggest, that he is gay? Far away in his office, Moziko sneezed, thinking it was merely the air conditioning. Little did he know the chaos brewing outside. Will I be assaulted when I step out? Oh no, what if I get cornered? Moziko, you scoundrel, she panicked. Rest assured, you won't be harmed, Nai Luo assured her, nodding seriously in agreement that he asked Qian Yi's father. Qian Goen, learn of the news, fury consumed him. Her troubled past had been dredged up, and the comments began to affect him, with accusations of poor parenting and demands for him to resign as mayor. He felt a twinge of fear. Coupled with his wife's words, his position felt precarious. Qian Yi, you are to return at once, he bellowed into the phone, his voice dripping with anger. After hanging up, Nai Luo noticed her friend's pale complexion and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Shaking her head, Qian Yi forced a smile that was more painful than tears. That I must return to the lion's den. Without uttering another word, Nai Luo placed her hand atop Qian Yi's as a silent gesture of comfort. Wearing oversized sunglasses and a mask that obscured half her face, Qian Yi slipped out of the office via the back door, catching sight of reporters congregating at the front entrance from a distance. Hailing a taxi, she hurried home. President, those reporters. Drive them away. Gu Yaoxian glared at the articles, his eyes narrowing dangerously, a sinister smile curling his lips, sending shivers down spines. The assistant, sensing the tension, quickly excused himself. Moziko, very well. Let us see who can outmaneuver whom. Upon arriving home, Qian Yi was met with an unknown object hurtling toward her. Instinctively, she dodged, but the impact still grazed her, followed by the unmistakable sound of shattering glass. A reddening mark appeared on her forehead. You wretched child, is this the good deed you've wrought? Do you not wish to see me perish? Qian Goen roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Qian Yi chuckled coldly, a hint of distance in her almond-shaped eyes as she retorted, Did you not always yearn to climb the social ladder? Is not Moziko the pinnacle of success? You. Qian Goen felt the weight of regret as he lamented not having refrained from fathering her. Wishing he had spared himself this turmoil, did you realize that your scandals have jeopardized my position? And thanks to you, I've become the laughingstock among high society, being called the sister of a public bus. The humiliation from her peers surged within Qian Yixue, who longed to exact revenge on her sister. Yet seeing her currently disheveled state brought her a twisted sense of satisfaction. Why don't you just perish? Why not go die with your mother? Do you not understand the effort it took to attain my position? Qian Goen's eyes burned with rage, his teeth clenched as if he would tear her apart. She had come fully prepared for his wrath and insults, yet she had never anticipated such a vehement desire for her demise. Wanting to explain, she opened her mouth, but bitterness filled her throat. Rendering her speechless, as she attempted to step forward, she was tripped by Qian Ishu's deliberate obstruction. Gazing down at her with a smug expression, Qian Ishu reveled in her triumph, even as confusion clouded her thoughts. Overshadowed by the agony piercing her heart, rising to her feet, she only wished to flee, her steps faltering as she sought an escape. Why must she endure this life? Why had she not died alongside her mother? In that moment, she felt like a forsaken child, yearning for the ocean and to ask her mother why she hadn't taken her away. She fell heavily to the ground, the world around her beginning to blur. Her strength seemingly drained, in utter disarray. She bit her lip until it turned pale, struggling to rise. Her fingernails dug into her palm, feeling the warmth of blood. Thoughts of Moziko surfaced. During every crisis, he had always been the first to sense her plight. Would he descend like a divine being once more? She was in pain, suffocated by her emotions, tears welling in her eyes but refusing to fall. The blurred vision seemed to reveal a familiar silhouette. Clad in a new Versace gray suit, his striking visage was now etched with intensity, resembling a bloodthirsty demon returned from battle, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Was this merely a figment of her imagination? Their relationship had always been transactional. How could he repeatedly rescue her from the depths of despair? Yet, she could not afford to ponder it any longer. She merely wished to escape, to flee, grasping the peculiar patterned cuff of his suit. Tears slipping down her cheeks as she murmured, "Moziko, take me away." The atmosphere thickened with tension as Qian Goen's fear mounted. The formidable man before him now bore a shadow of gloom, his piercing gaze fixed upon Qian Yi. Just moments ago, she had seemed vibrant. Now, silence enveloped her, the unspoken words choking her throat painfully. "Moziko, take me away." Her plea was no longer playful. It was a heart-wrenching whisper, her frail frame akin to a shattered doll. Each tear piercing his heart like a dagger. That moment, Moziko's voice, laced with fury, rang out as he addressed them. "Today, I demand an explanation. Otherwise, the Qian family shall face complete expulsion." Qian Goen moved his lips. A chill creeping down his spine, his entire being collapsing to the ground as if paralyzed. His last thought was, "Everything is over. All efforts have come to naught." The Qian family was shrouded in dark clouds. And within the house, an oppressive gloom prevailed. Qian Ishue began to panic. No, it cannot end like this. If her father were to fall, all her proud assets would vanish. The private hospital. The doctors began to bustle about. Not daring to utter a sound, Mo Saika stood there, his face cold, watching the doctors dash about. And when his gaze fell between her legs, it seemed as if he wished to devour them whole. Chapter 17. A storm approaches. The doctors dared not breathe too loudly. The esteemed professors had to be exceedingly cautious in tending to this not-so-serious patient, fearful of incurring the wrath of this deity. The stunning visage before him evoked a pang of sorrow in Mo Saika's heart. Just moments ago, he had felt the urge to kill, yet he was simultaneously grateful that he had arrived in time. Had he been even a moment later, he could scarcely imagine the treatment she would have endured. When Qian Yi awoke, everything around her was a blinding white. It seemed that since meeting Mo Saika, her visits to the hospital had become increasingly frequent. Turning her head, she saw him sitting there with a grave expression, concern evident in his eyes. The last time they met, they were mere strangers. This time, however, her heart had undergone a tumultuous transformation. Whether this change was for better or worse, she could not discern, yet she felt a sweetness within her that diluted all her previous unhappiness. "My husband cares," she said in a soft, endearing voice that brought a tense look to Mo Saika's face. He hurried to call for a doctor, but she grasped his hand. "Be good. I'll call the doctor." She insisted. Qian Yi thought him to be as dense as a block of wood. Did he not realize that a simple embrace could soothe everything at this moment? She naively believed that the woman in his heart was merely a fleeting first love. Completely oblivious to the fact that he was still a pure-hearted young man. "Don't you want a hug?" With a gentle curve to her eyebrows, she smiled, her dimples deepening, extending her arms in a gesture of yearning for an embrace. Mo Saika stepped forward and enveloped her in his arms, his previous emotions a storm he never wished to experience again. Their embrace was so tight it felt as if he were trying to meld her into his very being. Chin Yi felt the pressure against her, yet she remained silent, the sweetness within her too profound for words. She returned the embrace with fervor. From now on, do not return. You are mine, belonging to the Mo family. That home is a den of tigers and dragons for you, a place where every entry leaves wounds and exhaustion that I do not wish to witness a third time. Chin Yi nodded heavily. Without him saying it, she too had no intention of returning. What was there to cherish in a home where a father wished for his daughter's demise? The scent of her mother had long since faded. That house was a den of demons, that Mo Saiku. I have always envisioned that one day my beloved would be a magnificent hero, adorned in golden armor, riding on clouds of auspicious colors to marry me. I am luckier than the heavenly maiden Zixia. I predicted the beginning and the conclusion. Yet you appeared before me like a divine being, catching me completely off guard. Do you know how fortunate I am? She thought that every hardship she had faced in her life had merely been a prelude to meeting Mo Saiku, and her only stroke of luck was encountering this and Mo Saiku's sharply defined features softened slightly. A faint smile emerging as he chuckled softly, ruffling her hair and allowing her head to rest against his chest. The absence of a response from Qian Yi left her feeling slightly disappointed. Was he still thinking of that woman? I will protect you completely. Those words shattered all her expectations. She had anticipated hearing I love you, or at the very least, I like you, but instead, she received merely a promise. Little did she know, the one who could ensure her safety was none other than someone who deeply loved her. That I want to see her. I must see her. The cacophony outside disrupted their rare moment of tranquility. With Qin Goen's voice rising in volume, faintly audible through the commotion as bodyguards attempted to restrain him, yet to no avail. Sadness surged once more, but she could not summon the strength to be cruel. With a soft sigh, she said, Mo Saiku, let him in. Blood ties create a most delicate relationship. One can harbor deep-seated hatred and yearn never to see someone again, yet cannot bear to witness their sorrow. Mo Saiku's dark eyes deepened in intensity, and after a brief acknowledgement, he gestured towards the door, then gathered her into his embrace, allowing her entire weight to lean against him. I was wrong, that I apologize. Please do not be merciless, that I in a mere few hours. Qin Goen seemed to age a decade, his hair graying at the temples, fatigue etched across his face, dark circles under his eyes upon seeing her. He incessantly apologized. Qin Yi recognized the influence of those behind him, feeling torn between wanting to be harsh and the reality of the situation. Mo Xiao, grant me one more chance. I shall not err again. I beg you. Only after they departed did Qian Goen comprehend the gravity of the situation. The company's stock had begun to plummet, and at this rate, it would surely collapse. Moreover, the municipal office had called, demanding an investigation into certain matters, all of which were his doing. Suddenly, those so-called friends were avoiding him like the plague. Qin Yi moved her lips slightly, her eyes filled with conflict as she regarded him. To help or not to help? If she did not assist, it was her mother-s company, her mother-s hard work, and she found herself caught in a dilemma. Mo Saiku, it was my father-s fault. I should not have spoken that way. I was merely angry, overwhelmed in the moment. Trust me, there will not be a next time. Though reluctant, Qian Goen knew that at this juncture, the only one who could assist him was his daughter. Father, I am still willing to call you father now, because your blood flows within me. Your genes course through my veins. Do you not feel pain when you say you would have choked me to death? What of the father who once cherished and loved me? When you scolded my mother, did you feel no guilt? When you awaken from your midnight dreams, do you truly not have nightmares? Each rhetorical question caused Qian Goen's expression to darken. He needed something from her, yet dared not voice his anger. His demeanor left Qian Yi feeling desolate, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Since they arrived, I have become an outsider. Have you ever pondered why I have become like this? Where were you when my boyfriend was taken from me? Where were you when I was cheated on? When my stepmother insisted I marry an old man? Where were you then? When you learned I was marrying Mo Saiku? Your hypocritical facade was laid bare. Did you ever consider that this day would come? Each piercing inquiry broke hearts, and in just a few sentences, her plight was laid bare, the insurmountable position she found herself in. Mo Saiku's grip around her tightened further. Closing her eyes, she drew in all her sorrow, no longer looking at him. Resting against Mo Saiku's chest, she murmured, I am weary, I wish to rest. I acknowledge my mistakes. Only you can save us now. You cannot do this. If she refused to extend a helping hand now, he would be utterly isolated. Yet he had not considered who had forced her into this position. Get lost, if you don't want your family to go bankrupt. Mo Saiku's icy words brought unexpected joy to Qian Goen. Though harsh, they offered a glimmer of hope, but he nodded incessantly, not even sparing her a glance. Turning to leave, he entered without inquiring about her condition, offering no words of concern, solely fixated on maintaining his position, oblivious to her injuries. Qian Yi smiled, though that smile was profoundly sorrowful. From now on, I will be here. Those 4 simple words caused her to break down in tears. She did not know what she was crying for, nor did she understand why the tears flowed so freely. Mo Saiku, do you know that one day I might lose you too? What will I do then? Tears soaked his clothing as Mo Saiku offered silent comfort, saying nothing. Eventually, perhaps overwhelmed with fatigue, she fell into a deep sleep. A single tear lingered on her cheek, and he gently wiped it away, a barely audible sigh escaping him that he had not noticed that the bandage on his arm had likely begun to unravel. Mo Xiao, Miss Fu is here. Li Haoyu rushed in, only to be halted by Mo Saiku's sharply piercing gaze, silencing any further words. Observing the sleeping figure on the hospital bed, he lowered his voice. Miss Fu wishes to see you. She is currently in a state of despair. After bringing her back, she has not ceased her turmoil, which is why I sought you out. Let her die if she wishes. What need do we have to sustain her? The anger in his low voice caused Li Haoyu to shudder, and with a hint of hesitation, he replied, but she said that if you do not go, those secrets will remain forever hidden. Chapter 18. Turmoil after the calm. Mo Saiku's eyes sparkled with intensity, a hint of anger flashing across his features. He attempted to rise, but his clothing was firmly grasped. Closing his eyes and pinching his brow, when he opened his eyes again, the earlier hesitation had vanished. Coldly, he declared, if she does not speak, I will investigate. Leave it. If he had been merely surprised before, now a tempest raged within him. He could not help but steal another glance at the person on the bed, pondering just how powerful her allure must be to make Mo Xiao forgo the truth so close at hand. To seek the truth, he had secretly conducted investigations all along. When Fu Shiji realized that Mo Saiku did not care about the truth she yearned to uncover, jealousy began to consume her. For so many years, this truth had been her sole reason for remaining by his side. Thus, whenever he subtly inquired about it, she would always manage to dodge his questions with various excuses. Yet now, he had abandoned it all for the sake of another woman. Her crimson lips, reminiscent of blood, curled into a smile, her eyes glinting with malice. She whispered with a low tone, Mo Saiku, you can only be mine. If I cannot have you, then no one shall. She had always known that Mo Saiku held no affection for her, viewing her merely as a debt of gratitude. Nonetheless, she intended to leverage that gratitude to win his love. For the man she had loved for so long, she had sacrificed too much and could not afford to relinquish any opportunity to win him over. The following morning, when Qianyi awoke, the figure beside her was already gone. After a fleeting disappointment, she quickly found solace in the thought that he must have gone to the company. Kneel down before the Mo family, on a brown leather sofa. A white-haired elder chastised the figure before her. Mo Saiku, with his hands tucked in his pockets, remained unmoved, provoking the ire of the elder across from him. Mo Saiku, you are well aware of our family rules. You know how vital your marriage is, and yet you casually married some woman and revealed it to the media. Do you have any idea how much this will cost us? Have you considered the feelings of the Su family's daughter? The elderly woman's eyes sparkled with a sharpness unbecoming of her age, her heaving chest betraying her fury. Disappointment etched across her face. She lamented that this grandson had always been the pride and hope of the Mo family. It was for this reason she had resorted to methods beyond the endurance of ordinary people to educate him, yet she had not anticipated this outcome. Grandmother, Mo Saiku, will not betray my marriage. If you do not wish to destroy our ancestral teachings, let this matter end here. That, of course, you have never taken these rules to heart. Moreover, she is not an ordinary woman. She is my wife. Mo Saiku's gaze was deep and inscrutable, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, signaling that a war was about to commence between them. Yes, rules are dead, but people are alive. This woman's family background is dubious. She cannot be the daughter-in-law of the Mo family. The elder was furious, her anger palpable that in the past, her grandson would never have dared to retort. Yet today, he had the audacity to mock her for the sake of a woman. Suit yourself. Her furious glare at Mo Saiku went unnoticed as she turned to leave, ignoring the wrathful voice behind her. The elder trembled with rage. She would not allow anyone to ruin the person she had painstakingly nurtured. Men should not be shackled by societal norms. Their only duty was to earn money. Uncle Long, investigate this woman for me. Leave no detail unexamined. After giving a curt command over the phone, she decisively hung up, her previously dull eyes now glimmering with intensity. Only the woman she chose for Mo Saiku would be deemed worthy. All others were mere obstacles. Upon returning home, Mo Saiku felt a vague sense of unease, knowing that given the elder's temperament, she would not let this matter rest. Thus, he arranged for several individuals to protect Chien-Yi day and night, ensuring she would not be troubled in any way, bored and restless. Chien-Yi believed she could be discharged from the hospital, but the doctor insisted she needed further rest. The trepidation on her face indicated to her that this was someone else's doing. When the phone rang, she felt a surge of joy and hurriedly answered, only to be met with a name that brought a flicker of disdain to her eyes. "Hello, what is it?" "Chien-Yi. You vicious woman. What have you done to our family?" Chu Feng's furious roar, laced with despair, momentarily stunned her. "Chu Feng, are you out of your mind? If you're sick, you should go see a doctor. This is not a hospital, and I have no obligation to entertain mad dogs." For a scoundrel to stoop so low was a rarity indeed. Chien-Yi lamented not having recognized his true nature sooner, which had led to her current predicament. Hearing the doubt in her tone, Chu Feng hesitated. Since awakening that day, everything had changed. His family business was under siege from several major companies. Contracts that had been signed were now being breached, and sellers who had previously agreed were suddenly silent. Seemingly afraid to offend anyone, that he recalled that the only person he had entangled with recently was Chien-Yi. However, her tone did not suggest she was aware of the situation. A figure flashed through his mind, striking him like lightning, his voice trembling as he spoke. Please spare us that in truth." Chien-Yi had known from the moment he spoke that this was the work of someone else. But she had no intention of intervening. First, this was a war between businesses, and she had no right to interfere. Second, whether in business or personal matters, her animosity towards Chu Feng ran deep. Suddenly lifting her head, her gaze turned icy, each word dripping with disdain. "Chu Feng, I've told you. This has nothing to do with me, that as for who you've offended, I have no idea and don't wish to know. So please refrain from disturbing me again, that if you do, I will report you. How have you changed? You used to be so kind that I've already apologized. What more do you want?" Chu Feng's pitiful act only infuriated her further, prompting her to hang up decisively, reflecting on how blind she had been in the past. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. Was this never-ending? Did he not know when to quit? She picked up the phone and, seeing the name, her anger slowly dissipated, replaced by respect. That "Mr. Gu, I apologize, but I have already taken a leave of absence." Regarding Gu Yaoxian, she had no intention of cultivating any further relationship. Their connection was strictly that of superior and subordinate. Nothing more. Her instincts told her that this man was not as gentle as he appeared. Is it not permissible for me to inquire after a patient? Gu Yaoxuan's teasing tone momentarily caught her off guard, and she quickly replied with a smile, "I didn't realize our company's benefits were so generous that the president personally called to check in." His feigned aloofness caused Gu Yaoxuan's brow to furrow, his gaze darkening with a hint of intensity as he replied, "You know how it is that Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize for what transpired that day. I am married now, and there is unlikely to be any possibility of divorce. So I would prefer to continue as your company's design director." Chien-Yi despised ambiguity. Her character was to be straightforward, implying that their relationship ended here, that if he failed to understand, then she would take her leave without hesitation. "Well, I understand that I only called to remind you that the design drafts are awaiting your attention, so you may have overthought things. Goodbye." The darkness in his eyes resembled a storm brewing, and suddenly recalling something, the smile on his lips turned chilling. Chien-Yi meticulously reviewed the recent events and sighed, lamenting how troublesome bad romances had become. She pondered how she would face him upon returning to work. Gu Yaoxian, intrigued by the materials before him, felt as if fate had finally favored him. With all the twists and turns, the person he had once manipulated was now within his grasp. The enmity between them was due for resolution. Unbeknownst to him, the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind it. His every move was being watched by someone else. Chapter 19. Culinary darkness, bored and listless in her hospital bed. The figure of the man she longed for lingered in her mind. She believed their connection was destined. Otherwise, how could he always appear just when she was most wounded, like a celestial being rescuing her from a demonic abyss? Yet, she felt she had done nothing to deserve such providence. Qianyi's round, bright eyes sparkled with mischief as a brilliant idea struck her that, as the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Seizing the opportunity when the doctor was away, she jotted down a note, stealthily returned home, and purchased ingredients to prepare a lavish dinner. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground startled a group of servants, who rushed in to see the kitchen in disarray, leaving them both amused and perplexed. There stood Qianyi, knife in hand, staring wide-eyed at the cutting board before her, upon which lay a half-dead fish. Though it had been gutted, its nerves had yet to fully sever, and it must have jumped just as she was about to slice it. It's nothing. That was just an accident. You all can leave now. Oh no, you're on holiday today. I'll manage on my own. Qianyi awkwardly expressed that the recent incident was merely an accident, directing her embarrassment towards the servants before shooing them away. After receiving a call from the hospital, Mazuka learned that the petite woman had returned home, that a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Yet he refrained from reprimanding anyone, instead grasping the keys to his red Ferrari and hastening homeward. The familiar sounds were absent from the sofa, causing an inexplicable flutter in Mazuka's heart. That it was only when a noise emanated from the kitchen that his thin lips finally curled into a smile. Despite his robust psychological resilience, the sight of the seemingly ransacked kitchen left him utterly speechless. Qianyi faced an overwhelming mess, pots and dishes having clattered to the floor multiple times. Fortunately, their quality was commendable, sparing them from shattering. However, she had just discovered a particularly grave problem. She could not cook. Initially intending to prepare a sumptuous dinner, the reality was now rather embarrassing. Are you trying to blow up the kitchen? Under the dazzling lights, Mazuka's eyes were as dark as ink, and the teasing tone in his voice caused her to drop what she was holding once more. I assure you, it was merely an accident. I can cook, I truly can. Her voice diminished, drifting away as she was lifted outside by Mazuka, who dared not allow her back into that chaotic space that he pressed her onto the sofa, their eyes locking at a dangerously close distance. So near that Qianyi could inhale his distinctive masculine scent and observe the fine stubble on his face, as well as the flickering flames of emotion in his inky gaze. At that moment, even her heartbeat quickened intensely. Confronted by his suddenly magnified, handsome visage, Qianyi instinctively swallowed hard. That I'm not feeling well today. Oh, what seems to be the trouble? Mazuka raised an eyebrow. His eyes filled with feigned innocence, yet his figure leaned closer. Their lips were nearly touching, both breathing unevenly. Qianyi's cheeks flushed as she stammered, it's that time of the month. And no sooner had the words left her lips than his head fell onto her shoulder. His voice a touch morose as he accused, Qianyi, you certainly intended to seduce me just now. You little temptress, that I despise you. Qianyi felt equally innocent. Her monthly visitor had always been punctual. But this month it had arrived a few days early. However, upon seeing the crimson hue, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. They had taken no precautions on 2 occasions, both times yielding unexpected results. Was it not a sign that the time was not yet right? Mazuka, does your arm still hurt? She attempted to reach out to roll up his sleeve for a look, but was gently pushed down. Mazuka rose, allowing her to lean against him, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, which significantly lifted his spirits. That in a deep, gravelly voice, he replied, it doesn't hurt anymore. Would you consider taking a day off work? What's come over you? All of a sudden? Qianyi asked, momentarily taken aback, her eyes filled with concern. They had been quite clear when signing the marriage contract that they would not interfere in each other's lives. Yet now, it seemed she had forgotten that the trajectory of their lives had long since diverged from that contract. It's just that there might be some complications in the near future, and I want to be able to stay by your side all the time. The underlying worry in her heart grew stronger. Mazuka had long been acquainted with her cunning ways. Even a mere 7-year-old grandson could be abandoned in the treacherous Amazon River. What else was he capable of? of a group of 12. Only one could survive. The most terrifying aspect was not the known dangers, but rather the seemingly jovial children who could, in an instant, end one's life without explanation, that he had to eliminate 11 others to remain standing until the end. No one knew how he had endured those 7 days and nights, nor the indelible shadows those days would cast on his future. Feeling the tremor in the man beside her, Qian-Yi grasped his hand. Her gaze deep and unfathomable. Often, though they were close, they felt worlds apart. Rest assured, Mazuko, I'm fine. Though I don't know what is going on, you needn't worry about me that I managed perfectly well at work before you came along. Didn't I? Mazuka's lips moved, but his voice was so soft that she couldn't discern his words. She wished to inquire further, yet he had already returned to his usual self. Well, if he didn't want her to know, perhaps it was best not to pry. How did you manage to escape from the hospital? Do you realize how dangerous that is? Setting aside other concerns, the swarm of reporters alone would be enough to overwhelm her. Hey, you know I can't stand the smell of disinfectant, and besides, I simply wanted to cook a meal that I never imagined it would turn into such chaos that that moment. She vowed silently to learn how to cook. To prepare meals for the one she cherished would be a profoundly joyous endeavor. And so, you nearly blew up the kitchen, Mazuka chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation. It seemed he could never manage to keep a stern face when faced with her. That was merely an accident. Oh, I just remembered something. Mazuko, you stay home. I have something to attend to. Suddenly recalling a call she had received while cooking, she glanced at her wristwatch. Only a few minutes remained before the appointed time. The woman in Mazuka's arms sprang up, a wave of sudden disappointment crashing over him as he observed her anxious expression and furrowed brow. What are you rushing off to do? Don't you realize your leg is still injured? Luo seems to be upset. I need to go comfort her. My leg is fine now that you're just being overly concerned. I promise I'll be back shortly. With her arms crossed and her big, pleading eyes fixed on him, Mazuka found it impossible to refuse, eventually nodding. It's 11 now. You must return before midnight. An hour. Well, it's better than not being allowed to go at all, Qian-Yi thought. And at his signal, she departed with the driver to the designated location. It was the same bar as last time, where she had wept inconsolably. Returning now, her heart was in an entirely different state. Even though tomorrow was a workday, the dance floor pulsed with wild shouts and laughter to BY day. They might be white-collar workers or bosses. Yet by night, they were merely individuals seeking release. Upon finding Luo, Qian-Yi noticed a veil of sadness clouding her eyes, obscuring her true emotions, causing Qian-Yi's heart to sink. Luo, what troubles you? You've come. Luo smiled, but the smile was more painful than tears. She remained silent, simply sitting beside her, waiting. It's all gone. Everything is gone. Those things I once believed I would never lose have ultimately slipped away from me. After a long pause, Luo finally spoke. And as she did, a single tear cascaded down her cheek. Chapter 20. Danger. Qian-Yi remained silent, sighing as she pulled out a tissue from her bag and handed it to her. She thought to herself, was this place truly a crucible for their struggles? After all, she had encountered Mazuko, but what of Luo? They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, with everyone anticipating their eventual marriage. She had always held affection for him. And during his time abroad, she had counted the days until his return, eagerly awaiting his promise to marry her. Lost in memories, her recollections shattered like glass, reassembling with unseen cracks, revealing only the sorrowful tears. Today, he returned. Do you know how much I had anticipated this moment? I had prepared a wealth of words to share with him, chosen a beautiful outfit he once admired, and had adorned myself with care. Her voice quivered as tears streamed down her face. Unable to erase the sorrow, that we all yearn for that kind of everlasting love, hoping that the one we adore reciprocates our feelings. Yet, how often does life grant us such wishes? Their essay saying, it is better to forget each other than to suffer together. And Luo belonged to the latter. He returned, but beside him stood the silhouette of another woman, that he smiled as he introduced her as his girlfriend. A smile I had never seen on his face before. I was left in disbelief, unaware that he was even capable of such joy. The greatest agony in this world is not the pain of unrequited love, but rather the way you fill me with hope, only to leave me with nothing but a hollow disappointment, leaving me in shadows. Luo, don't dwell on it too much. All right, You must believe that losing you is merely his loss. You are so exceptional. You will undoubtedly find someone who loves you as fiercely as life itself. Chin's words of comfort fell like droplets upon stone, failing to stir any waves of solace. Luoluo's expression remained shrouded in unspeakable sorrow, drifting in the air like autumn leaves, as if on the brink of shattering all resolve. With expectations high, her heart had soared to the clouds, believing she would receive the outcome she deserved, only to have it crash down, leaving her wounded and broken. Before it had even begun, it had already foretold its end. Luoluo offered a resigned smile, pondering what there was to complain about. After all, it was merely her own thoughts, was it not? That individual never offered any assurances. The heart of a woman, shattered by love's cruel hand, seeks solace only through the numbing embrace of intoxication. Lifting the glass of fiery crimson, Luoluo relentlessly pours it down her throat, the liquid cascading down her porcelain neck, with a few mischievous drops playfully falling onto her collar, enhancing her allure. Observing her reckless consumption, Chinny couldn't help but exclaim, "Luoluo, slow down. This isn't just a beverage. Oh, I find it even more delightful than a drink. Join me." No, someone must maintain their composure. It's far too chaotic here. She had resolved to keep her distance from alcohol, determined to avoid a repeat of her previous misadventure. "Please, just a little with me. I'm in pain." Luoluo pressed her right hand against her heart, tears glistening in her eyes, and, feeling helpless, took a small sip. Once one begins indulging in alcohol, it becomes exceedingly difficult to halt. After 2 glasses, Chinny felt a fiery warmth enveloping her face, and dizziness took hold. If she lingered any longer, trouble would surely ensue. Yet, Luoluo was unwilling to depart. She had lost count of how many glasses she had consumed, her eyes now hazy, her steps as if she might topple at any moment. The raucous music blared around them, the pulsating beats challenging every nerve in her body, her spirit igniting as she stumbled toward the stage. Chinny could only perceive the scene before her becoming increasingly blurred as Luoluo reached the center of the stage. Biting her tongue harshly in an attempt to regain some clarity, the sting jolted her senses back, and without delay, she dashed toward the dance floor's heart. Luoluo swayed into the midst of the dance floor, engaging in a provocative dance with a group of men, her delicate waist and bewitching gaze captivating them, resembling a wayward fairy inciting wild revelry among the onlookers, in a private room on the 2nd floor. Lin Zhenchuan reveled in the company of beautiful women. His glass replenished again, and again he soon spotted a voluptuous beauty, her slender waist twisting enticingly, her long hair partially obscuring her face. But her beauty was unmistakable. This was his ideal type, and his interest piqued instantly. He waved away the other women, his attention fully captured by the sight below. Nilo's body began to weaken under the deliberate crowding of the men. And as some noticed her inebriation, they reached out, attempting to take advantage of her. Chin-Yi, alarmed, hurriedly pushed their hands away, striving to lead Luoluo to safety, only to provoke the ire of those men who formed a wall of flesh around them. Their tone lewd as they jeered. "Hey, where do you think you're going, little sister? Stay and have some fun." With that, they reached out with their pudgy hands, attempting to caress her face, but she deftly evaded them. "Get away, scram!" Chin-Yi's face contorted in disgust as she forcefully swatted away their grasp. Lin Zhenchuan had intended to quietly observe the unfolding drama, but upon recognizing a familiar figure, he paused momentarily, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. These men truly had no fear. "Follow me." The hefty man laughed, his face jiggling with his mirth, his vulgar comments eliciting a wave of nausea in Qian-Yi. The wall of men began to encircle them tighter, their hands reaching out toward their chests, and panic surged within Qian-Yi as she clutched Luoluo protectively. This moment, Luoluo, regaining some clarity, was taken aback by the scene before her slender fingers waving defensively at the men, her long nails momentarily threatening to end the struggle. Her clothing was torn, revealing her fair back, and the sight ignited the men's eyes with desire, driving them to pull at her even more. "Oh, Wang Xiao, isn't it a bit cruel to pressure the young lady?" Lu Zhenchuan leaned against the bar's pillar, and upon hearing his words, the men hesitated, momentarily stifled. Seizing the opportunity, Chinny swiftly shed her outer garment, draping it over Luoluo's exquisite curves, casting a grateful glance toward Lu Zhenxuan. The man referred to as Wang Xiao wore a nonchalant expression, mocking, "Since when did Lu Xiao become so tender-hearted? I reckon the women you've toyed with number no less than 200 that the circle was small." Rumors about Lu Zhenxuan had long circulated, and the sight of him acting this way for a woman left Wang Xiao feeling disdainful. After all, their families were of similar stature, and there was no need to fear anything. Lu Zhenxuan's gaze hardened, a flicker of anger crossing his features, though it was quickly masked. Wang Xiao, perceiving this, raised a finger in salute before instructing his group to drag the two away. Lu Zhenxuan swiftly positioned himself in front of them, yet continued to obstruct would likely lead to further complications. The unspoken threat lingered in the air, but Lu Zhenxuan was not one to be easily intimidated. Having weathered many storms alongside MOCK, he was unfazed by mere words that "I don't mind," he replied, his tone light, yet the shift in the atmosphere was palpable, causing the opposing party's expressions to shift dramatically. "Are you jesting? How could Mo Xiao ever fancy such a woman?" The disdain in their words drew a cold glare from Qian Yi, her anger evident that, whether or not it's true, why not test it? Qian Yi observed his retreating figure, internally lamenting whether he was truly there to offer assistance or merely thrust her back into the fray. Suddenly, Lu Zhenxuan turned back, flashing her a smile that exuded mischief, igniting a sense of unease within her as the effects of the alcohol began to wane. After exchanging a few words with the men beside him, Wang Xiao glared at them with malice. "I'll let you off today, but next time, don't fall into my hands." With a wave of his hand, the crowd dispersed, resuming their revelry as if the previous incident had never transpired. Despite their disbelief, they dared not gamble, for MOCK's ruthless reputation was not one to be trifled with. To be targeted by him would mean utter devastation. "Thank you." Nai Luoluo, still swaying slightly, managed to express her gratitude. Observing her discomfort, Lu Zhenxuan chuckled softly. "Did I wonder if I should say you're fortunate or just foolish?" Before she could respond, he continued with a sarcastic edge, the disdain in his eyes unmistakable. "But tell me, why do you harbor animosity toward me? We seem to be strangers, yet I still appreciate your assistance today." Some truths were best left unspoken, for knowing them might only deepen the sorrow. The smile that had barely begun to form on his lips abruptly froze, pain creeping into his eyes, the desolation radiating from him prompting Qian Yi to scrutinize him with suspicion. "Mo Xiao will arrive shortly. Leave your friend to me." Without awaiting her consent, he swept Nai Luoluo into his embrace, departing with a single motion. The abruptness left Qian Yi momentarily stunned, her sole thought being that it was all over. She could scarcely worry for Nai Luoluo, for he was a friend of Mo Xiao, and surely would not overstep bounds. Yet, she had forgotten that a woman with a penchant for alcohol and a man in heat could lead to nothing but trouble. As the effects of the alcohol gradually resurged, she barely made it to the entrance of the bar when she encountered the man approaching her with a stormy expression, anger etched on his face. Instinctively shivering, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, the fragrant scent further muddling her senses as she murmured, "Mo CK, you've come." Mo CK's brow furrowed, holding the slightly intoxicated woman close, his handsome face now shadowed with clouds, especially upon noticing the bruises on her fair arms. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and without a word, he hoisted her up and carried her toward the car. "You bastard! Shameless! Get lost." Upon waking, Nai Luoluo was greeted with a splitting headache, her mind feeling as though it might explode, only to discover she lay bare beside a man. The high-pitched exclamation startled Lu Zhenxuan awake, and upon seeing her furious glare, he erupted, "You foolish woman! What madness is this? I need to sleep." Lu Zhenxuan was overwhelmed by an impulsive desire to throttle the woman before him, regretting bringing her home the previous night. That a woman with a penchant for alcohol was truly terrifying. She had spent the night alternating between laughter and tears, like a madwoman, and even had the audacity to vomit on him. This left the fastidious Lu Zhenxuan feeling as though he had swallowed half a fly, continuously reminding himself that she was merely Mo Xiao's friend. Calm down," he muttered, and in a moment of vulnerability, he found himself offering his first-ever assistance in helping a woman bathe. As dawn broke, the troublesome woman finally succumbed to slumber, and he, utterly drained, collapsed into a deep sleep. Therefore, when disturbed, his fury was palpable. "What the hell? You take advantage and then act innocent. What happened to Yi? What did you do to her? Nilola's eyes widened, flames of rage igniting within them as she suddenly recalled the man from the previous night. Remembering her friend, she urgently questioned, "What is going on?" Annoying. For the first time, Lu Jinshuan found women unbearably troublesome. Wishing he could simply eliminate her annoyance, that he replied tersely, "You take advantage and then act innocent. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Returning to her seat, Qian Yi felt a pang of guilt. It seemed that her words from that day had indeed made an impact. He did not pursue her any further. Yet, the familiarity of those eyes lingered in her mind, evading her recollection. Shaking her increasingly heavy head, she resolved to focus on her work. The sound of her phone ringing in her pocket interrupted her concentration. Without glancing away from the computer, she answered the call, only to be met with venomous words. "Qian Yi, what did you say to Chu Feng? Why did he break up with me? You shameless harlot. It must be you who seduced him. You're already married. Why can't you leave me alone?" Tears glistened on the face of Qian Yixue, not from sorrow over the breakup, but from a sense of injustice. Ever since that day, her father had issued a stern order forbidding her from approaching that wretched woman, even confining her to the house. Today, she had finally managed to sneak out to find Chu Feng and express her grievances, only to be met with ridicule and disdain from his parents upon her arrival, eventually being cast out. "Are you out of your mind? What does your breakup have to do with me?" Qian Yi's voice darkened, clearly displeased, her tone tinged with impatience. She had long lost the desire to engage with these despicable individuals. "It's certainly you who spoke to Chu Feng. Otherwise, if she loved me so much, why would she let me go?" Qian Yixue insisted vehemently, convinced that the person who had once fallen for her charms would never simply walk away, that if you have a mental illness, go to a psychiatric hospital. "I am not a doctor and have no time for your nonsense." With that, she hung up, confusion swirling within her. How could Chu Feng have broken up with her? Was it pressure from the Chu family? She sank deeper into her chair, a hint of sorrow crossing her features. She first met Chu Feng at the age of 15 when his parents brought him to visit her family. Through a series of exchanges, they gradually became familiar with each other. That tender age of blossoming emotions, she found herself deeply infatuated with him. However, she never anticipated that a calamity at 17 would shatter everything. They would walk home together daily, and due to Chu Feng's exceptional qualities, he attracted many admirers. Yet at that time, he seemingly truly loved her, turning down numerous suitors, some of whom, though begrudging, ultimately gave up. That day was etched in her memory. As they strolled together, a group of thugs blocked their path. The leader, bearing a menacing scar across his face, appeared as if his visage had been split in two, inciting fear. He was the brother of a girl from their school whom Chu Feng had rejected, and her hatred drove her to ruin what she could not have. Terrified, they found themselves cornered by the gang, enduring relentless kicks. She clung to Chu Feng, shielding him, her body growing numb from the blows. With her last breath, she urged Chu Feng to escape, that he hesitated but ultimately dashed away, while the leader attempted to pursue, only to be hindered by her grip on his foot. The moment the knife pierced her back, an intense, searing pain engulfed her. The ensuing events became indelibly imprinted in her mind. When her family found her, she was drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In her hazy vision, she glimpsed a safe and sound Chu Feng, which finally brought her solace before she succumbed to darkness. Chapter 23. Memories. During that period, she felt as though she had lost her sanity, avoiding the light as she isolated herself in a dim, confining space enveloped by darkness. Each night, she was haunted by the same nightmares, filled with hands and piercing laughter. Chu Feng visited her twice, but his heart ached at the sight of her suffering. He forced himself to stay by her side, comforting her, and gradually, she began to emerge from the shadows, burying that harrowing experience deep within. In her naivety, she regarded Chu Feng as her savior, but completely overlooked the reason that had led to her current state. The chill surrounding her seeped in, and Qian Yi felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. The memory she had tried so hard to forget resurfaced with that call, the laughter echoing like a curse, tightening around her head, causing her pain. Everything around her blurred, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with tears. A concerned voice suddenly broke through, and she snapped back to reality, noticing a familiar face etched with worry. Why did you arrive so late? I thought you were going to take a leave of absence. That a faint smile emerged on her pale face, but the mirth did not reach her eyes, only amplifying her pain. Why are you crying? The beautiful eyes of Nai Lualua were filled with concern, her voice urgent that a single tear cascaded down, falling to the ground without a chance to be wiped away, vanishing into nothingness. That I'm not crying. I just stared at the computer screen for too long, causing my eyes to hurt. By the way, were you taken away yesterday? Did anything happen? She intended to inquire whether they had been troubled by those people, but she was taken aback to see Nai Lualuo's face flushed, her demeanor suddenly shy. Do you think we're the best of friends? Of course. Who would dare say otherwise? That man from yesterday. I want him. Nilo's bright almond eyes sparkled, her tone exuberant. Qianyi felt exasperation creeping in, uncertainly asking, "Are you feeling all right?" Nai Luoluo, who had just been brimming with enthusiasm, instantly deflated, her expression falling. "That I'm here to seriously announce something. Why are you being so dismissive? Weren't you just heartbroken?" The earlier sadness evaporated in an instant as Qianyi observed her friend, who had been drowning her sorrows in a bar the night before, now seeking a new target. "Please, do you know the best way to forget someone? It's to throw yourself into a new relationship. Besides, who isn't he fallen for a few scoundrels? So, come on, just tell me if you'll help me or not." With her big, innocent eyes fixed on her, Qianyi found herself instinctively nodding in agreement. "Yeah, you agreed. See, you get the meat while I get the soup. Ha ha ha." Nai Luoluo beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy as she flashed a victory sign. Yet, Qianyi felt her heart sink. The words he had spoken that day remained a knot in her heart, an instinct telling her that Lu Jinxuan harbored feelings for someone unattainable. She wondered how long her enthusiasm could last this time. As Qianyi stepped out of the office after work, she spotted a sleek black Aston Martin parked outside. Pondering who could have such a wealthy husband, she watched as the window slowly descended, revealing a face so familiar it was etched in her memory. Whispers among her colleagues grew louder, fingers pointing in her direction. Covering her face with her bag, she hurried to the car and slipped inside. "Did you do this on purpose? Why didn't you give me a heads up? Now I'd become the competition for all the women at the company." Gritting her teeth, Qianyi glared at the man whose face still bore a faint smile, wishing she could give him a good thrashing, even though her heart fluttered at the sight of him, knowing the trouble it would bring. "Change your clothes and come home with me." That he tossed a bag her way, and upon seeing the logo, she gasped in disbelief. This was a piece of exclusive custom clothing, one that couldn't even be purchased with money. It was said that this designer created only one piece a year, and it was never replicated. As she took it out, her eyes sparkled with delight. A light blue dress crafted from the finest materials, exuding a silky touch, with embellishments at the neckline that added an exquisite touch. "Wait, what did you say? Go home with you? Why would I do that?" Realizing only then what she had just heard, she felt a rush of confusion. "Home? Where to?" Mo Saika cast her a sidelong glance. His tone weighted that, "Of course, to meet my family." "What else?" Qianyi stared at him, her wide eyes searching for any hint of jest on his face. After a long moment, she finally conceded, feeling defeated. "Well, isn't that a bit sudden? I haven't prepared anything. If I just show up like this, no need to prepare, just come with me." All the objections she had mentally rehearsed suddenly lodged in her throat. Her heart raced at the thought of meeting his family. When Qianyi finally emerged wearing the light blue dress, Mo Saiko's brows lifted in surprise, his gaze locking onto her with awe. The dress seemed tailor-made for her, accentuating her fair and delicate figure, enhancing her allure. Her arms, pale and graceful, stirred the imagination, while her curvaceous silhouette was striking. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with limited-edition diamond earrings that could purchase a small island, and a ruby necklace gleamed at her collarbone, transforming her into a vision of a high-society lady from the capital. "What are you staring at?" Noticing his unwavering gaze, Qianyi felt the heat radiating from his eyes, as if he could see right through her. A soft laugh escaped her lips, a wicked smile gracing her face. The depths of his desire seemed to intensify, and if not for the pressing matters ahead, she would have relished the idea of being pinned beneath him. Utterly ravished. "Let us go." He was clad in a wine-red suit, paired with a crisp white shirt and a deep blue tie, the cuffs slightly rolled up. Upon closer inspection, the exquisite cufflinks revealed themselves to be intricately designed in the shape of a spiraling dragon, its mouth agape, exuding a palpable aura of power. She stepped forward, entwining her arm with a handsome man and a beautiful woman. This picturesque scene seemed too perfect to disrupt. Qianyi had been stealing glances at his dragon-shaped cufflinks, her curiosity deepening. Why did he always wear the same pair? As the car glided into an estate, gradually slowing down, her anxiety heightened, her hands clasped tightly together. It was only when his broad palm enveloped hers that she felt a semblance of reassurance. Once we enter, follow my lead. You need not speak. Leave everything to me, he murmured close to her ear as they approached the exit. The red brick and tiled fence evoked a sense of nostalgia, transporting her to a house reminiscent of the 1990s that before the grand white European-style doors. A dragon and a phoenix entwined around the pillars, the dragon lacking the imposing presence she had just witnessed. Pushing open the grand entrance revealed a lavishly decorated interior, with an opulence rivaling that of the American White House. Seated upon a luxurious brown leather sofa was an elderly lady, her expression stern. Sensing their arrival, her gaze pierced through the air, filled with shock, swiftly morphing into a tempest of rage. Greet your grandmother, he urged softly, maintaining his grip on her hand. Good day, grandmother, she stammered, retreating a couple of steps under the weight of the elderly woman's fierce stare. Vile wretch, haven't you caused enough harm to our family? Leave. Get out. The old woman's crazed eyes locked on Qianyi, her cane hurtling towards them. Thankfully, Mo-Si-Ko reacted with lightning speed, pivoting just in time to hear the cane clatter to the ground. The sudden turn of events left Qianyi pale, her heart racing as she felt the weight of the old woman's venomous glare. Chapter 24. The fury of the matriarch. Mo-Si-Ko's lips pressed into a thin line, his expression darkening as he frowned. Grandmother, this is your granddaughter-in-law. You must have mistaken her for someone else. The elderly lady trembled with rage, her memories of the woman merging with the nightmarish figure from her past. Realizing the sharpness in her grandson's eyes, the truth dawned upon her. You know, don't you? You harbor resentment towards me, so you deliberately sought out this woman to provoke me. Her voice, deep yet laced with fear, was directed at Mo-Si-Ko, her lips tinged with purple, but he gently comforted the petite figure in his arms, his striking brows furrowing as a hint of mockery flickered in his bright eyes. I know nothing. You have met her, and I shall take her away. With that, he disregarded the fury of those behind him, his voice hoarse with the pain of the moment. Qianyi, in a daze, allowed him to guide her out the door. The driver had been waiting by the car, seemingly aware of their imminent arrival, and upon seeing the couple, he promptly opened the door for them. As she sat in the car, a chill coursed through her, and she met his inscrutable gaze. That Mo-Si-Ko. What do you know? She murmured, don't overthink. Nothing is amiss, came his cold and authoritative reply, chilling her to the bone, leaving her with the unsettling impression of being ensnared in someone else's machinations. The Mo family estate. The elderly matriarch sat on the sofa, her earlier vitality seemingly evaporating, leaving her hunched and weary. The woman from her nightmares had haunted her for decades. Had she truly wronged them? This woman had destroyed her husband, her granddaughter. Would she now ruin her grandson as well? Born into a prominent family, though not as illustrious as the Mo clan, she had once been renowned in a city. Her name was Su Wanru, and in her youth, she had been a beauty. She had a dear friend. Yet when her parents informed her of the arranged marriage to the Mo family's eldest son, rumored to have a hidden ailment, she had fought against it vehemently. However, to protect the family business, she was compelled to comply. In desperation, she turned to her friend, seeking a substitution, and her friend readily agreed, leaving Su Wanru with a sense of guilt, promising to make amends in the future. To evade detection by the Mo family, they claimed she was a long-lost daughter, a ruse that granted her entry into high society. She believed she would have no further ties to that man, merely a friend of her confidant. But fate had other plans. While lost on a mountain, she was rescued by a man who captured her heart. She intended to confess her feelings upon her return home, only to discover the next day that he had come with her sister. In that instant, it felt as if lightning struck her. She could not fathom that the man she had fallen for was someone she had once been so close to obtaining. Yearning and jealousy surged within her. The man showered her with affection, yet she felt robbed of the love that should have been hers. Gradually, she began to criticize him in front of her friend while attempting to entice him. But he remained oblivious to her advances. In desperation, she resorted to drugging him. When her friend caught them entwined in bed, she immediately demanded a divorce that Su Wanru attempted to explain, but was met with cold indifference. The outcome was in her favor. She became pregnant from that fateful encounter. The Su family, privy to certain unsavory secrets of the Mo family, coerced the man into marrying her. Naively, she believed she could thaw his frozen heart. But on their wedding night, he warned her that his affections lay with another. Even after decades of marriage, they never shared intimacy, as if that other woman had vanished without a trace, while he never ceased his search for her. Decades later, circumstances had changed dramatically. She had transformed from a youthful maiden into an elderly woman with a sallow complexion, while he passed away harboring resentment, still murmuring the name of the woman who had ensnared his heart. How could she not despise that woman? The Mo family had a strict rule against divorce, and though he had broken that rule twice, they remained inexorably intertwined. Their son, under her pressure, took his wife abroad, leaving the family vulnerable to the watchful eyes of those eager to usurp their wealth. She felt besieged on all fronts, relying on her grandson to bear the burden. Yet everything was ultimately undone by the offspring of that wretched woman. A tempest of rage brewed within her, her heart weary from years of solitude. She wondered if that woman had perished, if they could no longer reunite in the afterlife to know they had destroyed her two beloveds. And now she possessed the power to obliterate their legacy. The atmosphere in the car was laden with tension, yet no one dared to break the silence. Upon exiting, he stepped out with his long legs, not casting a glance in her direction, leaving Qian-Yi feeling aggrieved. Just as she alighted, a corpulent figure lunged towards them, colliding with her forcefully, causing her head to spin. "Oh Xiao, I beg you, spare me, I truly did nothing wrong." Wang Xiao had become the pariah of the streets. En route, former adversaries had seized their chance, pummeling him until his face resembled that of a swollen pig. Upon seeing the woman beside Mo Siko, all his hopes shattered. It was undeniably Mo Xiao's woman. Mo Siko steadied her, his eyes narrowing as he looked down at the man kneeling and pleading. "Li Haoyu, are you all dead? You don't even know when someone enters?" The sharpness of his gaze sent a shiver down Wang Xiao's spine that he waved for the others to remove Wang Xiao. Their expressions tinged with pity. Crossing Mo Siko was akin to courting death. "Mo Xiao, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. I swear I didn't lay a hand on her, miss. I implore you, please spare us." Desperation drove Wang Xiao to desperate measures. Disregarding the attempts to restrain him, he lunged at Qian-Yi's feet, his head striking the cobblestones, blood oozing forth. He was a far cry from the arrogant figure he had been that night. Qian-Yi found a sense of satisfaction in this. Such men were scum, having wreaked havoc on countless innocent girls, and she felt no pity. Casting a cold glance at him, she turned to those beside her and said, "I'm tired. I wish to sleep." Those words sealed his fate. His face paled as he numbly allowed them to drag him away. Burying herself beneath the covers, she struggled to process the day's events. Why did the Mo family matriarch recognize her? And with such fury, she was left in the dark, feeling as though an invisible net was being cast over her, and she, foolishly, was eager to entangle herself within it. "Mo Siko, why did you marry me?" Moments later, a sigh escaped nearby, and the bed sank as he enveloped her in his embrace, blanket and all. "Please, don't overthink it." Qian-Yi struggled momentarily, only to be reminded of the wound on her arm, prompting her to relent. She turned over to face him, the depths of his eyes rendering her breathless. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to speak. "Mo Siko, why did you marry me? What are your intentions?" Mo Siko furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze flickering. Not everything necessitates a singular answer. Realizing she would glean nothing further from him, disappointment washed over her as she turned away, her back to him. Yet, the man behind her leaned in once more, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Before long, the steady rhythm of his breathing reached her ears. Cautiously glancing back, she beheld his handsome face, devoid of the day's earlier sharpness, and reached out to trace the contours of his features, murmuring, "Mo Siko, please don't let me down." Chapter 25. Company loopholes. With that, she nestled deeper into his embrace, unable to resist the encroaching drowsiness. Drifting into a deep slumber, in that fleeting moment before her eyes closed, his usually heavy-lidded gaze snapped open, clarity shimmering within, as if tinged with a hint of reluctance, gazing at the petite woman in his arms. A bittersweet smile graced Imo Saika's lips that he had nearly forgotten his original intention behind marrying her, until his grandmother brought it up today. After an unusually restful sleep, he opened his eyes to find his chiseled features magnified before her. He beamed widely. "Good morning." "Morning," she replied as she lazily burrowed into him like a kitten. A flicker of tenderness crossed Imo Saika's usually icy gaze. Resting his chin atop her hair, he greedily savored the warmth of the moment. "Get up, I need to take you to the company today. Can I take a leave?" After a prolonged pause, his warm, husky voice resonated in her ear. Lifting her head in confusion, she met the sharpness of his eyes and instantly understood the implications of his words. She wore a pure, white camisole, the straps resting perfectly across her chest, accentuating her cleavage, which darkened someone's gaze. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware. Just like that, the sudden turn of events left Qian-yi momentarily stunned. She looked at his brooding expression, bending down to peer closely at him. "What do you mean, just like that?" In the intimacy of proximity, as she bent closer, he perceived her clarity more acutely. His breathing grew heavier, and his crimson eyes seemed on the brink of transforming into that of a wolf, causing Qian-yi's cheeks to flush. "Rogue." Just as his large hand reached out, she swiftly retreated a couple of steps, only to see him rise from the bed, his long legs closing the distance, cornering her into a tight spot. "We are legally married. It is my duty to be a rogue with you." His serious demeanor bore an almost accusatory tone, and seizing her momentary distraction, he had already tossed her onto the bed. When they finally emerged again, the sun had risen high, having been roused by Li Haoyu, who reminded them that their schedule had been significantly delayed, implicitly suggesting it was time to rein in their activities and return to work. Ultimately, she chose to wear a rather conservative outfit to conceal the myriad of love bites adorning her skin. As she settled into the car and spotted Li Haoyu, memories of their heated night flooded her mind, prompting her to lower her head and remain silent, regardless of what he said. Through the rearview mirror, Li Haoyu caught sight of his boss's sharp gaze fixed upon him. Awkwardly scratching his nose, he truly had the boss's best interests at heart and had endeavored to help him delay matters as much as possible. Yet it seemed their adversaries had already grown impatient. That moment, the employees of the Qian group were lamenting their plight, enduring inhumane treatment. "Yes, over there. Are you blind? Can't you see you're going the wrong way? If you don't start working properly, I'll fire you all." Qian Yixue, clad in a provocative red bodycon dress that clashed with her complexion, appeared slightly more subdued in her makeup. At first glance, she was indeed a stunning beauty. With an air of superiority, she commanded the employees as if they were mere laborers and cleaners, forcing them to toil for her. Upon hearing her mother mention that Imo Saika's company intended to send personnel for a collaboration, she had been incessantly busy to that end. She had deliberately chosen an outfit designed to captivate men, hoping to garner some favor. Contemplating Qian-yi, disdain flickered in her eyes, accompanied by a cold smirk. "What of my husband? He will inevitably fall under my spell. This is off. Can you take a look at it? I truly don't understand how you all work." After seeing two employees misplace the vibrant red roses, she began to berate them. Those seasoned employees seethed with anger. Had it not been for the suppression of their true leader, they would never have endured such indignity. As she gazed at the bold letters spelling out Qian Group glimmering in the sunlight, unease coursed through Qian-yi. Ever since her mother passed away, she had not dared to set foot here. Not for lack of desire, but for fear. Fearful of witnessing the company her mother painstakingly built devolve into chaos. And more so, of assuming control when she still lacked any real capability. Noticing the tension in the arm linked with his, Imo Saika subtly pulled her closer, his handsome face exuding an icy demeanor. His thin lips pressed tightly together, betraying no hint of anger. "To brother-in-law, you're here. I knew you would come, did I?" Qian Yixue's exuberance faltered upon seeing the pair holding on to one another, her words abruptly cut off. Jealousy simmering in the depths of her gaze as she fixated on their intertwined arms. Upon seeing her emerge, Imo Saika's brow creased imperceptibly. Typically, such trivial matters did not warrant his personal attendance. Today, he had merely intended to allow the petite woman to assess the situation. The Qian group had long become a hollow shell, devoid of value. "Sister, you're here too. I thought you would be at work. Come in quickly." Her demeanor suggested she had taken ownership of the place, as if she were the lady of the manor, a stance that irked her immensely. The employees stood in 2 rows, observing the man's expressionless countenance. Some of the older staff recognized Qian, their faces brightening with hope. Most had followed her when she was just an inexperienced girl. At that time, they had possessed nothing. It was the former chairwoman who had given them a place to thrive, leading to their current successes. Their enduring loyalty stemmed from the belief that the chairwoman's daughter would reclaim her rightful position here. Qian also recognized those uncles and aunts, her eyes filled with regret as she gazed at them, her heart growing heavier. Had she arrived too late? As they entered the office, they found Zheng Xiaofan seated at her desk, failing to rise to greet them. Upon noticing their presence, she merely lifted her eyelids, offering a perfunctory, "You're here," before lapsing into silence. When had the boss ever been subjected to such indignity? Li Haoyu's expression darkened as he retrieved a contract from his bag, slamming it onto her desk, the sound startling her into attention. She awkwardly gazed at them, picking up the contract in her hands. "What is this? The premise of cooperation is mutual benefit. You mustn't go too far. Taking 30% every month. How is that not akin to robbery?" After scrutinizing the document, her sharp voice, laced with disbelief, pointed out a particular clause with indignation. "Madam, given the current circumstances, extracting 30% is already a generous concession. Surely you are aware of the underlying issues here, or shall we enumerate them one by one?" Having followed Imo Saiku for quite some time, Li Haoyu had developed a commanding presence, his dark eyes laced with cold amusement. His subtle threat caused the woman across from him to blanch. Despite her simmering rage, she dared not speak further. A sycophantic smile plastered on her face, her anxiety palpable. While the company appeared to be profitable on the surface, no one understood its losses better than she did, that if they possessed the capability to resurrect it, even 70% would yield more than before, allowing her to tap into funds to repay her debts. "And what of this? Why should my company allow you to send people in? What are your true intentions?" The previous points had been systematically countered, but the last one pushed her to the brink. Anger contorted her plump face. Li Haoyu shot her a disdainful glance, as if to say they were not fools, that he was well aware of the company's situation, and his eyes glinted with sarcasm. "You just stated that this is a win-win situation. Since it is, we have the right to place our personnel here. Otherwise, how can we comprehend the losses?" Zheng Xiaofan's face fluctuated between shades of green and white as she glared at the two who had remained silent throughout. It dawned on her that they had come to confront her today. "Fine. I'll sign in the face of financial urgency." She had no choice but to concede, especially as she desperately needed funds to cover the gaps. Otherwise, if her husband found out, it would spell disaster. Only after she had signed did Qian feel a weight lift from her heart. Though she was uncertain of his true motives, she felt he was willing to collaborate with this small company for her sake. "With that settled, we would also appreciate your ladyship providing us with the financial statements for the past 3 years, so we can have a clearer understanding." His words resonated firmly, causing the individual across from him to turn ashen. Chapter 26. The truth panic flickered in Zheng Xiaofan's eyes, her breath becoming erratic. After a lengthy pause, she forced a laugh and said, "The finance department is currently on leave, that I'll send someone with the documents once they return to work in a few days." The heart raced incessantly, pounding like a drum, uncertain if this reason would suffice to convince them that it was imperative that they must not see it now. Otherwise, everything would be laid bare, that I no need for that. "I merely require a glimpse of the records currently stored on the computer." Li Haoyu observed her complexion shift dramatically, a curious blend of black and white hues, finding amusement in the spectacle. With a mischievous intent to startle her, he had no genuine desire to peruse those documents, but sought merely to issue a warning to this woman that, "Oh, what is there to see? Since the contract has already been signed and all matters concluded, let us proceed to dine, brother-in-law, shall we?" Qian Ishue remarked, taking note of her mother's ashen visage, understanding all too well that there was likely something amiss with that bill, thus diverting the topic. "That syrupy, sweet voice sent chills down Qian's spine, eliciting a visceral reaction. Goodness, must this woman be so repulsive? If she wishes to ensnare a man, she need not make others uncomfortable, especially adorned in that garish red attire, which resembles a beggar draped in a dragon robe. Utterly disconcerting. Indeed, let us dine first. We can address these matters later." With her daughter's intervention, she hastily descended the figurative ladder, refraining from further discussion regarding the bill. Throughout this exchange, Mock remained silent, raising his gaze, his chilling demeanor causing both women to feel as though they were enveloped in the depths of winter, their spines tingling with trepidation that a single glance from him was enough to alter their countenance, leaving them breathless, unaware of the impending confrontation that awaited them. Madam Qian, since there is no sincere intention for collaboration, we find no necessity for partnership. Let us depart. With that, he strode out decisively, his footsteps devoid of any lingering sentiment, making it clear that he was not jesting but genuinely wished to terminate the collaboration. Mock Xiao, look, I shall fetch the financial statements for you immediately. Zheng Xiaofan, flustered, reached out toward Mock's suit, her urgency palpable. Mock's eyes turned icy, his disdain unmistakable as he glared at her, his penetrating gaze akin to a sharpened blade, rendering her legs weak with fear. How you observed the unfolding drama with a bemused detachment, aware that someone was about to face misfortune. The boss had an aversion to touch, particularly from women, and though he initially believed the situation had improved, it turned out that the boss's wife was merely an anomaly. As expected, Mock discarded his jacket with disgust, carelessly tossing it onto Li Haoyu, his tone as frigid as the depths of a frozen lake. Dispose of it. Both Zheng Xiaofan and Qian Yixue were momentarily petrified. Rumors of Mock Xiao's severe cleanliness obsession had circulated. When they had previously linked arms, they had presumed his aversion had lessened, only to be confronted with the harsh reality. Zheng Xiaofan's expression darkened further, feeling humiliated by the disdain of a younger man. Meanwhile, Li Haoyu wore a pained expression. Every piece of his attire was custom-made, and this particular jacket alone could have purchased the empty shell that was the Qian family. Yet, it was dismissed so flippantly. What extravagance! Qian Yi silently applauded in her mind, touched by the thought that her presence had brought them discomfort, unaware of the depths of his cleanliness obsession that it was hardly her fault. Their every interaction had seemed entirely normal, and Mock had not shown any sign of discontent. This interlude shifted Zheng Xiaofan's previously indifferent demeanor to one of solemnity, upon seeing him halt his advance. She hurriedly moved toward the finance department, casting a glance at her daughter, hoping she could stall for a moment longer. Qian Yixue caught on to her mother's intent, the earlier awkwardness dissipating as she turned to her silent sister with a smile. Sister, since your marriage, we have scarcely had a proper conversation. That I truly miss the days of your ditto. And yesterday, Chu Feng mentioned you. As she spoke, she innocently covered her lips, her eyes shimmering with innocence, as if to convey that she had not meant to pry. Qian Yi felt a rush of irritation, realizing this was akin to a blatant confession. What did it matter how Chu Feng fared? Their mutual affections and daily encounters were hardly remarkable. Her expression remained cold as she leaned casually against him, who bore no anger, his eyes softened with affection as he regarded her. However, to another, this gesture appeared provocative, igniting a simmering resentment. Knowing that someone would visit today, they had risen early and dressed to impress, only for him to bestow not a single glance in return. It must be Qian Yi's presence. I cannot be too excessive. It must be so. Women often possess a remarkable capacity for self-deception, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary within their convoluted thoughts. Sister, I know you still hold a grudge against me. Although brother-in-law is present, I mustn't speak too harshly, but I am now filled with regret. For it is evident that he harbors feelings for you, that I deeply lament my actions. Biting her lip, her eyes brimmed with tears, portraying a heart-wrenching image that evoked sympathy. The scene left Li Haoyu awkwardly scratching his nose, exasperated by her lack of perception. Did she not see their evident affection? Even the most cherished individuals in the boss's life had not shattered their bond. What storm could she, a mere subordinate, possibly stir? Qian Yi distinctly felt the grip of the person behind her tighten, raising her face innocently, relieved to find no anger in those fathomless eyes. Now you regret it. I warned you that you would come to rue it. Yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Fear not. I shall wish you both eternal happiness thrice daily, ensuring you no longer inflict harm upon others, and may you remain together for all eternity. Her lamentable words prompted an uncontrollable chuckle from Li Haoyu. Finally grasping why the boss held her in such high regard, she was simply delightful. That laughter grated on Qian Yixue's ears. a solitary tear cascading down her cheek as her voice trembled with indignation. That I know you are blaming me. You two have been together for so long. How could there be no feelings? It is my fault for believing his sweet words. Sister, please forgive me. All blame was placed upon a single person, inciting Qian Yi's disdain, her lips curling into a cold smile as she regarded her. Immersed in her own melodrama, a match made in heaven for the unworthy, that do not even think about harming others further. That would be truly wrong. Let your union endure for eternity, but do not gaze at Mock with such a pitiful expression. He is not someone who can be easily claimed. With that, she laughed mockingly twice, delighting in the way her expression darkened, a sensation of satisfaction washing over her. At Mock's I twitched slightly, though he chose not to elaborate. Relishing the praise she heaped upon him, that my dear wife, you underestimate me. I am not so easily coveted to in matters of sharp wit. Mock had always outshone others, leaving even high-ranking officials of the American government speechless. Let alone her. The duet of their banter only intensified Qian Yishua's ire. As she had never endured such humiliation, in her heart, she vowed that whatever she could not possess, this little wretch would not have either. Li Haoyu cast a sympathetic glance in her direction, lamenting her misfortune. Why offend anyone at all? Why choose to provoke the boss? This is sheer folly. Yet, what is this inexplicable satisfaction I feel, as the atmosphere grew tense? Zheng Xiaofan hurried over, her ample figure jiggling with her movement, resembling a mass of flesh in motion, an oddly comedic sight. Here are this year's financial statements. The past 2 years have yet to be released. Let us examine this for now. With hands respectfully extended, she presented the documents, her heart racing with anxiety, unsure if she could evade their scrutiny. Chapter 27. Kidnapped. Those hands reached out before Mock, his dissatisfaction evident. Observing this, Li Haoyu stepped forward to accept the papers, his keen eyes immediately spotting the glaring discrepancies. That a smirk graced his lips, quite audacious to fabricate before them, and now they would not be held accountable. Well, I have reviewed it. Let this suffice. His words echoed Mock's decree, and the panic in Zheng Xiaofan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of joy. Then I trust you, Mr. Mock, to handle matters concerning the Qian family. Relief washed over her as she smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling as if envisioning a continuous stream of wealth flowing towards her, utterly oblivious to her daughter's distressed countenance. Madam Qian, we shall take our leave for now. Someone will arrive shortly to discuss the particulars. Noticing the boss's nod, Li Haoyu proposed their departure. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he rose and took his wife's arm, moving away. Qian Yishua yearned to retain them, but was restrained by her mother, watching helplessly as they left, confusion swirling in her eyes. Mother, why are you stopping me? Perhaps I could succeed. Zheng Xiaofan looked at her daughter, wishing she could deny her lineage. How could she be so dim-witted? Are you foolish? Given the current circumstances, merely approaching them without being rebuffed would be a stroke of luck, and you still entertain hopes of success. Qian Yishua pouted, recalling her earlier brashness, her anger flaring anew. What should I do? You have no idea how arrogant that little wretch was just now. Swear, you must have confidence. If you could steal away Chu Feng, then how could a Mo Shao be beyond your reach? It is merely a matter of employing the right strategy. A man like Chu Feng can easily have his immense vanity satisfied by the deliberate flattery of any woman. But Mo Shao is different. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. How could he be easily swayed by such trivial tricks? Suddenly enlightened, Qian Yishua's eyes sparkled with determination, and she affectionately draped her arms around her mother's neck, sweetly saying, Mama, thank you. Now I finally understand why, after all these years, you still have Dad wrapped around your finger. Once I capture Mock, you can indulge in the joys of a harmonious family. Upon mentioning her husband, Zheng Xiaofan's face brimmed with pride. She took great satisfaction in 2 accomplishments in her life, one being the usurpation of her husband and the acquisition of that woman's company, and the other being her daughter mastering her own skills to perfection. With triumphant eyes fixed on a certain point, she exuded an air of inevitability, her heart silently mocking. Qian, just enjoy these final days of warmth. Mock, is there an issue with the bill? The disdain in Li Haoyu's eyes did not escape her notice as he furrowed his brows in confusion that if the bill had discrepancies, then why? It seems that the Qian group appears to be profiting while, in reality, it is riddled with flaws. Perhaps the company cannot even manage 200,000 now to drive a person mad. One must first inflate their ego, and then strike when they are most vulnerable, until they are utterly obliterated. This was his usual modus operandi. Qian Yi's expression darkened, pain flickering in her eyes. She never anticipated that they could bring the Qian group to such a dire state. Her hands trembled. She had been restraining herself, for otherwise, those words would have slipped from her lips, that if you are capable now, I will take it back and hand it over to you from management. Straightening her posture to face him, she saw a glimmer in Mock's unfathomable gaze. Should she merely nod, those plans would be set in motion ahead of schedule, though they may not achieve the desired effect. They would still deliver a devastating blow to them. Shaking her head, she was acutely aware that she did not yet possess the qualifications to manage. It could potentially worsen the situation. She needed to grow stronger to rightfully claim everything as her own. The desire to strengthen herself surged within her. She could not bear to watch the company crumble, nor could she allow herself to become that woman's pawn. Mock, wait for me to grow stronger. The unwavering determination in her almond-shaped eyes momentarily caught him off guard, but then a smile crept across his lips, a perfect curve that ensnared the heart. All right, he replied. His woman he will cherish, even if the heavens fall. It matters not, for he is here. Li Haoyu's eyes glistened with admiration. To climb such heights without succumbing to exploitation was the mark of true loyalty to the boss. Yet he wondered how long this could last. For the deep concern in the boss's eyes threatened to drown him. The mundane days flowed sweetly by, leading Qian Yi to genuinely feel as though they were an ordinary couple, devoid of contracts or obstacles. Blissfully existing as if they were the only two souls in the world. As the end of the workday approached, Qian Yi tidied her belongings and declined Nai Luo's invitation to the bar. The event of the last bar visit still haunted her, and she could not bear to throw herself back into such an environment, especially since someone would surely disapprove. After being refused, Nai Luo pouted, accusing her of forgetting friends for the sake of romance. Yet inwardly, she was envious, spending her days lingering in bars merely to catch a glimpse of a certain someone upon stepping outside. Qian Yi noticed the absence of the familiar black Aston Martin, feeling puzzled. Even if he did not come personally, he would usually send someone to fetch her. However, upon reconsideration, she thought perhaps he had been delayed. It would be best to take a taxi home. She hailed a cab and, after providing her destination, began fiddling with her phone. Approximately 15 minutes later, she realized the driver was not following the route she knew, instead heading toward desolate terrain. Stop the car. You've taken a wrong turn. I wish to get out today as she leaned closer. She noticed the driver wearing a cap and large sunglasses obscuring half his face. He appeared to be prepared for something. Upon hearing her demand to exit, he did not stop, but instead pressed the accelerator, causing the vehicle to lurch violently. The jarring movements made her head spin, her consciousness fading as she struggled to type out a few words before succumbing to darkness. Once the driver noted the silence from the back seat, he smirked, his calloused hand reaching for his phone as he lowered his voice to report. The mission is complete. Upon awakening, Qian Yi found herself in an empty warehouse, the stench of oil overwhelming her senses. Used oil drums were piled high, and the walls were peeling with age. The iron pillars were rusted, indicating a long-abandoned place, likely on the outskirts. Her immediate analysis of the environment revealed that such a building could not exist in the city, and if it did, it would have been sealed by the government. Her arms were tightly bound with rough ropes, the pressure causing her fair skin to bleed, and pain shot through her with every movement. Her legs were also restrained, indicating a level of expertise in tying knots that suggested this was not the first time such an act had been committed. However, who had she wronged? A multitude of potential suspects flashed through her mind like a film reel, yet she could find no answers. Who wished to bring her harm? Shifting her body toward the iron door, she noticed a crack allowing a glimpse outside. The door was secured with a thick chain, and beyond it, several burly men were drinking and playing dice, their laughter echoing ominously that a table was littered with empty bottles and peanut shells. And one of them seemed to feel her gaze, turning towards her, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Did I say, there is someone inside? We're just having a drink. Is that a problem? What problem could there be? Little one, you're just too timid. You think a few men like us would let her escape? I'm just concerned, all right? This is a big operation. If she escapes, it could be a loss. Drink up. Drink up. Tomorrow will silence her for good. Chinny felt a wave of terror wash over her as she recoiled, her eyes wide with fear. The T.O. silenced her. This was more than a mere kidnapping. This was premeditated murder. In City A, chaos had erupted. MOCK stood grim-faced in the surveillance room, his body tense and hands clenched, making those around him cautious and hesitant to approach. "I want answers in 1 hour." The footage had abruptly ceased after she entered the taxi, indicating tampering. These men had clearly plotted this for a long time. For 10 years, he had not felt such tension upon receiving her distress signal. He found that calls were futile, and even satellites could not locate her. His hands trembled as he grasped the keys. Chapter 28. A difficult escape. Lee Hao-yu hurriedly arrived, clutching numerous photographs. Evidence he had gathered in just 10 minutes concerning all the illicit activities in City A that day. Yet her presence was conspicuously absent. The city had been turned upside down, and the long-emboldened criminal forces had been dismantled due to MOCK's wrath. That night, the police dismantled 26 brothels, rescued 10 abducted children, and shut down numerous criminal enterprises that MOCK had not slept a wink. His coffee cups replenished one after another, each breath laced with anguish, but he was tormented by thoughts of that little woman. Was she being beaten? Had she been violated upon entering? Lee Hao-yu found him seated, his eyes filled with sorrow. The NO news is often the best news. He attempted to comfort him. Yet he knew all too well that if the kidnappers found a profit in their actions, they would inevitably reach out. His fear was that they had been bribed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his pupils constricted with fury as he grabbed the car keys and stormed out, his presence radiating an energy that suggested he would bring down anyone who stood in his way. He had only seen such intensity once before, 10 years ago, when City A was reshaped. Lee Hao-yu felt a chill run down his spine, fearing the worst as he hurriedly followed behind the MO residence. Su Wanru felt a twitch in her right eye, her mind clouded with sleepiness. Yet she remained seated on the couch, unwilling to retreat to her room. Bang! The door was kicked open, and in strode MOCK. His cold expression devoid of the warmth he usually bore. This how I taught you. This is your home." He slammed his cane down, knowing full well that no good news would follow. "Where is she?" His ebony eyes were icy as he demanded an answer. "Who?" Su Wanru inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion, but he had never acted so impulsively before. What was going on? MOCK sought to uncover a hint of panic on her face. Staring intently for a long while, yet found nothing, his frustration mounted. It was neither her nor anyone else that MOCK. "You come here at this hour and ask me that. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Watching him turn to leave without a word finally ignited her fury. The MOCK stiffened, turning back with a cold smirk, though the amusement did not reach his eyes. "Whether or not you are involved, I will say this. If there is a problem, come at me. If it's not you, then all the better. If it is, and you harm her, I will destroy those you have painstakingly trained." Su Wanru stood in stunned silence as he departed, her heart sinking into an abyss. Had something happened to Qian? Did he think she was responsible? To those he had painstakingly trained, wasn't he that just him? Was this boy threatening her? No, it cannot be, for this is her sole hope, one that must not be shattered. With trembling hands, she dialed a number, her voice thick with an emotion she herself was unaware of. "Uncle Long, have you harmed that girl? Was it not you? Help me find her tonight. I must see her. If that girl were to perish, so be it. However, it must not be at the cost of her grandson's destruction. Absolutely not." Time passed unknowingly as the sounds of revelry outside began to dwindle, and Qian gradually regained her composure. She could not afford to remain passive. These individuals had refrained from making a single phone call for far too long. Their intention clearly to silence her. She would not be led to slaughter. After much maneuvering in the warehouse, she finally spotted a piece of wire. Grasping it tightly, she made her way towards the door. Peeking through the crack to see those men sprawled haphazardly on the floor, still not deep in slumber. Returning to the column, she began to saw at the rope binding her. The rope was as unyielding as granite, refusing to yield for what felt like an eternity. Blood began to seep from her hands due to the vigorous movement, and she knew that if this continued, the bones would soon be visible. Yet, she could not relent. She could not perish here. Mazuku was still waiting for her. With newfound determination, she felt an unending surge of strength until her hands grew numb and unfeeling. at which point the rope finally gave way. After flexing her wrists, pain shot through her, causing her to gasp, but she endured the agony to untie her feet. Outside, even breathing could be heard with a steady rhythm. It was now or never. Fortunately, her slender hands allowed her to reach outside. The thin wire was inserted into the lock. After much fiddling, there were no signs of it yielding. Yet she refused to be disheartened. Her once fair and elongated hands were now stained with blood, crimson streams flowing freely, as a ghastly wound formed at her wrist. She realized that if this continued, her hands would surely be rendered useless. Finally, the lock clicked open, as she quietly removed the heavy lock. The door creaked open, and she held her breath in fear, her heart racing. The men merely shifted in their sleep, showing no signs of awakening, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she cautiously made her way outside. They had already succumbed to a deep slumber, countless beer bottles littering the ground, these men seemingly accustomed to sleeping amid such chaos. She stepped over the bottles, inching towards the exit, when suddenly, halt. A figure behind her swayed unsteadily, presumably seeking the restroom. In a moment of clarity, he caught sight of her silhouette, instantly shaking off the fog of intoxication, loudly rousing the others. With no time to spare, Chinny flung the door open and fled, the men hot on her heels. She ran without pause, the darkness obscuring her sense of direction. She could scarcely recall how far she had sprinted. Her strength waned, pain radiated from her wrist, and her legs grew increasingly numb, the relentless pursuit instilling a sense of despair within her. As her consciousness began to fade, the pain in her body receded into the background. Blood flowed from a wound between her legs, something within her gradually fading. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her attention, igniting a flicker of hope as she dashed towards it on the road. Her sudden appearance caused a speeding vehicle to screech to a halt. Emitting a piercing sound, she widened her eyes in terror. The car came to a stop mere inches from her. In a moment of uncertainty, she glimpsed Gu Yaoxian. His eyes filled with astonishment as he steadied her swaying form. Before he could inquire further, she slipped into unconsciousness. The pursuers watched as someone lifted her into a silver BMW, exchanging fearful glances that spoke volumes. Their mission was at stake, and the thought of failure sent a shiver down their spines. Upon returning, they would claim to have silenced her and then abscond with the money. Did you hear that? Is it feasible? Just say it, as long as we secure the cash. Even the King of Heaven would not be able to find us. The others nodded in agreement. As long as they could obtain the money, that was all that mattered. The Jiu Yaoxian sat anxiously in the operating room, his gaze fixed on the three ominous red characters. Filled with dread, the Jiu Yaoxian, where is she? A hand gripped his collar, and Mazuka glared at him. Eyes blazing with fury, the Jiu Yaoxian smirked, mockingly gesturing towards the operating room. Mr. Mo, aren't you supposed to be all-knowing and all-powerful? How is it that you cannot protect your own wife? Li Haoyu, trailing closely behind, felt a twitch in his eye. With their boss in a fury, he was only adding fuel to the fire, uncertain if he would survive the encounter. Family of the patient. Who is the family of the patient? The operating room door swung open, and a doctor rushed in with a medical chart. Mazuka stepped forward, trembling as he received the doctor's notice of critical condition. The patient's current state is grave. She has a rare blood type, known as panda blood. The patient has suffered a miscarriage, and due to delayed treatment, she has developed an infection. Please sign. We will do our utmost to save her. The mention of miscarriage. Mazuka's body trembled, pain flooding his eyes that if she does not survive, this hospital will cease to exist. Refusing to sign, Mazuka's icy gaze was laced with fury. The doctor, recognizing the wealth of the patient's family, dared not delay and hurried back into the operating room to Li Haoyu. If you cannot uncover who did this, do not ever show your face before me again. The coldness in his eyes carried a cataclysmic force, and the chilling tone compelled Li Haoyu to stand straight, hastily retreating. Chapter 29. The Lost Child. The surgery lasted a full 10 hours. And Mazuka stood at the entrance, never straying from his post. Blood was brought out in basin after basin, a horrifying sight. Nurses rushed about, fetching blood plasma from the blood bank. We're in trouble. There isn't enough blood in the bank. The patient needs at least 500 cubic centimeters of blood to survive. The doctor's face turned pale as he rushed out. Desperation etched upon him that it was too late to issue a call for help. If the wound was not stitched promptly, the consequences were unthinkable. That MY blood type is a match. Use mine. A hand pushed past the two. Gu Yaoxian rolled up his sleeves, resolutely addressing the doctor. Mazaku raised an eyebrow, wanting to refuse, but the urgency of the situation demanded action. Fine, come with me. There was no time left for blood tests. They could only hope their blood would not react adversely, that a healthy individual could donate a maximum of 200 cubic centimeters to avoid complications. And Gu Yaoxuan's face paled, placing the doctor in a dilemma. How much more do you need? Just take it. The commanding tone made the doctor tremble, his voice quavering. Sir, if you draw any more, you will. A single glance from Gu Yaoxian silenced the doctor, who gritted his teeth and proceeded. After extracting 500 cc, Gu Yaoxuan's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed. Chaos ensued. Qianyi dreamt of a delicate child weeping. She wished to reach out, yet a veil of mist obstructed their connection. The sound of crying entwined her heart, causing it to wrench painfully. The acrid scent of disinfectant furrowed her brow. She attempted to rise, but was met with excruciating pain. Her hands were bound tightly, particularly in her lower region, where a searing ache nearly forced a cry from her lips. Mazaku! As she spoke, her voice emerged as a hoarse croak, displeasing even to her own ears, meeting Mazaku's sorrowful gaze. She managed a feeble smile, misinterpreting his distress for concern that I'm fine. Desiring to rise, the pain only intensified, and a horrifying realization dawned upon her. She clutched his sleeve, unaware that her wound had reopened. Tell me. Mazaku, M.I.E. the child, will there be another? His voice cracked at the end, and she felt a taut string in her heart snap. That M.Y. child. Though no tears fell, the ache in her throat was unbearable. Mazaku, I'm sorry. I failed to protect him, that I didn't even know he existed. Her eyes glistened, yet no tears fell. The weight of her guilt caused Mazaku's gaze to flicker, his tone heavy with sorrow. It is my fault. Her heart felt as though it were being mercilessly crushed by an invisible hand, as if a relentless cold wind was invading her very essence. She closed her eyes, allowing tears to flow freely, gritting her teeth to suppress any sound. Mazaku held her trembling form tightly. Shutting his eyes, he appeared unchanged, yet an unbearable pain radiated from him, rendering him impossible to look at directly. The wound on her wrist split open again, necessitating the doctor to redress it, engaging in the tedious task. Unlike before, when patients would receive scolding, now they dared not utter a word. Throughout it all, she remained impassive, never furrowing her brow. That dream must have been real. The child's silent tears cascaded down, moving even the most seasoned doctors, who could only sigh and shake their heads. Once the doctors had departed, the previously silent figure suddenly spoke, his tone icy and resolute. Mazaku, I want those men dead. Very well. The words he uttered were so light that they seemed merely perfunctory. However, Qianyi understood that he would never be dismissive of himself. At that moment, Li Haoyu approached with a darkened expression, and upon seeing her, his eyes brimmed with sympathy, causing her inner turmoil to swell infinitely, her heart feeling as if it had been pierced by a knife. It is my father, ISNT it. The tone was beyond description. During her unconsciousness, she had already come to terms with everything. No matter how much Imo Saika's grandmother despised her, she would not go so far as to be excessively cruel. Nor would it be so ostentatious that it was solely her father whose despair and trembling form evoked an unbearable sense of pity. That Li Haoyu nodded with great difficulty. Mo Saiku, I am weary. What kind of hatred could drive a father to such extremes? To act without a word, merely tearing up the ticket? Yet she no longer wished to know. The bond of father and daughter had been irrevocably severed by this incident. Her hands instinctively rested upon her abdomen. Where once lay the child they both had yet to behold. Be good. Rest well, that I shall take care of things. He cradled her in his arms, kissing her forehead, his icy demeanor unchanged. She knew full well what would transpire next. Yet she lacked the strength to intervene. After they departed, her face, buried in the blanket, had already been washed by tears, the pain of her body paling in comparison to the agony within. Curled up, the tearing pain in her lower regions reminded her that she had just lost a child. Finally, unable to contain herself, she sobbed uncontrollably, her tears laden with questions and grievances that would move any listener to compassion. At that moment, in a private room of an underground gambling den, Qian Goen and Zheng Xiufen knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, paralyzed and unwilling to move as dart gun barrels loomed ominously above them. The once raucous casino had fallen silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. That as one individual entered the establishment, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Those who had not yet fled hastily distanced themselves from him. His presence radiating an overwhelming aura, Mo Saiku wore a cold expression, his fury undiminished by the sight of the two, and his murderous intent surged uncontrollably to Mo Shao. Save me. They want to kill me. Please. Qian Goen, stripped of his usual dignified demeanor, knelt like a pathetic hound, wagging his tail in desperation. He had no understanding of the events that had transpired. He had merely received a phone call instructing him to bring money to the casino to redeem his wife. Although he loathed the situation, he had no choice but to comply, for the caller had made it clear that he was the mayor and had threatened to expose all his scandals in the media if he failed to appear. Upon arriving at the casino, he sensed a different atmosphere and wished to flee, but he was firmly restrained by the men in black who emerged from within, having knelt here for an hour with a gun pressed to him. Mo Shao, we just signed a contract. You cannot turn a blind eye. Zheng Xiufan's gaze flickered. Uncertain if the others had succeeded, she couldn't risk her life here, and thus she crawled and begged for mercy. Before her hands could even touch Mo Saika's garments, Li Haoyu extended his leg and kicked her back half a meter. The thud of her corpulent body hitting the ground reverberated through the casino. And disregarding her internal pain, she knelt in terror again, a growing sense of dread enveloping her. Who did this? Mo Saiku, languidly leaning back in his chair, casually fiddled with non-existent dust under his nails. As he parted his lips, his gaze missed not a single movement from the two. Qian Goen was utterly baffled, unaware of what was being discussed, but upon seeing his wife shrink in fear, he grasped the entire situation. It must have been an attack on her at Mo Shao. What happened? I know nothing, please spare me. The bond of husband and wife had once been as inseparable as birds of a feather. Now, when disaster struck, they sought their own escape, but he was unable to ensure his own safety, let alone protect his wife. Qian Goen, it was all your doing. I asked you, and you said that if possible, you would make Qianyi disappear completely. It was you. You heartless wretch, and now you wish to abandon me. Zheng Xiufan struck his body, terror and despair engulfing her. Qian Goen's face drained of color. Feeling humiliated, he turned sharply and slapped her across the face, seething, You vile woman! How dare you attempt to harm my daughter? She collapsed to the ground, realizing that everything was over, utterly finished. Chapter 30. Swift and resolute Mo Saiku quietly observed their quarrel, as if relishing the rare spectacle. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke with disinterest. Mayor Qian, do you recall how my mother-in-law met her demise? Why did she die? I believe you should know better than I. His nonchalant words struck Qian Goen's heart, causing him to tremble slightly, shaking his head in disbelief that no, the last doctor is already dead. Mo Saiku cannot possibly know that Mo Shao, my wife, merely died of illness. After her passing, I was heartbroken that I intended to find a good mother for Yi. But little did I expect. He feigned anguish, raking his hair in a manner that would convince the unsuspecting. Zheng Xiufan, however, stared blankly, and at his words, she let out a chilling laugh, her voice piercing like a wraith, sending shivers down spines. Who could have imagined that the esteemed Mayor Qian, revered by the public as a man of integrity, had murdered his own wife, all for the sake of acquiring her company? His embezzlement of public funds amounted to billions, merely concealed under the name of a small country. You may not know, but last year's infamous Broken Bridge incident was nothing but a shoddy project. The funds had long since lined someone's pockets. As her words fell, Qian Goen turned ashen, realizing how this woman could possibly know. Are you wondering how I am aware of this? Qian Goen, if one wishes for their misdeeds to remain hidden, they must refrain from committing them in the first place, having done so many unscrupulous deeds. You cannot sleep soundly. I, who rest beside you, cannot possibly miss your every murmured confession. Those who commit many wrongs cannot even find peace in sleep that on a stormy night she had inadvertently overheard his ramblings. Though her facade remained calm, a tempest raged within her. For so many years, she had only feigned kindness towards him to uncover the whereabouts of those hidden funds. When you killed my wife, you were also present. You were the instigator. You urged me to inject those toxins. You prevented the autopsy from being conducted. The two exchanged accusations, revealing grave matters, and even the men in black began to lose their composure. Feeling an urge to eliminate the two did so, upon learning that I intended to place someone within the Chien family, you feared for E. Hence, you resorted to kidnapping. Even the kidnappers sought not wealth, but merely a life. Each word struck heavily upon them, and they exchanged looks of astonishment. No, we simply sought to kidnap someone and demand ransom. We never requested a death. What went awry in the plan that prompted the kidnappers to resort to murder? Chien Goen, regretting his decisions, hurriedly inquired, "Where is E? What has happened to her?" He never intended to harm his daughter. He had merely trusted this woman's words, hoping to take advantage of the situation while giving her a lesson. How could he have foreseen this? "Thanks to you, she is better off dead." The anticipated answer, spoken aloud, left them both crumpled on the ground, horrified by the means he had employed. "Mayor Chien, do you know what the best way to torment a person is? It is to take away their most cherished possessions, forcing them to watch as those they hold dear slip away. The wealth of Pakistan. I have donated it in your name to the Domestic Red Cross, and named it after E. An entire billion. Who could have imagined?" Oh, Saika leaned in close to his ear, his tone frigid, and upon finishing, he stepped back, observing the despair in Chien Goen's eyes with satisfaction. A smirk tugging at his lips, he believed neither of them possessed the audacity to act decisively. But since they were aware of his plans and still managed to command the kidnappers, there couldn't be many left. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you, that I will ensure that the media gradually uncovers your nefarious deeds until you are left in ruins." With that, he turned, his wrist flicking as he tossed a black AK-47 to Li Haoyu, who caught it without question. Before he could inquire, Amos Saiku instructed, "Ensure it doesn't appear as if you've been injured." "Brother, why do I feel something is amiss? It feels ominous." "What are you afraid of?" "Now that we have the money, we shall escape abroad and live in leisure, never to set foot in this cursed place again." The individuals engaged in conversation were none other than the kidnappers, each carrying a black bag as they stealthily approached the dock, filled to the brim with substantial amounts of US dollars. They could not help but exclaim how foolishly rich people could be, handing over money without even confirming if the victim was truly deceased, thereby benefiting their little group. The vessel that had been previously arranged was nowhere to be seen at that moment. It was only when the cold steel of guns was pressed against their heads that they realized their fate was sealed. Upon turning in terror, they discovered it was not the police. And just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief and attempt to explain themselves, the trigger was pulled, and with a resounding bang, one of them fell lifelessly to the ground. The others met the same grim fate, with no time for explanations, only the sensation of a black hole piercing through their skulls. Until their last breath, they remained oblivious to the reasons for their demise. Not a single body was spared, and as Li Haoyu holstered his gun, he instructed the accomplices to dismember the bodies and deliver them to the police station. Surely, those officers would be grateful, for even though the bodies were dismembered, piecing them back together with their expertise would be a matter of mere moments. Nonchalantly lifting one of the black bags, he gazed at the sequentially numbered bills within and smirked. Such a significant sum must surely have left a trace in the bank records. Yet it was now of no use. That woman, perhaps, was already facing impending disaster. Chinny appeared as though she had transformed into a soulless doll, adhering to a routine of eating and sleeping, obedient to a point that it was unsettling. Whenever Amos-CK attempted to engage her in conversation, she would deflect with a weary expression, claiming fatigue. "Amos Xiao, this is beyond my expertise. I specialize in treating complex ailments. And this is a matter of the heart that cannot be resolved overnight." Inside the private club, Lu Jinchuan swirled a glass of Bloody Mary and, after hearing his account, spoke with genuine sincerity. Amos-CK was well aware that this was indeed a matter of the heart. The loss of a child, coupled with the grievous injury inflicted by her biological father, were burdens that no ordinary person could bear. Yet, she was unwilling to grant herself the opportunity to draw near to him. Could he force himself upon her despite her wishes? Have you considered that her sorrow may not solely stem from these events? Lu Jinchuan's words illuminated the situation for him, and as he stroked his chin, a glint of profound understanding flickered in his eyes. Ever since she lost her child, had he not retreated each time she rebuffed him? And in her moments of dire need, had he not been absent? Seeing the depth of feeling in his gaze, Lu Jinshuan sighed heavily. It appeared that even a married man like Mo Xiao was emotionally inept. At such a time, how could he heed a request to leave? Enough with the explanations. Hurry back that I believe she could use your comfort. With that, Lu Jinshuan began ushering him out, for he had plans to meet an intriguing little woman. On the journey, Mock drove swiftly, his mind consumed with Lu Jinshuan's words, a whirlwind of thoughts leading him to realize the foolishness of his prior actions. How could he have failed to be by her side when she needed him most? She must be terribly disappointed now. Qianyi lay alone on the vast bed, feeling the emptiness for the first time. She understood that Mock desired to comfort her, yet she felt an inexplicable resistance. Fearing that his words of solace would only stir her deepest fears. Chapter 31. Reconciliation and acceptance. The darkness enveloped her like a malevolent spell, leaving her disoriented and gasping for breath. Ensnared by self-recrimination, suddenly, a beam of headlights pierced through the gloom, and inexplicably, her racing heart began to calm, her tense body gradually relaxing. She yearned for solace, yet nothing more than Mock's expression remained unchanged. Yet a flicker of urgency appeared as he tossed his jacket to the housekeeper and strode purposefully toward her room. The door creaked open, and despite the surrounding darkness, he sensed the stillness of her presence on the bed in the hushed night. Only their breaths intertwined. He moved lightly to her side, nestling her and the covers in his embrace. Tears streamed down Qian Yi's cheeks, each droplet a silent accusation, as if asking, "Why did you come so late?" "I'm sorry." His deep voice, tinged with a unique rasp, pierced through her shattered heart once more, igniting a wave of pain. After a prolonged silence, her tears ceased, and she turned to embrace him in the depths of night. His handsome features were obscured, yet she could vividly imagine his appearance, her hand gently resting against his bandaged face. Mock, I do not blame you. It is I who have faltered. There will be more. There will be more. This child should not have existed at this time. Yet why does my heart still ache? Why must it still hurt? Rest assured I have dealt with it. His large hand enveloped her injured one, a tender desire to soothe her pain evident in his touch, his dark eyes flashing with intensity. After a long moment of hesitation, Qianyi finally spoke. "My father, do not dwell on such unhappy matters, all right?" Before meeting her, he had never fathomed the depths to which a father could sink. In his memory, a father had always been a magnificent figure. Yet yes, I am not unhappy. I merely feel a touch of sadness. Though I prepared myself thoroughly for this outcome, the pain that ensued felt as if an invisible hand was grasping at my heart, leaving me breathless. Qianyi could not comprehend why her father had become like this, nor could she fathom the reasons behind his desire to extinguish his own flesh and blood. His arms tightened around her, his eyes shimmering with a fierce glow in the darkness. "That I will provide you with answers that he, Mock's woman, would not be bullied, even by her own father," furrowing his brow in uncertainty. He had investigated his mother-in-law's background, yet every lead seemed deliberately severed. That night, Qianyi spoke incessantly, recounting tales from her childhood, as if fueled by an unquenchable thirst for expression. Mock remained a patient listener, occasionally interjecting with questions to show his earnest engagement, his demeanor devoid of any annoyance. That it was not until the first light of dawn began to break that she finally fell into a deep slumber, while Mock quietly slipped from the bed, brewed a cup of coffee, and set off for work. During the month that Qianyi spent recuperating at home, she remained blissfully ignorant of the changes occurring outside. The entire city of A was undergoing a reshuffling due to her injury. Even the finest remedies could not erase the faint scars on her hands. With a sigh, she could only resign herself to this fate. Perhaps it was her punishment, a reminder of the child she had lost. The work. The gazes of her colleagues were laced with envy, as if they admired her for being able to take an extended leave while still returning to the office. She, too, found herself puzzled. She had not even taken a formal leave of absence, so why was she still permitted to work? "Ah, your Mo Xiao is such a scoundrel. I've told him countless times that I wanted to visit you, yet he insists you are recuperating and that it would be inconvenient." Nai Luoluo approached her with an accusatory expression, her inner fire blazing with indignation. Qianyi couldn't help but smile wryly. Her earlobes flushed as she cleared her throat and replied, "Well, one gets used to it." "Nai Luoluo, do you know that during your time off, Gu Zong seems to have fallen ill? Everyone is rushing to curry favor with him." which is why they haven't bothered with you. Cautiously glancing around, she began to gossip about the month's events. Ill. Qianyi's almond-shaped eyes widened in confusion. She had yet to express her gratitude to him for his previous kindness and had not seen him since waking up. Ah, after work, would you accompany me to visit Guzong? Nylaw's suggestion left her in a quandary, yet in pursuit of clarity for her lingering doubts, she eventually nodded, after obtaining the address from someone who had previously visited. The two of them purchased some nutritious items and a fruit basket for their visit. FMOCK embodied understated luxury. Then the scene before them was a display of restrained opulence. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, the cobblestones meticulously arranged, all uniformly black. After knocking lightly on the door, they stood tall, awaiting a response. Before long, the door opened a crack, revealing a stern-faced individual who, upon seeing the two of them, clearly expressed his displeasure. What do you want? Hello, we are here to visit Guzong. Nai Luoluo beamed a wide smile, her tone sweet as she aimed to leave a good impression. I am Qianyi. And this is Nai Luoluo. Wait outside. With a resounding bang, the door was shut firmly from within, causing both individuals to flinch and exchange glances filled with resignation. Jiyu Yaoxian had long seen their silhouettes through the floor-to-ceiling window. His face was pale as he observed the person downstairs, who appeared to be in relatively good spirits, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Only when a hand came to report did he respond with a detached demeanor. The two of them entered one after the other. As Qianyi stepped into the room, she felt an unsettling gaze trailing her. Yet upon surveying her surroundings, she found nothing amiss. She shook her head, attributing it perhaps to the burdens weighing heavily on her mind of late. The interior was shrouded in an oppressive blanket of darkness, stifling and suffocating. The seemingly high-end leather sofa was entirely black, with the exception of a few pots of greenery, rendering the space devoid of any other color. Guided by the earlier individual, they ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor, where they were greeted by a wan visage, marked by fatigue, seated languidly in a chair. Upon their arrival, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes, his tone warm, as if he were greeting old friends. You have come, Mr. Gu. We heard you were unwell, so we came to see you. How is it that after a month, you are still not recovered? The mention of a month caused Nai Luoluo to flinch slightly. Why did it coincide precisely with her hospitalization? As she gazed into his eyes, seeking answers, she found only a gentle warmth, devoid of any other discernible emotion. Yes, with age, one's health inevitably declines. His words, laced with a hint of helplessness, were accompanied by a voice that bore a palpable frailty. Nai Luoluo continued to chatter on about amusing anecdotes from the company, her presence always bringing a lively atmosphere. While he engaged with intermittent remarks, his eyes crinkled with mirth as he listened. Gu Yaoxian gently closed his eyelids, burying the tumultuous feelings within. His fingers were tinged with a bluish hue, and a thin sheen of sweat formed on his forehead that a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. As if resigned to his own vulnerability, though the excessive blood drawn should not have rendered him so weak, it had awakened latent maladies within his body, and unwelcome memories surged forth like a film being replayed. With her as the leading lady, his gaze was fervent, causing Nylala's incessant chatter to abruptly cease. Her eyes darted between the two of them, and after a considerable pause, she seemed to grasp something and smiled. Mr. Gu, I just remembered I have matters to attend to. Please stay here and chat with Mr. Gu. You can head back on your own later. She adhered to her principle of not being a third wheel. Although Qianyi was married, who said one could not have friends after tying the knot, before Qianyi could protest, she hurriedly departed, casting exaggerated glances and gestures in her direction. Qianyi shook her head, feeling somewhat helpless. Didn't she realize she was already married? Ah, the perils of unwise friendships. Left alone with him, an awkward silence enveloped the room, and Qianyi found herself at a loss for words. Why were you there that day? After a long pause, she finally spoke. She later discovered that the road was seldom traversed by pedestrians. Had it not been for that incident, she would have remained oblivious to its existence. Gu Yaoxian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of irritation crossing his pale features. Was she questioning him? Was she implying this incident was somehow connected to him? It was indeed a coincidence that I had intended to take another route. But due to an unexpected landslide, I opted for this path. That it was only upon encountering you that I believed it was fate, and no one knew the pain he felt when he saw her lying in his arms. drenched in blood, as if a dagger had been plunged into his chest. "Doe." She spoke softly, her voice tinged with weariness. The thought of what might have transpired had she not met him was too dreadful to contemplate. "Thank you. And the events that followed, you do not recall them." His tone carried a note of disappointment, causing Qianyi to look up in surprise, her round, doe-like eyes filled with confusion. Was there something she ought to remember? What had transpired after her loss of consciousness? Observing her evident lack of recollection, Gu Yaoxian felt a fragment of his heart shatter. Rubbing his aching temples, he spoke with a hint of resignation. "It's nothing. Nothing happened." His emphatic tone only deepened her bewilderment. Surely something had occurred that she was unaware of. He had taken her to the hospital, but why was he nowhere to be found upon her awakening? "How did you sustain your injuries?" She sensed the connection between his wounds and her own, yet he maintained an air of reticence that left her in a state of utter confusion. Though others from the company had come to visit, none seemed to know the reason for his injuries. Moreover, what sort of injury had yet to heal after a month? The pallor on his face was no pretense. Her curiosity grew, increasingly insistent to go home. "I am tired." He closed his eyes, his voice icy as he dismissed her. All her questions remained lodged in her throat as she stood to take her leave. In the 22nd floor conference hall of Huanyu Building, when news broke that Mazaku intended to acquire an obscure company and had already signed a contract, the board members erupted in outrage. "Do you not consider us at all? Such a monumental decision, and you say nothing?" A board member, whose thinning hair betrayed his age, fumed as he pointed an accusatory finger. In an instant, voices of dissent filled the room, all directed at him, condemning his audacity. These individuals were long-standing members of the board, having made significant contributions during his grandfather's era. He had often turned a blind eye to their private dealings. Mazaku raised an eyebrow. Seemingly unfazed by the uproar, his striking features etched with an air of indifference. With a scoff, he chose silence over response. The board members, sensing his disinterest, grew even more agitated, their faces contorted with indignation. Some trembled with rage, pointing fingers at him. Their teeth gritted. "What is your attitude?" Mazaku merely chuckled coldly, reclining lazily against his chair, his hands folded across his abdomen, tilting his head with a smirk. "Are you finished?" His nonchalant remark silenced the previously clamorous board members, sending an icy shiver down their spines. Did I end their fervor to criticize? They had forgotten the formidable nature of the man before them. With a frown, he scoffed, "Since when must acquisitions be approved by you? Or does someone among you have ties to this company?" That last query rendered the board members weak at the knees, forcing them to clutch their chairs to remain upright. The first accuser lowered his gaze, only to raise it again, his eyes filled with sycophancy. "Isn't this about the company's development? This company has long been a shell, running at a loss that we could have used the same funds to acquire a stronger company, enhancing Huanyu's prestige." His words dripped with righteousness, as if he were genuinely advocating for the company's growth. That Mazaku's dark eyes glinted with a cold smile. "What constitutes a comparable company? Or have you completed your investigations and are merely awaiting the opportunity to present your findings?" Realizing his blunder, the man faltered, sweat trickling down his rotund frame due to his anxiety. "Enough. Disperse." With that, Mazaku rose first, casting a chilling glance around the room before turning to leave. Those who had been scrutinized dared not exhale. Fearful of inciting his wrath further, seated in a black swivel chair, his jacket casually draped over the back, he reminisced about the small woman, a smile breaking forth. "That I am Mazaku's girlfriend. I demand to see her." The commotion outside disrupted his thoughts, and he frowned in annoyance, recognizing the familiar voice that reached his ears. The woman outside was clad in towering heels, her white bodycon dress barely concealing her figure. Cascading waves of yellow hair falling behind her. The heavy scent of perfume was almost overwhelming, her long lashes accentuating her deep blue eyes, now swollen with irritation. "Hello, without an appointment. Entry is prohibited." The secretary, newly hired and stationed outside his office, was taken aback by the scene, yet her eyes conveyed an undeniable firmness, inciting the woman's ire as she stamped her foot in frustration. "You just wait. I'll have him fire you, miss. Without an appointment, no one is permitted entry. Even if you request the president to dismiss me, I have done nothing wrong." Her innocent gaze sparkled like a clear spring, radiating youthful exuberance, filled with a sense of wonder about the world. The woman's crimson lips evoked an unsettling impression, as if she had just consumed a forbidden fruit, while the venomous glare in her eyes left the secretary feeling apprehensive. "What is the matter?" Upon hearing Mazika's voice, the woman's expression transformed like the weather in June, her tone dripping with feigned sweetness. "Look at the kind of people you employ. They won't even let me in. Do you have a problem?" His emotionally detached response left her momentarily stunned, as if she had crossed an invisible line, and she hurriedly shook her head. "No, no. It's just that our relationship should allow me entry. It is not appropriate to keep me outside." Gazing with a hint of obsession at this flawless man, he is truly the most exquisite masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Every organ seems meticulously fashioned, as if the divine has selfishly bestowed upon him all the virtues imaginable, silently observing as women succumb to madness over him. The infatuated glint in her eyes incites a sense of disdain within Mazaku, who coldly inquires, "What is it?" "My grandmother sent me to invite you to dinner, insisting that it would help foster our relationship. It's already past working hours. Will you accompany me?" The thought that this man might soon belong to her ignites a flicker of excitement within her. Is her long-cherished dream finally on the cusp of realization? A chilling smile curls at the corners of Mazika's lips, his piercing gaze seemingly anticipating the unfolding events. "Indeed, she remains undeterred that I have no time," he states bluntly, turning to enter, yet the woman clings to him like a stubborn piece of gum. "You can't possibly not have time. I've already promised my grandmother." She pouts, eliciting a flicker of annoyance in his expression. Previously, he could manage her whims, but now, he lacks even the desire to placate her. "Qinghuan, I am married." His tone is frigid and heavy, and upon uttering these words, he witnesses her eyes dim in an instant. The brightness in her gaze fades, replaced by a melancholic shadow, as she bites her lip, on the verge of tears. "That I know you're married, but marriage can end in divorce. There are precedents that I will not divorce." His voice rises with a hint of anger, as if infuriated by her eagerness for him to end his marriage. "You promised me." With resolute determination glimmering in her eyes, she wraps her arms around him. Just then, Qianyi arrives and is greeted by the sight of their embrace. Time seems to freeze in that moment, their figures slowly overlapping, and she feels a pang of sorrow in her heart. Chapter 33. Jian Qinghuan's provocation. She barely registers her secretary's inquiries, biting her lip until it loses all color, tears swirling in her eyes yet refusing to fall. "May I inquire who you are looking for?" The secretary, equally distressed, wonders how so many women have barged in today. Finally snapping back to reality, she longs to flee, but the man is acutely aware of the situation outside, suddenly regaining focus, his eyes reflecting a sense of panic that makes her feel as though something has shattered. Upon meeting her disappointed gaze, Mazaku becomes flustered, prying her hands from around him and striding toward her. His towering figure compels Qianyi to retreat, her footsteps hastening away, but the sound of his approach grows increasingly closer, rendering her immobile. "Why run?" His voice trembles with an unrecognized intensity as he grasps her hand, pulling her into his office. At last, Qianyi comprehends the woman's face before her. If Nero is a fairy who has stumbled into the mortal realm, then this woman is a seasoned enchantress, exuding grace with every movement. How could such a woman not stir his heart? Her own heart sinks as she feels as though she is the one caught in infidelity, even though she is, in truth, the one uncovering it. "Who is she?" "Your new wife." "When did your taste regress so dramatically?" The disdainful tone, laced with contempt, awakens her own insecurities, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Silence. Return and inform her that if she meddles again, she will bear the consequences. His sharp voice pierces through, directed at the trembling figure before him, his eyes filled with concern. Tears stream down Jian Qinghuan's face. Falling freely, despite her past antics, he has never scolded her. Yet now, he chastises her because of this other woman. "You must be Mazika's new wife. Greetings, that I am Jian Qing. Tio put it simply, if it weren't for you, I would currently be his wife. Furthermore, my grandmother has promised me that he is to be my man, so I trust you understand what needs to be done." Her haughty tone suggests she is reprimanding the woman for stealing her man, displaying an air of superiority that renders Jian Qinghuan feeling as insignificant as dust. "Jian Qinghuan, do you wish for me to call security?" The tension in her brow intensifies as she steps forward to grasp the trembling arm of the other woman. Disregarding her struggles, pulling her into an embrace, The sight of their embrace feels like a thorn in Jian Qinghuan's eyes. Her hands clench tightly, her nails digging into her own flesh without her realizing. Miss, he is now my husband, and I do not care what history you share or what promises his grandmother made to you. At present, I am Mazuka's woman, and you are nothing but a mere pawn. Not even worthy to be called a mistress. Summoning courage from an unknown source, she pushes against the chest that blocks her path, her face still marked by tears, yet her eyes shine with determination. Mazuka, taken aback, allows a wicked smile to cross his lips as he steps closer, silently offering her comfort. Jian Qinghuan had thought herself a mere little woman, yet she finds herself at a loss for words in the face of her unexpected retort. Anger surges within her. She, the illustrious daughter of the Jian family, cherished and adored, is now being ridiculed by a woman she deems beneath her. Mazuka, will you allow her to bully me? I will tell my grandfather. Her pale face is fixed upon him, eyes blazing with fury. Qianyi stands protectively before him, blocking his figure behind her, embodying the essence of ownership, which elicits a smirk from Mazuka, realizing that his little woman is indeed jealous. You think you can claim him? Even if there were a queue, you would have to wait until the next life. You seem decent looking. Perhaps you come from a good family. Yet here you are, engaging in such disgraceful behavior. Young lady, instead of vying for a man like Mazuka, why not find someone to marry instead? He is truly a scoundrel, not worth your time. Her words, tinged with a hint of grievance, are delivered with fervor. Yet she remains oblivious to the darkening expression of the man behind her. If he is indeed a scoundrel, then you should let him go. Why cling to someone who does not love you? Isn't that exhausting? Jian Qinghuan's eyes glisten with feigned innocence, resembling a pet seeking affection. Qianyi sighs, recognizing that the girl does not seem inherently bad. She is merely another victim ensnared by that enchanting devil. Young lady, do you not know the saying, better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy one marriage? Your actions will invite divine retribution. Though he may be a scoundrel, he is still my legally recognized husband. So I advise you to reconsider your intentions. Only then does Jian Qinghuan grasp the absurdity of being chastised by someone she deems beneath her. Flames of fury ignite in her eyes, her lips losing color, as if she has suffered a great injustice. You will all pay for this. I will seek revenge. Once she departs, Qianyi feels her strength wane, having exerted every ounce of energy just moments ago. Now plagued by an ache in her heart, that am I a scoundrel? The moment that voice pierces the air, her only thought is to flee, but how could the man, now fully aware of her intentions, allow her to escape so easily? Surrounded by his distinct masculine aura, he embraces her from behind, adjusting her position to face him, a smile that induces trepidation dancing in his eyes. Please, don't stand so close. I merely spoke without thinking. She pushes against his solid chest, her strength proving futile. He remains unmoved. Mazuka, I warn you not to act recklessly. I am the one who should be angry. How could you let me catch you in such a situation? Observing the adorably furious expression on her face, Mazuka finds immense delight. Leaning in closer, pinching her cheek, the breaths they share palpable between them. His voice a low, irresistible timbre. You can only be mine. Qianyi's face flushes crimson. The spot where he pinches her feeling as though it has ignited. She is arranged by my grandmother. It is not my desire. His sudden explanation catches her off guard. Did I ask this an explanation? The esteemed Mazuka is offering her an explanation? What expression is that? Seeing her astonished demeanor, Mazuka expresses his dissatisfaction. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to explain yourself that if I were to tell others. Would they ever believe it? Her bright, round eyes twinkle with mischief, making her intentions clear to him. Who was it that called me a scoundrel? Ah, it's already so late. I should hurry home, as he raises the topic again. Qianyi stiffly diverts the conversation, her gaze wandering aimlessly, that he notices her subtle shifts and chooses not to expose her, instead cherishing her cunning demeanor, a soft chuckle escaping him, leaving her quite flustered. Scoundrel, wicked man. Jian Qinghuan sits amidst a cascade of wilting blossoms, her lips pursed, surrounded by a carpet of ravaged flowers. Who has upset our little princess? Tell third brother, and I shall aid you in seeking revenge. A voice laced with mirth reached her ears, and a flicker of joy danced in her eyes as she beheld a figure clad in casual attire, hands tucked into pockets, tilting his head with a smile gracing his lips. Beneath his handsome, arched brows, a pair of amorous peach blossom eyes beckoned one to fall into their depths. Yet, Jian Qingwan had long since developed an immunity to such charms. Third brother, this was your suggestion. You must find someone to teach Imo Saiku a lesson. The man in question was her uncle's son, ranked third among siblings, Jian Yifei, a quintessential dandy whose daily pursuits revolved around slumber, bars, and hotels. It was hardly surprising, given that his elder brother was a workaholic, assuming responsibility for all matters, rendering them seemingly unnecessary. Jian Yifei scratched his nose, an awkward expression flitting across his face as he jested. But that Imo Saiku we're talking about, who would dare lay a hand on him? I heard just days ago that someone was driven to bankruptcy for merely trifling with his woman. After the bankruptcy, that family had faced dire consequences, some leaping from buildings, others rendered disabled and confined to mental institutions, while those who went mad were taken in by the police. Chapter 34. A Foolish Idea. Pfft. I knew you wouldn't dare. Who was it that claimed they'd avenge me? Jian Qinghuan cast a scornful glance at him, embodying the very essence of knowing better, unfazed by her disdain. He sauntered closer, his eyes softening with affection, that if I truly went after him, wouldn't you be the one to risk everything for me? Speaking of which, he found himself troubled by his sister's predicament. She was, after all, the most cherished treasure of their family. Any man she desired would come running at the mere beckoning of her finger. Yet, she had inexplicably set her sights on the unyielding Imo Saiku. She had been pursuing him for years, showing no signs of relinquishing her affections. Third brother, am I truly so undesirable? Am I not worth as much as that woman who has only been by his side for a few days? Her sudden tone of despondency sent a pang through Jian Yifei's heart, a flicker of unnameable emotion flashing in his eyes as he comforted her. Not at all. You are our little princess, and he is unworthy of you, but I simply like him. The layers of thick makeup had been stripped away, revealing a girl who, without her facade, appeared innocent and harmless. Only she knew that she adorned herself in a manner she did not favor, simply to cast a shadow of her presence in his eyes. Yet, after such relentless efforts, it seemed all her endeavors were in vain. Why must you torture yourself like this? His towering figure enveloped her in an embrace. Helplessness lacing his voice, that if you truly harbor feelings for him, why not take the initiative and use some means to bind him to you? Once you've crossed that threshold, with our grandfather's pressure, how could he possibly refuse? What was initially meant as a jest ignited a spark in Jian Qinghuan's eyes, the sorrow that had shrouded her moments before dissipating. Third brother, I knew you were the best. With that, she planted a kiss on his cheek and dashed away in excitement. Jian Yifei, momentarily stunned by the kiss, touched the spot she had pecked, grinning foolishly. Yet in an instant his smile froze. Wait, what did he just say? Did she take him seriously? Regaining his composure, he sprinted after her, but halted abruptly upon meeting a pair of frigid eyes. The man who was a nightmare in his life was now standing before him, devoid of any emotion, seemingly conveying that he had overheard everything. The coldness in those eyes sent a chill down his spine. Throughout his life, he feared nothing, save for his elder brother, Jian Yiming, a paragon in their family, renowned for his merciless tactics in business, rivaling even Imo Saiku. The source of his nightmares was that Jian Yiming was flawless, without a single flaw, and thus, since childhood, he had been inundated with tales of his elder brother's greatness and how to emulate him. It was this very comparison that left him feeling utterly inadequate. Elder brother, he called out awkwardly, taking a step back. Do you know what you are doing? The piercing gaze behind the glasses scrutinized him, and the questioning tone only deepened his dissatisfaction that I was merely joking with her. Qinghuan is not foolish, Jian Yifei attempted to explain. Jian Yifei, you know full well she's a naive girl whose singular desire for years has been to be with Imo Saiku. Your jest is to her a lifeline. She will take it seriously. The sudden escalation in tone caught him off guard. The DOU realized what the consequences could be if she were to act on that. And are you truly willing for her to go that route? His heart sank, and Jian Yifei's head snapped up, a wave of panic washing over him. Did his elder brother suspect something? The depth of those inscrutable eyes, obscured by lenses, made it impossible for him to discern the truth, yet his heart felt as though it had plummeted into an abyss, leaving him in a state of dread. What are you saying? She is our sister, he stammered, his voice betraying his unease. Just remember this. I have no desire to clean up your mess. With that, Jian Yiming strode away, the worry etched across his brow deepening. Jian Yifei stood frozen, resembling a statue, until all emotions were replaced by a bitter smile that moment. Qian Yi longed to lash out, her body aching as if it had been dismantled, while her lower half felt as though it had been torn apart. It had been an eternity since her last injury, and today, that man, as if he had been holding back for a century, finally unleashed his desires. That psycho, you beast! How can you be so insatiable? The man, unfazed by her scolding, appeared to be in high spirits, having consumed every ounce of her, his mood seemingly unaffected, that a smirk played on his lips as he replied, "Because I can never get enough of you." After shooting him a glare, Qian Yi lamented, reflecting on the tales she had heard from married women at work, complaining about their husbands' inadequacies and frustrations. Yet here she was, the one suffering. Psycho. Have you truly angered that woman? Is everything all right? Qian Yi diverted the conversation, her eyes brimming with concern, only to realize the gravity of the situation upon her return. With a swift motion, Psycho pulled her into his embrace, a smile dancing in his eyes as he reassured her, "Don't worry. Didn't I tell you? Even if the sky falls, I'll be here for you." But I still worry. What if her family decides to take action against you? Though both families held equal power, the Jin family uniquely boasted a lineage of military heroes, giving them an edge in certain respects. That they're not foolish. That in the past, I've managed to handle their disputes. And besides, I've made my intentions clear multiple times. It's just that she keeps clinging on. Even the most favored individuals would weigh their options when faced with self-interest. That he and Jin Yiming were close friends. And whenever he mentioned his sister, he felt a headache coming on, only advising her to be patient. But why does your grandmother insist on making you engage in activities you detest? Qian Yi tilted her head, confusion evident in her eyes. That it dawned on her that in all their time together, she had never heard of his parents. Psycho's gaze flickered momentarily, a fleeting shadow of sorrow passing across his face before he finally responded, "Just get used to it." Those few words stirred a pang of pain within her. He appeared untouchable, yet it was evident that beneath the surface, he bore unspoken burdens that others. He was omnipotent, but why did she sense the bittersweet ache behind that facade of glory? Lin Zhenxuan, feeling utterly helpless, gazed at the girl who had been following him for several days, pleading, "Please, dear lady, nothing happened that day. Could you find it in your heart to forgive me?" In that moment, he regretted his impulsive act of heroism, realizing it had spiraled into a significant trouble. Niluo's bright eyes sparkled with amusement, seemingly unscathed by his words, yet the tension in her tightly clasped hands betrayed her emotions. "I know, didn't I tell you? I intend to pursue you." His expression darkened as he rubbed his temples, contemplating how to dissuade her. "Well, my lady, we truly aren't suited for each other. I have a girlfriend." "Then why do you frequent the bar every day if you have a girlfriend?" Niluo was unconvinced by his excuses, having never encountered a man with a girlfriend who still frequented nightclubs. Lu Zhenxuan's eyes twitched in annoyance. How could she be so obstinate? Yet he was also bound by Mo's reputation, preventing him from resorting to force. "Men are prone to seeking novelty, that I assure you, after 5 days with me. Your allure will fade." His flippant remark dimmed Niluo's spirit, her earlier enthusiasm waning as she clenched her fists, perhaps rallying herself for encouragement. "That's all right. I will ensure that your fascination with me lasts longer." Her bold declaration left Lu Zhenxuan momentarily speechless, utterly astonished. Had women become this desperate these days? The soft laughter that followed drew Niluo's attention, causing her to turn in confusion. Chapter 35. A grudged Chu Feng beheld a man leaning against the wall, his obsidian-like eyes fixed on her, radiating a subtle smile. His chiseled features, reminiscent of a masterful sculpture, exuded a striking charisma that evoked the image of a tiger stalking its prey across the tropical plains, dangerous. And at that moment, she was the prey. "What are you laughing at?" With eyes wide open in indignation, Niluo's face flushed slightly as she spoke, her smile frozen at the corners of her mouth. The man before her clearly did not anticipate such a manner of address from this woman. It was amusing, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Who says I cannot smile? You are certainly overstepping your bounds." When Lu Zhenxuan beheld the man's visage and heard these words, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Could this truly be the legendary, humorless President Jian? Just as he contemplated stepping forward, Jin Yiming shot him a piercing glance that effectively halted his advance. "How rude you are! Did you not see that I am in the midst of pursuing my boyfriend? Do you not realize that your laughter is making me lose face? Nai Luoluo placed a hand on her hip, her complexion deepening in color, exuding an air of indignation as though it were entirely justified that a vein throbbed on Lu Jinshuan's forehead. Was this woman out of her mind? Indeed, the fact that they could become good friends was evidently a testament to that. You pursue your boyfriend while I laugh. Is there truly any conflict in that? Furthermore, did you not notice that this man has no interest in you whatsoever? She gestured dismissively toward Lu Jinshuan, her smile deepening at the corners of her eyes. Villains. All of them are villains. A single tear rolled down her cheek, perhaps struck by an emotional chord, as Nai Luoluo bit her lip, finally uttering a few words before she fled in tears. This abrupt change left both men momentarily stunned, and by the time they resolved to pursue her, she had already vanished into the distance. What has prompted you to toy with young girls today? If your elders were to find out, they would surely be ecstatic. Lu Jinshuan crossed his arms, his tone laced with mockery. Mind your own business. Why are you still lingering here? Truly pathetic. After uttering this disdainful remark, he strode purposefully in the direction Nai Luoluo had fled. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Lu Jinshuan's eyes gleamed with intrigue that it seems that President Jian is experiencing the stirrings of love for the first time. Should I lend a helping hand? Qin Goen had been confined to his hospital bed for an entire week before he could move independently, while his wife remained far less fortunate, unable to rise from her bed even now. Throughout this week, he had tasted the bitterness of life. It was one thing that his eldest daughter did not come to care for him, but it was utterly disheartening that his cherished youngest daughter had also chosen to remain absent during this trying time. Father, you're better now. I've been busy these past few days, so I haven't had a chance to visit. You won't hold that against me, will you? Qin Ishu entered the room, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of her father seated on the sofa. Turning his head away, he remained silent, letting out a cold snort that caused Qin Ishu's heart to skip a beat. Father, I truly have been busy. You have no idea how the company has been under pressure lately. It seems we've offended someone, and I've been working day and night without a proper night's sleep. As she spoke, fearing he might doubt her sincerity, she leaned closer, revealing faint dark circles under her eyes. Qin Goen nodded slightly, his eyes filled with concern. Qin Ishu smiled triumphantly, her lips curling in disdain. What is there to care about in that hollow shell of a company? Those dark circles are merely the result of spending a few nights reveling in nightlife. Qin Goen recalled the man's ominous words before he left, insisting that they would regret it. Now that the company was in trouble, could it be that he had already taken action? Confusion clouded his mind. His wife had always claimed that the company was thriving, turning a profit each year. So why, in just 1 week, had they suffered such severe losses? A chilling thought gripped him. Father, what are you thinking? Surely, this matter cannot be brushed aside, and you truly aren't angry? Behind Qin Ishu's clear gaze lay a web of calculations. Qin Goen furrowed his brow, unable to voice his troubles, that he knew that this was embarrassing. But if the issues truly erupted, it would be far more humiliating. This matter shall not be mentioned again. The reporters have yet to learn of my illness, and I am unaware of how much evidence MOCK holds against me. Therefore, I must remain cautious. Father, are you truly going to swallow this grievance? Do you not desire justice? Enough. Do not say another word. And what of those kidnappers? Were you the one who arranged for the ransom? Qin Goen's voice rose sharply, his eyes fixed on her, seemingly searching for an answer. That a jolt of fear coursed through Qin Ishu, though her face betrayed none of it, her expression innocent. Father, what are you talking about? What kidnappers? What has happened? After scrutinizing her for a long moment, Qin Goen found no trace of deceit and thus relaxed, his tone forlorn. Your mother and I merely intended to threaten her. We never intended to take her life. Who could have known that those kidnappers? His words trailed off, but Qin Ishu had already pieced together the implication. Jealousy flickered in her eyes, and she clasped her hands behind her back, the tassels of her garment twisted into a disheveled mess. Those individuals were indeed her accomplices, aiming to take Qin Yi's life. Yet, unexpectedly, they not only failed but also extorted her for money, threatening to expose the incident if she did not comply. Gripped by fear, she had no choice but to pay. Why can that wretched girl remain unscathed? Why? In good news, a major kidnapping case has been solved in the city, with all 6 perpetrators apprehended and sentenced to death. These individuals were responsible for countless homicides and had long been on the police's A-list wanted list. The anchor's sweet voice on the television carried a hint of excitement, and Qian Yishu merely glanced at it before her face paled in shock. Though the criminals were obscured by pixelation, the long scars on their faces allowed her to recognize them instantly. Yishue, what is the matter? Observing his daughter's stunned expression, Qian Goen felt a flicker of suspicion. Fearing that the gruesome images had frightened her, and hurriedly switched off the television. Father, I am fine. Please rest well. I will go upstairs for a while. Qian Yishue's complexion was ashen as she hurried upstairs. Her steps quick and unsteady, as if being pursued by wolves and tigers. Meanwhile, Chu Feng found himself besieged on all fronts. His family business had been under relentless pressure, while it was not on the brink of collapse. Those adversaries persisted in their harassment, which was quite aggravating. Compounding this was Qian Yishue's recent unpleasant demeanor, leaving him in a state of agitation that in the past, when Qian Yi had been by his side, such troubles would never have arisen. Her enchanting figure lingered in his mind. Being with Qian Yishue was merely a fleeting novelty. Once the initial excitement faded, what remained was a sense of emptiness. At that moment, his phone rang, and in his irritation, he answered with a curt greeting that this Chu Feng. Come to the shopping mall on Central Avenue. I have something to show you. The voice on the other end was hoarse and chilling, sending shivers down his spine. Chu Feng initially dismissed it as a prank, but the next words rendered him utterly frozen. The Cadillac sped along the road, racing swiftly. Anger simmered beneath Chu Feng's composed exterior. His eyes ablaze with fury. His fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, turning pale as the blood drained from them. Revealing the extent of his strain, he ran 5 red lights, ignoring the sirens of the police behind him. His mind echoed with the words, I have evidence of your fiancé's infidelity, that in the past, he would have dismissed such claims outright, but Qian Yishue's recent behavior had been so peculiar that he could not help but believe. Qian Yi had arranged to go shopping with Nai Luoluo, and amid someone's resentful gaze, she waved goodbye and arrived early at their designated meeting spot. Phew, I'm exhausted. Why did you arrive so early? Does your family allow you to come out? Nai Luoluo sat down, panting, her eyes teasingly fixed on her. Qian Yi rolled her eyes, resembling a small train in motion. Chapter 36. Urgency. Has your Lu Jinchuan been tamed? Sure enough, after she spoke, Nailuo's face fell in defeat, and she looked at her with a hint of sympathy, offering words of encouragement. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive. Although she knew you were trying to comfort me, why do I feel as though I have been force-fed imported dog food? Then, Qian Yi's lips curled into a smile, her expression radiating happiness. Her eyes shimmering with envy. How wonderful! What should I do? He seems not to like me. Pouting, she wore an expression of despair, but an unwelcome figure flashed through her mind. Qian Yi shook her head helplessly. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Cheer up. He surely has yet to see your merits. Yes, who do I think I am? Let us go. Today I am in a good mood, and we shall indulge. Shaking off her earlier despondency, she linked her arm with Nai Luo's and headed toward the shopping mall. Chu Feng's car came to a halt at the entrance of the Central Avenue shopping mall. Patiently following the instructions given by the mysterious caller, who had said he only needed to wait to see the photos. Luoluo, do you think the shirt looks good? Qian Yi held up a black shirt, which exuded an air of elegance and distinction. Unlike other black shirts that seemed dull, paired with that man's perfect physique, it would undoubtedly look stunning. Already assisting in selecting clothes? Not bad. This is the only outfit that could showcase his icy demeanor. After Nero Luo teased a few words, she nodded, presumably finding it appealing. Qian Yi lowered her gaze to the price, noticing the 4 zeros following the 23, and immediately felt mortified, just as her fingers brushed against the cold rack. She withdrew them. Gritting her teeth, she addressed the attendant. Wrap it up. Having said that, she retrieved a globally limited black card from her bag. Only 5 were issued, a subordinate card of Mozico, rumored to allow unlimited spending. Since it was for purchasing clothes for herself, she hoped not to be looked down upon. As soon as the black card was revealed, the attendant's already smiling face became even more respectful, as if she could see a shower of small bills fluttering towards her. After the transaction was approved, a notification of expenditure pinged on Mozico's phone, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Normally, Qian Yi was meticulous about every cent spent. Today, however, she seemed extravagantly generous. Ta-da! Marrying a wealthy man truly made a difference. This lavish spending was quite the experience. Nonetheless, E resolved to avoid using his card in the future. She didn't want to be accused of relying on him. Being good friends, her envy was quickly overshadowed by concern, and she advised, I understand. Don't worry, my salary is enough to support myself. If it weren't for the exquisite nature of the garment, which she found irresistible, she wouldn't have even considered using that card. Now, with Nero Luo's reminder, her initial resolve was reinforced. Here. After browsing for a while, when they were about to change locations, they stepped out the door only to hear a voice that made her frown. Chu Feng hadn't anticipated encountering her here. Remembering that phone call, he felt a swell of pride, convinced that Qian Yi still harbored feelings for him and was intentionally causing him distress to orchestrate this meeting. Yes, it had to be that way. Why are you still tangled up with him? Nero Luo remarked disdainfully as he waved. Which of your eyes saw me entangled with him? What a petty encounter. Qian Yi felt that not consulting the almanac before leaving today was the reason for running into him. As they spoke, Chu Feng was already approaching. That I knew it. You still have a place for me in your heart, he declared with a smile, his eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction as he reached out to take her hand. Only to be evaded, his excitement left Qian Yi bewildered, staring at him in confusion. But you know what I want to say to you right now. I know, no need to say it. I still love you. Shall we get back together? The profound affection in his gaze made Qian Yi want to retch. How blind had she been in the past to mistake that for deep sentiment? Chu Feng. How shameless can you be? E is already married, and you've cheated. Why do you still cling to her? Without a second thought, Nero Luo launched into a tirade, her tone dripping with contempt, leaving Chu Feng's face ashen. I just wanted to tell you 4 words. You're such an idiot. The moment those words left Qian Yi's lips, his expression defied description. That if you don't want to reconcile, why did you make me wait here? Is this one of your ploys to draw me in? Or do you think my apology wasn't sincere enough? Chu Feng, are you out of your mind? Did I call you here? This is the funniest joke I've heard this century. I wish you'd disappear from my world forever. Why would I invite you here? Her cold laughter pierced his ears, sounding painfully sharp. He swayed slightly, lifting his gaze once more, his eyes filled with desperation. E, I know you still love me. After all these years together, let us continue our relationship, that we can forget the past. I want to hold your marriage against you. Just be with me, okay? Had she possessed a kitchen knife at that moment, Qian Yi wouldn't have hesitated to plunge it into him. What did he mean by ignoring her marriage? Had he been born with a nerve pinched in his forehead, her marital status had nothing to do with him. A cheating man was as repulsive as filth. Put away that lovelorn expression. It only makes me more nauseous. With that, she grasped Nero Luo's hand, intending to turn and leave. Chu Feng felt a surge of panic. Fearing that if she walked away now, there would be no chance of reconciliation, that he moved forward to catch her. But a group of men in black blocked his path. What do you want? Each of them bore an unfriendly demeanor, causing his legs to weaken as he watched her figure recede. Attempting to flee, he found himself seized by the collar. E, you were incredibly cool just now. I didn't expect him to have people protecting you. Without them, I wouldn't have known how to escape. Catching sight of the men in black, Nero Luo's eyes sparkled upon realizing they were sent by Moziko for her protection. In a distant corner, the sound of bones cracking accompanied by pig-like screams sent chills down the spines of those who heard it, prompting everyone to leave hastily. Chu Feng's complexion drained of color, and the excruciating pain in his left arm nearly caused him to faint. That he knew he had broken something. Qian Yi felt a vague sense of worry. She had witnessed those individuals' methods before, and even thinking back on it now sent shivers through her. She interjected casually into Nero Luo's conversation. Are you worried about that scumbag? Don't fret. We live in peaceful times. They won't harm him. In her mind, it was merely a matter of calling someone to intimidate him, unaware of the ruthless tactics at play. Qian Yi gave a nonchalant hum, forcing herself to stop dwelling on these matters. That person was no longer her concern. Upon learning that his little wife had been harassed again, Moziko's piercing gaze deterred anyone from approaching. When he heard from his subordinate that one of Chu Feng's arms had been broken, a smirk crept onto his lips as his long fingers ended the call. After hanging up, his bottomless eyes gleamed with a 4-colored radiance, and the slight curve of his lips added an air of dominance to his presence. Chu Feng, It seems the petty squabbles of recent days have been rather mild. I didn't expect you to still have time to entice my little wife, that I in the midst of an emergency. Chu Feng suddenly widened his pupils, startling the operating room doctors, but it was just a fleeting moment before he succumbed to unconsciousness again. Outside the emergency room, Chu Feng's parents anxiously awaited news. Alongside Qian Yixue, who was indifferent to the fate of those inside. She merely wanted to know who he had offended and whether it would implicate her in the future. Chapter 37. I like you very much. When Qian Yi returned home, she noticed his shoes placed neatly at the entrance, indicating he had already arrived. Clutching the shopping bag tightly, she ascended the stairs with a flutter of nervousness. The door was ajar. He was dressed in a bathrobe. Perusing today's newspaper. After spending a few days together, she had discovered an odd quirk of his. While most people read the newspaper in the morning, he did so at night. Was it due to a lack of time during the day? Everyone said that a focused man was the most handsome, and with a damp lock of hair resting on his forehead, he was engrossed in the newspaper, transforming the entire room's ambience. His presence exuded an unmistakable air of superiority. Entering softly to avoid disturbing him, she moved an inch when he turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "You're back." Standing up straight, feeling a bit awkward, she nodded and chuckled lightly. "Have you eaten?" Their exchange had an endearing familiarity akin to that of an old married couple that I've eaten. Luo took me for various snacks. "How about you?" After tossing the shopping bag onto the bed, she picked up a clean towel and approached him from behind, gently drying his damp hair. Her movements were natural and deft, and the scent wafting from him made her feel even more captivated. "All done, it's dry now." As she withdrew, she felt an unexpected reluctance to leave. Right, Moziko? This is a shirt I bought for you. Try it on and see how it looks. But, I charged it to your card. It's quite pricey. 230,000. You want to hold it against me, will you? As she spoke, her voice dwindled, and she hung her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Raising an eyebrow, the amusement in his eyes deepened. And a genuine chuckle escaped his throat as he realized she had bought him clothing that I'll change for you to see. With that, he tugged at the sash of his bathrobe, gazing at her with a playful smirk. "Ah, I'll turn around." Qian Yi's face flushed slightly. She indeed turned her head away, covering her eyes and murmuring, "Do not look, do not look." After a brief pause in his movements, Moscow couldn't help but chuckle. This little woman was still so bashful. She was enveloped by a wave of warmth, the temperature in the room rising several degrees in an instant, as his unique masculine scent surrounded her. His strong hands were adjusting her posture, straightening her form. When she glanced back, she saw him smirking, his obsidian-like eyes darkening a shade, completely devoid of the bathrobe semblance. His muscular physique and bronze skin stirred countless fantasies. She nestled against his broad shoulders like a little kitten, pouting slightly due to her uncomfortable sleeping position that he patiently helped her adjust, and upon noticing the handbag lying quietly nearby, a smile gradually spread across his face. He pressed a kiss on her forehead and then succumbed to a deep slumber while holding her close. The next day, when Li Haoyu caught sight of the shirt Moscow was wearing, he was so astonished that the breakfast he held fell to the floor unnoticed. Was this really the same Moscow who refrained from wearing anything other than a specific brand? Although the shirt exuded luxury, it was utterly mismatched with his aura. Compared to his tailored suits, it was simply horrendously low quality. Moreover, why wasn't he wearing his signature cufflinks? A second glance was all it took for Li Haoyu to feel like he could take charge of matters in Africa. With a casual remark, he sent a chill down Li Haoyu's spine, who hurriedly forced a smile and said, "Moscow, please, you look so incredibly handsome in that shirt. It could drive the women outside wild." While he could accept the notion of being breathtakingly handsome, he was not keen on attracting other women. "How you look, you're not a child anymore, that if you're feeling lonely, I can reluctantly help you find someone." Upon hearing these words, Qian Yi emerged and caught the tail end of the conversation. There was no trace of displeasure on her face. Her gentle tone sent a shiver down Li Haoyu's spine. Seeing the cunning glint in her eyes, Moscow smirked, leisurely observing their banter while shaking his head. "Young lady, so this shirt was purchased by you? I was wondering who possessed such refined taste to choose such a dashing garment. As for the introductions, I think I will put that aside for now and focus on starting a family first." The Li Haoyu's expression turned to one of despair. His eyes filled with flattery while internally he ridiculed Moscow's unabashedly indulgent behavior towards his wife. Watching him being teased so openly. "Please, Starting a family means first marrying, then establishing a career. I will find someone to keep you grounded, so you won't be tempted to chase after younger women anymore. What do you say, husband? That sweet utterance of husband finally elicited a response from Moscow, who simply replied with a nonchalant A glimmer of mischief flashed in his eyes that I must clarify, dear lady. It was not Moscow who pursued those younger girls. Rather, they were the ones who harassed him, that I swear aside from you. He truly has no other woman. After saying this, he raised 3 fingers with a comically serious expression. How dull, she retorted, rolling her eyes at him in disdain before climbing into the car. She settled beside him, quietly observing as he attended to his work. Occasionally, she would inquire about some professional terms. And he patiently explained, leaving Li Haoyu bemused. When had the boss become so amiable? It was evident that since meeting this woman, he had been doing many things he had never done before. As the car approached her company's entrance, Qian reluctantly rose from his lap. Noticing him fixated on the screen, she reached out to direct his gaze towards her, planting a kiss on his lips and playfully lifting his chin. Come on, give me a smile. Li Haoyu, just taking a sip of water, ended up spraying it all over the car, choking and tearing up from laughter. Moscow, with a dark expression, complied with her mischievous whim. Offering a smile, which satisfied her as she prepared to exit the vehicle, in one swift motion, he pulled her back into his embrace, his eyes resembling a startled rabbit, making him unable to resist. Their lips met in a kiss that nearly ignited a spark. Ginny glared at her now swollen lips, cursing internally. How am I supposed to go to work like this? After shooting him an annoyed glance, she noticed the people ahead still chuckling and patted his shoulders, saying, if you want to laugh, go ahead, but don't hold it in. Stifling laughter could lead to a bladder explosion, and then your lower half will be devoid of happiness for the rest of your life. With that, she shot him a sympathetic glance, leaving Li Haoyu utterly bemused. Bring me a change of clothes. Once she departed, Moscow finally spoke up, not out of disdain for the shirt, but because the material was uncomfortable and rigid, and he could already feel red bumps beginning to form on his skin. Chapter 38. Design director, he felt as though he were being gnawed upon by ants. The discomfort was unbearable. Thankfully, Li Haoyu was well prepared. Upon seeing the red, swollen patches on his skin, he wore a look that said you deserve it. Despite being a grown man, his skin was far more sensitive than that of a woman. The reason he only wore custom-made clothing was due to his allergy to cheap fabrics, but if Qianni knew that 230,000 yuan had been spent on an unwearable piece of trash, she would surely be heartbroken. Did Dio not mention this to anyone? Pack the shirt away. With a sharp glare, Li Haoyu, who had just been teasing him, immediately sobered up the moment he heard the instruction to pack the shirt away. He nearly burst into laughter. Was he willing to risk his health just to please her? As Qianni entered the company, she received a call from the president's secretary, instructing her to visit the president's office for an important matter. After knocking on the door and hearing a rough cough from within, she was told to come in. There, she found Gu Yaoxian pale and coughing, his right hand pressed against his mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to cough. Concerned, she asked President Gu, if you're feeling unwell, you should see a doctor. We're here for you. I'm fine. Gu Yaoxian waved her off, not allowing her to finish her sentence. He then pulled out the contract he had just reviewed, handing it to her. Your last design draft has been approved. You have passed my test, and this contract is now finalized. Therefore, the position of design director is yours as promised. The notification will be issued today. Qianni stared at the substantial figure on the contract, scarcely believing her eyes. Her design draft had truly been reused. Moreover, it hadn't been stolen. The excitement on her face did not escape Gu Yaoxuan's notice. A glimmer appeared behind his thick glasses. However, there was still something else he needed to convey. The notification will be issued this afternoon. In the meantime, pack your bags. We have a business trip. A business trip? Her smile gradually faded, confusion washing over her. She had never heard of such a thing in her job description. Well, someone is quite fond of your design draft, and they want you to conduct an on-site investigation to gain a deeper understanding and create even better designs. Upon hearing that someone appreciated her work, Qianni felt a surge of joy, but soon she was engulfed in dilemma. Should she go or not? It was indeed a significant opportunity. The client was a major one, and securing their business would mean her designs would not turn into mere waste paper. Noting her hesitation, Gu Yaoxian pressed further, and indeed, her expression softened slightly. All right, I'll go pack my things. She did not wish to be merely a woman protected by Moscow. She wanted to walk alongside him. Thus, this was an opportunity she could not forego. Good. You may leave. As he spoke, another bout of vigorous coughing erupted from him. Qianyi felt as if he might cough up a lung. President Gu, since we have a business trip this afternoon, you should see a doctor first. After all, you wouldn't want the clients to see you in such a poor state, would you? As she reached the door, she turned back, unable to resist expressing her concern. I understand. With a slight smile, he appreciated her thoughtfulness. Back at her desk, Qianyi was filled with worry, repeatedly picking up and putting down her phone, unsure of how to tell Moscow about the business trip. The previous incident on Weibo had already resulted in reporters capturing photos of her with Gu Yaoxian, that if he learned that this trip was just the two of them, he would surely want to strangle him. Luo, what should I do? How do I tell him about the business trip? After pondering for a long time without arriving at an answer, Qianyi had no choice but to seek advice from her resourceful friend. Nai Luo that moment. Nai Luo was perusing forums dedicated to romantic advice, fervently vowing to win over her crush when she was startled by Qianyi's distressed voice. Do you know that scaring someone can be deadly? Why are you going on a business trip? Rubbing her chest in relief, Nai Luo finally understood Qianyi's turmoil after hearing her story. Wow, such a fantastic opportunity, and you're considering not going? You need to understand, being recognized for your design is one thing, but if they like you as a person, that is a whole different story. If they ask you to design exclusively for them, that would mean a continuous stream of wealth for you. You could earn money while refining your skills. Only a fool would pass up such a chance. Upon hearing of her promotion and the president's appreciation for her abilities, it was undoubtedly the moment to shine. Those who chose not to attend would be deemed foolish. However, Qianyi found herself in a quandary that on one hand, there was Gu Yaoxuan's consistently ambiguous demeanor, and on the other, the fear of upsetting her jealous partner. Yet, wasn't it merely a matter of fearing Mazaka's jealousy? If he truly loved her, he would desire for her to make her own choices. If it came to a standstill, she could simply suggest he accompany her, thus alleviating his concerns. Nai Luo, anxious in her heart, lamented the potential loss of such a splendid opportunity and began brainstorming ideas. Is it really all right? Qianyi's resolve began to waver. Upon witnessing her emphatic nod, she finally made up her mind. She picked up the phone and, under her encouraging gaze, dialed the number. Masaku, engrossed in a meeting, felt his pocket vibrate. Irritated, he answered the call, only to have his furrowed brow relax upon seeing the caller's name. What is it? His tone, once stern, transformed into one of warmth, as the speaker paused momentarily. A cold glance from him prompted a realization, and he resumed discussing the design displayed on the large screen. Then am I interrupting you? Qianyi whispered upon hearing his voice that no, not at all. Those few words left everyone in the meeting astounded. Typically, one would risk dismissal for answering a call during a meeting, and witnessing the president do so was indeed a rare occurrence. I've been promoted to design director and will be on a business trip with Luo this afternoon. Just wanted to inform you that I'll be back in about 3 days. Thankfully, Masaku was not beside her. Even her evasive gaze betrayed everything. Okay, be careful on the road. Once he hung up, his icy demeanor returned. His voice frigid as he instructed, make a few adjustments to some details. The admiration from the others was palpable. How could he maintain such composure while conversing on the phone? See, I told you it would work. Nai Luo exclaimed, beaming with pride as Qianyi ended the call, that I knew you had the most cunning ideas. Now I can go with peace of mind, but you must lay low for these 3 days. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, Nai Luo's exuberance took over, clearly a person who thrived on excitement, leaving one to wonder if she could maintain her composure. Rest assured, this is a significant matter for us sisters. How could I behave as I did before? Just trust me. Nai Luo blinked her eyes earnestly. In truth, she had no plans to venture out soon, for every outing recently had led her to that vexing fellow. She was determined to study the romantic experiences of others and concoct some mischievous schemes. At precisely 2 o'clock, the president's secretary entered their office to announce the promotions, leading to a moment of stunned silence. As if no one could believe the sudden reshuffling of positions among colleagues. Lin Lei was particularly incredulous. The role of design director was a significant leap above that of a supervisor. Whispers began circulating, speculating that she had climbed into the president's bed to secure this opportunity, with some even linking it to recent social media controversies. Nai Luo felt compelled to rush out in her defense. but was halted by Lin Lei. They are merely insignificant individuals. Why bother with their words? As long as I act with integrity, that suffices. This unperturbed mindset earned Gu Yaoxuan's admiration, who had been observing from the sidelines. To be able to sidestep the spotlight without causing a stir was a quality that justified her new position. Chapter 39. Illness. As the two sat in the car, Qianyi couldn't shake the feeling of betraying Mazuku. A sentiment that grew increasingly acute despite having done nothing wrong. This client is crucial. They have always been our major collaborator, so you understand how to handle this, right? Gu Yaoxuan's complexion remained pale, though it had improved since the afternoon, likely due to medication. Qianyi nodded. This opportunity was not only a test for her, but also a chance to prove herself. She could not afford to let it slip away. Rest assured, I will seize this opportunity. While we are out, drop the title manager and just call me by my name. The term manager felt peculiar to him, as if it underscored an insurmountable chasm between them. Qianyi simply smiled, remaining silent, uncertain if she agreed or not. Upon returning home, Mazuka was unaccustomed to the absence of her lively presence, and the cheerful chatter that typically filled the AI felt strange, as if he had grown accustomed to her company. To her recounting the day's events upon his arrival. Care for a drink? The call came from Jian Yiming. After answering, Mazuka wasted no time in getting to the point. Once given the address, he stood up and headed out. After all, with nothing else to do, and having not gathered with friends in quite some time, a long night awaited him. The deafening noise of the bar caused Mazuku, who abhorred chaos, to frown deeply. Upon entering the private room, he found Jian Yiming reclining on the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine, that he gestured casually upon Mazuka's arrival. "I suggest you." Lifting the goblet, he downed the crimson liquid in one swift motion, revealing a hint of distress in Jian Yiming's deep-set eyes. "Indeed, it's just me." "Why the surprise? Where's your little wife? Didn't we agree to be good buddies? Why did you marry someone else so soon?" Rumors circulated that they were a couple, often spotted together in pairs at gatherings, even prompting some overzealous netizens to ship them. Jian Yiming's lamenting tone resembled that of a wronged spouse catching a cheating partner. Mazuka shivered slightly, casting off his icy facade. "She's on a business trip for 3 days. Otherwise, do you think I'd be here drinking with you? Such a heartless man, so reluctant to accompany me for drinks." "Speak properly." Mazuku's voice chilled, yet Jian Yiming merely smirked, the playful smile at the corner of his lips betraying him. "Regarding Qinghuan, don't take it to heart. She's merely a spoiled little girl." This pampered sister was a source of exasperation for him. After all, she was the only girl among 3 brothers, and their family had a penchant for overindulgence. Mazuku responded with a nonchalant. Before Qianyi's arrival, he genuinely considered a union with the Jian family, but news from America indicated instability, advising against exposure to protect their identities. "All right, has the situation in London been resolved? Have we retrieved what we were owed?" "Rest assured, it's all been taken care of. Who would dare defy the name of Ma Xiao?" As they bantered, they confirmed several sensational developments across Asia, their glasses clinking in a continuous rhythm. Jian Yiming, feeling somewhat lightheaded, excused himself to the restroom, declining Mazuka's offer of assistance, and stumbled his way to a bathroom, shedding the icy demeanor of the day to at that moment. Nai Luluo, bundled up tightly, was not intentionally at the bar. She had merely agreed to a friend's plans and could hardly forget. However, a phone call had led her to an unavoidable appointment with a long-lost friend, and after a brief chat, she prepared to make her exit. With a thud, she collided with a solid wall of muscle, a sharp pain in her nose bringing tears to her eyes. Looking up in irritation, she was struck by the urge to curse. This man was indeed a persistent ghost. Why did she keep running into him? Jian Yiming, through hazy vision, thought he glimpsed a familiar woman's figure. However, upon closer inspection, the woman before him was bundled up as if braving the depths of winter. Devoid of her usual playful charm, furrowing his brow, he attempted to move away, only to find her mirroring his movements. Step aside, his slightly inebriated features displayed displeasure, his brows furrowing fiercely, intimidating anyone who dared to approach. Yet Nai Luoluo was inherently slow on the uptake, and with their history of clashing, she had long forgotten her promise to her friend. "You get lost. Wherever I go, you follow. Are you a persistent ghost or what?" The familiar voice prompted Jian Yiming's frown to ease, his drunkenness slightly dissipating as he regarded the tightly wrapped woman before him with amusement. "ITSU." His deep voice, laced with inebriation, caressed Nailua's ears, stirring something within her. What? Is it only permissible for you to show up? I'm also inebriated. Why must we keep encountering each other? Did I owe you something in a past life? Leading you to haunt me like this? She decisively removed her glasses, and at that moment, her large, round eyes were filled with a silent accusation as they gazed at him. His incessantly chattering lips stirred an impulsive urge within him. When their lips finally met, Nailua's eyes widened in shock, her instinct to resist ignited, yet the man firmly grasped the back of her head, rendering her immobile. The scent of alcohol flooded her mouth. But it was not overwhelming enough to induce nausea. Rather, the fragrance was unexpectedly soothing. You scoundrel. Just as she felt breathless, Jian Yiming released her, and with a flushed face, she swiftly delivered a slap across his cheek. He did not flinch, a hint of a smile lingering in his eyes as her hand impacted his face, causing it to tilt slightly to the side. Nailualuo stared blankly at her hands, perplexed as to why he hadn't evaded her strike. Are you satisfied now? He asked, the smile in his eyes deepening. But I'll just pretend I was bitten by a dog. Why should I fuss over it? Goodbye. No, never again. With that, she turned to leave, only to be firmly grasped by his large hand. This is harassment. Nailualuo shouted indignantly, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Jian Yiming, feeling a headache coming on, wondered if this woman was mentally challenged. Mo Saiku, having noticed Jian Yiming's prolonged absence and the growing commotion outside, felt a twinge of unease and decided to step out. Upon seeing Jian Yiming holding the petite woman captive, his eyes widened in surprise. And the stormy gaze in his dark orbs made Nailualuo forget her struggle. This was bad. How had she encountered him? It was over now. Feeling somewhat intimidated, Nailualuo no longer cared whether the man before her was a foe or a friend and instinctively burrowed into his embrace. Naturally, Jian Yiming welcomed the beautiful woman in his arms, relishing the moment. Just then, a powerful arm lifted the woman from his grasp, and Nailua's eyes flew open, filled with fury. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, her anger gradually dissipated, leaving only confusion that where's Qianyi? Nailualuo felt as though her arm might be crushed, yet she dared not utter a word, her mind racing with thoughts on how to spin this web of lies. Mo Xiao, please don't be hasty. Let me explain that I was supposed to be on a business trip with Yi, but I had a last-minute issue, so I switched with someone else that yes, she spoke. Her voice grew softer, barely audible amidst the cacophony of the bar, akin to a mosquito buzzing that Mo Saiku's icy gaze fixed on her. His thin lips pressed tightly together, emanating an aura of hostility that instinctively made her retreat into the embrace of the man behind her. Noticing her fear, Jian Yiming raised an eyebrow and, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, remarked, "It's just a business trip. How serious can it be? Aren't you overthinking this? Let us hope I am." The formidable aura surrounding Mo Saiku made Nailualuo hesitant to move, his penetrating dark gaze seeming to see right through her. After a moment, he turned and walked away. Chapter 40. Exposure. Once he had departed, Nailualuo finally extricated herself from someone's embrace. Her heart racing as she patted her chest. Oh my, that was terrifying. No wonder E has been so worried. Should I tell her that I've been exposed? But if I say it now, will I be scolded? Planning to use me and then flee? The deep voice above her, tinged with amusement, sent alarm bells ringing in her head. Had she truly just escaped the jaws of a tiger only to stumble into the den of wolves? The man before her did not appear to be benign either. I'm sorry. I was just too nervous earlier and sought refuge with you. But if you know them, then you won't hold it against me. Right? I really must be going. With that, she slipped away as if her feet were greased. Jian Yiming shook his head, laughing softly as he stood there, his hand brushing against the lips that had just kissed her. Feeling the lingering heat, in the car, Mo Saiku made a phone call, which rang for a considerable time before being answered. Hello, Mo Saiku. Qianyi, still half asleep, felt a throbbing headache after having consumed a couple of drinks during the earlier social gathering. Where are you? Upon hearing her muddled voice, all his earlier anger dissipated. After a pause, he inquired, What are you doing? I'm at the hotel, trying to sleep off the 2 drinks I had at dinner. It's making me feel awful. Did you miss me today? If Mo Saiku had been by her side, he would have found it hard to resist her current languid demeanor, her lips slightly pouted and eyes dreamy, resembling a delicate little woman. Take care of yourself, and let me know when you're back. His lips curled into a smile, though it did not reach his eyes, which were as deep as a well, rippling with unspoken emotions. All right, get some rest. Good night. Oblivious to any underlying tension, drowsy Qian Yi exchanged a few more words before hanging up and drifting back to sleep. That night, Mo Saiku remained in the study, seated for hours, lighting one cigarette after another until his hands began to tremble, though he was unsure of what he feared. When the sky began to pale with dawn, Li Haoyu received a phone call from him, requesting the documents for Gu Yaoshuan's company. Despite his confusion, he sensed that this matter was connected to the lady, and he dared not delay. Upon waking, Qian Yi recalled the phone call from the previous day. Had something been discovered? Surely not. She trusted Nai Luoluo to keep her lips sealed. Just as she contemplated calling to confirm, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Opening the door, she found Gu Yaoxian smiling at her, his dark eyes now brimming with warmth. Panic surged within her. She dared not meet his gaze and bowed her head, inviting him inside. Let us have breakfast, then we'll tour the site and sign the contract. If all goes well, we should be able to return tonight. This news was undoubtedly a relief to her. The originally 3-day itinerary had been condensed into a single day, filling her with excitement. All right, Mr. Gu, I'll prepare right away. She turned to gather the necessary materials for the meeting, feeling the intensity of his gaze on her back, making her uneasy. Upon arriving at the client's company, Qian Yi finally learned what the advertisement was intended for. This was a nationally recognized Fortune 500 company, primarily dealing in automobiles, and their latest model was selling exceptionally well. They had already executed sufficient advertising prior, so she was baffled as to why they required more. Miss Qian, the situation is this. Our vehicle has entered a stagnation period. All major dealerships have sample cars, and some models are even stockpiled. We need to find a new angle to restore our former glory. The bespectacled individual before her was likely a senior manager, currently explaining the advantages of their vehicle and seeking her input. However, Qian Yi felt confused. She had never created such commercial design drafts, and advertising was entirely unrelated to her work. Why would they seek her assistance? The manager doesn't want you to create an advertisement. He wants you to design a small element that makes the car stand out. Noticing her perplexity, Gu Yaoxian spoke up, breaking the silence. Finally understanding, Qian Yi replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Gu, we can finalize the contract. Once I return, I will delve into this matter and ensure a refined design." Her confidence delighted those present, though she remained unaware of the many challenges awaiting her on the design path. Mo Saiku had consumed several cups of coffee that morning, ignoring the reminders from those around him, feeling as though his head was still in a fog, that he needed to remain alert. It seemed other matters might arise today. Mo Saiku, I did it. I signed the contract. Qian Yi eagerly announced, her smile beaming with pride. His previously hazy mind cleared somewhat with her buoyant words. Mo Saiku's bright eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. Knowing she would succeed, that I'll see if I can return tonight. If so, I'll come back right away. Her heart was already racing toward him, her pride stemming not from anything else but from finally earning the right to stand by his side. You should eat first. The coolness in his voice made Mo Saiku's eyes narrow. A man? And one I recognize. Gu Yaoxian. Qian Yi's expression paled at his words, hastily covering her phone, uncertain whether the person on the other end had overheard. She nodded, about to say something, but the call had already ended. Setting her phone down, she felt a wave of defeat wash over her. It was all exposed now that Gu Yaoxian had been waiting for her. Noticing her pallor, and stepped closer to ask, "Are you unwell?" Qian Yi shook her head. How could she explain? Should she confess it was because of him that someone was upset? I can help you explain. Forget it. The more I explain, the more tangled it becomes that I trust he will understand. The word seemed to serve more as a form of self-comfort. Having steeled himself, he followed her into the ongoing social engagements. At that moment, Mo Saiku's eyes shimmered with a faint darkness, his hands clenched tightly together. He had contemplated countless possibilities, yet he never imagined that the one accompanying her would be Gu Yaoxian. When did they become so intimate? Had something transpired that he was unaware of? Just as his mood soured, the commotion outside the office only fueled his ire. He lifted his gaze to see Jian Qinghuan bouncing in. Disregarding the secretary's attempts to stop her, "What brings you here?" The frigid tone pierced Jian Qinghuan's heart, causing her to flinch as pain washed over her. "I came to play with you, Mo Gu. Haven't you reached the end of your workday?" It's been ages since we gathered together. There are so many people. Jin Qinghuan squinted her eyes, concealing a myriad of emotions beneath the surface. Not going. The cool voice offered no room for contemplation, delivering a swift rejection. Jin Qinghuan's lips pursed, tears brimmed in her eyes as if they cost nothing, and she implored Mo Go, I mean no harm, that I harbor no ulterior motives. You've already reprimanded me, and since you're married now, I can't cling to you like before, that I merely wish to take this opportunity to apologize. Mo Saika's brow relaxed slightly as he responded with a nonchalant Jin Qinghuan's countenance fell instantly. Was he still unwilling? Let's go. She brushed past him, striding forward, and a flicker of joy ignited within him, and he hurried to catch up. If he agreed, they had already succeeded halfway. As they arrived, their presence caused quite a stir. This gathering resembled a small-scale reunion. With attendees who had grown up together, in their eyes, they were a legendary couple, a tale passed down through the years, until they discovered that Mo Saiku had wed. Mo Xiao, with a beauty in your embrace. Have you forgotten about your brothers? Even amid the crowd, he remained a star, radiating a brilliance that made him easily identifiable. Chapter 41. Mo Saika's brow furrowed as he searched for a quiet corner. Feeling disinterested. Long time no see. Jin Yifei, clad in a suit with a striking bow tie, looked remarkably flamboyant, prompting a chuckle from Mo Saiku. After raising his glass to acknowledge him, he began to drink alone, having only learned of Jin Yifei from mutual friends. What brings you here today? Jin Yifei, unperturbed by any awkwardness, settled beside him. Curiosity etched on his face that in the past, every time Qinghuan had invited him. She returned disappointed. Today was a rare occasion indeed. What? Can I come? Without needing an answer, Mo Saiku raised an eyebrow, his profound gaze concealing his true feelings. Jin Yifei chuckled awkwardly. The aura he thought formidable was dwarfed by Mo Saiku's presence. You know she has feelings for you. So even if you don't reciprocate, please don't hurt her. After a long pause, he finally voiced his thoughts, though the fleeting pain in his eyes did not escape Mo Saiku's notice. Mo Go, Sango, what are you doing here? It's so lively outside. Let us go have some fun. Jin Qinghuan had changed into a strapless gown, her hair elegantly styled, and her fair neck evoked countless fantasies. The jewelry adorning her gown sparkled under the lights, stunning Jin Yifei. However, this splendid appearance garnered not a single glance from the man she adored, leaving her heart slightly heavy. She momentarily averted her gaze, burying her emotions deep within. Our Qinghuan is simply beautiful. Come on, Sengu will accompany you to play. Observing their awkwardness, Jin Yifei took her somewhat stiff hand and led her outside. She kept glancing back, her disappointment deepening with each passing moment. Why wouldn't he even spare her a glance? What must she do to earn his approval? Jin Yifei noticed her dejection, his heart aching at the sight. This unbidden emotion was driving him to the brink of madness, and he could no longer discern the reason behind it. After they departed, Mo Saiku relished his solitude, uninterested in mingling with the crowd. His thoughts lingering on the image of the woman in the gown. Mo Xiao, why are you drinking alone? May I join you? Jin Yifei's cheerful eyes dimmed, shadows creeping over his face, after attempting to call both of them. Receiving no response, he decided to wait until the next day to inquire. However, unbeknownst to him, the following day would bring unforeseen upheavals that he could never have anticipated. Chapter 42. Coercion. Jin Yifei awoke in the middle of the night, parched and unable to endure the dryness in his throat. With a pounding head, he staggered to fetch some water. After quenching his thirst, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. But as he turned off the light and beheld the figure on the bed, he froze in shock. His emotions flickered between panic, joy, and pain, ultimately crystallizing into a single thought. Escaped in that moment, countless emotions flooded his mind. He felt elated at his acquisition, yet anxious, determined to keep this secret from others. If this came to light, not only would Jin's family's reputation suffer, but his elder brother would also surely mete out punishment. Frantically donning his clothes, he fled in haste, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. He found himself at the seaside, and as the sea breeze caressed him, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, cascading down his face that if only they weren't bound by such identities. Qinghuan, I'm sorry. I cannot harm you or your family. Just as he was about to dress, he caught sight of the marks upon his skin that he swiftly took out his phone, snapped a few pictures of the sensitive areas. and sent them to a number before humming a cheerful tune as he proceeded to shower. Envisioning a future where she stood by his side, that as she prepared to head to the airport. Qian heard the notification sound and opened the message, her heart dropping as if struck by lightning. The world around her blurred, and the two photos plunged her into a chilling abyss, rendering her icy. What's wrong? Gu Yaoxian, having noticed her unusual demeanor, leaned in to see. She immediately recoiled, her eyes wide with panic as she hastily concealed her phone, stammering, "It's nothing, just heading home." That Jiu Yaoxuan's concern deepened. Seeing her reluctance to speak, he refrained from pressing her, simply sitting beside her in silence, that if yesterday she had returned home filled with anticipation, now her heart plummeted into a bottomless chasm, consumed by terror. Especially at the thought of that message. "Qianyi, you've lost. Mo Saiku is my man. You're merely a stepping stone." Seated on the plane, clouds drifted past the window as a tear fell in a hidden corner, splattering on the small tray before diffusing into a blur. Mo Saiku, am I truly just a stepping stone? Jian Yifei returned home at dawn, only to find his elder brother seated at the breakfast table, his heart leaping into his throat. "That you're back." The nonchalant inquiry felt like a looming threat, and after a meek response, he attempted to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by his brother's next question. "Where's Qinghuan? What did you two do last night?" His eyes tightened, panic flooding his senses, as his blood ran cold at the thought of facing his brother's piercing gaze. "That we just attended a party." "What's the matter?" As he spoke, his tongue stumbled, further confirming Jian Yiming's suspicions about his involvement. With a resounding bang, a hand slammed against the table, and Jian Yiming stood abruptly, exclaiming, "Jian Yifei, do you even realize what you're doing? If she were merely playing around, that would be one thing. But you not only failed to stop her, you joined in. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Or did you never consider them at all?" Jian Yifei broke into a cold sweat, growing increasingly uneasy. This was not the tone his brother usually took. What had transpired? Early in the morning, why all the fuss? "Third brother, did you party all night again?" Truly debauched. A deep and resonant voice instantaneously transformed the expressions of the two individuals into one of reverence. Descending from the upper floor was an elderly gentleman, his hair a striking silver, and his eyes, contrary to the murky gaze often associated with age, sparkled with vitality. His pronounced eyebrows knitted together in displeasure, as if his peaceful slumber had been disrupted. "Grandfather, I apologize for interrupting your rest," came the response, the previously fierce aura dissipating as one adopted the demeanor of a contrite child. The elder strode forward with agility, casting an angry glare at the figure attempting to slip away. Rebuking, "Look at you. All you do is frolic outside, never lending a hand to your elder brother with the burdens of work." "Grandfather, with my brother at the company, you need not worry. As for me, even if I went, I could be of no assistance." "You understand," Jian Yifei replied, a smile plastered on his face, though a trace of sorrow lingered in his brow. Jian Yiming shot him a sharp glance, silencing him instantly and prompting an awkward chuckle. What a lively scene we have here." Jian Qinghuan exclaimed as she entered, her eyes narrowed, clearly in high spirits. Jian Yifei, upon hearing her voice, dared not lift his gaze, uncertain of how to confront her. "Qinghuan, why have you taken a leaf from your elder brother's book? As a young lady, how could you spend the night outside?" The old man frowned, his discontent evident, though his affection for the cherished granddaughter was unmistakable. "Grandfather, I simply lost track of time while having fun outside. By the way, you seem quite invigorated today," she sweetly remarked, moving to wrap her arms around the old man's neck, coaxing a cheerful response from him, causing him to forget the earlier matter. As Jian Yiming observed her bend forward, he caught sight of the faint bruises on her fair skin, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he stood frozen in shock. Mo Saiku had indeed laid hands on her, and those marks were undeniable. "Qinghuan, what has happened to you?" He grasped her delicate arm, which was likewise marred with signs of pleasure. Jian Yifei's heart raced uncontrollably, forcing him to halt and listen. "Brother, that's so annoying," she exclaimed, pulling her arm away, her face flushed as she concealed the evidence of her merriment. Feeling bashful, the old man had evidently noticed the marks as well, clearing his throat awkwardly, unsure how to broach such a sensitive topic. "Where exactly did you go yesterday? And why did you drug Mo Saiku? Do you understand the ramifications of your actions?" Anger and guilt intermingled within Jian Yiming as he unleashed his thoughts. disregarding the elder's presence. What? You drugged him? Qinghuan. The old man stared at her in disbelief, unable to reconcile the actions of his beloved granddaughter with such a shocking revelation. Jian Qinghuan stood there, helpless, as her voice had drawn the attention of the entire family, all of whom hurried to discern the cause of the commotion. Every gaze was fixed on Jian Qinghuan, oblivious to Jian Yifei's trembling form. Indeed, I was the one who administered the drug. We were together last night. He was always meant to be mine. Her declaration struck like thunder, resonating within the minds of those present. Chapter 43. Refusal. Jian Yifei was left reeling, stunned into silence, pain evident in his eyes as he realized she had envisioned herself as Imo Saiku. So be it. She adored Imo Saiku so fervently that perhaps this had become her justification. Yet why did his heart still ache so profoundly? Qinghuan, in the past, we have indulged your whims, but do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions? If it weren't for my connection to him, the news would have already spread like wildfire. And yet, you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing. Jin Yiming trembled, more from fear than anger, for the marks upon her body were glaringly evident. If she had indeed been violated by another, it would surely tarnish the Jian family's reputation. Elder brother, I am not at fault. Acted out of love. Furthermore, since such events have transpired, I must take responsibility. If you won't support me, why must you blame me? She defiantly wore a smile, tears cascading like pearls down her cheeks. Although the elder was furious, witnessing her tears stirred his heart with compassion. Indeed, Yiming, do not chastise Qinghuan. You are friends with Saiku. Perhaps you should talk to him. Jin Hui, Jin Yiming's father, interjected, recognizing that his niece's stubbornness had long been evident, and her actions, though shocking, were not entirely unexpected. The family members offered their words of comfort to the weeping Jian Qinghuan, directing their ire toward Imo Saiku, determined to seek an explanation. Jin Yiming, exasperated by this muddled family, could only utter, "What shall we do?" before storming off. Qinghuan, do not weep, that I shall assist you with this matter. The elder's eyes sparkled with determination, his authoritative tone providing her with some solace. Upon receiving Jian Yiming's call, Imo Saiku's eyes turned cold as shadows enveloped him. I believe you, but please, until I uncover the truth, do not speak of this, that I beg you. Jian Yiming's voice was weary, cognizant that this unreasonable request placed her in a difficult position. Yet, could he not recognize how outrageous this was? The reputation of the Jian family could not simply be allowed to flounder. A violated Jian Qinghuan would serve as irrefutable evidence of their family's failure in upbringing, making future marriages exceedingly difficult. Jian Yiming, do you comprehend what you are suggesting? Imo Saiku's anger morphed into a sardonic smile, his tone laced with a weight that underscored his current fury. I am left with no alternative. Am I to stand idly by while the Jian family crumbles? We cannot bear the repercussions that so, you intend to sacrifice me, to make me the scapegoat in order to save your Jian family? Jian Yiming had anticipated that this conversation would not be easily resolved, and indeed, his expectations were met. That I promise, within a few days, I will ascertain the entire truth. He had already begun investigating the hotel surveillance footage, only to discover that the cameras had been deliberately misaligned, yielding no evidence. Meanwhile, Jian Qinghuan remained adamant, insisting that Imo Saiku was the culprit, leaving him at a loss. You have 3 days that if you cannot uncover the truth, I will enlist the media's help. 3 days was his ultimatum, still considering their relationship, but if it were not for that, bending him to submission would be nearly impossible. Though 3 days felt rushed, Jian Yiming understood that this was his limit, with no room for negotiation. After Imo Saiku hung up, another private call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, his previously relaxed expression morphed into one of concern. Did I ask there's something amiss with such a major incident? When do you intend to address it? Hurry back. The voice on the other end was laced with anger and glee, indicating that the Jian family had already begun to act. Upon arriving home, he found the door had been forced open. That a smirk crept across his lips, a hint of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. Had they come to this? Their swift approach was truly astonishing. Upon entering, he found the sofa crowded with people, his grandmother seated in the center, her face a mask of fury. Seeing him return, his uncle rushed forward, scolding, "Why have you returned so late? Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting? Your behavior has gone too far." These individuals, typically donned in insincere expressions, now seized this opportunity to berate him, Having long resented his authority over the family company, Mo Psycho maintained a stony demeanor as he surveyed the chaos in his house. The table littered with remnants of snacks, which repulsed his fastidious nature. Psycho, your parents passed away early. You must understand the gravity of this situation. It's one thing if others are involved, but why did you have to entangle yourself with the daughter of the Jian family? Though her words were laced with concern, the smirk on her lips betrayed her satisfaction. You invade my home and wreak havoc merely to inform me of this. His response was disjointed, leaving those present momentarily speechless. Old Master Jian has already informed me of this matter and has insisted upon your marriage. You are well aware of their influence. Surely, you grasp the implications, Yi Wanru stated ominously, her brow furrowed with worry. Heh, Mo Saiku replied with a cold chuckle, surveying the room before nonchalantly uttering, what concern is that of mine? Saiku, a man must take responsibility for his actions. Acknowledging your mistakes is vital. This situation is undeniably your fault. Listen to your uncle. To avoid severe consequences, it would be wise to comply. His uncle feigned concern, though his true feelings brimmed with envy, as the company's shares had been entirely left to the child of his elder brother. Mo Saika turned, his face shrouded in darkness, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he countered. Oh, and how do you know this was my doing? Did you witness it? Where is your evidence? Mo Xiangding's face flushed with alternating shades of crimson and pallor. Astonished by her nephew's utter lack of consideration for familial ties, she could only manage an awkward chuckle. Could it be that Miss Jian has wronged you? The purity of a young lady has been tarnished by your actions. Is this not evidence? Mo Saika, have I taught you since childhood to shirk responsibility in such a manner? Yi Wanru's gaze turned icy. Realizing he still refused to acknowledge the truth, she exclaimed in anger. When I received a call from old Master Jian today, I must admit, a flicker of joy sparked within me. After all, the Jian family's influence is formidable. A successful union would greatly benefit us. Thus, while Jian Qingwan's actions may lack honor, they do present a potential avenue. What did Miss Jian see? Did she clearly identify the man in her bed as me? His words plunged the room into a contemplative silence. Even Yi Wanru felt a twinge of uncertainty. His demeanor did not suggest guilt. What could the truth be? Regardless, as he has been implicated, he cannot escape responsibility, though we must swiftly proceed with the divorce before their anger ignites. I can no longer endure the shame brought upon our family by that woman's granddaughter. I refuse. A resolute voice interjected unexpectedly. Turning, they saw Qian Yi dragging a suitcase, sweat glistening on her forehead, evidently having rushed. Her eyes now radiated unwavering determination. Mo Saika's lips curled into a faint smile as he stepped past the crowd to accept her belongings, softly asking, "You're back?" After her affirmative nod, she pushed him aside, standing resolutely by his side, declaring, "I will not divorce him, that I believe he is innocent. Do you not think it shameless to wrongfully accuse an innocent person?" On the way, she could not help but examine her phone for an extended period, ultimately uncovering a detail. Mo Saiku exhibited a subconscious habit, likely indicative of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Each time he left a mark upon her, it bore a slightly rounded shape, a habit that was unlikely to change. Chapter 44. The dispute. Yi Wanru's gaze was fierce as she regarded her, her voice laced with fury. "Who granted you the audacity to speak in my presence? You have no authority here. He is my husband. We are married. Since this involves him, I believe I have every right to be involved," she replied, positioning herself firmly beside Mo Saiku. Standing united, Mo Saiku's gaze softened further, filled with affection that could melt anything, as if nothing else existed in the universe but the two of them. "You allow her to speak to me in such a tone. You possess knowledge but no authority over this matter." "It is settled." His firm tone brooked no dissent, causing Qian Yi's brows to knit in concern, a hint of sorrow shadowing her features. Suddenly, she felt her hands enveloped in warmth, the reassuring strength making everything else seem trivial. "Mother, please do not be so angry. Do not harm your health. Young people have their own thoughts, and we must not interfere. Let us not give others the impression that we are their adversaries. Come now." The slightly plump aunt stepped forward, linking arms with Yi Wanru, her expression one of sycophantic eagerness. As long as Mo Saiku could extricate himself from the Mo family, everything would belong to them. "Here are your choices. 1. Divorce. 2. Resign from your position at Huanyu Group. Yi Wanru steeled herself, hoping to leverage this ultimatum, yet she could not have anticipated that her grandson had long since slipped from her grasp. I believe you already know my answer, so please leave my house. Embracing her shoulders, she cleared a path, and the expressions of those present shifted. With a dismissive wave, she turned to depart. The ensuing chaos left Qianyi with a throbbing headache. She intended to tidy up, but was halted by him. Lifting her gaze to him, she found his deeply affectionate eyes fixed upon her. That I will be unemployed. Will you support me? Qianyi beamed sweetly, nodding vigorously as if delighted. Absolutely. But we must economize from now on. Otherwise, we won't be able to afford it. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. That he enveloped her in his embrace, the warmth in his gaze enveloping them like a golden glow. Once outside, Emo Xianting regarded the silent elder with a hint of trepidation. Yet at his wife's prompting, he hesitantly spoke, Mother, how should we handle this? What if Saiku is unwilling? He will certainly acquiesce. The unyielding tone silenced his subsequent words. His wife's resentful gaze bore down on him, prompting him to shrink back. Yi Wanru was acutely aware of their intentions. However, matters regarding the company were best left untouched by them, given their temperament. It would not be long before the company crumbled under their mismanagement. What? He would rather forsake his current status than marry me. Jian Xinghuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard an outrageous tale. The elder, under her scrutiny, nodded with difficulty, lamenting the stubbornness of this young man from the Mo family who was willing to relinquish a coveted position, his frustration palpable as he clutched his beloved granddaughter. Unwilling to see her trampled upon. Grandfather, you must stand for my honor. Tears streamed down Jian Xinghuan's cheeks, breaking the old man's heart, prompting him to vow to seek justice for her. Jianyi's face stood aside. The scene before him painfully jarring, his fists clenched tightly. He yearned to unveil the truth, but the consequences held him back, fearing that such revelations might alter everything, even jeopardizing their sibling bond. The young man from the Mo family is utterly outrageous. My granddaughter Jian Jingqing is more than worthy. She is far superior to any mayor's daughter. The old man's voice trembled with indignation, while Jian Xinghuan's lips curled into a slight smile, her tears lingering. She knew her grandfather would champion her cause. Qianyi reclined on Mo Saika's lap, reflecting on the events of the past few days with a sense of melancholy. In merely 2 days. Why had everything transformed? Why didn't you tell me you were on a business trip with Gu Yaoxian? His low voice, tinged with displeasure, caused her to freeze momentarily, only to quickly don a smile. Her eyes wide and pleading like a pet seeking forgiveness. That I was merely trying to prevent you from feeling jealous. As she trailed off, awkwardly scratching her head, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. Are you not concerned that I might grow even angrier upon learning the truth? His gaze turned frigid, the mirth in his eyes fading, and Qianyi instinctively recoiled, feeling a chill. Hey, this is a rare opportunity. The only chance to prove my capabilities. That I do not wish to be your sheltered little bird. I aspire to be an eagle soaring alongside you. Upon hearing her declaration, Mo Saika's lips curled into a slight smile as he swept her into his arms. Their breaths mingled, the intimacy palpable. Your only responsibility is to be happy. All matters concerning the household shall naturally fall to me. A smile blossomed in her eyes, and as they locked gazes, Qianyi averted her gaze from his intense stare. Her cheeks flushing as she nestled against his chest, attuned to the sound of his steady heartbeat. That was not my doing. I was drugged. Then I endured the ordeal to return home. As for her loss of virtue. We are still investigating. Mo Saika's deep voice resonated above her, and although she had not expected an explanation, hearing it now brought sweetness to her heart. Yes, I understand. I trust you, she nodded, and together they fell into a comfortable silence, savoring the rare tranquility. Little did they know, the greater storms that lay ahead awaited them. Jian Yiming was in a frenzy, akin to an ant on a hot pan, as the deadline loomed perilously close. Only a day and a half remained. Yet he was at a complete standstill. The surveillance footage seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Even the entry logs at the front desk revealed no sign of anyone else. As he scrutinized the entry list once more, his slender fingers traced the names, halting abruptly upon encountering Jian Yifei's name. A daring idea began to take root in his mind, recalling the panic reflected in Yifei's eyes that day. Suddenly, the world spun, and he felt darkness encroach upon him. Leaning against the chair for support, he took a moment to regain his composure before dialing a number, his hand trembling as he finally managed to connect. Jenny Fei, where are you? I'm at home. What's the matter? Come to my company now, immediately. His voice cracked near the end, nearly a roar, sending Jenny Fei's heart plummeting into despair. Only upon seeing his elder brother's furious eyes did he truly comprehend that everything had unraveled. Speak! Where were you that night? Jin Yiming's eyes were bloodshot, veins throbbing in his forehead, a testament to his barely contained rage that I was at the beach all night. Jenny Fei stammered, avoiding eye contact, his tone faltering yet still defiant. Jenny Fei, tell me the truth. You know what is at stake here. I have scrutinized the entry logs countless times. The only one who could have entered that room is you, brother. That is our sister. How could I possibly be unaware of Qinghuan's background? Surely, you cannot believe that your trivial thoughts remain hidden from others. Yifei, even if it truly is you, do not dare to shatter the fragile illusions. It is unfathomable to consider what may transpire when the family learns the truth. Even more distressing is the thought of the media uncovering the illustrious history of the Jian family. Jian Yifei's pupils constricted as he inhaled deeply, lowering his gaze, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Eldest brother, I was intoxicated with a resounding thud. A fist collided with his face. Jin Yiming, in that moment, resembled a furious lion, unleashing his wrath with a singular punch, while the remainder of his fury rained down upon Yifei's body. Yifei curled into himself, offering no resistance, appearing resigned to his fate. Eventually, once all the anger had been expended, Jin Yiming slumped to the ground, breathless. Chapter 45, Going Abroad, Brother. This situation is my fault. If it truly proves to be too difficult, I will. The pain coursed through his body as he staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spoke through gritted teeth. Even if it is difficult, we cannot disclose it to others. Pack your belongings. I shall escort you to America. As Jin Yifei opened his mouth to respond, he was met with a fierce glare and a commanding tone. No refusals are permitted. This way, you need not interfere in family matters. They are no longer your concern in comparison to the Jian family's honor. Qinghuan's innocence is a trivial matter. In that fleeting moment, he resolved to avoid offending Mazaku while preventing the collapse of the Jian family's prestige. Pain filled Jian Yifei's eyes, although he felt unworthy to speak. He could not bear the thought of harming Qinghuan. Brother, is it possible to avoid hurting Qinghuan? This situation is of her own making. Having acted, she must face the consequences that if she dares to provoke Mazaku. Then I assume she is prepared for failure. Excessive indulgence will only exacerbate her behavior. Troubles will continue to arise one after another. Her obsession with Mazaku has become deeply ingrained. This time, if she does not succeed, there will inevitably be a next time. She has merely been spoiled by us. Her nature is not malevolent. The DOU truly believe that had she possessed a wicked disposition, she would still be alive today. A cold light glimmered in Jian Yifei's shadowed eyes. They knew all too well that it was precisely because of her good nature that they continued to indulge her. You are aware that she has always harbored feelings for Mazaku. If you were to casually reveal that she was assaulted, she would be unable to bear it. Jian Yifei's eyes brimmed with tears, as that was the last scenario he wished to witness. He did not want her to abandon herself as a result. And so what? What does it matter to you? Can you stand up and claim responsibility for this situation? Or can our Jian family bear the consequences? The relentless questioning left Jian Yifei speechless, and he resignedly closed his eyes, filled with anguish. Indeed, he felt powerless. Aside from going abroad, it seemed he could only bring about misfortune here. Did I understand? You may handle it as you see fit. I shall return home. The injuries on his face were merely from a careless fall. They do not concern you. Jin Yiming's words of concern were cut off that he had intended to suggest that Yifei address his injuries before leaving. But after clenching his fists, he relaxed them. The fatigue of recent days had aged him several years, and the thought of a certain audacious little cat brought a wry smile to his lips. Upon returning home, Jian Yifei deliberately avoided his family, yet his bruised face did not escape Jian Qinghuan's notice. Third brother, what happened to your face? Who struck you? Tell me. I will help you exact revenge. The genuine concern in her eyes made him want to grasp her hand, yet he could only let it slip away that it's nothing, just a small misunderstanding, that I am tired and wish to rest. Avoiding her worried gaze, he feared that if he looked too long, He would abandon all his earlier resolve. Jian Qinghuan stood frozen, watching him pass by. The sorrow radiating from him dimmed her spirits. He had always been her protector. Even when she caused chaos, he would smile and say it was all right. But now, she sensed his subtle detachment. How had he suddenly changed so drastically? By the way, I will be going to America tomorrow, to embark on a journey of personal growth. That he suddenly turned, a smile gracing his face, his cool tone lacking any hint of reluctance. Third brother, did you not say that place is uninhabitable? Why would you still go? You want to leave me alone at home? Jian Qinghuan questioned in bewilderment. Previously, whenever he was urged to go to America, he would shy away. Now, he was the one suggesting it. There is no other choice. I am gradually maturing that I cannot always let eldest brother shoulder the family responsibilities alone. I must share in the burden. That I in that moment he seemed to have grown up, having once only thought of his own carefree existence. Upon realizing the sacrifices eldest brother made for their family, guilt began to weigh on him. For so many years, they had grown accustomed to letting eldest brother handle everything, regardless of whether he was capable of doing so. But what about me when you leave? She bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, her nose reddening, as if she would burst into tears at any moment. It will be fine. Are you not doing well now? You are also growing up. Do not be so willful, understand? He affectionately ruffled her hair, though the emotions swirling within him remained deeply buried. Can you not go? I do not want you to leave. Lowering her head, large tears began to fall, as if she hoped to reverse his decision. Qinghuan, do you wish for your third brother to remain forever in this state? Do you want me to live as a reckless wastrel for eternity? She paused, her body stiffening. That I in the past, whenever she cried, her third brother would always comply with her wishes. But now, sniffling, she defiantly raised her head. Since they no longer loved her, she would show them. Go ahead, leave all of you if you no longer care about me. Then just go. I'll be fine on my own with that. She stormed down the stairs. Jian Yifei's outstretched hands fell back down, clenched tightly together. He could not allow everything eldest brother had done to be ruined because of him. Once the news of Jian Yifei's departure abroad reached the family, everyone wholeheartedly supported the decision. Jin Lao gazed upon his grandson, now showing signs of ambition, with a look of satisfaction. Rarely did he face her without reproach, instead saying meaningfully, Yifei, once you leave, it will be different from home. You are not a foolish child. I believe you will learn well. Nodding, Jin Yifei's bruised eyes appeared slightly comical as he smiled. When Jin Lao inquired earlier, he had merely mentioned a misunderstanding, not delving into details. Jin Lao believed that young people were simply passionate. Fighting was quite normal, so he paid it no mind. Grandfather, this time I will be studying management. When I return, I will assist in managing the company. Jian Yiming added vegetables to Jian Lao's bowl while saying comforting words. That sounds good. Our Jian family possesses exceptional children. Yifei, we await your return. Jian Lao, in his merriment, drank a few more cups, becoming slightly inebriated before heading upstairs. At the dining table, the usually talkative Jian Qinghuan fell silent after grandfather departed, stating she was full and heading upstairs. Jian Yiming shook his head helplessly, recognizing her stubbornness. He wondered when she would finally change her spoiled nature. With his hands tightly gripping the chopsticks, Jian Yifei trembled slightly as tears splashed into his bowl. He stood and patted her shoulder, sighing, before leaving. That silent weeping was heart-wrenching. Who could have imagined that just yesterday? He was a spoiled, reckless youth, and now, one mistake had set his life on a different course. The next day, Jian Yifei left quietly, without disturbing anyone or summoning the previously arranged driver. He simply sat alone in a taxi, watching as everything he had known for decades sped away behind him. Though he feigned nonchalance, his heart ached with reluctance that Yi Wanru was not one to easily concede. Knowing that this path was futile, she sought alternative routes. Upon learning of Qian Yi's strained relationship with her father, she recognized an opportunity. Mayor, the old chairman of Huanyu Group, is looking for you. Qian Goen had slowly returned to his former self. But in recent days he felt anxious at work, fearing exposure of past events. Upon hearing that someone from Huanyu had arrived, especially the old chairman, he dared not slack off and hurriedly stood. As he observed the so-called mayor, he noted the woman's resemblance to someone he knew. Yi Wanru's hands clenched together, trembling uncontrollably. What had transpired after that woman left? Chapter 46. Confrontation. Qian Goen nervously accepted her scrutiny. Feeling as if he sensed resentment in her gaze, did I ask there's something you wish to teach me during your visit? He said cautiously, wary of provoking this esteemed individual. Mayor Qian, if I recall correctly, you have occupied this position for 3 years now, have you not? Her words left Qian Goen feeling as though he were perched on needles, unable to decipher her emotions or discern her intentions. And he could only respond with utmost caution. Indeed, I am still unaware, but does it truly matter? After all, everyone is indifferent, as long as we can do something for the common people. After speaking, he hypocritically chuckled a couple of times. Upon seeing her maintain her aloof demeanor, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. The olive branch she extended caught Qian Goen off guard, his eyes glimmering with delight. What could this mean? Does he possess leverage? I am aware that your daughter is married to my grandson, yet this union is not recognized by us, that I had no knowledge of your daughter's existence until now. Our Mo family's daughters-in-law have always been chosen based on matching backgrounds. He did not finish his statement, yet Qian Goen grasped the implication, quickly nodding in agreement. I understand that I initially disapproved of this marriage, but alas, the two have fallen for each other and secretly acquired a marriage certificate. I am quite helpless in this matter. Mayor Qian, let us speak plainly to my sole intention today is to facilitate their divorce. You need not worry about your position as mayor. I could even offer assistance. Qian Goen was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, murmuring to himself, really, I believe I still possess the capability to achieve this. What do you think of this arrangement, Mayor Qian? His gaze was now intense, leaving Qian Goen in a dilemma. Should he agree, he could solidify his standing, yet the matter still lay within the grasp of Mo Saiku. Finally, steeling his resolve, he thought, since they have begun to clash among themselves, he might as well take advantage of the situation. He nodded affirmatively, declaring, I agree. Ah, splendid. I knew Mayor Qian was a man of his word. That in that case, I shall await good news. Her laughter was chilling, sending shivers down his spine. Suppressing his discomfort, Qian Goen escorted her out. Once she departed, Qian Goen began to devise a plan on how to ensure their divorce would be successful, regretting his previous leniency towards his daughter. At that moment, he was merely a man blinded by self-interest, devoid of any paternal instincts. That Osaka now truly resembled a man ready for retirement, idling away the days, dropping her off at work in the morning and picking her up in the evening, followed by grocery shopping and cooking together, living a remarkably comfortable life that made him wish for it to last indefinitely. Denimo Saiku. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could continue like this forever? No, we shall do this every day, shall we? Their lives were not as dreadful as anticipated. Although Mo Saiku's funds had been frozen, her hidden reserves were sufficient for them to live comfortably for a time, allowing them to temporarily disregard financial concerns. After a hearty meal, Qian began to calculate the expenses for the following day, then suddenly asked, Mo Saiku, what do we do if one day we run out of money and cannot survive? I don't know, aren't you the one supporting me? Mo Saiku shrugged nonchalantly, which left her exasperated. With a pang of regret, she began to withdraw money from her bank card little by little. In the past, spending had felt effortless, but now she truly recognized the importance of money. Seeing her distressed expression, Mo Saiku smirked, wondering if this little woman had begun to worry. Should he reveal that he had other sources of income? Yet, he relished watching her in this state. Perhaps it was best to remain silent and wait for the right moment to divulge the truth. He thought with a hint of mischief that if Qian were aware of his current thoughts, she would undoubtedly wish to strike him. This sadistic pleasure derived from watching others in distress was truly vexing. Just as she was lost in her calculations, her phone buzzed incessantly. Upon seeing the caller's name, she pouted and set it aside, but the phone continued to ring tirelessly until Mo Saiku answered and held it to her ear. What is it? Her tone was flat, devoid of any emotion, as if the person on the other end were a complete stranger. Your mother's death anniversary is in a few days. We should go visit her grave. I've prepared everything. Shall we go together? Qian Goen's voice carried a hint of sorrow. You need not attend. My mother would not wish to see you. Qian retorted coldly, her lips curling into a disdainful smile. Only she knew whether it was truly a visit to the grave or something else entirely. He had never shown such earnestness in previous years. I understand that you harbor resentment towards me, and I acknowledge my neglect over the years. However, my feelings for your mother were sincere. His voice faltered, tinged with emotion. In the early years, their relationship had seemed enviably blissful, but gradually the disparities between them became apparent. His wife had always been the dominant force, even managing the company in its nascent stages. Everyone knew he had a strong-willed wife, and they envied him for it, yet no one perceived the hidden insecurities that lay deep within him. Before her, his masculinity felt utterly diminished, and gradually, "I bear no prejudice towards you. I previously mentioned that we share no connection. I trust you recall. When you had someone abduct me during my pregnancy, where was your expression of sincerity then? Now that you have something to gain, you come seeking my favor?" Despite reminding herself not to take it to heart, the stark reality of those painful truths left her breathless. The mention of her miscarriage caused Qian Goen to halt. His expression one of shock. He had been unaware of this incident all along. "I had no knowledge of your pregnancy. Had I known, I would never have." "Never what?" "Regardless, you had me kidnapped, whether I was pregnant or not. Your actions remained the same." "SOY, feign sincerity now?" She interjected, "I have nothing more to say." Her heart, once shattered, now felt numb. She had once yearned for these discussions, but now they only disgusted her. "Wait, weren't you always curious about your mother's identity?" That statement successfully halted Qian Yi's hand from hanging up, causing her to hold her breath in anticipation of what he would say next. "In a few days, while we visit the grave, I will reveal everything you wish to know." His voice carried a hint of panic. He too had only a vague understanding of his wife's background. Whenever he sought to inquire, she would always close herself off, appearing unwilling to share. That it was only during her drunken moments that he managed to glean bits of information. Qian Yi rolled her eyes, finding him laughable. Did he truly believe this would sway her? Since he was unwilling to divulge anything, she would not pursue the matter either. What she wished to uncover would eventually come to light. He could keep his secrets. Goodbye. After hanging up, she felt a twinge of pain in her heart. Observing her distress, Mo Saika pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, genuinely concerned. "Leave it to me. I will help you investigate." That he too had been attempting to uncover the truth about his mother-in-law, yet each time he approached a crucial juncture, all leads seemed to vanish, as if someone had deliberately erased the evidence. These mysteries only fueled his desire for answers. That's all right, that if it's too difficult, do not pursue it. That if she is unwilling to speak, it must be a painful memory. She yearned to uncover the truth, primarily to question those individuals why. During her mother's most challenging times, they consistently turned a blind eye, never even hearing her mother mention their names. Chapter 47. Madness. Mo Saika hummed in acknowledgement. Silently committing this matter to memory, that Mo Saiku, the Jean family's influence is formidable. Do you truly believe you can afford to offend them? Qian Yi looked up at him, her eyes filled with concern. Although she had not broached the topic in recent days, it lingered in her mind, fearing it might bring repercussions for him. But Mo Saika shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he pressed a kiss upon hers, assuring, "Do not worry. I am no longer the president of Huaniu. It no longer affects me. Now, it is you who is supporting me." His words only heightened Qian Yi's anxiety, filling her with regret for her earlier impulsiveness. Now, everything had reached an irreversible state. Did your grandmother treat you in this manner as well? As a child, she had experienced fleeting moments of affection, but her grandmother had been immensely indulgent, never scolding her harshly, even seeking ways to help her navigate her mistakes. Once, she had vowed that when she achieved success, she would bring her grandmother to live with her. However, she never reached that point before her grandmother passed away. Yes, my parents passed away early, so she encompassed my entire childhood. At times, I suppose I was a bit demanding, but he refrained from speaking of the inhumane torments he endured, primarily out of a desire to spare her heartache. Yet the scars upon his back, though faint, were unmistakably tangible to her during their intimate moments, entwined like whip marks. Mazaku was momentarily taken aback. Those scars had faded over time, yet he had not anticipated that she would uncover them. Contemplating how to articulate his thoughts without causing her distress, he reflected on the nature of boys, who inevitably err and must endure the consequences. That he spoke nonchalantly, but Qian Yi could readily envision the turmoil beneath his calm demeanor. Her steadfastness left Mazaku feeling somewhat helpless, compelling him to remove his clothing and lie upon the sofa. After counting, he realized there were over 30 scars interwoven across his skin. What grave transgressions had he committed to warrant such severity? Gently, her hands caressed those scars and vivid images flooded her mind. He must have experienced immense pain and helplessness back then. Her touch seemed to imbue warmth into the long-numbed wounds, awakening sensations that made them itch and tingle. "Do not move," she commanded sharply as he attempted to shift, only relenting once the warmth of her touch enveloped him, disregarding her protests and rolling onto his side. "Foolish girl, why are you crying? Everything is fine now," he gently admonished as he wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yet to his surprise, she wept even more fiercely. "Your grandmother is truly wicked. I shall never visit him again. How could he strike you so cruelly? He is a villain." In that moment, she resembled a petulant child, allowing her tears to cascade freely while Mazuka stood by helplessly, soothing her with tender whispers. As if cradling a fragile treasure, that a fervent atmosphere enveloped them, causing Qian-yi to gradually lose herself in the moment. Meanwhile, within the Jian household, all members aside from Jian Yifei sat in silence, absorbed in the results of the investigation. Their expressions were inscrutable, oscillating between sorrow and something else entirely. "No, I refuse to believe it. It cannot be true. I distinctly recall that day. It was Brother Mo." Jian Qinghuan exclaimed, her disbelief palpable as she covered her mouth in shock upon seeing that man's face. Her last memory was of Mazuku, not of this unscrupulous figure before her. "Qinghuan, in truth, that night Mazuka called me." He was furious, and despite having prepared her words meticulously, the sight of that sorrowful visage rendered her unable to continue. Jian Lao's expression shifted, discomfort evident as his lips pursed and his countenance turned mournful. "Do not blame your brother, Qinghuan. Our family's reputation cannot be tarnished like this. That I will find you a suitable match in the future." With a heavy heart, Jian Qinghuan sank to the floor, tears streaming freely as she shook her head in despair. Everything had crumbled. Her once proud family had now cast her aside. No. It was Maza, not anyone else. Her disheveled eyes, tinged with obsession, spilled forth words that shattered the hearts of those present. Jian Yiming's dark eyes glimmered with compassion, yet he sighed in silence, approaching her to offer comfort. She collapsed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to comprehend how everything had changed. "Qinghuan, it is all in the past now. Everything will be all right. Your elder brother will find you a good match," he reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. "Cry it all out. Release every grievance." The onlookers, unable to bear the scene before them, quietly departed. Days stretched endlessly as everyone anxiously sought to console Jian Qinghuan. Yet she appeared as a lifeless doll, her eyes vacant and her hair disheveled, devoid of her former radiance. Soon, Jian Yiming discerned a troubling pattern. Ever since her last bout of tears, she had ceased to express any emotion, curling up in a corner of her room, unresponsive to their entreaties or meals. Her demeanor starkly resembled signs of severe depression. Without delay, Jian Yiming summoned Lu Jinshuan for an assessment. Lu Jinshuan patiently coaxed her, and after conducting a thorough examination, he sighed heavily, his eyes reflecting concern. "Indeed, as you mentioned, this is indicative of severe depression. If left untreated, the consequences could be dire," he warned, leaving the remainder unspoken. Jian Yiming understood the gravity of the situation. Untreated depression posed risks not only to her life, but also to her family's well-being. "Thank you. Let us observe her condition further," he replied, reluctant to admit her to a hospital, fearing the negative implications for their family, and knowing that the hospital environment would be unbearable for Jian Qinghuan. Lu Jinshuan, well aware of the potential horrors, recalled witnessing a depressed patient attempting to end their life with a gas canister. "That I merely suggest you discuss this with your family," he finally suggested. Jian Yiming approached Jian Lao with a tentative disposition, but as he began to speak, a finely crafted ashtray struck his head. Jian Lao glared at him, fury evident in his eyes. "Absolutely not. We cannot send her to the hospital." A psychiatric institution was a terrifying prospect. How many seemingly stable individuals had emerged as patients after being admitted? He remained silent, fully aware of the nature of that institution, and how could they subject their cherished granddaughter to such inhumane treatment? Blood trickled from his forehead, contrasting sharply against the pale skin. "Grandfather, I will ensure she is placed in a reputable facility. I will not let Qinghuan come to harm." He placed his faith in Lu Jinshuan's words. In recent years, the actions of severely depressed individuals had reached alarming levels, and he feared the repercussions of inaction. "No, even the best psychiatric hospital is still a psychiatric hospital. That I cannot bear to watch her enter such a place. Nor can I ignore this situation any longer." Jian Lao's narrowed eyes glinted with determination. Jian Yiming was taken aback, urgently interjecting, "Grandfather, we cannot force this issue further. This is already the greatest concession from Mazuko. If you persist in your demands, my granddaughter, Jian Qinghuan, is not unworthy of that scoundrel." This predicament arose from him. Thus, her current state is his responsibility. A wave of frustration surged within Jian Yiming as he grappled with an unprecedented sense of defeat. Feeling remorseful towards Mazuko, just as their discussion reached an impasse, a commotion outside the door interrupted them. Upon opening it, they found Jian Qinghuan standing there, her expression markedly different from days prior. The sorrow was conspicuously absent from her brow. "Qinghuan, you, elder brother, what has transpired? Why are you and grandfather arguing? He is not well. Please do not upset him. Where's third brother gone?" Her innocent, bright eyes startled Jian Yiming. Realizing a possibility, Jian Yiming hesitated. Could it be that the events had impacted her so profoundly that she... "Qinghuan, third brother has gone to America. You were aware of this, were you not?" He probed, closely observing her gaze, which held only confusion and no trace of other emotions. "That rascal. He promised to take me to Disneyland, but left to play alone. Grandfather, when third brother returns, you must help me teach him a lesson, all right?" With that, she clung to a bewildered Jian Lao's arm, playfully demanding. This abrupt shift filled Jian Lao with trepidation, uncertain if it was a positive or negative change. Yet he could only nod repeatedly. "Very well. When your third brother returns, I shall assist you in reprimanding him." Yes, Jian Qinghuan led Jian Lao away, chattering like an incessant parrot. Her former sorrow had vanished, replaced by exuberance. Jian Yiming watched their retreating figures, a sense of joy swelling within him. Perhaps this was what the medical field referred to as selective amnesia. Forgetting might be a blessing, once forgotten. The burdens of worry dissipate, allowing one to return to a state of simplicity, and It feels as though a heavy load has been lifted from Jian Yiming's shoulders, after carelessly slapping a Band-Aid on his forehead. He clutches his car keys and strides towards a nearby apartment complex. The hour is nearing midnight, and the lights of the building are few and far between, leaving him uncertain as to which one might be his home. He parks below and nestles into his car, watching as the lights flicker out one by one, a profound sense of tranquility washing over him. Unbeknownst to him, he drifts into slumber, and with his well-regulated habits. He awakens at the break of dawn, his sharp eyes devoid of any drowsiness, filled instead with clarity, as if the slumbering figure moments ago were not him at all. Nai Luoluo is someone who will not rise until work hours approach. With a cup of soy milk prepared by her mother in hand, she rushes out the door, her mother's exasperated reminders trailing behind her. Coming to a halt before a sleek black Audi A8, she theatrically lets out a sigh. Then, with the soy milk precariously held in her mouth, begins to tousle her hair while glancing at her reflection in the rearview mirror. Once satisfied with her appearance, she attempts to peer inside the car, but the interior is shrouded in darkness. That moment, the window slides open. Upon the glass's reveal, she is taken aback, her soy milk tumbling to the ground as shock floods her senses. What on earth is that suddenly magnified handsome face doing here? How could that annoying fellow possibly be present? Jian Yiming's face turns crimson, recalling her adorably foolish demeanor from moments earlier. "What are you doing here?" she exclaims, "Just passing by. Thought I'd depark here, and then I saw someone preening in my rearview mirror. Going to work?" He replies nonchalantly. The words "just passing by" ignite a spark of irritation in Nai Luoluo. How could he possibly be so casual? With one on the south second ring and the other on the north third ring, what path could possibly connect them? "Oh, are you the legendary Peeping Tom? Following me around? Have you developed feelings for me? If you like me, just say it. How am I to know otherwise?" she teases, giving a playful wink that elicits a chuckle from Jian Yiming. "That I'm not interested in bean sprouts. Looking at your flat figure, I bet you could land quite a few planes," he remarks, his disdainful gaze causing Nai Luoluo to bristle with indignation. "That go to hell. I am proud of my flat chest. I am saving fabric for the nation," she retorts, her absurd logic leaving Jian Yiming speechless yet amused. Truly, being with this woman brings endless joy. "Come on, you must be running late for work. Let me give you a ride," he suggests, tilting his head toward the passenger seat, choosing not to engage in further banter. Skeptical, she finally notices the Band-Aid on his forehead. Did you get caught in a compromising situation? How did you hurt yourself? Will it be dangerous for me to ride with you?" At that moment, Jin Yiming wishes he could throttle her for her utter lack of awareness. Are you getting in or not? If not, walk, he grumbles darkly, reaching to close the window. In a flash, Nai Luoluo hops into the passenger seat, realizing such an opportunity is too good to pass up. She mischievously sticks her tongue out at him and pulls out some chive-filled buns. Beginning to eat them in the car, the pungent aroma causes Jin Yiming to grimace, while she remains blissfully oblivious, savoring her meal. Did you skip breakfast? Want a bite? She offers, thrusting a bun in front of him with a faux, sympathetic expression. For a true foodie, sharing one's favorite buns with another is a heart-wrenching sacrifice. Take it away! The overpowering scent nearly makes Jin Yiming retch, his empty stomach churning, especially at the sight of the green filling, which only intensifies his discomfort. Seeing him refuse, Nai Luoluo beams with delight, retracting her hand and continuing to munch. Did I ask this all you eat? How can you survive on such nutritionally deficient food? Although he is not picky, he simply cannot fathom consuming such fare. Nai Luoluo nods enthusiastically between bites, her cheeks stuffed. Yes, yes, it's so delicious. Don't you like it, Jin Yiming? You're missing out on something wonderful. Her cheek-puffing antics remind Jin Yiming of a squirrel, prompting him to shake his head and refrain from further comment, fearing her temper might flare again. When they arrive at the office, Nai Luoluo finishes her buns, deftly unbuckles her seatbelt, and leans toward the driver's window. Big brother, since you've kindly given me a ride today, I'll overlook our previous encounters. Consider yourself spared. Her expression suggests Jin Yiming has somehow gained a favor, and he shakes his head, chuckling as he walks away. How you has been utterly swamped these past few days, juggling investigations assigned by his boss, while also ensuring the safety of the madam. Fortunately, he has grown accustomed to such relentless busyness. As he reviews the findings in his hand, he anticipates the family's shocked expressions upon seeing the results. Relishing the thought that as Qian descends the stairs, she encounters Mo Saiku, who appears grave as he scrutinizes something. Li Haoyu stands behind him, amusedly watching the unfolding scene. Today marks the anniversary of Qian Yi's mother's passing, prompting her to take a rare day off to visit the gravesite. Chapter 49. Irony, hearing footsteps on the stairs. Mo Saiku lifts his gaze, his previously icy demeanor softening with warmth as Qian Yi reaches the bottom. He feigns mystery. Has something happened? What are you two up to? Qian Yi gazes at the enigmatic pair. Her curiosity piqued, then Mo Saiku smirks, personally spreading sauce on a sandwich for her, his lips curling into a gentle smile. Spill it. What is going on? Someone tell me. Li Haoyu chuckles, about to divulge when the boss's sharp glance silences him. Well, this is the boss's woman, then aren't we supposed to be heading to the gravesite? Hurry, eat up, and we'll get going to— No way. You first tell me what you were looking at. Her recent antics resemble those of a petulant child, her lips forming a pout as she demands answers that Mo Saiku remains silent, merely handing her the documents he was reviewing. Upon her perusal, her expression shifts from intrigue to astonishment. A thrilling sense of excitement surges within her as her eyes gleam with disbelief. Are these real? Of course. The findings I gathered are genuine. At long last, this is the best news she has received in days. Qian Yi squints, darting to his side to plant a resounding kiss on his forehead. I knew you were the best. Mo Saiku cannot help but laugh, while Li Haoyu feels like an unwitting bystander, caught in the midst of an unexpected romantic display. After breakfast, the pair drive to the cemetery, their trunk filled with trendy items, certain that her fashion-loving mother would appreciate them. As they drive along, Qian Yi feels a whirlwind of emotions. The last time she visited, she had to beg her father for permission. But this year, she arrives with the man she adores. Reaching the foot of the mountain, Mo Saiku parks aside, taking her hand as they walk forward, while he carries all the heavy items, his other arm wrapped around her shoulder. As Qian Yi gazes upon the familiar black and white visage, tears begin to flow uncontrollably as she kneels to burn offerings. Mother, look, I am still happy, am I not? Those things that belong to me will eventually return to my grasp. So please bless me, Mother. These trying times will surely pass. Mother, you need to be happy down there. Soon, I will no longer rely on them for my life. Everything that belongs to us, I will reclaim. Mother, if there ever comes a day when we sever ties, please do not blame me, all right? Tears cascade like a broken string of pearls, soaking into the earth below. Mo Saiku embraces her, allowing her to lean against him, gazing at the photograph of his wife. Mo Saiku silently vows, from now on, This woman will be everything to me, and I will protect her with my life. Did he? Mo Xiao. A voice of astonishment interrupts their moment, causing Qian Yi to frown and struggle to rise. She sees her father, fruit in hand, wearing a mocking smile. What are you doing here? I imagine I am the last person you wish to see on this day. Qian Gowen's face pales, anger flashing in his eyes as he realizes his daughter is refusing to give him face in front of others. Yet he dares not act on it. Isn't it your mother's Memorial Day? You were married once. Your mother did so much in her lifetime. Surely I should pay my respects. You claim to know how hard my mother worked and that she was your wife. When you brought that pregnant woman to us, did you consider her feelings? Where were you when that woman assaulted my mother? The heart-wrenching sounds were choked with emotion, and Qian Yi almost shouted. The turbulence of her feelings caused Mo Saiku great distress, compelling him to embrace her. Her lips quivered as Qian Gowen recognized the wrongs he had committed. However, knowing was one thing. Being confronted by his daughter was an entirely different matter. The situation is not as you perceive it. You were too young then to grasp the complexities of adult life. His desperate attempts at justification, marked by a frantic awkwardness, elicited a cold gaze from Qian Yi. She cast a glance at Mo Xiao beside her, contemplating their agreement. If these matters remained unspoken now, they might never have the opportunity to meet alone again. Do not be deceived by the emotions before you. You hardly know Mo Xiao. I refrained from mentioning this before, but in the presence of your mother, I must tell you, this man does not love you. Therefore, you must leave him. Do you understand? Mo Saiku's brow furrowed slightly. His expression grave as he pondered. He seemed taken aback by the audacity displayed in addressing his faults in front of him. Perhaps he had received certain privileges. Qian Yi could not bring herself to believe his words. Convinced that his concern was merely intertwined with self-interest, a faintly sarcastic smile gracing her lips. Reflecting on the investigation she had seen that day, she wondered how he would react if he discovered the truth. Even if he remained oblivious, what did it matter? Just as she was not privy to his life, at least she was happy now to not use my mother as a pawn to coerce me. If she were to learn of your actions, she would surely rise as a vengeful spirit to take your life. Are you not afraid? At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, accentuating Qian Yi's eerie smile, sending shivers down his spine. His voice trembled slightly, his legs feeling weak, yet he mustered the courage to say, I truly care for you. Even if you do not wish to hear it, I want to tell you, do you not wish to understand why he chose you? Why it is you, I do not wish to know. Once, Qian Yi had pondered this daily. Why was it her? Yet now, it felt inconsequential. Those answers held no significance anymore, even if there were ulterior motives. They were undeniably happy together. Why are you so obstinately ignorant? It is my failure. I did not raise you well that I feel remorse. His heart-wrenching demeanor almost led Qian Yi to believe he had good intentions. With such idle concern, you should tend to your own household. Her words ignited suspicion within Qian Gowen, who uneasily inquired about the matter. What is it? Do you know something? Tell me. His anxiety grew, an unsettling feeling that this information was not what he desired. Yet an insatiable curiosity compelled him. Return to your wife and ask her. With that, Qian Yi took Mo Saiku by the hand and descended the mountain. As they approached, a cold smirk played at the corners of her mouth. She reveled in his frustrated yet helpless expression. After they left, Qian Gowen hastily burned offerings, his mind elsewhere as he rushed home. Upon arriving, he pounded on the door incessantly. After some time, the door finally creaked open, revealing Zheng Xiaofan, her eyes darting in a flurry of panic. Why are you back? Did you not go to the tomb? Why are you home so soon? Qian Gowen did not respond. He pushed her aside and stormed into the house. Rifling through drawers, searching for something that moment, a naked figure bolted from the room, indifferent to their exposed state, prioritizing escape over modesty. Seeing the figure flee, Zheng Xiaofan exhaled in relief and rushed forward to grab his arm. Displeased, what madness is this? What are you looking for? What is this? Where is that wild man? Zheng Xiaofan was in a state of utter chaos, her heart racing. They had just been in the throes of passion when the doorbell rang, and she had no time to compose herself before answering. Chapter 50. With nothing to lose, what could there possibly be? Is it not the same things you brought last time? Did you not insist I try them? Today, while you were away. As she spoke, she began to fidget, unable to meet his gaze, fearing that a mere glance would betray her. Preposterous. When I allowed you to use them, You refused. Yet today you exhibit such enthusiasm. Speak, who is that wild man? Let me inspect these filthy items right now. His booming voice, laced with unbridled fury, made Zheng Xiufen tremble, realizing the gravity of the situation. Mayor, a naked person just fled from your house, appearing as if they were a thief. Surely, nothing has been stolen from your home. Just as the two were at an impasse, a security guard rushed in, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, anxiously inquiring. Upon hearing this, Qian Goen's face turned a deep shade of anger as he turned to the guard, graciously thanking him. Indeed, some items have gone missing. Please bring the individual here. The guard, feeling honored to assist the mayor, dashed off to the police station. Zheng Xiufen's face fell, realizing the gravity of her predicament. Everything was about to unravel. Qian Goen, furious to the point of laughter, fixed her with a sinister gaze, making her feel as though she were being slowly tortured. That I was wrong. Please forgive me. I should not have betrayed you. That I promise it will never happen again. She fell to her knees, pleading, clinging to his leg and weeping. Qian Goen scoffed, kicking her away with disdain, sensing that this affair was far from over. Once the guard returned with the individual, Qian Goen recognized him as the company's finance minister, who stood naked, hands desperately covering himself, eyes wide with panic. All right, you may leave and I will inform your supervisor. We need individuals like you who can think of our interests. After delivering a perfunctory compliment, he dismissed the guard, who collapsed to his knees beside Zheng Xiufen. Mayor, it was she who seduced me. Do not blame me. Under Qian Goen's piercing gaze, the finance minister felt a pang of guilt, shifting all blame onto Zheng Xiufen. Zheng Xiufen, aghast, began to beat his bare back in a fit of rage, her voice laced with indignation. You treacherous scoundrel. Now you choose to cower. Where did your earlier courage go? You wretch. What is happening here? Qian Goen glared at the two, ignoring his daughter's question, when suddenly a thought struck him. He fixed his gaze upon Qian Yixue, the malevolence in his eyes sending chills down her spine. Dad, what on earth is going on? The remaining words hung unspoken, realization dawning upon her. Was it possible that, Yixue, it is nothing? Hurry to your room, quickly. Zheng Xiufen, fearful of her daughter discovering the sordid details, urged her to leave. With her head bowed, Qian Yixue began to retreat towards her room, but was halted by Qian Goen. What? Are you ashamed of your actions? Did you not exhibit such arrogance just moments ago? Now you have changed completely? Come, explain this to both me and Yixue. His expression was stern, and having never seen him so furious, Qian Yixue shrank back. Mayor, this woman is vile. It is all her doing. She seduced me and even provided me with substantial sums each month, claiming that soon we would escape together. Understanding the dire situation, the man realized that there was no way to extricate himself completely. His only hope for survival lay in dragging her down with him. Zheng Xiufen's face turned ashen, her head shaking in denial, fear evident in her eyes. Qian Goen's face darkened, a smile creeping onto his lips that sent shivers through them. Impossible! You must be framing my mother. She could never be such a person. Qian Yixue's high-pitched voice trembled with disbelief. She always believed her mother loved her father. You think your mother is a good person? The company is currently devoid of any profits. All the losses have gone to her gambling. Surely you are unaware of the previous embezzlements. The man's eyes glinted with urgency as he sought to unveil the truth. That money. Qian Goen's heart ached. Clutching his rapidly beating chest, his complexion drained as he sank into the sofa, trembling fingers pointing at her. Though the sums may seem trivial, they are unattainable for impoverished families. Each time I inquired about the company's affairs, she remained tight-lipped. I once thought she wished to keep me uninvolved, but it appears it was for this reason. Mother, despite knowing the company was a shell, she would never have allowed it to lack even a shred of profit. He remembered how she had once promised, using the company's funds as collateral for those promises. Now it all made sense. Get out. All of you leave. Qian Goen's tears flowed freely, his graying hair barely visible, as the blow he received weighed heavily upon him. Yes, a member of the Qian family. I may leave, but the wealth within this home also belongs to me. That do not presume that you can simply drive me away. That is impossible. Upon witnessing the situation escalate to such a degree, Zheng Xiufen, having resigned herself to the chaos, stood up, adjusted her makeup, and glared at him with venomous eyes. You still wish to claim what is mine? This is nothing short of a delusion. Get out. Qian Gowen's eyes blazed with fury, his left hand pressed firmly against his chest, his face ashen, devoid of any color, seeing him in such a state. Zheng Xiaofan came to a realization. Continuing this entanglement would yield no benefits. Yet, conceding was not an option she could accept. Qian Gowen, you could never have imagined this, could you? The daughter you have cherished so dearly is not your biological child. I truly owe you my gratitude for raising her all these years. As these words fell from her lips, both their expressions shifted dramatically, with Qian Ishua's eyes wide with terror. This was inconceivable. This child is the offspring of my former lover's friend. When he learned of my pregnancy, he fled from responsibility, and it was then that you appeared. How could I not rely on you? Zheng Xiaofan relentlessly struck at him, leaving Qian Gowen in a stupor, his lips moving soundlessly. Mom, tell me this isn't true, Qian Ishua pleaded, never having contemplated the possibility that she was not her father's biological daughter. She had always believed that all of her father's love was rightfully hers, which was why she had targeted Qian Yi. However, this sudden revelation was too much for her to bear. Zheng Xiaofan approached her, her tone softening slightly. Ishua, I'm not deceiving you. This is the truth that I refrained from telling you earlier due to our lack of a safe haven. Now that this home holds nothing of value for us, we must face reality. Qian Ishua stood frozen, unsure of what to say, her heart heavy at the thought of leaving the home she had known for so long. You all leave. Get out from this day forward. Do not set foot in my house. The thunderous voice of Qian Gowen sent a shiver of fear through them all. Qian Ishua was unsure how her mother had pulled her away, her mind spinning as they walked, until they finally stepped out the door. It was only then that she realized she wanted to run back inside, but her mother held her back that no, it cannot be. This is not true. Chapter 51. Thrown out of the house, Ishua, be obedient. Come with your mother. This home has lost all meaning. Your father's position is uncertain, so we must leave at once. Zheng Xiaofan blocked her path, preventing her from going back, then kicked the man to the ground, spitting at him as she said, Get lost. You betrayed me and now want to follow me. Do you think I'm a fool? Get out. With that, she hurriedly pulled Qian Ishua away. Mom, I won't go. How can you do this? How can you treat Dad this way? Qian Ishua tugged against her mother's grip, tears streaming down her cheeks. Still unable to believe the situation unfolding before her, Zheng Xiaofan looked at her with exasperation, her voice laced with irritation. You are truly foolish. If we do not leave now, when will we, since we have made the decision to depart? We cannot turn back. Let us go to Chu Feng's home. He loves you dearly and will surely take us in. She had already mapped out their escape route, and now their only hope lay with Chu Feng's family. They were so affectionate. Surely they would help. Qian Ishua's expression was conflicted as she observed her mother's enthusiasm, unsure of how to interrupt. How could she express that their relationship was no longer what it once was? Mom, let us go to a hotel first. Did you not embezzle a significant amount of money? Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofan's face flushed with embarrassment, her hesitation palpable. Please do not mention that money. The sharpness in her daughter's voice only heightened Zheng Xiaofan's discomfort, forcing a nervous laugh. Ishua, that money was invested. Trust me, it won't be long before we recoup our losses. Qian Ishua found herself at a loss for words, her emotions swirling. She had assumed that her mother had a plan when she decided to leave. But instead, it was all a gamble. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Is that all you know? You have shattered our family, leaving me to deal with the emotional wreckage. In a single night, you destroyed everything I held dear with that. She wrenched her hand free, her pent-up emotions finally erupting. Zheng Xiaofan, now separated from her daughter, felt her heart sink, unsure of where to place her hands. She had acted in haste, expecting him to intervene. But he did not. Ishua, trust your mother. All this money will return. It is merely a matter of time. Zheng Xiaofan was convinced that the funds would be restored, believing the debts would be repaid. Ishua, come. Let us go to Chu Feng's home. Everything will be fine. They had not yet left Qian Gowen's territory, and he was certainly watching their every move. They could not afford to grant him the satisfaction of their humiliation. Reluctantly pushed forward, Qian Ishua felt a resistance within her, yet her mother's hand urged her on. She could only silently pray that Chu Feng would not turn a cold shoulder to her. The two arrived at the entrance of Chu Feng's home, where Zheng Xiaofan instructed her to ring the doorbell. Qian Ishua hesitated, knowing that if they were not welcomed, they would have nowhere to go. The doorbell rang for what felt like an eternity before it was answered by their servant, who greeted them without the warmth they had once received, with the disdainful eyes of a commoner. He asked, "What do you want?" "I need to see Chu Feng. I have matters to discuss with him." Qian Yishua shot back, her tone icy. The servant dismissed her with a scoff, his words dripping with scorn. "Our young master is not home. You may return another time." With that, he attempted to close the door, but Qian Yishua, her face flushed with anger, pushed her way inside without hesitation. Upon entering, she was met with a scene that sent her into a fury. Chu Feng lounged leisurely, his mother feeding him slices of watermelon, a picture of domestic bliss. Where was the absence he had claimed? As she barged in, Chu Feng merely glanced at her, failing to rise or offer any explanation, while his mother regarded her with disdain. "How dare you intrude upon our household without invitation?" Qian Yishua's face paled, unable to fathom the cold reception from someone she once yearned to impress. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she stammered, "Mom, I need to speak to Chu Feng." "Miss Qian, do not address me so that I have only one son, and you are not my daughter. Refer to me as Anne instead." The biting sarcasm in her tone left Qian Yishua reeling, desperate for an explanation. Why had their relationship soured so drastically? She turned to Chu Feng, seeking answers, but he remained fixated on his phone, oblivious to her plight, retreating 2 steps in disbelief. "Mother-in-law, what is the meaning of this? Yishua has expressed a desire to visit, yet recent events have kept us busy. As soon as I found a moment, I invited her over. What is this all about?" Zheng Xiaofan plastered a false smile on her face, attempting to grasp her arm, but Yishua evaded her touch. Qian Yishua's fury ignited as she snatched Chu Feng's phone from his hand, demanding, "Chu Feng, why won't you let me in?" Unfazed by the theft, Chu Feng rose, his cold gaze fixed upon her as he retorted, "What right do you have to enter my home now?" As he stood, Qian Yishua noted how he, usually immaculate in appearance, now wore loose-fitting attire that made him appear diminished, his left arm hanging limply at his side. The icy demeanor he wore was as if he had transformed into a different person entirely. A smirk played on Chu Feng's lips, his eyes alight with the rage of betrayal. The day he lost his left arm, a stack of photographs had been delivered to him in the hospital, and it was then he understood the meaning of a heart turned to ash. Biting her lip, he buried his doubts deep within as Qian Yishua gazed at him with longing. "Chu Feng, what has happened? I have been preoccupied these past few days and could not come by. Are you upset with me? What have you been busy with? Are you preoccupied with how to appease the wealthy?" His retort left Qian Yishua's face drained of color. As if struck by a heavy blow, her hands trembled slightly. No, it could not be. He could not possibly know about that. Her reaction only served to fuel Chu Feng's scornful laughter. His fury palpable, almost compelling him to throttle her, he did indeed tighten his grip around her fair neck, causing her face to redden as she gasped for breath. Zheng Xiaofan rushed forward, desperately trying to pry his hands away. But he remained unyielding. "Chu Feng, you scoundrel, release my daughter. Let her go." Chu Feng's mother, with eyes ablaze, shoved Zheng Xiaofan to the ground, positioning herself protectively in front of her son, her gaze radiating fury. "You have ruined my son. And now you dare to enter the Chu family home? How absurd!" Her teeth ground together in rage, as if she longed to flay them alive. Her son's left hand was rendered useless for life. Yet this wretched woman continued to thrive. Why? Qian Yishua's eyes began to roll back, her breath only entering but not escaping, as the specter of death enveloped her. Just as she felt herself on the brink of ascension, she fell to the ground with a resounding thud. "Killing you would merely sully my hands." Chu Feng looked down upon her, observing her gasping form, a sight so pitiful it stirred the primal instincts buried deep within him. He moved his right hand forward, tearing away the remnants of her clothing, gripping her chin, and forcefully pressing himself against her mouth. Zheng Xiaofan attempted to rise and intervene, but was held back by Chu's mother and the silent Chu father. In the struggle, her chi pao was ripped open, revealing a pristine expanse of skin, particularly notable as she wore no undergarments. Though in her 40s, she maintained her beauty remarkably well. While not exactly flawless, she certainly surpassed the visage of a weary woman. Chu father's eyes sparkled with desire as he yanked her by the hair towards the room, with Chu mother merely frowning, showing no intention of intervening. Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with a fierce excitement. The more she suffered, the more he craved violence. Finally, With a muffled groan, he pressed her head down and thrust forward, panting heavily, remaining motionless for an extended period. Chapter 52, Confession After the Ordeal. The servants disdainfully lifted the two women, akin to discarding refuse, and unceremoniously tossed them onto the ground, tears glistening on their faces, a faint flush evident. With no path left to tread, they could only seek refuge with Zheng Xiufan's family, hoping for a semblance of shelter. Yet, she had forgotten that when her family sought her aid years ago, she had dismissed them. Returning now would likely yield the same disheartening outcome. Qian Gowen sat on the sofa for a long while, his eyes vacant, tears streaming down his aged cheeks. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he stood abruptly, stumbling as he gathered his belongings and headed outside. After Qian Yi returned from the cemetery, she fell ill, feeling dazed and disoriented. Just moments ago, coaxed by Mazaku, she had taken cold medicine and lay against his legs, looking sickly. Your body's resistance is truly poor. In a few days, I'll take you for a checkup to see why you're so prone to colds. Supporting her so she wouldn't slide down, Mazaku frowned, realizing that since knowing her, she had caught colds more than once. What could be done about such a frail body? Qian Yi sniffled, her eyes reddened, her speech soft and hesitant. How can you blame me? How would I know why my body is so weak? I don't want to go to the hospital. Her pouty, spoiled demeanor elicited a chuckle from Mazaku, who gently comforted her. She found solace in his words, content to rest on his legs. Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell rang, jolting Qian Yi awake. She sprang from his lap, alarm shimmering in her eyes. Mazaku patted her back, his deep voice flowing like electricity into her heart, gradually calming her tumultuous emotions. The sounds from outside continued, growing louder, and Mazaku's expression darkened. After checking the monitor, he was taken aback to see a frantic figure. Qian Yi, open the door. It's your father. I know you're watching. That I'm sorry for everything. For all these years, I let my ego blind me and neglected you. Now I realize my mistakes. Please, open the door. I have something for you. That he lifted the black briefcase cradled in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Seeing his tear-streaked face, Qian Yi felt a pang of discomfort. She hesitated, then opened the door. Upon seeing her, Qian Gowen's eyes lit up with joy. That he hastily extended the black briefcase, his expression frantic. I'm sorry. That it was my fault. That I'm truly sorry. What trickery is this? Resorting to emotional manipulation? Qian Yi stood stiffly, her tone laced with sarcasm, leaving Qian Gowen momentarily stunned. Regretting his past decisions. That I'm sorry. I shouldn't have listened to that wretched woman. That I shouldn't have ignored you for all these years. I know it's too late to say anything now. These are the authorization documents from your mother's company. They were meant for you when you turned 18, but at the last moment he faltered, unable to continue, realizing he had been deceived by that woman. With cold detachment, Qian Yi regarded the briefcase being offered just before her eyes, tears shimmering in her gaze. It was the only thing her mother had left her. What is the condition for you giving me these? No, there are no conditions. This should have always been yours. That it was my blindness that led me to give it to that woman. This is yours. He shook his head frantically, his eyes pleading, causing Qian Yi pain. After taking it, she couldn't bear to look at his face any longer. She merely acknowledged with a quiet HM and set it aside. Seeing her put it away, the pain in Qian Gowen's eyes dulled. He gazed at his daughter, her features reminiscent of her mother. His lips moved as if to speak, yet words failed him, once filled with pride. He now faced deep regret, knowing he should never have heeded that woman's words, distancing himself from his daughter. Now, he faced this dismal outcome. That in this moment, all his achievements and accolades seemed trivial. All he desired was his daughter's forgiveness. Mazaku, with arms crossed, regarded him with cold, obsidian eyes, as if discerning his thoughts. Master Imo, I apologize for my past actions, for hindering your relationship. I am truly sorry from now on. I entrust Yi to you, hoping you will treat her well. That I no longer deserve to be a father. I merely wish to hand her over to someone who truly loves her. With that, his stooped form slowly bowed, then turned away, the sight of his departure starkly disheartening. Qian Yi collapsed in Maza's embrace, yet she lacked the courage to reach out and stop him, fearing that the next moment would render everything a mere illusion. I truly hate him. I really do. To say she didn't hate him would be a lie. The multitude of wounds inflicted upon her heart could not be mended by mere words. Yet, Witnessing his humility began to dilute that hatred. Her tears stirred a sense of compassion in Mazaka. He held her tightly, offering silent comfort. She gradually fell asleep in his arms, her red-rimmed eyes and quiet sobs tightening his heart. Gently, he laid her on the bed, waiting until she was soundly asleep before stepping outside. Downstairs, Li Haoyu awaited, his expression anxious. Upon seeing him descend, he hurried forward, speaking as he walked. We've received news that Mo Xianghao has returned. He is likely already at the Mo family estate. What should we do? Mo Xianghao, the third young master of the Mo family and Mazaku's uncle, was a posthumous child sent abroad at birth to study business management. Yi Wanru had always doted on this son, her last card to play in case of future conflicts. Mazaku knew little of his uncle, only snippets he heard from his grandmother. His return at this critical juncture was undoubtedly orchestrated by her, aiming to force Mazaku into submission. But who was Mazaku? How could he be defeated by this pampered young man who had grown up abroad, untouched by hardship? The universe was his to command, and it could also be his to destroy. Li Haoyu nearly collided with him when he halted abruptly. Turning, he regarded him with dissatisfaction in his deep black eyes. What is the rush? Let us go. Since our uncle has just returned, we should pay him a visit. The slight upward curve of his lips signaled to Li Haoyu that soon misfortune would befall that man, though referred to as uncle. Their ages were quite similar. Mo Xianghao was only 3 years his senior. Thus, addressing him as uncle carried the weight of Mazaku's palpable resentment. When their vehicle arrived at the Mo family estate, the sound of hearty laughter echoed from within, infusing life into the otherwise dreary house. With a raised brow, Mazaku strode in with long strides that as he entered, the laughter abruptly ceased. The Yi Wanru's smile froze upon seeing him, her eyes flashing with an inscrutable emotion, as if questioning, "Aren't you indifferent? Now that you hear he has returned, are you beginning to feel anxious?" Suddenly, a curly-haired boy leaped toward him from the sofa, golden locks bouncing, his expressive features bearing a striking resemblance to their father, save for his uniquely bluish eyes, which gave him an otherworldly allure. "Hello, little nephew. Do you still remember me? I'm your uncle. I held you when you were little." His overly enthusiastic demeanor made Mazaku take a couple of steps back, frowning slightly. "I was born when you were only 3. How could you have held me?" Caught off guard, Mo Xianghao chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his blue pupils before he resumed his smile. "I just wanted to get closer. After all, we'll be working together. Let us not dwell on the details. Working together? I think you're mistaken. All the power I held has been revoked. Now, you're the one in charge," with a slight smirk laced with mockery. He watched as the man's facade of warmth crumbled, his expression darkening as he looked at him with barely concealed hostility. Chapter 53. A direct confrontation. Cough cough. Yi Wanru cleared her throat twice, urging the two men to temper their sharp gazes. "Psycho, dear grandmother misses you, and it's only natural that you are somewhat preoccupied. Hence, I have summoned your little uncle back. After all, he must eventually take over certain responsibilities. So it would be prudent for him to gain some early experience." To Mo Xianting, who has been attending to us, momentarily displayed a fierce glint in his eyes, but it vanished just as quickly, unnoticed by others. "Indeed, little nephew, your grandmother is quite concerned for your well-being, that you've only just obtained your marriage license. So it is imperative that you dedicate some time to accompany your wife. Otherwise, it may lead to familial discord. Leave the work to me. Trust in my capabilities, and I assure you, you shall not be disappointed." The narrowed eyes sparkled with triumph, and the slight smile at the corner of his lips appeared almost provocative. Mo Xianghao maintained a serious demeanor, his eyes glinting with amusement. Since someone is eager to engage with him, he shall wait and see. "Beautiful lady, look, your little nephew bears a striking resemblance to my elder brother. Both have such icy expressions. Do you think it might frighten his young wife?" He turned and sweetly addressed Yi Wanru, the term beautiful lady making her heart flutter with delight. This joyous atmosphere had not been experienced in years. Previously, it had been frigid and devoid of warmth. It further affirmed her belief that calling her youngest son back was an exceedingly wise decision. His nature mirrors that of your elder brother. If only your elder brother. Mentioning the eldest son who had perished in that tragic accident, his eyes dimmed and his tone grew somber. Had the eldest son still been alive, the current world would undoubtedly be better off. Alas, it is a pity that M.O. Saiku's handsome face bore a hint of restrained anger. His thin lips pressed tightly, causing those around him to feel a surge of apprehension, silently praying he would not lose his temper at this critical moment. Observing the old lady's downcast expression, M.O. Xianghao, aware that this topic should not be broached, hastily shifted the conversation, saying, "Beautiful lady, I have yet to meet my little nephew's new bride. When shall we go to pay her a visit?" Yi Wanru's expression darkened, glaring at the standing figure. "Your little uncle has returned so infrequently, yet she hasn't come back. Does she not regard anyone?" With a subtle lift of his lips, M.O. Saiku fashioned a cool smile, interjecting just in time. "Since she is not leaving, there will be other opportunities to meet. Why hurry?" They had long ago concocted this pretext. Had she come, who knows what she might have said? How could he bear to watch her fall into this vortex? This is their first meeting. If she truly cared, she should make an appearance. I believe my little uncle would not mind, as it is hardly a major issue, right? Maintaining the cold smile on his face. His tone also carried a chill that M.O. Xianghao, the one being addressed, simply smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, though his tightly clenched fist gradually tightened. The smile on his lips deepened, infused with rich sarcasm. "Indeed, beautiful lady. There is no need for such haste. What is there to rush for? You will meet him eventually." Observing his feigned indifference, M.O. Saiku mused internally. "Let us see how long you can keep up this facade." Gradually suppressing his smile until his face was devoid of expression, M.O. Saiku then nonchalantly walked towards the room. Below, voices of discontent could be faintly heard, as M.O. Xiangting and the others were quietly offering comfort. As he ascended the stairs, M.O. Xianghao's eyes glimmered with a sinister light. "Boss, do you think this is wise?" Li Haoyu expressed his underlying concern. After all, he had just returned and had received considerable affection from the old lady. Provoking a conflict at this moment might not be the most prudent choice. Could mere kindness resolve the situation? That cold voice seemed detached, suddenly rising with an air of frostiness. Even if he had bowed his head earlier, they would not utter a kind word. It would likely result in even harsher blows. That if that is the case, why bother? Third brother, do not be angry. Saiku has always possessed this cold demeanor. Perhaps it is related to the departure of our elder brother. One simply grows accustomed to it. After the old lady retired, the living room was left with only the two brothers, and M.O. Xiangting began to chatter with his long-absent younger brother. M.O. Xianghao's eyes sparkled with mirth. Resembling a harmless fox as he remarked, "Second brother, fret not. I understand this child has been hurt, and he certainly will not hold it against us that it must have been arduous for you to endure all these years." The insinuation behind his words caused M.O. Xiangting's expression to shift, and he offered a forced, awkward smile, feeling somewhat helpless. What else could he do? After all, the elder brother had left behind only this child. This time, M.O. Xianghao refrained from saying more, though the chill at the corners of his lips deepened. Regardless of whether he was the only child of the elder brother, he must bow his head before M.O. Xianghao. M.O. Saiku did not linger in the room for long. After taking some belongings left by his parents, he departed. These items were meant for him, although he did not yet comprehend their significance. They must not fall into others' hands. The sound of the car horn pierced the night, and as the vehicle disappeared into the darkness, a faint light flickered in the previously darkened window. Yi Wanru, draped in a garment, gazed towards the direction he had departed, her eyes filled with an intensified chill. M.O. Xianghao, newly appointed, swiftly and decisively dealt with several overdue contracts on his very first day, leaving the entire company in a state of anxiety, fearful of inadvertently provoking this newly installed vice president. Upon hearing these tidings at home, M.O. Saiku merely chuckled, a mysterious smile laced with sarcasm. Those contracts were all proverbial hot potatoes. Neglecting them had only stemmed from a lack of better alternatives. Now, with his arrival, not only had he taken them on, but he had also sown the seeds of future troubles for himself. For those who engage in wrongful deeds shall ultimately meet their demise. Qian Yi, after a few days of illness, threw herself into the rigorous demands of work, the mountain of design drafts causing her considerable distress. Without even taking a lunch break, she remained hunched over her desk, her eyes glued to the screen, beginning to organize those design drafts, still not off work. As night descended, Gu Yaoxian prepared to leave when he noticed the lights still shining from her office. He pushed the door open, observing her engrossed in her work, a smile illuminating his bright eyes as he tilted his head to gaze at her. The sudden sound startled Qian, causing her to shudder. Her eyes wide with fear. Upon realizing it was him, she exhaled in relief, patting her chest, and said, "President Gu, do you know that scaring someone can be lethal?" Gu Yaoxuan's eyes dimmed momentarily, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he chuckled softly. "Are you still frightened by this?" After rolling her eyes at him, Qian felt her earlier fright dissipate significantly as she replied earnestly, "Though I am an atheist, no girl is entirely unafraid of this. You know." "Oh," Gu Yaoxian feigned enlightenment, fixing his gaze on her. The affection in his eyes made her shift her gaze elsewhere. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. As a reward for your diligent efforts. Is this considered a late-night, overtime perk?" "Of course it is." Their eyes met in mutual understanding, the tension of the past gradually melting away in the warmth of their smiles. Qian did not choose one of those grand restaurants, but opted for a bustling street stall, having heard that skewers and beer were the perfect pairing at this hour, before her marriage. She could indulge freely with Nai Luoluo, but now, Mo Saiku had always disdained her for eating street food, deeming it unclean and strictly forbidding it. Thus, this outing was a chance to satiate her cravings. They ordered lamb skewers and various vegetables, filling the table to the brim, and had the owner bring over several bottles of beer. Due to the heat, a slight flush crept onto her cheeks, causing Gu Yaoxian, seated across from her, to momentarily lose his focus. "President Gu, you must have never tried these before. I assure you, though they may appear unsanitary, the taste is absolutely divine." Her bright eyes brimmed with sincerity as she picked up a skewer to demonstrate. In the moment it entered her mouth, her taste buds burst with delight. The Jiu Yaoxian frowned as he picked up the dark morsel, mimicking her action by taking a small bite. Not bad. Not the horrible taste I expected. Chapter 54. Regret. Qian quickly shed her earlier awkwardness, and the two began to share humorous stories, slowly bridging the distance between them. The unfamiliarity gradually fading away. It was not until the owner began to close up shop that they finally departed. Qian gazed in astonishment at the remnants on the table, realizing they had unwittingly finished everything, including an entire case of beer. No wonder she felt slightly dizzy. "Shall I escort you home?" Gu Yaoxian offered, steadying her as she swayed unsteadily, concerned she might fall. Qian waved her hand playfully, thinking that if he were to take her home, Mo Saiku's jealousy would surely escalate and no need. "I truly appreciate your kind hospitality, but it is already past midnight. You should head back to rest. I'll grab a taxi home." Seeing her insistence, Gu Yaoxian relented but remained by her side, ensuring he watched her get into the car before turning to leave. Gu Yaoxian walked alone in the night. The street lights flickered intermittently, casting a long shadow of solitude that a gentle breeze swept by. And the remnants of his earlier inebriation began to clear, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he recalled the events of the evening. That he believed that as long as he remained persistent, she would surely remember who he was. After more than a decade of separation, his longing had penetrated to the marrow of his bones. He had never ceased to search for her. However, the task of finding a single individual amidst the vast sea of humanity was no small feat. When he finally laid eyes upon her once more, the joy surged within him, along with an overwhelming desire to envelop her in his embrace. Yet it only deepened his feelings that in this reunion. Another figure stood beside her, but he remained undeterred, believing that with relentless effort and unwavering pursuit, he would ultimately attain her. Throughout the years, during moments of sorrow and physical torment, her enchanting visage had lingered in his mind, serving as the solitary beacon of hope for his survival. As Qian stepped over the threshold, an unusual atmosphere enveloped her. The once brightly lit hall was now shrouded in darkness. She cautiously advanced, guided only by the faint glow of her phone, calling out uncertainly, "Mazuku, are you home?" After several unanswered calls, it became apparent he was absent. Drawing closer to the light, she flicked the switch, illuminating the room. However, upon spotting the dark silhouette on the sofa, she couldn't help but exclaim loudly. It wasn't until that sullen face turned towards her that she halted her cries, chastising him with irritation. "What is wrong with you? I called you several times without a reply. What are you doing awake alone in the middle of the night?" Thankfully, her little heart was undamaged, where she might have been frightened to death by the series of scares. Mazuku, with a grim expression and swirling emotions in his gaze, demanded. Where have you been? Why did you return so late? Why is your phone off? Qian hurriedly retrieved her phone, and upon seeing the pitch-black screen, she explained, it ran out of battery that I was working overtime at the company. You know I've been ill at home these past few days, and a mountain of tasks awaited my attention that I went to your company. But I didn't see you concerned. He had driven to her workplace, only to find it eerily quiet, with no one around. After inquiring with the patrolling security guard, he learned that everyone had already left. Oh, I just had a late-night snack after working overtime, she replied. With whom did you go? Did you drink? The scent of alcohol wafted from her as she spoke, darkening Mazuka's expression that you've been repeatedly told not to indulge in such junk food. If your stomach hurts, it's your own doing. Though his tone was scolding, Qian felt a sweet warmth in her heart, for it proved he cared for her. She swayed in his embrace, pouting her alluring lips. Oh, come on. We were just celebrating with colleagues, and I couldn't refuse the drinks that I promise. There won't be a next time. Her assurance elicited a cynical laugh from Mazuka, who recalled her similar promises from the past, which had ultimately proven fruitless. Understanding his meaning, Qian chuckled softly, while Mazuka merely shook his head in resignation, gently tapping her forehead and sighing, You, indeed. Observing the clouds parting from his face, Qian realized that there was no significant issue at hand. This seemingly aloof man was not as cold-hearted as he appeared in the dead of night. Qian felt a burning pain in her abdomen, prompting her to curl up in discomfort. Mazuka, noticing her sweaty forehead and the way she clutched her stomach, pulled back the covers and fetched a glass of warm water, coaxing her to drink it. Yet, the heat only exacerbated her discomfort, and she nestled against him, her expression pained as she murmured, Mazuka, I feel awful. My stomach hurts, that be good, I'll call Lu Jinshuan. Just hang in there, he spoke softly, reaching for his phone, but Qian tossed it aside, her eyes wide with distress. Please, just let me rest, that a bit of warm water will suffice. She had no desire to seek Lu Jinshuan's assistance at that moment, especially considering he often treated her poorly. Relenting to her insistence, Mazuka embraced her, his broad palm gently rubbing her abdomen, the roughness of his calloused hand providing an oddly soothing sensation. Mazuka, tell me a story to help me sleep. Her sudden request caught him off guard. He wanted to refuse, but was unable to voice his protest upon seeing her discomfort. All right. Perhaps after hearing your story, I'll feel better too and be able to sleep. Qian's eyes sparkled with mischief. She admitted to merely wanting to indulge a little due to her discomfort, holding fast to the notion that the patient's wishes took precedence. After a lengthy deliberation, Mazuka selected a story, one not too violent, and began to narrate in his deep, magnetic voice, which flowed in her heart like a gentle stream. That be why the tale's midpoint. Her breathing had steadied, and she had drifted into slumber. Yes, he gently laid her on the bed and stretched his numb arms. He sighed, What a troublesome little pixie you are. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoxian endured a tumultuous night, his stomach churning as if he had consumed something foul. After multiple trips to the restroom, he emerged pale and weak, finding relief only after taking medication that he hadn't eaten street food in years and was unaware of how delicate his stomach had become. He wondered about her well-being, concerned she might also be suffering. Are you all right? Did you eat something bad? Next time, I'll take you out for a proper meal. After sending a message, his stomach began to protest once more, prompting him to rush to the bathroom. Mazuka, still awake, heard the buzzing of her phone, but he casually picked it up, opened the message, and upon seeing the sender's name, his expression darkened, struggling to maintain his composure. He deleted the message and embraced her, finally succumbing to a deep slumber. Gu Yaoxian, this is my woman that if you wish to compete, you better be prepared for the challenge. After a series of twists and turns, Qian Yishu and Zheng Xiufan returned to her familial home, their faces lined with weariness, a stark contrast to their former selves. Elder brother, sister-in-law, could we stay here for a few days? There are some matters at home. So Goen suggested we come here for a while, Zheng Xiufan implored, her tone dripping with supplication as she addressed the rustic figure before her. Zheng Xiu's small eyes roamed over the pair, particularly fixating on his niece's prominent features, causing his gaze to linger longer than appropriate, until a sharp pinch from his wife snapped him back to reality. And it's not that we are unwilling to take you in, but as you can see, our home is already quite cramped. We cannot impose further upon you. The aunt looked troubled, though her eyes continued to scrutinize them, contemplating whether they genuinely needed refuge. Chapter 55. Humiliation. She had not forgotten how cold and derisive this sister-in-law had been when she had once sought her assistance. Today, however, she found herself in a position of vulnerability, and if it weren't for the fact that she was the mayor's wife, she would have long since cast them out. Sensing the possibility, Zhang Xiaofan hastily waved her hands. Sister-in-law, you know I've lived through tough times before, so it's really no bother that as long as you can provide us shelter, I'll be content. Dear sister, there's no need to fret. Just consider this place your home. Although my elder brother cannot promise you anything else, we will ensure you have food and drink. Then my dear niece, should I prepare a separate room for you? His lecherous demeanor made Qian Yixue feel repulsed. Yet being under someone else's roof, she had no choice but to feign compliance. Thank you, uncle, but that won't be necessary that I can share a room with my mother. I appreciate your kindness. Not a bother at all. Family is family. We don't stand on ceremony that I'll prepare for you right away. With that, he dashed into a storage room, bustling about. The aunt ground her teeth in frustration but dared not intervene. Fearing a violent response, did I end the stillness of the countryside night, devoid of street lights. Qian Yixue lay on the hard wooden bed, her mother's snores resonating beside her. Sleep evaded her, a lingering sensation of being watched in the darkness igniting a thrilling fear within her. Thoughts of Mazuko's handsome visage and perfectly proportioned figure stirred something within her, leading her hand to wander. Moments later, a soft sound escaped her throat. The following day, she was roused by her aunt's scolding. Likely due to her uncle's late rising, which delayed the household chores, after several reprimands, the clamor subsided. Zhang Xiaofan remained fast asleep, while Qian Yixue, awakened by the noise, found it impossible to return to slumber. Schwer, why are you up so early? Do city folk rise this early? You must be exhausted from yesterday. Go rest at this juncture. One can only make do, awaiting the return of the money from her mother. After which she must hastily depart from this loathsome place. Zhang Xiaofan left. He feigned ignorance and casually brushed against her chest, followed by a sinister chuckle that a sense of grievance swelled within her. Tears cascading down her cheeks ceaselessly. How had she fallen to such depths? In a mere span of time, she had transformed from an arrogant heiress into a dependent individual. Qian, upon awakening, felt considerably better. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of being scrutinized by someone with an ominous gaze, imbued with a certain resentment. Mazuko, why are you looking at me with such a gaze this early in the morning? You were fine yesterday. It was merely a case of overeating. Before he could finish, she interrupted him, tearing into a piece of bread. Mazuko's deep-set eyes darkened as he observed her reluctance to discuss the matter further. And he refrained from pressing the issue. What do you intend to do about the company? Are you considering resigning? This question left Qian in a quandary. Logically, since the company had now come under her purview, resignation would be the natural course. However, having finally ascended to the position of design director without having accomplished anything of significance, would it be ill-advised to resign at this juncture? Her eyes darted mischievously around him. Darling, now that I've just secured this position, perhaps you could assist me in managing it. Her melodious tone, laced with a hint of playfulness, caused Mazuko's heart to flutter. Upon witnessing her pleading eyes, he found himself nodding involuntarily. Yea, I knew you would be the best husband, elated. She set aside her beloved bread and rushed forward to plant a kiss on Mazuko's cheek. However, as she leaned in, her stomach began to churn violently, prompting her to sprint to the bathroom and heave into the toilet. Mazuko, his expression darkened, wondered if she truly felt that nauseous. Was it possible for her to feel ill even before approaching him? He poured a glass of water, carried it to her, and gently rubbed her back. With tears welling in her eyes, Qian looked at him innocently. Are you still feeling unwell? Shall we go see a doctor? No need that I'll go after work. You focus on your job. After rinsing her mouth with the water, she felt a slight alleviation in her discomfort. Mazuko chose not to insist, acknowledging that he had other matters to attend to. Very well. I must head to the office shortly for a meeting. Remember to visit the doctor after work, and if anything arises, feel free to call me. Just as Qian opened her mouth to respond, the wave of nausea surged again, and she felt as though she might expel her bile. Urging Mazuko to hurry off to work, she began making her way to the hospital, although she had received special permission to skip the queue and see Lin Jinshuan directly. She thought it prudent to wait, as time was still on her side. Inside the hospital, throngs of people filled the waiting area. The line for the internal medicine department had already swelled to hundreds. After obtaining her number, She sat silently, watching the minutes tick by with growing agitation that I in this sweltering summer heat. It took an extraordinary amount of courage to endure such a wait. Regret washed over her. Why had she hesitated to seek out Lin Jinshuan directly? As she lamented her predicament, the sun blazed brightly outside. Approaching noon, at long last, her turn arrived. What seems to be the problem? The bespectacled doctor inquired. Not bothering to look up that, I felt unwell in my stomach last night, and today I still feel terrible. I even vomited this morning. Only then did the doctor lift his gaze to assess her, taking in the youthful beauty before him. Without further ado, he donned a pair of white gloves and guided her into the examination room, which housed only a machine and a bed. Lie down. I'll perform AB ultrasound and as the cold gel was applied to her abdomen. Qian shivered involuntarily, observing the doctor's stern expression, her heart racing with trepidation. Surely, she couldn't be ill, could she? Suddenly, the doctor's expression shifted, tightening her heart with dread. Miss, you're not making this easy for us that you're pregnant and need to go to obstetrics and gynecology. There's a long queue outside. And this is truly inconvenient. Wiping the gel off the machine, the doctor muttered in dissatisfaction. Qian felt as though thunder had struck her. She stared, wide-eyed. Did you say? The doctor gazed at her with pity. As if she were yet another naive young girl, ensnared by a predatory wolf that my dear. You are indeed pregnant, and if you do not wish to keep the baby, I can prepare a referral for you. There's a painless abortion available at an affordable price, with no lasting repercussions. That he handed her AB ultrasound report, where a faint outline of a child could be discerned. Tears of joy streamed down her cheeks as she exclaimed, I want it. How could I possibly not want it? The doctor, perplexed, mused, what kind of world is this? In the past, when a girl of your age discovered she was pregnant, she would be crying and begging for an abortion. Today, the script is flipped. I recommend you visit obstetrics and gynecology, but since the fetus is still very small and underdeveloped, they will likely be crowded. You can return in 3 months for a follow-up on the baby's development. The doctor dutifully relayed all the necessary information, leaving Qian immensely grateful. Chapter 56. An encounter. Upon stepping outside the hospital, Qian felt as though she were floating. Even the blazing sun seemed charming. She was going to have a child. They were going to have a child. This was undeniably monumental news for her. The loss of the previous child had left her heartbroken, and she firmly believed that this new arrival would fill that void. She longed to call Mazuka to share this news, but opted to wait. Such joyous tidings deserved to be delivered in person, not hastily over the phone. Whistling with a light heart, she ambled along, taking in the scenery, and for the first time, found the hospital surprisingly endearing. However, a familiar figure halted her steps. Was that Mazuka? Thinking he had come in search of her, she was about to rush toward him when she was suddenly rooted in place. Her legs feeling as though they were encased in lead, that a graceful silhouette dashed toward Mazuka, her face radiant with happiness as she linked arms with him, engaging him in animated conversation. That he wore a smile, attentively listening, the sunlight casting a warm glow on their figures, creating a picture of perfect harmony. Qian watched helplessly as the pair walked away together. Despite the sun shining brightly, a coldness enveloped her, akin to being trapped in the depths of winter. Her fingers curled involuntarily, her expression resembling that of a discarded doll, bereft of spirit. Suddenly, she grabbed her phone and dialed his number. The blurry figure remained stationary as she spoke, her voice icy, fixated on him. Where are you? I'm at the office. What is the matter? Did you go to the hospital? Mazuka attempted to extricate his arm from the woman's grasp, yet she clung to him tighter. He frowned but did not resist. It's nothing. Just focus on your work. Tears streamed down Qian's face as the earlier joy she felt dissipated entirely. She didn't even recall how she made it back home. Confronted by the emptiness of her surroundings, her dread slowly began to manifest. When Gu Yaoxian sought her out to discuss design drafts, he soon learned she had not reported to work, assuming she had merely suffered from an upset stomach. He called her office. Why didn't you come to work? Did you eat something bad last night? Are you all right? His concerned tone made her eyes well up with tears. Instinctively, she shook her head and forced a bitter smile. I am fine. Just feeling a bit unwell today. Did I apologize, Mr. Gu? I've been taking leave lately. There is no need to apologize, the Jiu Yaoxian scolded lightly, then quickly softened his tone. That it's my fault for taking you to the street vendor. Please take care of yourself. The company can wait. His kindness warmed Qian's heart, providing a semblance of comfort. She felt fortunate to have such an understanding boss. Yes, I'll be back at work tomorrow. Now, she lacked even the courage to stand. The entire day passed without her feeling hunger. She merely curled up on the sofa, hiding the ultrasound report away, instinctively wishing to shield it from Mazuko's gaze. Thank you for taking me to the hospital today. Mazuko Fu Shirji, with her long lashes, looked up at him, her gaze shimmering with satisfaction. Mazuko's expression remained frosty, simply responding with a curt every year on this date. He found himself by her side, an ingrained habit. During the years of her absence, he had been engulfed by endless anxiety, knowing it was not love that drove him, but rather a fear of the past. That year, far too many lives were lost. The memory of the gunfight remained vivid in his mind. That Fu Shirji gazed at him with admiration, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. She had known all along that he would be by her side today. Every year at this time, he would set aside all other obligations to protect her. She had feared that this year would be different, but upon receiving his call, her heart soared with joy. Take care of yourself. It's getting late that I must be going. Upon finishing her words, she rose abruptly, striding purposefully towards the exit. The Fu Shirji hurriedly caught up with him, tugging at his sleeve, her voice laced with desperation. Can you not go? Saika did not turn to face her, but gently brushed her hand away, his tone growing stern. That I am here today merely out of habit, a futile attempt to atone for my past mistakes. Nothing more. The resolute tone struck her heart like a dagger, and in an instant of despair, she felt a surge of anger. Saiko heard a tearing sound behind him as her frustration manifested. Saiko, this scar was inflicted by you. Now you dare to claim it's nothing more? A shocking scar marred her fair chest, round and reminiscent of a bullet's trajectory, despite the passage of time. It still evoked fear that Saiko, with his back to her, momentarily faltered, pain spreading across his gaze. As if reliving that battle once more, that a satisfied smile graced Fu Shirji's lips as she pressed herself against his back, her proud chest against him, exhaling softly with a hint of seduction. Saiko, tonight, can you stay? He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his bright gaze was filled with coldness. There are others waiting for me at home. I must leave. Forcefully prying her hands apart, he turned away without a glance back. That Fu Shirji sank to the ground, weeping bitterly, her long crimson nails scraping against the floor, creating an unbearable sound. Her resentful eyes followed his departing figure, as she ominously declared, Saiko, you can only ever be mine. When Saiko returned home, it was already past midnight. He had assumed she would be asleep, but upon entering, he found her sitting vacantly on the sofa. Clutching a pillow, resembling someone abandoned, his heart tightened. He removed his suit jacket and tossed it on the sofa, gathering the lifeless figure into his embrace, concern threading his voice. What's wrong? Are you still unwell? Qian remained silent, turning to look at him, her clear eyes seemingly trying to pierce through him, a gaze that sent a shiver down his spine. That you're back. It's late to go to bed. With that, she slipped off the sofa, pushing his hand away as she walked towards the bedroom. Saika's hand hovered in the air before falling back to the couch, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Lying in bed, Qian had already wept profusely. Did I end the past? He would have chased after her by now. Did he truly no longer care? She stifled her sobs, gripping the blanket tightly, biting her lip to suppress any sound, allowing tears to flow unchecked down her face, one hand caressing her belly as if sensing the heartbeat within. Baby, I'm sorry. This time, Mama will protect you. She feared to voice her thoughts, worrying that Saiko would urge her to terminate the pregnancy. Unwilling to abandon this child, she waited, hoping for his words, yearning for his explanation. Meanwhile, Saiko lay on the sofa, his massive frame appearing cramped, his mind engulfed in memories of 10 years past, the most indelible pain in his heart. That year, he lost his comrade in arms, and it was then that he began to accept the universe, concealing his identity. This moment, he remained oblivious to the turmoil the small woman in the room was enduring, unaware of the agonizing choices she faced. Their hearts, separated by a door, drifted further apart. When Saiko awoke the next day, his body ached from being curled up on the small sofa for too long. His blood flow sluggish. He quietly peeked into the bedroom. She was sleeping soundly, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. With a sigh, he wiped away the tears, placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, and turned to leave. Qian was awakened by loud knocking at the door, groggily opening her eyes to the urgent sounds outside, the doorbell ringing insistently. The maid had gone grocery shopping, leaving the living room empty. As she opened the door, she was taken aback to see Fu Shiji standing there, who, upon noticing her, looked at her with a taunting gaze, brushing past her into the room. Qian, do you know why I am here today? She crossed her arms, her eyes filled with disdain, a faint smile playing on her lips, making Qian feel that the visitor bore ill intentions. Why should I know what you came for? Mo Psycho isn't home. If you're looking for him, you can leave. The unyielding dismissal altered Fu Shiji's expression, anger flashing across her face before a sinister smile formed. Do you not realize why Mo Psycho chose you? Given my good mood today, I shall benevolently enlighten you. With that, she seated herself on the sofa, sipping her freshly brewed tea, as though she were in her own home. Qian's heart raced at the casualness of her demeanor. Yet her curiosity compelled her to discover the truth behind Fu Shiji's words. Noticing the paleness of Qian's complexion, Fu Shiji smirked, sensing her success. Do you think you possess any qualities that could compel him to marry you? In terms of looks or talent, you are utterly lacking. How could a Mo Psycho possibly be interested in someone like you? Everything is merely a fade. You are but a stand-in, a shadow of someone else. Qian had contemplated numerous possibilities, mentally preparing her responses. Yet when she heard the word stand-in, she found herself speechless. The words spoken by Lu Jinchuan echoed in her mind, igniting a desperate need to uncover the truth, or, rather, to find a reason to let go. You must be wondering why Mo Psycho wasn't home yesterday. It's because he was with me, and every year on that day, he is with me. Even though she had already suspected the truth, hearing it from Fu Shiji's lips filled her with an unbearable sadness. She forced herself to maintain composure, striving to appear less foolish. Even so, what does that matter to me? He has his own work and affairs. I cannot interfere in everything. Even if he didn't tell me you were together, it was surely to spare me pain. Shouldn't I be grateful? After all, she was considering my feelings. That Fu Shiji was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this woman to still have the strength to fight back. However, it mattered little. With a scornful smile, her eyes rolled skyward, filled with disdain. To still deceive oneself at this point, you truly are something else. But is it truly enjoyable to cling to a man who does not love you? Even in bed, he sees the reflection of another through you. Are you truly happy? Her relentless onslaught forced Qian to retreat, each word striking her fragile heart, her face growing pale as she recalled the overly hopeful gazes she had once cast toward him. The look of one soul perceiving another. So, if it were me, I would pack my things and leave now. At least I would preserve a shred of dignity, rather than clinging to a man who does not love you and spending the rest of your life in such a pitiful state. Fu Shiji's lamentation sounded to Qian more like a form of torture, tears streaming uncontrollably as her lips trembled. Seeing her goal achieved, Fu Shiji turned on her towering red heels and exited. Her proud demeanor akin to that of a triumphant peacock, that if yesterday had merely caused her heartache, today she felt utterly shattered. Some thoughts were too painful to contemplate, for delving deeper would only lead to her own suffering. And all of this went unnoticed by Mo Psycho, who at that moment was embroiled in a fierce confrontation in his office. Then Mo Psycho, explain this to me. You're suppressing me. Mo Xianghao slammed the contract he held onto the desk. Glaring at him with fierce anger, Mo Psycho, however, paid no heed to his outburst, casually picking up another contract and flipping through it, completely dismissive. Mo Psycho, I'm telling you, this matter is far from over. Now that I'm in this company, it's no longer your one-man show. Can't hold back so soon. I thought your patience was boundless. The mocking tone rendered Mo Xianghao's face pale, his dark pupils igniting with fury as he gritted his teeth, every word laced with venom. Mo Psycho, don't push your luck. Instead of anger, Mo Psycho chuckled, locking eyes with the fuming man, his deep black gaze exuding a magnetic force. With a slight parting of his lips, he said, "Little uncle, don't rush. We can take our time." Fuming, Mo Xianghao rubbed his aching forehead, pacing in frustration before slamming his fist onto the desk, his eyes burning with intensity. "Fine, we'll take our time. I'll make you aware of the price for this leisurely game." With that, he turned to leave, the glass door slamming shut with a resounding crash, splintering before collapsing in a heap. The commotion sent the secretary rushing in, her face pale as she hurried to tidy up the aftermath. Don't bother. I'll handle it to L. I how you dismissed the secretary, and then summoned the janitor to tidy up the remnants of the meeting. As he turned around, he caught sight of his boss's piercing gaze, which was laden with inquiry. Boss, there have been movements from Italy. We are now merely awaiting our goods. What shall we do? No, came the stern reply. Suppress it, or leak a message for Mo Xianghao to handle. Upon hearing his grim words, Li Haoyu looked at him in bewilderment. This was a substantial profit. Was he truly willing to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity to Mo Xianghao? Mo Saiku wore a cold expression, showing no intention to elaborate. He merely nodded slightly and walked out. Mo Xianghao would undoubtedly seize this hard-won chance, and all weaknesses would be exposed. There would be time to play the long game. Qian Yixue had been staying at her uncle's house for quite some time, but she was met with disdain from her aunt. The reason was that her aunt had heard some gossip about their family being cast out by her father, prompting her to scold them in the yard under the guise of veiled insults. My dear, that's just the nature of your aunt. Don't take it to heart. Even if your father has driven you out, you can still stay here with your uncle. Her uncle's eyes roamed over Qian Yixue's figure, his lips curled with an unsettling hunger, causing her to frown. Since the last bath, her uncle had begun to touch her inappropriately. And despite her attempts to avoid physical contact and her repeated pleas to her mother insisted she was overreacting. Uncle, if you disturb us for a while longer, we will be leaving. What nonsense! Where would you go? A single mother and her child are better off staying here. He reached out to grasp her snow-white arm, and Qian Yixue, caught off guard, found her hand ensnared in his dark grip. She began to struggle, but the lewdness in his eyes intensified. Outside, her aunt's scolding grew more fervent, mingled with her mother's submissive tones. She wanted to scream, but his hand clamped down on her lips, and he forcefully pressed her onto the bed, his hands shamelessly roaming over her waist. Qian Yixue felt nauseated, as if the places he touched were tainted with filth. From the moment you arrived at my house, I have been deeply enchanted by you. That night, I witnessed everything you did to you know your cries captivated me. He leaned in, attempting to kiss her chest. Despair washed over Qian Yixue as she fiercely struggled with her legs. Desperate to escape the shackles of his grasp, don't move. Do you wish to be thrown out right now? If you know what's good for you, remain silent and still. His threatening voice echoed in her ears. And upon releasing her, he saw her freeze, her face pale as ash. Qian Yixue allowed the scoundrel to writhe upon her, the sounds from outside diminishing. In that moment, she felt a deep-seated hatred. Hatred for her father's ruthlessness. Hatred for Chu Feng's betrayal, and a profound loathing for Qian Yi, that wretched creature. If it weren't for her, how could she have fallen to such depths? Chapter 58. Return as time passed slowly. Qian Yixue's gaze remained fixed on the soot-stained ceiling, her eyes devoid of tenderness, like a lifeless fish, while the man above her gasped for breath, pressing down upon her. They say city girls are different. I never believed it until now. Don't cry, dear. Your uncle will take good care of you. His calloused hands brushed against her delicate skin, his foul breath inching closer to her lips. Qian Yixue turned her head away, her face as pale as death. Footsteps echoed from outside, and he dared not linger, hastily pulling up his trousers and fleeing. Qian Yixue simply covered herself with a blanket, her face silently shedding tears. When Zheng Xiufen entered, she found Qian Yixue weeping and hurriedly inquired, Yixue, what happened? The harm I now endure is all due to you, so I despise you. Her venomous gaze bore into Zheng Xiufen. Her eyes filled with a crimson fury, as if her very pupils were about to burst forth. What transpired? Zheng Xiufen's eyes darted away, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Didn't I tell you? We only need to wait patiently. Once the money returns, we can resume our previous lives. Qian Yixue's complexion turned pale, her vacant eyes resembling a doll torn asunder. Now, she held but one thought. If she could return, she would ensure that Qian Yi lost everything. I will give you 2 days. That if we are still here after that, I will reveal everything. Her words caused Zheng Xiufen's expression to shift, a forced smile gracing her lips. Yixue, trust your mother. I will retrieve all the money. So, Qian Yixue closed her eyes, too weary to discern whether her words were genuine. She dared not delay, only managing to cobble together a portion of the funds to extricate her daughter from this dark place. 2 days later, Qian Ishu had departed from the shadowy abode, her uncle's averted gaze betraying a hint of fear, as if he dreaded her revealing what transpired. Qian Ishu had cast him a mere glance, her eyes ablaze with resentment, burying the tumult of emotions within. She vowed that upon her return, she would make all these individuals pay dearly. As the vehicle slowly traversed the city, her once dead heart began to awaken. This place held all her memories, love, hatred, and enmity, buried deeply within. With her return, all emotions converged into one singular desire: vengeance. Those who had wronged her, those who had inflicted pain, would all face their reckoning. Zheng Xiaofan was equally exhilarated. With her return, the money could multiply, allowing her to rekindle ties with Qian Goen or entangle herself with another. The two found a modest abode of less than 30 square meters in the slums, plotting their next steps and strategizing the initial move. Yet, all their plans targeted but one individual, that M.O. Psycho had been exceedingly busy these past few days, flitting between several countries, utterly exhausted, with scarcely a moment to report to Qian Yi. Assuming she was diligently working, for consecutive days, he returned home to find the atmosphere lifeless. Qian Yi began to dread returning, fearing the painful confines of that place, where every breath felt suffocating and words seemed to echo endlessly in the room. For the sake of the child within her, she pressed on, forcing herself to consume the repugnant food, even learning to manage her emotions. That in the office, Nai Luoluo brought over documents and noticed Qian Yi's pale complexion. Her heart aching with concern. "Yi, why do you look so unwell? Have you seen a doctor?" She weakly shook her head, feeling dizzy yet enduring silently. She could not take medication, fearing it would harm the child. "But this can't go on. You can't remain sick forever. Did something happen? Please tell me." Her eyes welled with tears, her heart ached painfully, urging her to confide in someone. After hearing everything, Nai Luoluo sprang to her feet in indignation. "Damn it! Why didn't you tell me sooner? Being the mistress so brazenly. Does M.O. Psycho have no decency? With everything that has happened, he isn't even by your side. Is the child in your womb not his?" Her righteous fury left Qian Yi helplessly forcing a smile, one that was more sorrowful than tears. "Luoluo, if the day comes when I truly have nothing, would you still take me in?" She sensed that day was approaching swiftly. And when it did, she would be forsaken by all, left with nothing. Perhaps sensing her despair, Nai Luoluo felt a pang of compassion. "Why must you suffer so? It seems there is never a smooth sailing moment. I will always be your strongest support, that if you divorce, we will raise the child together. We will bear all burdens together." Pregnant women are often sensitive, and Qian Yi's tears spilled over, as if all her grievances were finally pouring forth. Nai Luoluo continued to comfort her softly, reminding her to think of the child within, a precious life. Knowing of her pregnancy, Nai Luoluo became even more attentive, bringing various pastries each time she visited, ensuring the baby would not go hungry. Gradually, Qian Yi's spirits began to lift. Upon returning home from work one day, she spotted a black Maybach parked outside, her heart racing, her feet rooted to the ground. As she stepped forward in a daze, she found him seated at the dining table, laden with an array of delectable dishes, engrossed in his iPad, occasionally frowning. Perhaps her gaze was too ardent. When he looked up, fatigue was etched across his features, but upon seeing her, a flicker of joy crossed his face. "That you're back. You haven't eaten yet. Come quickly." The gentle contours of her face left Qian Yi momentarily dazed, as if she truly believed that the person before her was indulging her. Seated at the dining table, she watched him attentively serve her dishes, but upon seeing the greasy braised pork, she hastily covered her mouth and dashed to the restroom. This child seemed to be quite a handful. Every meal left her feeling unwell for a while, plagued by severe morning sickness. Even Nai Luoluo couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment, convinced that this child would inevitably be a mischievous rascal in the future. "What's wrong? Aren't you feeling better yet?" M.O.C. Ko furrowed his brows as he leaned against the doorframe. Concern etched in his eyes that a wave of panic washed over Qian Yi, her gaze darting about, betraying her unease. "No, it's just that I can't eat anything too greasy lately, so it's nothing serious." M.O.C. Ko observed her emotions closely, gradually closing the distance between them, assertively encroaching into her personal space. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto hers, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Have you missed me?" Qian felt flustered, wanting to push him away, yet fearing he would see through her facade. Instead, she managed a dry smile and nodded slightly. "Where have you been? You didn't even tell me." "I am sorry. I was in a rush this time and didn't have a chance," he replied, fatigue evident in his gaze. This incident had occurred too abruptly and was quite troublesome. He needed to personally resolve it while maintaining complete isolation from others, lest that person be implicated. How could he bear to place her in jeopardy? As his unique masculine presence enveloped her, Qian felt her eyes welling up, hastily lowering her head to stifle her tears. Her voice thick with emotion. "Next time you go somewhere, you must tell me, so I don't have to fret alone." He chose not to divulge his thoughts, and she refrained from pressing him. Even if she was being selfish, she simply wanted to bask in this moment of tenderness, to preserve it eternally, to create a home for their child. Chapter 59. The banquet. Seeing her face flushed, Mo felt a stirring within him, his ardent hand lingering on her as desire intensified in his gaze. Remembering the doctor's admonition against intimacy for 3 months, he restrained his wandering hand. "I am not feeling well today." Mo paused, a moment of contemplation flickering in his deep, dark eyes, yet he refrained from voicing his inquiries. "All right, I'm also tired. Let us wash up and get some rest." As they lay in bed, the steady rhythm of their breathing filled the air, and Qian's anxious heart gradually settled. Turning to meet his gaze, her fingers traced the contours of his handsome face. "Mo, when will you tell me everything?" she murmured, her voice laced with sorrow. "When will you finally share all of this with me? Do we have to wait until our child is born?" With a resigned sigh, she closed her eyes to that moment. The eyes that should have been tightly shut suddenly opened wide, revealing no trace of drowsiness. Mo's lips pressed together, his shadowy eyes fixed intently on her. With a slight smile, their fingers intertwined, yet neither knew what words might offer her solace. "Once I have resolved everything, I promise to tell you." Though he was unaware of the specifics, her behavior today had already hinted at something amiss. Qian spent a restless night, tossing and turning, haunted by dreamlike scenarios that felt all too real, tormenting her, especially as those memories brutally tore at her heart, leaving it bleeding and exposed. Mo personally dropped her off at work and picked her up after, attending to every detail, yet the sweetness of their previous moments had vanished, replaced only by dread, the fear of him discovering her secret, and the even greater fear that he might whisk her away to the hospital. Mo has been behaving quite well these days. Is there no longer any issue between you two? Nai Luo inquired, seizing a moment of leisure to gossip. "No, Luo. You know, I'm terrified he might find out about all this, that I fear I won't even be able to protect the child." As those thoughts surfaced, they began to spiral wildly, filling her with dread. What if she couldn't protect this child? Nai Luo, seeing her friend's melancholy return, began to console her, "But don't worry, that won't happen. This is your child. I believe Mo will never abandon you. Just focus on taking care of yourself." After hearing this, Qian's fears only grew, the weight of the situation pressing down on her like a stone, each passing day without resolution only deepening her anxiety. "Have you heard? Tomorrow night is our company's banquet. The president has insisted that all employees attend, but I think you've been cooped up at home for too long. You should definitely go to the banquet. Perhaps it will lift your spirits, and you won't dwell on these matters as much." Nai Luo's enthusiasm was palpable as she recounted the latest gossip, her eyes shining with fervor. "I'll think about it," Qian replied, her expression nonchalant, seemingly uninterested. Ever since her pregnancy and the revelations that followed, she had begun to feel averse to mingling with so many people. "No way. You absolutely must go. This is our company's banquet, and you're the design director. How could you possibly skip it? Besides, if you keep moping around like this, do you want your child to be born an old man? Trust me, you must go." Despite Nai Luo's fervent insistence, Qian only offered a faint acknowledgement, her face still clouded with worry. Once Nai Luo finally departed, Qian immersed herself in her work, finding solace in the endless stream of design drafts that momentarily alleviated her anxiety. When Gu Yaoxian entered, he found her hunched over, deeply engrossed in her tasks, a smile playing on his lips. "Did you receive the notice? Tomorrow is our company's routine banquet." Qian lifted her head, her neck aching, massaging it lightly. "That I heard about it. Is everyone required to attend?" "Yes, what is wrong?" Don't you want to go? Gu Yao Xian's gaze held a hint of urgency, anticipation practically spilling from his eyes. Seeing this, Qian felt even more conflicted. Should she go? If she did, it would surely provoke the jealousy of the one at home. Yet if she didn't attend, would people think she was putting on airs now that she was married? Fine, I'll go to Dio. I need to buy a dress. Her face bore a slight frown. As if the absence of a suitable gown was a lamentable fate that a tea home. Qian Shui had an abundance of dresses, yet she had never attended any gatherings, and the last dress she owned had been shredded. Don't worry, I've already prepared a dress for you. All you need to do tomorrow is show up. His lips curved into a mysterious smile, his eyes twinkling with intrigue. Qian responded with a faint "oh," realizing just how generous the company's benefits were, truly thoughtful to the core. That evening, she was driven home by Nai Luo Luo. Upon arriving, Mo Siko entered from outside, clad in a black pinstripe suit that bespoke elegance and expense. His brows arched slightly upon seeing them, feigning surprise. Hey, Mo Siko, why are you so surprised? Am I not allowed to visit your home? Nai Luo Luo, in a mood to provoke, took aim at him. However, it seemed she had chosen the wrong target. Mo Siko merely cast her a fleeting glance, unperturbed, and walked toward Qian Yi. Thank you. Nai Luo Luo had evidently braced herself for being ignored. Yet this unexpected gratitude left her exhilarated for quite some time. Hey, no need for thanks. Just treat our Yi well. Her eyes flitted between the two, noting Mo Siko's affectionate demeanor, which was anything but indifferent. He was clearly besotted. Luo Luo, let the driver take you home. It's late and I'm not at ease. That he then turned to Mo Siko, who nodded in agreement and gestured for Li Haoyu to drive her back. Li Haoyu grumbled. When did I stoop to the level of a chauffeur? As the conversation unfolded, it seemed that Luo Luo had a penchant for Lu Jinxian. This newfound determination impressed Qian Yi, who had always seen her friend give up in the face of challenges, but now it appeared as though she was rising to meet them head-on. Mo Siko narrowed his eyes. Drawing her closer, recalling the events at the bar, a playful glint in his gaze. Oh, really? Why does it seem to me that the single, 30-year-old Jin Yiming might be a better match for her? Exactly. If they're meant to be, next time you see Lu Jinxian, just blow him a kiss. Qian Yi thought, knowing that her best friend, Nai Luo Luo, deserved happiness. Mo Siko nodded, his smile widening. Should I play matchmaker? I fear someone might just kill me for it. Qian Yi was contemplating how to address the company banquet. The last time she had deceived him about a business trip was already a transgression. It was only later that she heard from Luo Luo, after encountering him at a bar, that her heart had been in a state of restless anxiety for several days. That it was only upon realizing that he had not inquired or held it against her that she managed to ease her troubled mind. Tomorrow, our company will host a small gathering, and I might return home a bit later in the evening. All right, he replied nonchalantly. Moziko seemed unconcerned, dismissing it as just a party. He wouldn't dare to covet another man's woman. Qian Yi was somewhat bewildered by his unexpected ease. Why was he so agreeable today? Was it that he had become indifferent? Such thoughts began to weigh heavily on her heart. Chapter 60. Conspiracy. Qian Yi recognized that she was indeed troubled. If he were to refuse, he would surely accuse her of being petty and domineering, but to not refuse might imply indifference. Was every pregnant woman like this? Lowering her gaze, she noticed her sulking expression and could not help but chuckle. If you keep looking at me like that, I might just prevent you from attending the banquet. His words rang in her ears, bringing a smile to her face. He was aware of her emotions. I didn't mean it. I'm innocent. Thank you for allowing me to attend the banquet. Seeing her expression, Moziko felt a pang in his heart. Had he perhaps been too harsh? Each time he offered her small favors. Her excitement was palpable. Just be careful, and don't forget the promises you made to me. He did not wish to let this occasion negate all his previous thoughts. He simply wanted to keep this little woman confined at home. Qian Yi nodded vigorously. She was already abstaining from alcohol, carrying a lovely little life within her. Noticing his brow relax, she ventured cautiously, Moziko, if we had a child, would you prefer to be a boy or a girl? This sudden inquiry caused the hand stroking her hair to stiffen, his eyes widening in shock, causing her heart to sink. Either a boy or a girl is fine, but right now, we cannot have children. Be good, and we will consider it when the time is right. His words made Qian Yi's body gradually grow cold, her expression frantic as she instinctively covered her abdomen, the images from her dreams resurfacing. Moziko insisting she terminate the pregnancy. Followed by a sea of crimson. After a moment of dizziness, she forced a weary smile, feigning understanding. Yes, I know I was merely making a comparison. They say childbirth is excruciating, and I'm not prepared for that yet. You know I fear pain the most. Moziko finally relaxed, resuming his gentle caress of her hair. His expression complexed. It was not that he didn't want children. Rather, their current circumstances did not permit it. He already had one vulnerable point and had placed her in danger. Until he could provide a stable environment, he would not allow that child to come into the world. Despite being prepared, Qianyi still felt a deep sadness. This child, even before birth, would not receive a father's affection, which signified a lack of happiness. All she could do was protect it as best she could, ensuring it would not suffer the same fate as last time. When she once again rejected his advances, Moziko's confusion deepened. That in the past, while she might not have been entirely cooperative, she would not have been this way either. What had transpired to cause such a change? I've been feeling unwell these past few days. Can we wait until later? Once again, the same excuse. Moziko thought to himself that if he believed her this time, he would be a fool. Yet he was reluctant to press her, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before the banquet commenced, Nai Luoluo approached her, brimming with excitement as she carried a gown. Once she changed into it, Qianyi's eyes sparkled. She was already quite beautiful, but in that exquisite dress, her playful demeanor was accentuated to perfection. Her spirited eyes twinkled, assuring her that she would undoubtedly be a highlight of the evening. "How do I look in this dress?" she asked eagerly. Upon receiving her nod of approval, she felt relieved and mentally noted that perhaps he did have good taste. When she noticed Qianyi still clad in her professional attire, she was slightly taken aback. "Why haven't you changed into your gown yet? Don't tell me you didn't prepare one." Caught off guard, Qianyi chuckled awkwardly, only now realizing that Gu Yaoxian had prepared a gown solely for her. "The CEO said he would help us prepare outfits, so wait. When did he say that? Why wasn't I informed? If I had known they would be providing assistance, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of preparing anything." No, that wasn't right. She noticed that everyone else had prepared their own outfits, which meant he had only arranged one for her. "What about you?" Suddenly realizing something, her tone shifted as she looked at her. Qianyi rolled her eyes and waved her hand, distancing herself from any association. "Stop it. You know perfectly well who I liked at ITS, just that I didn't question him after he mentioned it. Now hurry along, that he had yet to arrive, and she couldn't disrupt the overall atmosphere before donning her gown. Nailuo didn't press further, since someone was providing a dress for her. There was no major issue, and she nodded before heading inside. The soothing music gradually filled the air, and the earlier clamor began to settle. Qianyi stood alone outside, waiting for quite some time until Gu Yaoxian finally arrived. Appearing urgent and hasty, when their eyes met, he let out a relieved sigh. He had made it at last. He handed her a designer bag, the logo unmistakable even to Qianyi, who was not well versed in fashion. It was the work of the renowned designer Eileen, a hot commodity in the fashion world. That it was said that this designer had a peculiar habit of personally selecting individuals to wear his creations, ensuring that his garments retained their allure. So, this is too extravagant. Dresses are meant to be worn. There is no such thing as being too extravagant. Now go change. There is still time. That he thrust the bag into her arms. Insisting she enter the changing room while he waited outside. When she emerged, Gu Yaoxuan's eyes lit up with delight. Qianyi had let her hair fall freely, and the off-shoulder gown accentuated her figure beautifully. The vibrant red color highlighted her allure, especially the beaded waistline, which added an air of mystery. The seemingly dull beads were unforgettable, leaving an indelible impression. Her flowing hair elevated her charm to new heights. And at that moment, Gu Yaoxuan's possessive feelings intensified. Extending his arm, he offered it for her to take. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and linked her arm with his. The European-style crystal chandelier cast a warm glow over them as the makeup artist began to touch up her makeup. It was said that a makeup artist's gestures were the most graceful, and indeed, in no time, Qianyi transformed dramatically, her silhouette captivating the attention of every man in the room. The striking red of her skin accentuated her fair complexion, creating a rosy hue that was unexpected. The usually stern director was now exuding such captivating charm. The flowing music resembled a gentle stream, and the red carpet below drew every gaze, making Qianyi feel overwhelmed. as if she were under siege. The stares were too piercing, making her acutely aware of the warmth radiating from the arm she held to. "Don't worry, it's fine. Just relax," feeling her sudden tension. Gu Yaoxian gently patted her hand in reassurance. This gesture attracted countless envious glances. Among the crowd, a sharp-eyed woman glared at the approaching couple, her fury burning bright. How could that woman, whom she often insulted, now be in a position to command her obedience? This shift was infuriating. Upon reflecting on that woman's promise, the once wavering heart has begun to form its own thoughts after the initial astonishment. The crowd started to murmur. Had Qianyi not been married, they would truly have seemed like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Yet at this moment, an incongruity hung in the air. After escorting her to her seat, Gu Yaoxian strode toward the stage, illuminated by the flash of cameras, shedding his usual cold demeanor. His words were gentle, his deep voice resonating with the audience, more effective than any impassioned speech he had delivered in the past, causing sparks of admiration to ignite in the eyes of the employees below. Qianyi sat watching, suddenly feeling a sense of uncertainty about this man, though an unsettling feeling of danger lingered nearby. Chapter 61. Caught on camera following the routine speech. Excitement surged among the attendees. They shed their everyday aids, mingling and conversing freely. Qianyi observed the most striking sight: snow-white long legs, so delicate that they seemed as if a single hand could encircle them. Naturally, the object of their fascination was Gu Yaoxian. As she witnessed the throng closing in on him, Gu Yaoxian wore an expression of helplessness, unable to turn away or dismiss them. Amusement bubbled within her. He resembled an emperor of ancient times, surrounded by eager concubines, all vying for his attention in hopes of receiving a favor. Indeed, he navigates through a garden of flowers, untouched by a single petal. As Gu Yaoxian approached, Nai Luoluo clicked her tongue and remarked. Qianyi smiled. It was hard to believe that someone as exceptional as Gu Yaoxian would not have women surrounding him, yet this seemed irrelevant to their situation. "May I have the honor of inviting you for a dance?" Gu Yaoxian extended his hand with a gentlemanly bow toward her. Instantly, all eyes turned to Qianyi, filled with envy and jealousy, making her feel quite uneasy. The gleam of laughter danced in Gu Yaoxian's dark eyes, suggesting that if she did not take his hand, she would remain seated. Embarrassment washed over Qianyi, and under the heat of those piercing gazes, she stretched out her fair hand toward him. His grip was firm, and though she wished to resist, his smile was disarming, leaving no room for her to struggle. As the tango music swelled, Gu Yaoxian's strong arm encircled her waist, guiding her in rhythm as they twirled and leaped. Their seamless coordination suggested they had rehearsed this countless times before, causing a blush to rise on Qianyi's cheeks. The subtle curve of her figure lay just beneath his gaze, tightening his breath, his hands clasping her even more securely. As the music gradually transitioned to its later stages, their steps began to slow, unnoticed by the crowd, as a figure made its way toward the spot they had just vacated. When the dance concluded, the audience erupted in applause, a prolonged ovation. Gu Yaoxian's lips curled into a smile as he fixed his gaze upon her, making her feel increasingly uneasy, prompting her to find an excuse to return to her seat. Had I not known of your deep affection for someone, I would have thought you had already found new love. That dance was simply mesmerizing, unforgettable," Nai Luoluo teased. Qianyi shot her a glare, her tone laced with discontent. "You are mocking me. By heaven's grace, I assure you, this is not mockery. You simply did not see the depth of his feelings. Even I was nearly moved to tears," she replied, her tone playful, eliciting a slap from Qianyi, which rendered her more subdued. In the midst of their banter, Lin Lei approached with 2 glasses of wine, saying, "Director, I truly envy you. Not only have you been promoted, but you have also captured the president's favor. And to top it all off, you've married a wonderful husband. Your life is nothing short of perfect. In light of my previous misjudgments, allow me to toast to you. And may you forgive my past transgressions." With that, she downed 1 glass and offered the other to Qianyi. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qianyi hesitated to accept, prompting Nai Luoluo to take it instead. Retorting, "Director Lin is unwell. Let me drink on her behalf." Just as the glass neared her lips, Lin Lei snatched it away, her eyes harboring a hint of malice. "This is a toast for the director. You have no part in this. If you wish to drink, there are plenty of options over there." Qianyi could not disregard Lin Lei's authority, especially now that she had been promoted, yet the woman remained under her command, making her words carry weight. Nai Luoluo glared at Lin Lei, exuding an air of confrontation. Seeing this, Qianyi took the drink from Nai Luo's hand, the fiery liquid unsettling her stomach, yet she forced herself to endure. Let bygones be bygones. Don't worry, all is well. Darling, I have no choice. If I do not consume this drink today, I will surely become the target of everyone's ire tomorrow, with a worried glance. She downed the drink, only to feel a fiery sensation ignite in her stomach, prompting her to rush towards the restroom, with Nai Luoluo closely following, casting Lin Lei a fierce glare as they left. Lin Lei observed the two, a smirk playing on her lips, the gleam of triumph evident in her eyes. Qianyi felt as though she might expel everything she had consumed the previous day. Behind her, Nai Luoluo was filled with concern, her sharp gaze suggesting she was ready to confront someone. Why do you insist on pretending to be strong? You know this is a delicate time for you. Are you foolish? As she rubbed Qianyi's back, she began to scold her. Qianyi raised a hand, feeling slightly better. If I had not downed this drink, the entire company would have turned against me, and the events of today would have been exaggerated beyond belief. Hence, this drink was necessary. Lin Lei was a woman whose words could charm the dead back to life. Offending her was truly terrifying. Nai Luoluo understood this all too well, but was simply concerned for her friend. Observing Nai Luoluo's unwavering support, Qianyi felt a pang of guilt. This was meant to be her celebration. Yet Nai Luoluo had come to accompany her. You go enjoy yourself. I'm fine now, truly. Nai Luoluo gazed longingly at the lively crowd, and when her thoughts were laid bare, she felt a bit embarrassed. Feigning indifference that it's all right. I've long since had my fill of such gatherings. I should be here with you to go on. Look at your eager expression that if you don't hurry, I might just retract my earlier statement. She playfully threatened. Seeing this, Nai Luoluo relented, exchanging a few parting words before plunging into the throng of people. Left alone, Qianyi sat idly on a revolving chair, fending off advances from employees who approached with drinks, which he replaced with juice, leaving them disgruntled, yet unable to protest. After all, she had invited them to drink, and they had partaken, albeit with juice that as the clock approached 11. Fatigue enveloped her. Rising to return, she suddenly felt dizzy, her vision blurring momentarily, forcing her to lean forward, hesitant to move as the surrounding noise gradually softened. Come, I'll take you out. A familiar yet foreign voice reached her ears, and hands gripped her arm, sharp nails digging into her skin, making her want to cry out, yet her consciousness began to fade. Only when she was thrown onto a soft bed did she realize she had been ambushed. Struggling to rise, she fell back down in the next instant. The Jiyu Yaoxian had also consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, the flattery from the crowd overwhelming him, leaving him no chance to consider Qianyi. As the alcohol's effects began to kick in, he felt dizzy and made his way through the crowd toward his room. Qianyi sensed the bed sinking beneath her, her heart racing in panic, praying nothing untoward would occur. The anticipated actions did not materialize. Soon, the sound of steady breathing filled the space beside her. This night was excruciating. Her awareness was painfully clear, yet she lacked the strength to resist. Her eyelids heavy, refusing to lift. Has it happened? It has. President Gu has entered that room. Good. After the deed is done, I shall pay you. Crouched in a corner, Lin Lei observed her surroundings cautiously, a faint smile gracing her lips as the person across from her spoke coldly, finally able to rid herself of that insufferable woman. Director Lin, what are you doing here? Everyone has left. At it was already 2 in the morning, and a reveling Nai Luoluo finally remembered Qianyi. In her search, she spotted Lin Lei huddled in a corner on the phone, prompting her to inquire in confusion. Lin Lei's expression turned frantic, hastily concealing her phone, feigning nonchalance that, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just making a call to see if everyone had gone home. Since they have, I shall take my leave as well." Upon finishing her words, she hastily strode outside. Chapter 62. The city in an uproar. Her peculiar demeanor left Nai Luoluo perplexed. However, her singular focus on searching for someone kept her from dwelling too much on it. After a thorough search, having found no trace of her, and with her phone turned off, she assumed she had returned home. After having consumed a couple of drinks, her head throbbed painfully, and without seeking confirmation from Mazaku, she took a cab back home. Her absence for an entire night left Mazuka sleepless. With her phone off and the banquet venue devoid of her presence, he attempted to call Nai Luoluo, but found only silence on the other end. He presumed they were merely resting together, and thus returned home. The following day, Gu Yaoxin awakened, one hand pressing against his painfully throbbing head, while the other groped for his phone on the bed. When he felt something stir beneath his fingers, he jolted awake, his drowsiness dissipating considerably, in a state of panic. He turned his head only to encounter a fair neck, slowly raising his gaze to see her restless form. Her brows tightly knitted, and a tear-stained trace lingering on her slightly pouted lips. That he shook her gently, his voice laced with an unrecognizable fear. "Wake up, please." Qian finally blinked awake, her eyes meeting his. And relief washed over her. Tears brimmed in her eyes again as she choked out, "I was set up yesterday. Why are you here?" She dared not to imagine the potential consequences had it been someone else. Especially in her incapacitated state, the Jiu Yaoxian, his eyes filled with regret, helped her to sit up. "I'm sorry. I was also quite drunk yesterday and can barely recall anything." Shaking her head, she sniffed and forced a smile. "It's all right. Thankfully, it was you. It's getting late. We should leave quickly before someone sees us." That a hint of desolation flickered in Gu Yaoxian's eyes. Did she truly wish to distance herself from him so fervently? At such a moment, her priority seemed to be leaving as she stood. Her legs faltered due to restricted blood flow, and without warning, she toppled back onto the bed. Jiu Yaoxian, quick-witted, caught her just in time. The door was suddenly flung open with tremendous force, and upon entering, Mazuka beheld a startling scene. Qian gazing at Gu Yaoxian with glistening eyes, their expressions so tender that one might expect them to kiss at any moment. Qian, taken aback by Mazuka's abrupt entrance, hurriedly rose, her face a picture of panic, murmuring, "What are you doing here? Clearly, I arrived at an inopportune moment. Please continue." Mazuka's handsome face was clouded with shadows, and the darkness in his eyes sent a shiver through Qian's body. The indifference in his gaze pierced her heart like a knife. Stumbling, she attempted to follow him outside. But as they stepped into the open air, swarms of reporters surged forth, their questions bombarding Mazuka. "Miss Qian, when did your relationship begin? Mr. Gu, are you aware that Miss Qian is having an affair? In previous reports about the two of you, was that when your relationship commenced?" The relentless barrage of inquiries overwhelmed Qian, leaving her breathless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Yaoxian's face contorted with anger. He placed a hand protectively over her head, shielding her from the reporters. That it was evident they had been set up. The reporters trailed them as they moved outside, their flashing cameras capturing every moment, leaving Qian pale and uncertain about how to react. "Follow me. Don't be afraid," Gu Yaoxian urged, his voice echoing in her ears. She followed him in a daze, her eyes fixed on his departing figure, wondering if he had misconstrued the situation. Why wouldn't he listen to her explanation? After the crowd had dissipated from the hotel, a tall, slender figure emerged, observing the reporters' retreating forms with a scornful smirk. "Qian, a filthy creature despised by all. How could you ever be worthy of Mazuka? Are you all right? Do you need me to explain?" Once in the car, Gu Yaoxian disregarded the persistent reporters, his concern for her evident. "Are you all right?" he inquired, his gaze filled with worry. She shook her head, biting her lip. "That if he doesn't believe me, what good will an explanation do? No need. Today's events have caused you trouble. You'll likely be making headlines with me." She shrugged, forcing a faint smile that only deepened Gu Yaoxian's heartache. "Consider it an honor." His hands clenched tightly, realizing that perhaps someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes to bring them together. Yet, witnessing her sorrowful expression stirred a pang of reluctance within him. "Mr. Gu, the culprit must be among those at the banquet." Her suddenly icy tone and resolute gaze took Gu Yaoxian aback, but he quickly grasped her meaning and nodded. "I understand. Don't worry. I will ensure you receive an explanation." Though this situation brought him a sense of secret glee, it did not excuse fostering such an atmosphere. Allowing them to be caught in a dilemma, especially within his own company, was utterly intolerable. "I only seek justice." Before departing, Qian left him with a poignant remark that left Gu Yaoxian stunned. Did she truly not even trust herself? As she stepped into the courtyard, anxiety coursed through her, each step feeling like a dagger tearing at her heart. Upon reaching the upper floor, she found him standing by the window, a multitude of cigarette butts at his feet. The sight caused her heart to ache. Approaching him slowly, she pressed her face against his back, and he stiffened for a moment, but neither responded nor rejected her. "Mazuko, I didn't tea. I can explain." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she questioned how everything had changed overnight. Turning away, he moved to the side, leaving her bewildered and feeling as if she were awaiting a death sentence. "You don't believe me." Her voice, choked with emotion, bore a hint of anguish, finally stirring a flicker of emotion within Mazuko. He gazed at her, seeing the tears glistening on her delicate face, that he clenched his hands, longing to wipe them away, but the memory of their intimate moments at the hotel haunted him, leaving him unsure of how to trust her. Early that morning, just as he was preparing to leave for work, his personal phone received a message displaying a single address, followed by the words, "Your wife is here." The message came from an unfamiliar number, and Chien's late return the previous night had already left him uneasy. This message acted as a catalyst that he headed to the address on his phone, inquiring at the hotel, only to discover the room belonged to Gu Yaoxian. His heart sank as he approached the door, only to burst in and find them entwined. "Mazuka, even now, you refuse to believe me in your eyes. Am I merely a promiscuous woman?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, her words striking at his heart. Yet, regardless of her anguish, he remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, as if everything were beyond his concern. Chini felt herself nearing a breaking point. Why was all of this happening? Overwhelmed with grievance, she stormed out, and as she ran, Mazuka sprang to his feet, but then sank back down. "Mr. Mazuko's wife has an affair with Gu Yaoxian. How the mighty fall from grace. Why did the mayor's daughter stray? How will Mr. Mazuka deal with being caught in bed on that day?" All entertainment media erupted with the news, hastily broadcasting the scandal. The revelations flooded in, leaving everyone bewildered. Previously, these minor reporters had dared not publish anything concerning Mazuko. Yet today, it felt as if someone were orchestrating events from the shadows. And the news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner. "Ditto. So you still have time to drink with me? I must say, you have quite the nerve," Jin Yiming remarked as he received a call and rushed to the bar where the two often frequented. Pushing the door open, he saw Mazuko and Lu Jinshuan engaged in a silent standoff over drinks, prompting him to tease, "You look like you're about to explode." Mazuko shot him a sidelong glance. Coldly uttering a single word, "Leave." Chapter 63, A Heart Grows Cold. Jin Yiming rubbed his nose, not offended, and seated himself beside Mazuko, raising a glass and a toast. The trio, all strikingly handsome, could easily send countless women into a frenzy. Lu Jinshuan, having seen the news, sighed, uncertain whether to reveal the discrepancies in the reports that "Do you really need to react this way? If you want to know what happened, why not just ask?" Jin Yiming could no longer tolerate his demeanor and began to speak. Mazuko's expression hardened, the coldness in his eyes silencing Jin Yiming as a realization dawned on him. "Are you suggesting that you shouldn't investigate now and just let things be?" His words illuminated Jin Yiming, understanding that this was indeed a precarious time, and refusing to act was perhaps the best protection for her. "What are you two talking about? I can't seem to comprehend." Lu Jinshuan interjected, his eyes filled with confusion as he shifted between the two. "Because you're a fool." Jin Yiming shot him a glare, inciting his irritation. "Damn it. With the best of intentions, I came to accompany you all. Yet it seems I am the one at fault. Shall we step outside for a bit of fun? Who knows, perhaps there are charming ladies out there. It is indeed stifling to engage with two big men, and it appears that nothing else will transpire." Lu Jinshuan felt an insatiable itch within him. Jin Yiming cast a disdainful glance his way, his eyes brimming with contempt. "At this rate, you shall surely meet your demise. I would relish the sight of you ensnared by a woman." Lu Jinshuan shot him a glance, his eyes seemingly conveying the notion that such a scenario was utterly impossible. He was already ensnared by someone else. Mo Saika's nonchalant remark caused a fleeting change in his expression, but it vanished almost instantly. Lu Jinshuan, being a restless soul, seized an excuse and ventured downstairs to revel, leaving behind the two of them to sip their drinks in silence. "Did you not attempt to explain? Is she not heartbroken?" Jin Yiming reclined lazily on the genuine leather sofa, a teasing smile gracing his lips. With a resigned sigh, Mo Saika shook his head, fully aware that she would be upset and distressed. Yet at this juncture, it seemed there were no better alternatives. "That I trust she is not that sort of person, hence this matter warrants further investigation." Regardless of your motivations, allowing her to be wronged is ultimately unjust. With a serious countenance, Jin Yiming set aside his playful demeanor. Although he had never interacted with that individual, the fact that they could forge a friendship implied that their temperament could not be too lacking. A hint of sorrow clouded Emo Saiku's brow. He too wished to voice something, yet the current circumstances forbade him such liberties, as the pressure continued to mount that if it truly proves inconvenient, then let it be. Your concern for her will surely not weigh too heavily on him. Patting his shoulder, Jin Yiming offered a semblance of comfort, though it appeared rather feeble, and even he was uncertain whether the two would ever be together again. Starting tomorrow, we must brace ourselves, especially with Mo Xianghao's return to the company. It truly is a chaotic mess. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, Mo Saiku spoke with an air of helplessness, understanding his current predicament. He felt the weight of worry. Mo Xianghao was not one to be trifled with, and the investigation's findings painted a grim picture. How goes the inquiry regarding that accident? Mo Saiku paused, his complexion paling as he painfully closed his eyes. He felt utterly lost that if the investigation had unveiled various mysteries, he would have found solace. Yet the absence of any leads, compounded by the fact that the police's initial statements had vanished in a fire, left him bereft of all information. With a sigh, Jin Yiming shook his head, pondering whether his initial approach had been misguided. Perhaps this entire affair was merely a tragic accident. Yet he had persisted in his investigation for so long. Mo Saiku's dark eyes held a glacial quality as he sat languidly on the crimson leather sofa, reflecting on the tumultuous events of recent days, which had left him with a throbbing headache. Do not overthink it. If you believe this is the right path, then follow your heart. Jin Yiming's words did little to soothe him, only serving to further constrict his chest, as even he was uncertain if his actions were indeed correct. And you? Have you resolved your matters? I am free of concerns here, and I truly appreciate your willingness to cooperate for these few days. Although Qinghuan currently suffers from amnesia, I do not perceive this as entirely negative. At least she can forget the unhappy memories, which is, in fact, quite beneficial. He raised an eyebrow, noting that this was not typical of Jin Yiming's demeanor. When did he become so courteous and unperturbed? You know that person, do you not? The sudden rise in his tone was not one of inquiry, but rather of certainty, causing Jin Yiming to pause, then flash a wry smile that it seemed that nothing escaped his notice. Do not pry. It is hardly a glorious matter. At least for now. Qinghuan is well, and I find solace in that. Why concern ourselves with so much? Leaning back against the sofa, his posture suggested a refusal to answer, leaving Mo Saiku with a growing understanding as he nodded, already harboring his own conclusions. Incestuous relations, truly a family disgrace, capable of dismantling their very foundation. Indeed, finding a way to forget is a form of liberation. At the very least, it alleviates the suffering. His deep-set eyes lowered, uncertain whether he spoke of Qinghuan or himself. Jin Yiming parted his lips, yet the words remained unspoken. Some matters, even he could not dare to broach, for doing so would only reopen his wounds. Those frenzied days of his past were experiences he wished never to relive, for they were far too harrowing. Indeed, forgetting can be a form of happiness, as it spares one from the torment of the past. And what of you? Have you forgotten? After much contemplation, he articulated his thoughts in a rather vague manner, yet upon uttering those words, his heart plummeted at the sudden realization. I have long since forgotten. With a half-hearted smile and a face devoid of color, as if he was oblivious to what was being discussed, Jin Yiming merely shrugged, choosing not to confront the matter. Perhaps it was best to assume he had truly forgotten everything. Unbeknownst to them, the floor was strewn with empty bottles, and Mo Saiku, feeling somewhat lightheaded, found his steps somewhat unsteady. When Jin Yiming inquired whether he needed a ride home, he declined. He had no desire to return to that cold, desolate room. Resigned, he called upon the lively Lu Jinxuan, and together they managed to escort him to a hotel, at last allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. I never anticipated that the usually indifferent Mo would find himself in such a sorrowful state, Lu Jinxuan remarked, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he observed the figure on the bed. In his intoxicated haze, Mo Saiku envisioned a certain woman's silhouette, breaking into a grin that radiated warmth, akin to the spring sun melting away winter's chill, leaving Lu Jinxuan momentarily awestruck. Truly, the moment you are ready to forsake everything for a woman. You will understand. His words bore the weight of experience, as though he had encountered that very person. How do you know I have not met her? Lu Zhenxuan's expression morphed into one of disbelief. No way. The two once rumored to be gay have now both secured partners. Why am I only hearing of this now? When you finally decide to settle down and no longer yearn for the nightlife, then you shall comprehend that my brother. Let it go. The depth of his words made Lu Zhenxuan shrug, unperturbed, offering a couple of remarks before taking his leave. Once he departed, Lu Zhenxuan's shoulders sagged. He too recognized the folly of his actions. Yet he found himself bereft of any alternative means of indulgence. Perhaps only through this could he soothe the ache within. Yet why did the pain persist so fiercely? Should I truly let go of her? Fu Shizhi, you should have been erased from my life long ago, that I have confined myself for over 20 years. It is time I reclaimed my world, he murmured to himself, met only by the cold walls and Mo Saiku's rhythmic breathing. Chapter 64. Resentment. Mo Saiku was utterly exhausted, having worked tirelessly for over 10 hours. Upon returning home, he barely had a moment to rest before being thrust into yet another ordeal that one could fathom the complexity of his emotions. The once easily startled youth who would awaken at the slightest sound now lay in a deep, undisturbed slumber, lulled by the effects of alcohol that in stark contrast. Qianyi was far less fortunate. Sharing a narrow single bed with another's presence, the weight of their breaths grew heavier, and from her vantage point, she could faintly discern the mischievous stars peeking through the overcast sky, with her hands cradling her head. She tossed and turned, unable to find solace to Mo Saiku. Why do you not believe me? When I should have been doubting you the most, I refrained from confronting you, convinced you would never betray me. Yet here I am, and still, you do not trust me. Baby, I am sorry, it seems I cannot provide you with a stable family. Suddenly recalling the contract she had signed, tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and mingling with her lips, leaving a bittersweet taste. It dawned on her that tears were truly idle, their saltiness a bitter reminder, seeping into her heart. Where had that righteous resolve gone when she signed the contract? Had she not vowed to remain unbroken, to part ways with grace? Yet now, the excruciating pain was inexplicable. Why did her heart oscillate, tumultuous and unsteady, making her unable to bear the sudden onslaught of anguish? The consequence of a sleepless night was manifesting in the form of panda eyes, causing Na Luo to gasp in shock upon seeing her. You did not sleep at all last night? After posing the question, she realized how absurd it was, as the answer was glaringly obvious. I am sorry for leaving your side at the banquet. However, I trust you would not engage in such behavior. So rest assured that this matter will certainly be addressed. When Na Luo caught sight of the news, she was on the verge of tears, feeling as though everything was her fault. Had she remained by their side, such calamities would not have unfolded. However, now all her remorse was futile. The only thing she could do was to prevent her from overthinking. Forcing a pale smile, Qianyi shook her head and spoke. It's all right, in fact, I should be thanking you. Without your support, I truly wonder if I could have endured this. Clearly, there is someone scheming behind the scenes, but rest assured, they will undoubtedly be brought to justice. The warmth in her gaze abruptly vanished, replaced by a sharp intensity that startled Na Luo. Yes, indeed. Since President Gu has promised you a resolution, that person will surely be apprehended. That I, too, am eager to discover who possesses such audacity as to orchestrate this against you. The mere mention of the incident ignited her anger. How could they dare to strike during the banquet and maliciously summon so many reporters? It was blatant cruelty, pushing someone to the brink of despair. If that were the case, even upon capture, they would ensure she faced consequences. All right, don't be upset. Come on, we need to head to work soon, that you'll have to protect me again. Her self-deprecating smile, however, was tinged with bitterness. Once inside the company, the words of their colleagues would undoubtedly be sharper than ever. Fear not. Who would dare bully you? I will stand up for you. Her fierce demeanor warmed Qianyi's heart. In times of trouble, Na Luo was the only one by her side, and it was precisely because of her presence that she had managed to hold on for so long. Upon reaching the building's entrance, they were met with the anticipated sight of reporters crowding outside, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse inside. Standing in front of the journalists were police officers clad in uniforms, likely summoned by Gu Yaoxian for her protection. Come, I'll take you through the back entrance, that in her astonishment. Luluo deftly led her, crouching as they made their way to the rear exit. Although it was merely a small door connecting the underground parking lot to the company, Qianyi couldn't help but admire her ingenuity. I used to sneak in through here when I was late, pretending everything was normal, and then there was no more to be said. She playfully tousled her hair, a hint of shyness in her eyes, for this was her secret haven. As soon as they pushed open the heavy glass door, they were greeted by the sight of Lin Lei, towering in 20-centimeter heels, imperiously reprimanding others. Their sudden intrusion drew the attention of the gathered crowd. Lin Lei's gaze flicked toward them, her eyes narrowing with a cold glint, and her tone dripped with sarcasm. "Oh, Director, what brings you here today? With so many reporters outside, I thought you wouldn't make it in. By the way, if you have the time, do enlighten me on how to charm so many wealthy suitors simultaneously." Her scathing remarks elicited suppressed laughter from the employees, their expressions tinged with disdain. "That if you know nothing, then spare us your nonsense, you bunch of mindless followers." Luluo shielded Qianyi behind her, glaring defiantly at the others. Lin Lei's smile froze, her teeth grinding in frustration at being so brazenly insulted. "I suggest you keep your distance from her, Luluo. Who knows, when you find a boyfriend, you might fall prey to her seductive ways. After all, one is influenced by their surroundings." With that, she half covered her mouth, letting out a derisive laugh that left Qianyi pale. Luluo continued to protect her, her long nails digging into her flesh, the pain sharpening her senses. Summoning an unexpected courage, she gently pushed aside the figure blocking her path, lifting her chin defiantly to meet Lin Lei's gaze. "Do you wish to know? You must first possess the means to do so. Someone like you, who only gossips, will forever remain outside the upper echelons of society, destined to live a life of mediocrity." This retort turned Lin Lei's countenance a deep shade of fury. She had not anticipated such a rebuttal at this moment. "Though I may not belong to the upper class, your so-called elite is hardly impressive. I would prefer to live modestly than to betray my principles. Qianyi, you must surely have excellent skills." The sound of a slap echoed as Lin Lei, in disbelief, covered her right cheek, her head tilting to one side, her eyes blazing with rage. Qianyi trembled slightly, every ounce of strength seemingly drained from her, revealing how heavy that slap had been. "You little wretch, how dare you strike me? What is so commendable about infidelity? Today, I will make you pay." With that, she lunged forward to retaliate, but Qianyi instinctively protected her abdomen, retreating hastily as Luluo stood in front of her, bearing the brunt of the attack. "Stop!" A commanding voice sliced through the chaos, silencing the commotion instantly. Jiyu Yaoxian appeared, a dark figure radiating an aura of menace, his deep-set eyes glacial as he approached them, lips pressed into a thin line, hastily pulling Luluo close. Qianyi's anger boiled over upon seeing the marks on her face. "What on earth is happening in the office this early in the morning? Is this a playground for you lot? Have you all lost your manners? Or do you wish to be shown the door?" His piercing gaze swept over them, causing Lin Lei to shrink back, too afraid to speak, merely covering her flushed face as she retreated. "President Gu, I did not strike first. It was Qianyi who attacked me." Feeling indignant, she protested as she stepped back. "I was the one who struck first." Unfazed, Qianyi met Lin Lei's gaze with unwavering resolve, disregarding Luo's attempts to hold her back as she stepped forward defiantly. Upon noticing the injuries on Luo's face, Gu Yaoxuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. It was evident that the previous altercation had been intense, and she was fortunate to have escaped without serious harm. "Why shouldn't I strike the most despicable of people? Or do you believe yourself to be of such value?" Her fierce gaze bore into Lin Lei's, and her fearless demeanor drew the attention of those around them. Chapter 65. Rising above Lin Lei wanted to retort, but the icy glare directed her way silenced her instantly. "I have explicitly forbidden any discussion regarding this matter. Clearly, you have chosen to ignore my words. Now, step forward. If you wish to leave, pack your things and get out." The sudden rise in his tone sent shivers through everyone present, none daring to take a step closer. They exchanged glances, lowering their heads in fear of incurring his wrath. Observing the previously haughty group, now cowering in submission, brought a cold smile to Qianyi's lips. Her sardonic laughter made them bow their heads even lower. "President Gu, regarding the banquet incident, I believe I deserve an explanation. That if the company cannot provide me with a clear answer, I will be forced to consult a lawyer. I, Qian, may not have much, but I do possess time that I kindly ask you to expedite this process. Clenching her fists, her cold eyes now tinged with determination, everyone eagerly awaited the unfolding drama, anticipating the repercussions of her audacity to threaten the CEO. However, their eyes widened in disbelief at his subsequent reaction. Jiyu Yaoxian displayed no signs of anger. Instead, a smile graced his lips as he spoke, his deep-set eyes glimmering with mischief. Rest assured, I will ensure justice is served. The weight of the word justice echoed ominously, causing Lin Lei to tremble as if her very bones were being crushed. She could only retreat slowly, attempting to diminish her presence as the crowd dispersed due to Gu Yaoxuan's arrival. Lin Lei shot her a resentful glare before storming off, covering her face. You were truly magnificent just now. Did you realize how nerve-wracking it was for me? That was Gu Yaoxian. Was it really wise to threaten him? Nai Luoluo exaggerated her praise, though a sharp pain shot through her as she attempted to smile. Without delay, Qian hurried to retrieve the company's first aid kit, guiding Nai Luoluo to sit in her chair as she diligently tended to her wounds. A long gash traced from her mouth to her ear, steadily seeping blood, a testament to Lin Lei's ferocity. You mustn't be so reckless in the future. Do you understand? When she's furious, she might resort to extreme actions. What if you were disfigured? Qian could only pray fervently that no scars would remain. Otherwise, such an obvious mark would be too unsightly for someone as beauty-conscious as her to bear. Now reflecting on the incident, Nai Luoluo realized she had merely wanted to protect her, and yet it had escalated to this point, leaving her heart aching. That it's all right, don't worry. There won't be any scars. Besides, even if there were, I am still the beautiful Nai Luoluo. Winking playfully, Qian shook her head with a light laugh, recognizing that only Nai Luoluo could manage to smile in such a situation. All right, stop wearing such a solemn expression. It makes it seem like something grave has happened. I just want to remind you that no matter what happens in the future, please do not give in to despair. Holding her hands, which were administering medicine to herself, he conveyed warmth from his palms to her. Her frail hands were icy cold, yet his grip indeed brought her considerable relief. Qian nodded to herself, silently encouraging her spirit. Qian, those around you have already suffered for your sake. You cannot remain this feeble any longer. Whoever has harmed you must be repaid in kind. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can you prevent those close to you from being hurt and possess the strength to protect the child within you. When the prenatal checkup comes, I will be by your side. Don't forget to call for me. I worry about you going alone. Qian nodded again, withdrawing her hands, and began to cautiously apply the medicine for her. With the medication finally administered, Nai Luoluo, wearing a deep blue mask, returned to her post. Meanwhile, she was summoned to the president's office. It was the president's secretary who had personally come down. The employees paused their work, their gazes lingering on her with a hint of intrigue. Qian thought to herself that as long as she remained upright, she had nothing to fear from the whispers of others. Let them gossip as they pleased. Did you see? Now that the truth is out, it's all so brazen. Indeed, it truly pains me for Mo Xiao. How could such a perfect man end up with someone like this? Who knows? Perhaps he has a peculiar taste. It seems I might have a chance. The woman pulled out a mirror, preening herself, prompting laughter from the crowd. After helping her through the door, the secretary offered a smile and departed. Leaving Qian to stride confidently into the office, the Jiu Yaoxian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling traffic outside. Upon hearing movement, he turned to see her and gestured to the sofa, saying casually, "Sit to Guzong. If there's something to discuss, please do so. Given the recent rumors, if I sit down now, who knows how it will be interpreted outside." Her reproach surprised Gu Yaoxian, who, as if nothing had occurred, slipped his hands into his pockets. "Are you blaming me? Why would I blame you? I simply find it frustrating that you have yet to uncover the truth. Give me time. The hotel surveillance was deliberately sabotaged, and that segment of video was stolen. That I am currently seeking technical assistance to resolve this to Ji Yuzong. Spare me the explanations. I understand nothing of it. All I know is that I have been wronged. And as my employer, you ought to ensure justice is served." Before he could finish his evasive remarks, Qian interrupted him, her firm tone causing him to raise an eyebrow. Was he truly unable to brush this off? It wasn't that he was unwilling to investigate. Rather, he had discovered that the source of the trouble was someone else, who had already extended an olive branch. He was now caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to accept their proposition or not. Very well, I will hasten the process and urge the police to expedite their efforts. Were you unscathed just now? Did Lin Lei bully you like this before? Her mention of that woman ignited Gu Yaoxian's irritation. Every encounter with Lin Lei had left him feeling quite uncomfortable. That it was evident that today's situation was not an isolated incident. Who had granted her such audacity? Everyone seemed to have grown accustomed to it, rendering it no longer a topic of discussion. Her words made Gu Yaoxian aware of his own negligence. It was time to listen to the voices of the masses. That I have not received any reports indicating that this is not the first occurrence. When you face unfair treatment, you should inform me promptly. I am often preoccupied and lack the time to address each of you individually. That a smirk graced Qian Yi's lips. Should she shower him with flattery and disclose everything about Lin Lei? In her previous self, she might have felt stifled, but experience had taught her that complaints often led to dismissal, indirectly indicating that she was under someone's protection, someone whose position was only subordinate to Gu Yaoxian's. Looking around, Gu Yaoxian's immediate subordinates were the vice presidents, who appeared to maintain a close relationship with Lin Lei. Given this, why should she invite unnecessary trouble upon herself? Have you lost faith in me? Her derisive tone struck Gu Yaoxian as particularly jarring. He halted, realizing that he had unwittingly squandered the last remnants of their trust. Qian shook her head. How could one lose what had never been possessed? Gu Zong, you jest. You are my employer, and I naturally trust you. However, this matter impacts my reputation, and I refuse to be treated lightly. Were it any other issue, she might have chosen to turn a blind eye. But now that matters had escalated to this point, if she backed down once more, what more severe repercussions awaited her? Chapter 66. A return visit. Gu Yaoxian's expression dimmed. Had their relationship truly stagnated at this level? Confined to the roles of employer and employee? Well then, focus on your work and leave the rest to me. I will handle the reporters outside. By the time you leave work this evening, they will have lost your trail. The reporters were indeed a headache for him, each more stubborn than the last, all eager to secure a scoop, desperate to capture them together for the sake of sensationalism. In a sense, they were nothing more than paparazzi cloaked in the guise of news reporters, wielding their privilege to pursue stories. Troublesome, he muttered before striding towards the exit, his silhouette both elegant and resolute. Gu Yaoxian's piercing gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure, as if he sought to penetrate her very soul. That Mo Xiao makes his first public appearance following marital strife. Who is this woman by his side? What is the truth behind these events? Could it be that they are both unfaithful? The news that suddenly popped up on her computer screen left Qian Yi momentarily stunned. Although the figure was indistinct, she would recognize him even in ashes. Her blood felt as though it had congealed. That so they were together. Was this why Mo Xiao regarded her with such disdain, leading them to this juncture? Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, squeezing the sorrow from her, tears cascading down her cheeks. She had indeed been the most foolish one to thus pass a day of confusion. She turned down Nai Luo's invitation to her home. Tonight, she sought a definitive answer. She yearned to confront the reality and provide closure for them both, walking towards her home under a watchful gaze. As the key turned in the lock, even in the sweltering heat of July, the chilling atmosphere inside made her shiver. The apartment remained untouched since she had last left, evoking a sense of sinking despair. Had he not returned all night? Where had he gone? Was he with her? Ko, can you take me out to play next time? I haven't had a chance to go out for ages. Now, finally, you have time to spend with me. That I'm so happy. The sound of a car engine shutting off broke the silence, followed by the playful tone and cheerful chatter she should have avoided. Yet her feet remained rooted, unable to move, yearning to witness the scene that would shatter her heart. The tall figure entered the room first, his sharp features softened, a gentle smile gracing his lips as they walked in tandem. Upon meeting her gaze, the depth of Mo Xiao's eyes dimmed slightly. Was it disdain for her presence? Qian forced a bitter smile. Why are you back? Her accusatory tone plunged her heart into despair. Akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, with no refuge in sight. Then am I interrupting you? I merely came to fetch a piece of clothing. I won't linger. Once I leave, you can continue. Her tone was devoid of sorrow. As if the scene before her had failed to wound her heart, Mo Xiao's dark eyes flickered. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. His handsome visage was marred by a cold light. the air around him growing chillier as he stared at her. Aiko, should I not have come today? Don't misunderstand, I was unwell today, so I asked him to keep me company. It was my fault to impose. Fu Shiji's face was flustered as she hastily explained, biting her lower lip, her expression one of victimhood, yet the underlying challenge in her gaze was unmistakable to know. How could you not come? This is undoubtedly your rightful place. Now that the lady of the house has returned, I shall take my leave that I only came for a piece of clothing. Farewell. With that, she attempted to brush past them, but a sharp pain in her arm halted her. Firmly grasped by the other, Mosiko's thin lips pressed together, his brow furrowed, his countenance exuding an air of nobility, his gaze burning with fury as he held her tightly, the temperature around him dropping further. Let go. Qian emitted a cold sigh, yet the man before her remained steadfast, showing no intention of releasing his grip. This shift did not escape Fu Shiji's notice. Her complexion paled as she extended her hand, pulling forth her other delicate snow-white arm. Feigning a plea, please don't leave. Today's events are entirely my fault. I should not have allowed him to accompany me, knowing full well that such a significant incident could arise. I ought to have, however, before she could finish her sentence. She was shoved aside by Mosiko, his countenance dark and his eyes shimmering with an unsettling wisdom that brooked no refusal as he forcibly drew her into the room. Mosiko, you scoundrel. Let me go. Qian began to struggle violently, her hand instinctively cradling her abdomen. Her furious cries fell on deaf ears as he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Outside, Fu Shiji's eyes burned with resentment. Why, at this critical juncture, did Mosiko still choose to believe? Why? Tell me, where are you planning to go? To Gu Yaoshuan's house. He pinned her against the door, his piercing gaze filled with fury, seemingly attempting to discern her very soul. As he gasped for breath, his suppressed rage palpable. The moment she heard those words, the defiance that had fueled her struggles faded into silence, her frigid gaze causing Mosiko to feel an inexplicable unease. Yes, I am indeed seeking her out. Did you not also bring someone back with you? With that, we are even, are we not? Mosiko seized her sharp lips in a fierce kiss, ignoring the feeble punches she directed at him. Their lips intertwined, her tears mingling with their kiss, and he momentarily faltered, yet he did not release her until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Releasing her, breathless, Mosiko bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Qian glared at him with contempt, wiping her lips in disgust. Mosiko, you truly make me feel nauseated. You find even my touch repulsive now. What about him? When you were in bed with him, were you also this way? The derogatory words drained the color from Qian's face, her chest heaving violently. Had she truly become so despicable in her own heart? Indeed, it would surely be more pleasurable than being with you. Mosiko's dark eyes narrowed dangerously, his austere visage growing even more forbidding. Qian, his voice, laced with fury, was a low growl, and her previous fear dissipated in an instant as she met his fierce gaze with stubborn defiance. They locked eyes for what felt like an eternity. Witnessing her resolve pained him deeply, and he finally uttered, "You may leave." Those words severed the last thread of affection that bound them, and tears dried upon her cheeks as she stepped past him. Beginning to gather her belongings, that he stood there in silence, emanating an aura that repelled any intruders, dragging her heavy suitcase, which contained only her clothes and a few belongings from her mother. She left behind everything he had given her. Even that ring. As she stumbled outside, it felt as though she were fleeing in panic, relieved that he did not pursue her. Upon reaching the living room, she found Fu Shiji reclining on the sofa, exuding an air of dominance. Upon seeing her emerge, she merely rolled her eyes, her tone laced with feigned casualness. Qian, does this count as my victory? With that, she raised an eyebrow in smug triumph, a sight that made Qian want to retch. Do you want to know what I did at the hospital today? Fu Shiji's pretentious secrecy piqued Qian's curiosity, her eyes widening in anticipation. She sensed that what was to come would be the final straw that would break her already burdened spirit. Let me tell you, I'm pregnant. You have no idea how delighted Mosiko is. He even promised to leave all his assets to the child in my womb. Boom. Qian's mind exploded. Her body wavered unsteadily. She pregnant? That meant... Oh, and Mosiko said that your divorce certificate does not require your consent. He will dissolve it himself. Chapter 67. Heart like ashes, Qian had believed her heart would no longer ache. Yet upon hearing of her pregnancy, it throbbed painfully. She distinctly recalled Mo Saika stating that she was not suited for pregnancy at this time and urged her to wait. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had conceived a child with another woman. How utterly ironic. Seizing her moment of distraction, Fu Shiji leaned in closer, the vivid red of her lipstick threatening to touch Qian Yin's ear as she whispered a few words that struck her like a thunderbolt. Qian Yin, you may not know, but the events at the hotel were entirely orchestrated by Mo Saiku. Everything was part of his grand design. You surely didn't believe you could gain access to Gu Yaoxian's room solely on your own. Did you? A memory flickered in Qian Yin's mind, a voice she had heard while in a stupor, sounding surreal. She was unwilling to accept that it was Mo Saiku, yet a persistent voice in her subconscious kept insisting that it was indeed him. Impossible, he would never do such a thing. Retreating, she attempted to defend him, but Fu Shiji had no reason to deceive her. Without this incident, there was no way she could have known, thus, the truth of this matter.